What the
Oh, Bailey's
fuck
gone.
was that?
That was the intro. Why does it kick Bailey out?
Well, I'm deaf now.
You're welcome. So, this is election day.
Yeah,
Excited?
I got my
Get rid of the
promises.
Tories?
Yeah, I bet you were thrilled, weren't you, you fucking Tory cunt,
Why would I be thrilled if I was a Tory?
that I voted for the Tories.
Oh yeah, thanks for
Yeah, you were spoiled,
voting for
weren't
my party.
you? Yeah.
I
Voting
still
for
don't
your
get why you're
good
so proud of it.
because it's funny.
Shame on you.
Nah, shame on Keir Starmer.
Yeah.
Look, me and him had a deal. Maybe we should. Maybe I should wait until Bailey gets here so I can talk about the deal.
Yeah. For now though, let's
Yeah,
talk about voting. So
yeah,
Boris Johnson, he
yes,
brought in that new rule, didn't he?
he did. You
And
got to have photo ID, haven't you?
in true Boris style, what do you think
I
happened?
remembered. In true Boris style, it's not working. Where's he sound?
There's no sound. Fuck's sake.
Did you turn it right down?
No.
Shall I
That's
do
a
it?
bit screaming as share. Fuck's sake.
In true Boris style.
Oh, I can't even close the fucking window. Alright, let's try that again. In true Boris style.
Boris Johnson was turned away from his local polling station as he didn't have the right voter ID. He fell foul of rules which he introduced as Prime Minister when he tried to cast his vote in South Oxfordshire. Clutching just an envelope with his name and address on it, staff at the polling station stopped him from entering. He returned later with one of the 22 forms of accepted ID. Last year, around 14,000 people went to vote in local elections and were turned away for making the same mistake.
I mean, you can't make it up, really, can you?
No.
It's
Well,
like this
you can't make it up, but it's totally believable. You can see him doing it.
one rule for the ones that. Well, I suppose he isn't expecting to follow the rules, you know, a bit like his entire
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing with fucking Tories, isn't it?
ruling. Yeah,
Yeah.
just don't understand how to abide by the rules.
Yeah. Rules are for the little people. Yeah.
I like he kind of are there. Oops.
What's that?
So yeah.
Not getting that late in the night yet.
So, what do you want to talk about? I've got nothing for bad.
No, me neither.
He's just waiting for Bailey.
Talk about Joe Biden. That's funny.
UK politics. Let's talk about American politics.
Yeah. Well, we're basically just sort of sat here waiting for 25 minutes until they give us the exit poll results. So,
Is that when they come out? Like 5 to?
like, should be like soon after 10, maybe
Yeah.
up to like 10:30, depending. But
Time to get there,
you know
then.
what an exit poll is, right?
I imagine it's what they predict will happen.
Yeah, basically. But the way they predict it is they pick a bunch of polling stations across the country and they ask people, do you want to tell us what you voted for? Yeah, how'd you vote? And, nobody has to,
Oh,
but
so
a
it's
lot of people
irrelevant.
do.
Oh, so it's completely irrelevant.
Well, it's less irrelevant than other polls, right? Exit polling, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like about the best possible poll you're ever going to get.
I suppose you're
Which
asking
poll?
people that are directly already voting. We're talking about what the exit poll is.
Yeah, like what it is as a method.
It was. I remember. Hold on. Fucking computer out for me. When was that exit poll when Boris won?
That's a good question, actually. Yeah. Where would it be?
Jeremy.
Exit poll. Which election was it? 2010
2019.
or 2019? Election poll. Exit election poll.
Yeah, no, that'd be what it is. Yeah.
2019. Is it only 2019? That doesn't seem that long ago.
Feels like a fucking age though, doesn't it?
It really does.
The before times.
Politics has been mental.
Yeah. It's been
can't find
amazing though. Tremendous
Maybe it's some
content.
images. I found it.
Jeremy Corbyn has held a huge final rally as a new survey shows he is close to a shock election win in Islington North.
Get in, my son.
he actually
Go
gonna
and
win?
get him.
Oh my god.
I want Jezza to win.
Yeah, I want him to fucking smack the shit out of that utter cunt that he's running against.
Okay, I've got the poll. Hang on. I'm such a booby with this. Right. There was the exit poll.
2019.
2019.
Yeah.
So it was a runaway, but it wasn't that much of a majority, was it?
No, it was like 80 seats a majority. Not the 160 odd that predicted. But yeah, it's
it's
not
irrelevant.
perfect.
Is what you're saying.
It's not perfect, but it's a better indication than all the previous polls.
I always
What
think
an
like
exchange.
exit polls are cheeky because it's like you're asking people as they've voted, hey, which way did you vote? Which defeats the point of the secret ballot.
Well, you know,
talking about the
still have a
secret
free
stuff.
country where people can say who they voted for if they choose to. Like nobody's making you tell.
Well, talking about the privacy stuff, the postal stuff has got your name all over it. So it's not really private.
And
I had it
always
like
a
3
scandal
times
of
on
a
it.
few postal votes going missing. So I'm just gonna take that.
Just look gorgeous.
I always look gormless, John.
This tape is real, bro. Let's got check chisel. Oh. Check chisel.
Let me share some screen a bit. What's the Grawn saying?
I think Rishi gives a damn.
Of course not.
I think he called this just because
He's
like,
richer than God. He doesn't give a fuck. And he's become richer ever since becoming Prime Minister as well. Right,
I wonder how much he's made since he's been Prime Minister.
Any preferences? I want to see this.
What?
It's been a terrible general election. The least we can do is learn from it.
It's been a learning experience.
It's been the most boring general election I've seen in a while.
My mate
next
who's
one
in
needs
the
to be more interesting.
my mate who's in the Navy, he didn't even know there was an election happening, and half the people just haven't bothered because they didn't know. If your Marines don't fucking know, it's a bad election.
Tell you what, though, you think this was fucking chaos and carnage in the time that since Rishi called it and we've had it today, then like the French have had an even quicker one.
What election?
Yeah.
Is it still Macron?
No, I think he's got owned by Le Pen.
Is that the Nazi one?
Yeah.
Yes, it's the Nazi. And this is the problem right now, because Labour's led by Keith and he's got no backbone, no vision, no guidance. If Labour win, they're setting the grounds for a right-wing resurgence, because it's going to go, look, you voted left and nothing happened and all the bad things that have been happening continue.
Yeah.
Because there's no
You
difference
voted
between
for
Labour
that
and Tories.
fucking communist Keir Starmer. And
Because
look
you know,
what
the
it got
Tories
you.
aren't that bad enough already. Like, we need to really invigorate the right wing. Piss them off.
Yeah.
Like, I've stood in like 2 elections and campaigned in like all of them since Ed. And even on this night, when fuck all is about to change, my heart is still like, bub, 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 bub. Like, change isn't happening, dear. Calm down.
It is happening. We're going to have a new suit who's even worse. Actually, I don't know. Can you say Starmer is worse than Rishi?
Yes. And I have.
I don't know.
A lot.
I don't know if he's worse.
Like, he's been pretty clear on everything. That he's just as bad as the Tories, or even worse. Like,
For example,
the only real criticism he's had of the Tories generally is, oh, well, they're not going hard enough. They're not doing this efficiently enough. And it's all horrible shit that he says that about.
But I think one of the guys running against, let's see, who's that man running against Jeremy, that nobody, that no one cares about? Let me see.
Oh, that IVF clinic fucker. What's his face?
Can't find his name. So the nobody that's running against Jeremy has said about how there's a case for the private sector to resolve things. And I'm like, really? They've had like what, 14 years now to try and prove that, and it's only been getting worse. Like in Banbury, a woman gave birth to her daughter on a curb because the ambulance was taking too long. It's like this is the best we can do under the Conservatives. Okay.
that is appalling.
Tell you what, though. Said this a lot, but damn. When Theresa May, right? When Theresa May, she said, the people voted for pain. It was the most astute thing that anyone said in British politics for years. We love it.
We really did.
Yeah.
They delivered on it.
So the guy running against Jeremy is called Praful Nargund, and he runs a chain of private IVF clinics. So the Telegraph called it a private health boss will run for Labour against Jeremy.
It's like they're practically trying to spit in our faces.
Mm-hmm.
And like, what the fuck can you do with that other than vote to make Labour lose?
Oh, I just fucking hit myself in the tit. A moth flew into the room. I tried to kill it. It landed on my chest. So naturally, I punched it. And guess what, folks? Growing tits means it hurts if you punch the things.
We know about that, though, we don't.
It's equality.
Yeah, my tits hurt all the time.
Theresa May is given a peerage. Oh, for fuck's sake. Unbelievable.
You're shitting me.
No, look at the fucking screen. Look at it.
Why did she get a peerage? What did she do?
I don't know. Services to evil.
It's weird how we went from having Theresa May, who was like, trans people deserve dignity and empathy and understanding, to two ministers that were just throwing us under the bus. And Liz Truss, who killed the Queen. Wow.
Liz Truss, the best Prime Minister we've ever had.
She actually achieved what she set out to do when she was a Lib Dem. So yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah.
Liz Truss is the best.
Oh my god, does that mean she's also the most successful Lib Dem?
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
Right, wrong.
Nick Clegg looks like a faggot compared to her.
Yeah. Oh, I'm in Facebook now. I'm really successful. No, you fucking weren't. When were you Prime Minister, bitch?
Isn't Facebook on like going down in a way? Like Meta's shares are not that great.
Mine are.
Oh, you're
My Meta shot was doing really well.
Let's have a look. And let's
I'm
have a
up.
look on screen. Number.
I'm up 98% on that. But I did buy when they were getting all that hate.
Yeah, that's probably a really good time. They're doing all right, actually. I mean, you know, that would have been a good time to buy some.
Well, I've never been so wrong in my life.
That would have been a better time to buy some.
But I just
That
wanted
would have been
a
a shit
fucking
buy some.
massive. Like, anything advertising right now is doing really well.
Hmm.
It's just a license to print money.
Yeah.
Tories are set to suffer total annihilation. Final mega polls predict.
I mean, I'm not going to feel too sorry.
I still think it's going to be close, you know.
I think you're probably right. I've been saying from the start that if there's any man who can snatch defeat from the jaws of looming victory,
Jeremy
it's
Corbyn.
fucking Keir Starmer.
Do I need
Jeremy
to
Corbyn
move
already
next
did. Well, actually, he had everything against him, so.
Yeah, like
Sorry,
he was going
yeah.
to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, if anything. Like you know, and he nearly did in 2016, 2015, no, 2017. Well,
All he had to do was
Joe
go to class.
Joe
and do it,
Biden
and it's
moment
fine.
for me there.
It's nearly time.
It
look
is
what's going on.
getting on for it.
When the video does the thing paneling sideways, can you still see me, or am I like out of shot now?
No.
You're off there.
When
I can
it's
see you
like
shot.
that, I can.
If you saw my setup, you would be horrified and appalled.
Have you got your gaming rig?
It looks like you're laid down.
No, I'm not laying down. No, the gaming rig, Neil. So I'm moving house in August to a place that.
Yeah.
So the flat I'm living in at the moment has a man with some unique views, and and I'm living in a room where, like, it is, John, you would not be able to stand up in it.
Yeah. I remember it.
So we got a comment here. Trump. Why are you questioning Trump? Trump should win here.
Trump. He's gonna win.
We are Team Trump here.
And
He's
it's
a
gonna be
giant
amazing.
windbag. Why do you like Trump? He's an absolute piece of trash.
Yeah, but he's
I
funny.
like trash.
You like trash.
We love it. We're hogs for this shit.
I don't like the man. He's disgusting. He's got no sense of dignity. He's got no passion. I'm just gonna be the contrarian, all right?
Yeah,
You
but
can
he's
be
funny.
full on
Yeah.
thing. I'm gonna be the angry trans woman because I'm a trans woman.
Yeah.
And I have anger management issues.
You've got a clap. You've got a clap. For Trump, right? That's for Trump.
Yeah.
I agree, mate. I
You've
agree.
got to
It's
admit,
not for Trump. I don't think
who would better represent America? Who? Nobody.
Joe
He's the
Biden, of
president
course.
America deserves.
the only good thing.
Wait,
Trump
what's
does
happening with Joe Biden? Is he getting replaced?
with Biden?
Nobody knows.
Yeah, I'm not up to speed. What the fuck, Vanessa? Fucking bullshit.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you. I appreciate your support.
Fucking hate you.
Look, we're going to put on a show for the viewing public.
Stop
We can't all
chatting
be sitting
shizzle.
around in merchandise.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Team Trump.
I'd go and put mine on, but I can't be bothered to go downstairs and find them.
And that is the same energy that we all brought to the election this year. Cannot be
That's
bothered.
right, motherfuckers.
The show's nearly on.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah, it's getting there.
We're still watching, not going out. Like, no one cares. Actually, it is a decent show, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, it's so weird having like been involved in so many elections, and this is the first time where I was actually like, okay, it's happening. But it's like,
Yeah, you're normally out there campaigning and shit. Like,
Yeah, I was campaigning. I was knocking
You
on
was?
doors in winter for Jeremy.
Yeah.
Like,
was you doing it this year? Nothing.
but what I did this year is,
Cackle with us online.
yeah, that's about it, really.
Only £5. £5. I'll sell them at work for you. Oh, yes. Yes, please.
Nice.
We'll get in contact.
Now you need to adjust the prices to ensure you're making some form of commission. Don't work for free.
Oh, we are.
Yeah,
We
they are now worth $1 million. Because we support Trump and enterprise is everything.
We do not support Trump. The worst thing about
But
it
it's
is
funny! Make politics funny again.
Yes.
he
Yes.
does make politics funny, but then at the same time, he's also the goddamn president, putting McDonald's in the White House, trying to
Yeah,
ship away
that was
from his
brilliant.
friends. Oh, wait, that was
That was the
Biden.
best bit. Hang on. Let me find the picture. The Fast Supper.
Oh, yeah, the McDonald's. That was amazing. The guy's a goat.
The
He should be
best
president
Boris
or
one
something.
was when he got stuck
Yes.
when he was mayor of London, like just hanging there above the city.
Yes. Let me get
Boris
it.
was
Hang on.
funny, but still a knob.
We get it on
Not
the
enough.
fucking screen.
I'll be right back.
Boris was
I'm
a
gonna go
legend.
do some stuff. I'll be back.
Oh, here we go.
We want
Inception.
this. We want this. Look at this. This.
That is dreamy.
This is
Oh.
the pinnacle of
Oh.
American history. It's all downhill from here.
Give me Mackey's. Mackey's to the White House, please.
Look at this. little
Imagine
face.
getting that audio working in Mackey's. You'd lose your shit, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I'd like 300 burgers, please.
Delicious.
This was amazing. This was perfection. This was chef's kiss.
I did
What?
not vote reform.
Hope you vote reform.
Look at it.
Why? Okay,
Yeah, it's amazing how many people have said to say vote reform, and I actually kind of think they're going to do well this time.
Probably.
I know it's a joke, but I actually think they will.
it's not
Hey,
taboo
hey.
to discuss who you vote for. This is a democracy. If you've cast it, you've cast it. I know who Neil voted for. I know who I voted for, and I'm shocked I did it. True.
You voted for the
independence.
Tories, right?
I did.
didn't.
I voted for those cunts.
You dirty,
Hey
dirty
John.
Tory.
Hey John. Look at the main picture. Look at him.
True Independence Day. KFC? Oh,
Fucking A. Yeah.
a man has got
We've got to
taste.
give on this day for the ungrateful colonial swine. We've got to give him a bit of a shout out. And
Oh.
and what could be more American than this?
Hold on. It's on. It's on. I'm gonna turn.
Whoop.
We're probably going to get taken down for this. Where?
Do I want to be seen?
But okay,
Fuck the police.
we're commentators now. Professional.
Yeah.
Politics.
Real fucking professional. I am.
I am professional.
Oh, here he is.
So are we going to say who we all voted for then? Or are we going to save that?
Well,
Yes, they are, Vanessa. You are correct. Reform view Mysore as some ideological thing. They want good old traditional values. We'd all be
Yeah.
making sandwiches.
You'd never guess it, but Bailey is ideologically basically a fascist.
I mean, I do have the leather boots. You have these.
Yeah, that seems like a fascist move.
Is this being commented by Liz Truss?
No, that's fucking Laura. Is it? I can't remember her name.
Laura
Kuntzberg,
Kuntzberg.
Kuntzberg.
Don't
Oh, it is a fucking cunt. Look at this. Look at this. Fuck you.
I'm like, don't be mean to Laura, but yeah, all right, lay into Starmer.
Yeah. Can you, like, did the British public not hear his voice up till now?
Who's
It'd be
Keeman?
fucking lucky if they hadn't.
Yeah, but imagine the parodies you could get off Starmer's voice.
I
Yeah.
think
Tony
Keir
Blair's
Starmer-
nothing.
Keir Starmer would beat himself up if he thought it would win votes.
Well, he'd win my vote.
With my vote, I'd watch that. Yeah.
See, and he would. There's your favourite man, John. Give us a cheer.
Yeah, boy! Da, 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 da. Oh no, not Foxoris. Bring back Boris! Da, da, da. That'll do.
Wait, why did I just dance to that?
You Tory
You
bastard.
know the truth.
Bring back
I'm in
Liz.
Blythe, where a recount in 2019 stopped them winning. But this time, this team
Truly
is
greatest
even
Prime
more
Minister of all
determined
time.
than ever.
Killed the monarchy.
Just remembering.
One fell swoop.
Most prime ministers of all time.
Well, let's just see,
Like,
shall we?
I heard on the
Scotland has got
radio
this race many times,
that Boris
and
was
they're not
probably
giving
going
up
to be
without
out
a fight.
soon, and he would most likely be replaced by his anointed chosen successor, Liz Truss. And I'd been cackling that Boris was going to be out soon.
Oh,
Then I heard that Liz Truss was probably going to be legit, and I had to pull over because I was laughing so hard because I'd have crashed otherwise.
I remember.
Bring back to live. Is she really a dom?
Fucking deserve.
No, she's just sobby, isn't she? That's
We're
why she got
about
that
to do
necklace.
that sci-fi thing where they like fill up all the house electronics.
I'll be able to tell you
Mm.
which seats are most likely to be changing hands. If neither Keir Starmer
I thought
or
that was
Rishi
the
Sunak
Chat and
win the
Chisel
magic
logo in the
326
background.
We've upped our budget. We're on the BBC now.
One of these days, John.
Congratulations.
Look, I've got a supporter. Boris is the greatest Prime Minister of all time. If a commenter says it, it has to be a
Guys,
fact.
can I give my prediction as the former councillor candidate chairperson?
Go on.
Okay, so Jeremy lost to Boris in the past because UKIP stood down all of their candidates. So
Yeah.
if you were left wing, your vote was split between the Greens, the Lib Dems, and Labour. If
Yeah.
you wanted to leave the
Well,
EU,
not the
you
fucking
could only
Lib
vote
Dems.
Boris. Pardon, Neil?
Not the fucking Lib Dems. Nobody.
Yeah, because that was still a vote for remaining, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, at least it's not
What
for
vote?
Change UK. Anyway, so
No, we weren't one of the proud 10,000, certainly.
this time the problem is the right wing vote is going to be split between the Tories and Reform, which
Yeah.
means I personally believe that Labour has just been given a clear path straight to number 10 because the Tories don't give a damn.
Oh, here's the polls. Exit polls.
That
That is an absolute demolish for Labour.
Thank you.
There's no way. There's no fucking way. Nah. Nah.
We should
Tell you
have
what,
made
though.
bets. I would have just raked it all in just then.
Tell you what, though, the Tories are going to survive it. Like, it's not going to be the
Yeah,
end
it's
of
the
it.
Tories, like they always do. Labour and Tory always will.
Can I share a story from a Reform interaction I had?
Yeah.
I can't deal with the
Okay,
reform
so
supporters.
Vanessa, you'll love this. I was in Brackley recently. I left a cafe, and a Reform supporter saw me approaching, and I was dressed in all my femme glory. And they said, "Oh, do you work in the cafe?" And I went, "No, I don't work in the cafe." what do you want? And he went to give me a leaflet, and I went, sorry, buddy, I'm not the sort of demographic you're aiming for. You lot don't want me to exist. And then I went back with my voice up here again. I just love throwing the voice up and down to really screw.
The Tories have definitely self-sabotaged. That was
Yes.
what it's about.
That, Emily, that's exactly, and that's the point my mum was making earlier. It's like the Tories are getting off because it's just like with New Labour back when Thatcher lost. New Labour took over, so much damage had been done, they didn't get enough time to fix it, and at the same time they were going to try and fix it with watered down Tory economics. It was never going to work. Yes, it lowered poverty. Yes, less people were starving, but the fundamental basis of their operation was the same as Margaret Thatcher's. That's why when asked what her greatest achievement was, Maggie said New Labour. So, yeah. And Keir Starmer's a continuation of that, which means the rot that gave us Brexit, we're going to see it get worse.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and much worse than Brexit, besides, of course.
Yeah, but Corbyn's an anti-Semite.
It's going to
I'm gonna
be
get a beer.
treacherous and vile to levels that were previously unimaginable. And it's going to be fucking great. I can hardly wait.
Neil, you are the reason why I stay sane. I'm not kidding. Like me, I'm there clutching my pearls, going, oh God, this is terrifying. And there's you just cackling away. And I'm like, Neil seems happy. Look at his happy face. It can't be that bad. It's all right. And then at the same time, I've got a doctor in Essex refusing to support me because I'm trans. So I'm like,
I'm not telling you it's not that bad. I'm telling you it's like, it's worse than you can possibly have imagined. And it's really funny.
It's the Homer Simpson thing when Bart goes, this is the worst day of my life. And Homer goes,
yeah,
it's the worst day of your life so far.
I've got a decision here, lad.
Yeah.
That difficult decision. Thatcher's gold or
Is it to
dark
get
fruit?
back on your fucking camera or not?
Nah, I'll do that anyway. Dark fruits. What's Thatcher's gold?
John, you didn't close the door.
It's the one thing I got up for, really.
Well, I think in honour of the continuation of Thatcher's greatest achievement that this represents, I think you should get started on the Thatchers.
What a shift in the political.
Yes. I drink Thatcher's blood. I need the blood orange one. That'd be great. Blood.
I just had a funny thought earlier. J.K. Rowling, for all her hatred of trans and non-binary people, she's sure working hard to make the greatest gender-neutral toilet.
Do you know who J.K. Rowling endorsed for this election? It'll blow your fucking mind.
It ain't gonna be the Tories.
Posey Parker.
No.
It ain't gonna be Reform. Maybe
Green. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. I'll get back to you in a minute.
Is it Reform?
No, it's even funnier than that.
If it's Reform, we know Ethan's going to be happy.
Emily says thank you.
I saw.
It's way I promise you, it's way funnier than that. All right, I got it. Hang on, let me screen share it for you.
I've never seen a 400 seat thing. Has that ever been done before?
Your eyes, John. You're seeing it right now.
I know that's an exit poll, right? But has it actually ever happened before?
Hang on. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? I promise you are.
Horrendous.
There you go.
What?
No.
Yes.
Can we get a fact check on this?
It's not a communist party.
She did it by tweet. Where the fuck is it? Show us the fucking tweet.
Ethan voted Lib Dems.
Oh, you bitch.
To be fair, though,
how can you vote
to the Lib Dems, to be fair, their meme game on TikTok, fucking brilliant. There's so much out there.
They knew they weren't going to win. They knew they weren't.
They won the meme game, and that's all that matters, really. Labour's
What's his
fucking
name?
memes were shit.
Whose memes were shit?
Labour's.
I liked their TikTok.
Here's a fucking headline for you. Look at this.
Party backed up slowly after JK
UK
expresses
Communist Party backs away slowly after JK Rowling support. This is like the Are We the Baddies sketch from Mitchell and Webb. Like,
I mean, good on them.
I didn't even know that we had a communist party in the UK.
no, we've had
No,
one for
they're
ages.
like
They give out
12 dudes.
leaflets. You see them at every Labour conference. They're outside handing out leaflets and communist literature.
The exit poll suggest the situation in Scotland.
I told you, didn't I? I told you weren't ready for that.
I was not. Fucking communist party. Ugh.
Labour is not
done-
a
she's done
communist
that.
party, and after the next 5 years, you'll wish it was.
Let's go straight to heading for government. Angela Rayner is with us tonight from Ashton under Lyme. Thanks very much indeed for joining.
I just didn't take her for being a
Do you
communist.
believe these
She's
numbers,
not.
Angela Rayner?
She's a
Why is she
billionaire.
supporting them? I don't get it.
Because they're
It doesn't make
turf.
sense. Was it a troll?
No, it's because they were really well. They had a public stance that they were quite against trans people for some fucking I don't know why. But they
The
were.
Communist Party did.
The numbers are
Yeah.
a bit more than encouraging, though, for the Labour Party. I mean, you will have had
fuck?
thousands of activists.
I know, right?
Stump today,
Dumb
banging
shit
on
all around.
doors, doing their own research with their clipboards, getting busy. Do your numbers at Labour HQ?
Oh, if only
They're
that
doing
much.
all right in Scotland.
18% in Scotland. I suppose the S&P's been fucked. They've only got 10.
Yeah.
The SNP have been demoralised because of the allegations about, you had the what about Nicola Sturgeon and the dodgy money handling.
Yeah.
They
And
say
then their
she
new
bought
guy,
Nancy
and
Kerrigan
then he
with her.
stepped down, and then I don't even know who leads them at the moment.
Vanessa's
Let's
asking,
throw out
have
the
you
loop.
seen Sunak's latest comments? Have we?
Have you seen Sunak's latest
Sunak's latest
comments?
comments.
Let's have
I'm
a
off
look.
to California. Bye.
No,
Where
what's
would
he
it be?
said?
Sunak's?
I have been owned and I'm short.
Is it on X?
Reluctant to crack a smile.
It's a
Keir
TikTok.
Starmer's watchword all the way through is to tell you all you
X,
must not
John.
be confused.
Yeah, where did they do it officially? Yeah, like
Peter Mandelson chuckling along in the studio here as you are
they usually push it around everywhere, don't they?
emphasizing the
21 minutes ago, to the
concern
hundreds of Conservative
for you. So do you
candidates,
think that you are going
thousands
He
of
said-
volunteers and millions of voters, thank you for your hard work, and thank you for your support, and thank you for your vote. You've lost, mate.
Do you want to see a picture of Rishi Sunak with a tall soldier?
Oh yeah, I do.
An MP. I've not been able to affect change.
Rishi Sunak's pretty tall though, isn't he?
So the
No, he's
ability
short as
and
fuck.
opportunity to serve
Midget.
British people and to bring
John,
about
how can
change
someone
in
of your stature regard Rishi as tall?
He is quite tall. Look at him. He looks like skinny and lanky, isn't he?
Do you know what? I'm going to put my phone stripper heels and shave it.
Here he is.
Oh, we've got the latest
Here he is.
comment.
Yeah.
Wait.
Look at him.
What the
Man,
shit? Fucking midget.
Look at him.
I have 2 young daughters you can trust. Fred West had 4. What?
Fucking hell.
Was he trying to be funny? Was
John,
he trying
look
to
at
be
him.
funny?
Emily is probably taller than Rishi Sunak. No kidding.
Oh my god, he's so small. He's as tall as there. How tall? Unbelievable. How tall is Richie?
And he couldn't rise above it in this election.
I keep saying Richie instead of Rishi. I get it right.
I mean, it's understandable you keep saying that. It's like calling David Cameron pig fucker.
I think that's funny.
He's 5'5". Emily is taller than him.
I told you.
My god. That's crazy.
But now
Oh, there you go.
question is, are they going to get it?
Fred West has 4 daughters. What's your point?
Do you want to change the Trump banner to be the Labour majority exit poll?
Oh, I'm not showing on screen. That one. Did he say that in one of the debates then? Has he just said this randomly? How is that a reason to trust someone?
You got to remember, their sense of humour is not like ours because
Human.
they're not working class. They've never pulled a pint. They've never unloaded a lorry.
He's filled a car actually. He's like me.
Piss don't
He
count.
didn't know how to pay. He filled the car. Or some pleb.
I remember cracking a joke about that photo of him filling a car once. Like he'd bought a really tiny little mini car or something just so that he appeared normal size.
Also, Grant Shapps, Defence Secretary, a 6% chance of winning his seat in Welwyn Hatfield in Hertfordshire. Let me bring you some more.
I mean, 131 seats is still plenty of Tories, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why isn't that number higher? They've decimated the country. They've done more damage to our finances than.
I hope Brom's goes Tory still.
I mean, with my
Liz Truss almost killed the pension market.
Her chance of winning at 25%. This is all on the balance of probability.
I wonder what the stock market's doing on this.
John, you could lose.
It's not really going to care.
Show us, John. You know these.
No! Don't take my mug away. I love my mugging.
Your man crush is going down. We're going to see him in Lidl packing bags.
How the fuck is what's the nickname for him? The Minister for the 17th Century. How the fuck is he only on 47%?
Because he contains all the conservative charisma. You may not agree, but that's what the perfect male body looks like.
Thank you for that. Much more.
Let's have a word then with our guests here in the studio. Steve Baker.
Oh, the market's not open.
Our projections that say, I'm afraid for you, show you losing your seat in a second. But Peter Banner,
have a look on Forex. That'll be going. Check the pound.
Oh, check the pound. Yeah. GDP.
Things might still feel uncertain.
USD.
Call yourself a number whisperer.
I don't know if this is like live.
She's going to carry big responsibility.
It's going like flat, really.
No, yeah.
Nothing
The
interesting.
woke communists in the Forex market are bored as well.
But we're not going to see any real changes to the economy like we did it with Brexit or the threat of a Corbyn government, because it's one set of slimy hands exchanging government to a new set of, skeletal slimy hands.
Yeah. One set of reptile claws to another.
An extraordinary achievement for Keir Starmer.
The real question, though, is like...
Fuck you, Starmer!
2019. Nobody would have imagined that this was possible. And they and the team and all the people who have run this campaign deserve absolutely every piece of credit that's coming their way.
Fart in the face.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You're hardly fucking done anything.
The benefit of Labour winning is like last time with Blair when he won. Poverty did go down. We had sure starts, schools, hospitals. We had the lowest NHS wait lists in history. New Labour did a lot of it, but then they did the Iraq war. So,
yeah, about that.
Yes, on one hand, they had some nursing centres and shit, but on the other hand, they killed 1 million people and ruined an entire
more easily more than 1 million. But the cost of the Iraq war and the turbulence it created in the Middle East, we're still feeling to this day. So it's like this is where me and New Labour colleagues did not get along, because I was like, all of your successes are drenched in the blood of the people you killed for a war that should have never happened. You can't have the moral argument.
By sitting here being able to accept that Labour have had a landslide, it's a pretty devastating night for the Conservatives.
Oh, it's him. He's intolerable.
Peter, to be fair,
Steve Barclay? I don't know.
Oh,
Baker.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Name
He's a
rings a
massive
bell. I
cunt.
don't know why, but cunt.
My support for leaving the EU, there's no doubt.
He sounds like
Look at him. Well then.
You made quite a lot of that stress.
Professional political commentary here.
Difficult for people who were trying to run the country.
Indeed we did, but I have to say, if we had not resisted the deal over which I resigned from the
No,
government,
what the Lib
I'm quite
Dems
sure the
forecast to
Conservative
get.
Party would have split sooner.
I thought you said, what are the Lib Dems
61.
for then? I was going to be like,
Peter would have
fuck
welcomed
if I know.
61
So I'm
seats.
not sorry that we did that. I think it would have been.
They'll need
very
at least
astute
3
potentially, whereas
minivans this
this
time
is
to
like
get
from
to.
a Conservative point of view, I think this creates a very bad situation.
Holy shit, they've regained their glory days when they, you know, did the thing where they have occasionally 1 or 2 half-decent policies, and that's good enough to sort of make them a real viable third party.
So they are massively up from last time.
Yeah.
Like nearly 6 times.
They might need to hire a coach this time.
And obviously, all of us are very worried about the future of the country.
That is
Under
mad.
Labour government, even of course, Peter's
Reform haven't done very well, have they? I really thought they were going to blow away.
I got to stop reading about Joe Biden but I don't want to stop reading about Joe Biden because it's fucking hilarious. And quit out of there and go and have a look at the UK.
A recording of a private speech that I gave, and so
Neil, the free fall of Western civilization is not hilarious.
Yes, it fucking is.
Sounds very much like Hitler. This guy, yeah, 100%. He's basically a British Hitler.
See,
I
I
hope he
was
never gets
worried.
power.
Good enough about Bailey.
I understand from my
Like,
own gambling. My own,
I do have my big book of genocide
and in the
behind
press,
me.
It took a while before even journalists realised that D-Day was a
What?
mistake.
What?
Is that Brannigan's big book of genocide?
No, it's what I studied for my dissertation, so I've got
Oh,
this.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bloody dissertation.
It was. I tried to prove whether or not you could predict if a genocide was going to happen and whether or not you could stop one. And the answer was yes, you can predict. You're going to be very, very hard-strung to try and stop one because no country can actually get the stones to stop one because all of them have too much money involved.
Wow, this capitalism thing kind of sucks.
I was watching an interview with Trump, and he was basically saying that he should let Israel just do their own thing. Is that not going to start World War III if they do their own thing and they just wipe out Palestine? Like,
well, not really, because they're already.
We're kind of fucked.
They've got a nuclear weapon. They're the world's only non-declared nuclear power, but all of their neighbours know it. No one's willing to start a nuclear.
Israel isn't declared.
No,
no.
They got probably about 400 nuclear weapons, and they haven't declared any of them.
Who the fuck declares them? What are they doing?
Well, the people who don't want to end the world in nuclear fire, they tend to declare them.
As this, and then catapult into not just a majority.
Hey, they explain that to the man.
But
what was the question?
Majority of the kind that you're.
It was
how have they not been declared?
Declare their nukes.
Okay, so the reason why we know Israel have nuclear weapons is once upon a time they tried to arm South Africa, and the rest of the world found out because an explosion went off, and the Americans and the French and all the other nations were like, "Hold up, wait a minute, what the hell was that?" And then they were like, oh, there's South Africa. Wait, what? There's Israel. Wait, what? So South Africa was convinced to not have nuclear weapons and they put it down, but no one actually went and went, hey, Israel, about those nukes. No one's touching it. No one's going near it.
And we hope that one of them will come with the first result.
But we all know they've got them.
Time after 10 past 11, so we'll keep
That's
an eye
fine.
on those counts.
Yep.
Heroic efforts there.
Yeah, they really go for it. The North East.
The Middle East in 2 words, isn't it? That's fucked.
Most of the damage in the Middle East is due to Britain. If you look at Iran, where we killed, they had the monarch, they overthrew him, they had a socialist leader, and the British had that leader removed by assassination. The Americans and the UK worked on that, and then you ended up with fundamentalist Ayatollah. Let's talk about the Taliban. They were seen as like legendary freedom fighters fighting against the communists. Then that came around and bit us in the backside. If you look into the history of each nation, we should have left well enough alone. And we didn't.
Of the house. It's been so quiet here this evening. No cars going in or out. All we could hear
Basically, it's all our fault.
We could smell the cows in the field next
I mean,
door.
yeah, basically.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be. I'm sorry. I've got this thing called books, and I read them. And it's all bad
God doesn't do
news.
that.
When I was in
Just
China,
read something positive, man. Like it doesn't matter.
when I was in
We're
China,
fine.
my students were angry about the French and British ransacking Beijing and setting fire to the Forbidden City. I said,
Yeah.
it was a while ago. Is there anything I can do? And they said, apologize. And I said, well, I'm not an official from the government, but I can. And I apologized. And all of a sudden, they brought me like the most gifts I've ever received in my life. I was like, guys, I don't need gifts. It's okay.
I
I just
may go there.
apologize.
I may do this.
Victoria, thank you.
I've
I want
still
some
got the
gifts.
plushie somewhere in my house. It's the strangest and cutest and softest bear I've ever known.
Aw, that's cool.
And they gave me an ashtray, which was in the shape of the Birdmouth Stadium. I was like, I'm conflicted because I don't smoke, but it's rude not to use it, but I'm putting fag ends in your national monument. I'm just going to leave this on a shelf.
And if Paul is anything like right, she will be the Education Secretary shortly. She's inside at Sunderland while they continue to run around outside. Right, let's cross to the other big camp tonight. Let's speak to Fiona.
Have you ever
who is at
attended
Camp
like the
Starmer.
count at polling
Perhaps a
station?
very different
No, I've only watched it on TV.
pictures, but Fiona, have you
I
seen
can
Yeah.
only imagine it's the dullest shit ever.
Yeah, like look at that guy run. That's the excitement. Got polling cards.
One vote.
Compared to what we just saw at Victoria and Richmond.
Two votes.
Huge sense of anticipation here.
3 votes.
Feverish activity. They're counting the votes.
I can tell you a story from when I attended the Brexit polls.
Go on,
You
then.
did that?
How many did you rig?
Yeah, go on.
So no, I was one of the Labour representatives, and I was at the polling, like the count in Toaster, and there's a bit where the votes, if they've been defaced or written on, we have to decide. Well, we don't decide. There's a person, like an invigilator, and they will look at it, and all the other parties gather around to see the judgment, and we can agree or disagree or challenge it.
Yeah.
One person wrote on the ballot that she was like 80 years old, she's voted in every election since she could, and this is the first time she had no idea who to vote for. And the Tories were like, that's a wasted vote. And I said, no, what they've done is they've told us we've all fundamentally failed to convince them of our position. This is not a wasted vote. This should be a wake-up call that we as politicians can't convince people that oxygen's worth breathing. I think we're fucked.
It's true because basically all the big politicians were for like staying in, and if they can't convince, like it just shows how little power they have, really.
Do you want to know how I expressed much the same sentiment a couple of years ago? Well, first of all, I drew a big spunking dick over most of the ballot. And then I wrote in big letters, Keith Starmer for Mayor of Bell End.
Did you do this all within the box? Because if you did, that would be counted as a vote.
It was, I made very sure to make sure that it wasn't going to be counted as a vote.
I thought it had to be an X for it to be counted.
No, it's going to be something approaching a mark.
Yeah, I can make that an X. That dick.
Oh yeah, for our international viewers, of which I'm sure there are thousands by now, then
We have 2 viewers. One's probably Emily and one's Vanessa.
Two highly
And one might be
valuable.
Ethan.
showing you Bell End anyway, right? Look at that. Look at that.
Bell End. We live near Bell End.
Yeah.
There's a road in my village called the Knob.
Beautiful, is it not?
And then close
Every
is
time.
Licky Hills.
Yeah. Every time I drive through Bell End, I go.
I'd like you free.
Does Licky End appear on the map? Actually, bloody well ought to.
Yeah,
I'm not saying this election was bad, but
Licky.
hey, if you're new to this, we're currently viewing a map of Bell End because it's more titillating and exciting than the restoration of stability in Britain.
Look at that. There's a
Good
pub
story.
called the Bell. You can go for a drink at the Bell End.
I'd join you guys for a drink at Bell End. Your tabs trigger me. You think that at uni, Neil's computer literally ran slower because of his tabs, and I really, really wanted to close it, and he was like, "No,
It
these are all
fucks
really
me off
important."
so
Fucking
much.
handle my tabs. Luckily, computers are faster now, so they can support hundreds of tabs.
And your reaction.
You're not using them. Just bookmark stuff.
No, then I won't remember stuff like this. We don't care about that.
Literally just. He's even got bookmarks. Look at it all. It's all like folded as well. All like crave.
I bet you'd forgot about these, don't you? Yeah.
I had not. How could I forget about that, Neil? Look at me. I'm fat as fuck. I'm going to remember fucking Mackey's at the White House.
All right, remember this then, bitch. Huh?
Yeah, I saw a Simpsons episode on it. No, I remember that.
I agree with Vanessa.
I think about that every day.
The world ends. Can we buy that orb?
Oh, it's a Saudi orb. If you need to ask the price, then you can't afford it.
Open a new window that's clean and one that's full of tabs instead. No. No. You don't need that.
We're not doing that.
What a waste of resources. He
He
can't save all of his shit like that.
Do you want to get really triggered?
That's what problems Neil's tabs. Yeah. It's more important than the election. God damn it.
What do we want? No, you don't want to see my
Look at the
emails.
fucking state of it. Can you scroll across? Go on.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh my god. But why? Your computer can. You've only had that computer like a few weeks.
No, like
How?
I need to look at a lot of things.
Fucking close the cat tabs, man.
Like, what's this?
Please.
Yeah? I needed to find out what this was. I bet you don't even know what F score is, do you?
I don't have a fucking clue. I don't care. Should we see if anything interesting is going on with politics?
Nah, nothing is. Let's be honest.
The Tories in 14 years.
Yeah, that's enough of that.
Hang on, I got something that's going on interesting with politics.
That the voters are wrong, they might end up in an even worse.
Here we are. Yeah, there you go.
Daily Labour. Daily Labour. Labour will eat your pets. It's enough for mine. I'm voting Tory.
All right, look at that.
Just to download the Labour manifesto as a PDF. They've got this website with all these like little tabs and bookmarks.
Yeah, I voted for Labour and I didn't even look at the manifesto.
Well, that's all right. I voted for Tories and I didn't look at the manifesto either.
I was pretty adamant that I was just going to draw a dick on it, but in the end I was like, I just want the Tories out. That's all I want.
You're a pussy, John.
I am
Lack
pussy.
of conviction.
What happens if there is like a majority of people that spoil their vote? Is there no government?
No, it's just lots of people are pissed off and then nothing happens. Democracy.
But there's no one elected, right? Because that's the majority.
No. It's still it's just whoever turns up and votes that wins, even if it's bullshit.
What's the point of spoiling your vote then? You might as well just not vote.
Well, one, it's very funny, and two, it's supposed to send a message that's, you know, something equivalent of none of the above represent me. And like David said, we like that should be a clear message to the people running all this nonsense. You know, your asses are on the line here. This is not on. You're fucking up. But I don't care.
293 majority, really slender majorities.
What the hell is it?
It's been sent this.
Keep things better. Where are things better, John? Where? In the
I didn't make it. I didn't make it, man. I didn't make it.
No, you'd have put your head on the right way. You know how to use the mirror tool, yeah. Where's my throat?
I think I just want Keir Starmer to be elected and go, the previous wave of terror has ended. Let a new wave of terror come.
Rishi, 4 more years. 4 more years.
Tell them, Ethan.
Okay, let's move on. Let's do the next.
Tory
Guys,
bastard.
if you see the front page of the manifesto, it's Keir Starmer looking like a supply teacher that can't believe the fucking monsters he's about to teach. It just says change, and there's him just looking like not impressed.
Yeah. Something I noticed, right? You mentioned Change UK earlier. Change UK has sort of become the central pillar of the Labour Party somehow. You know, is what they are now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Boring centrists who don't actually offer any change, but use the word.
Oh, is it the map of like all the different places? Wolverhampton's Labour, Monch,
I mean, that's a lot of red.
Beaconsfield's Tory. What a shock! Beaconsfield, Exmouth. Where's Ethan from? He's down there. I think it's Plymouth. Plymouth. It's quite a lot of Lib Dem.
Red Plymouth, isn't it?
Anything in England at this point, and we're still in the first 150.
One sec, guys, I've got something in my box.
They couldn't even have a coalition with that much, could they?
Corbyn's manifesto, and I've got Keir Starmer's one in front of me.
I imagine they're much the same, just like way more toned down.
Sussex Lib Dem. Lib Dem's doing brilliantly. Labour doing brilliantly. Beaconsfield, there we are.
I just remembered the time at like a Labour Party conference when Keir Starmer gave like a 2-hour-long speech, which was way longer than any other leader has ever given. And like but at the end of it, no one was any wiser about where he stood on anything, and so it was a total waste of everyone's fucking time.
Let this election, okay, just observe what's happening. Observe the easy, gentle mittens used when interviewing Keir Starmer.
Yeah.
This is the role the media plays in deciding who gets elected. Corbyn was rough, brutally savaged every day of his time as leader. Keir Starmer has presided over some of the most dodgy stuff in the party, and nothing.
Labour gains still in the
majority of the
board. You're seeing the Conservatives can't defend
this manifesto for the many, not the few, and then this one is, it is time to change Britain. We are the Labour Party. Our leader is Keir Starmer. Britain really needs change. The government now has caused big problems for the country and everyone. It gets a fuck. Like, it reads like a little Mr. Men book that you'd read a child. This is what they put out for the whole country. Here's one that treated you like a fucking adult. Now you can get spoon-fed bollocks by Uncle Keith for the next one.
Under our prediction. So it is a
from what I read of it, which is very little, I'll admit, is they promote change, but they don't really go into detail of how they will change. They just say that, we're going to put more money into the NHS and then reduce waiting hours. But how are you going to reduce the waiting hours when you haven't got the staff? Money alone isn't enough. You've got to have the people that are actually willing to come in and do it, and they don't have them. It's been a shortage for all this time.
They're just going to press the reduce waiting hours button. No one's thought to press it before. Duh. It's like the grow the economy button that's right next to it, yeah? Why did no one think of this before?
The magic button. Well, Liz Truss did it. What did she just reduce taxes and hope for the best.
She made mortgage rates decline, and
to everyone who's campaigned for Labour in this election,
quite literally killed the economy.
And put their trust in our
To be fair, that wasn't just her. That was like global stuff as well. But it was a lot worse in the UK, I'll admit. Like, of the top G7 or whatever, it was all the worse.
It was a lot worse in the UK because the pension funds that make the money off government gilts went, holy shit, if she's got no taxes, how is she going to pay us? And the pension fund is literally a trillion, multi-trillion pound block of the UK economy. Truss killed that in one night, which is why Kwasi Kwarteng was told, "You're going to backpedal on your really dumb ideas."
From Sunderland South. Now, Naga, first of all, how's it looking there?
Hey, evening. It's looking
Best Prime Minister we've
really
ever had.
busy. A record's already been broken. I was here in 2019.
It was rough.
So she's the
There was so many idealistic people that believed in that sort of scheme there. It was weird.
Well, Liz Truss is one.
No, yeah, just reducing taxes and they think, oh, more rich people will come here, which means they'll spend more in the economy. But it doesn't mean that. Like, there's already a load of rich people here.
Yeah.
Truss's ideas didn't come out of nowhere. There was a guy called Milton Friedman, and he fundamentally believed that if you remove all taxes, if you remove all state ownership, the economy will thrive. There was one country where he got to run this experiment to quite a high level. It was called Chile, and the country went pretty much bankrupt. Pinochet killed a lot of people, and the only company left in the end that could pull them out of it a bit was the copper mines, which Pinochet refused to privatize. So, yeah, Liz Truss
Killing a lot of people is sort of underselling it. He had them loaded into helicopters and flew them over the ocean and kicked them out.
And he filled stadiums and shot them. It was one of the most brutal murderers in South America. And he assassinated Allende on like 9/11. So in Chile, 9/11, the guy got killed.
Had the fallen vocal support of Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah, she shielded him when the Spain wanted to arrest him for his crimes.
Yep.
Is that Liz Truss dancing? No, that's Theresa May.
That's Theresa May.
Anyway, yeah, the genius, and it is genius of Liz Truss, right, is you can't possibly argue against her. Because you make a fool of yourself if you try. All you can do is laugh.
Al's calling me for some reason.
Naga, thank you. We're going to go over to where
I'm on stream.
the head honcho was poached.
Go away.
Tell him to come in here.
Trying to get the first count in Blythe.
The real thing I want to see is if Corbyn wins Islington.
They're convinced they're going to be first ever.
And how many votes does Count Binbase get?
Feeling about the night so far.
Do you know what, Clive? At the moment, they're in.
Oh, is that what we're really watching for?
Very.
See how many
so they're not saying
votes Binface gets.
Well, Count Binface got more votes than Binface.
Anthony's Catholic high schools before I talk about anyone else, because they are
that
the
gives
kids
me
that you
some
have
faith.
seen on your screens running these boxes in for the last half hour or so. They've been having special training. There is a human
I've just got
chain
the Labour manifesto on my screen, and it just feels like they're treating me like an idiot.
So these are 17 and 18-year-olds, maybe not old enough to vote yet, but definitely playing their part here on election night. And I know here at the
Can you guys hear that all right?
The underdogs, when it comes to timing, we are perhaps expecting to come in second. But I can tell you, we have a secret weapon in this room. Here in this room is Jackie, one of the bank tellers from the original super fast counts all those years ago. She's brought back the A team, and they are at the back of this room now.
Are all these people there running with boxes for free? Who would volunteer to do that?
It's 19 pages, and it looks like someone in the sixth form made it.
Thank you, Sally.
I'd carry the boxes, but I wouldn't do it for free. Special training to run the box.
It's great to see you both. Thank you.
I
was actually one of those. Sally was talking about those kids who were helping bring the boxes in. I was one of those.
Oh, well, there you go.
And he goes, you know, your tabs earlier, Neil. I bet even Boris doesn't have that many tabs.
He
Bar
does,
tabs, maybe.
it's all the wives that he's having to pay child support to.
Oh.
As the night goes on, so much is going to come in.
Sorry, did I say?
Will come in. Steve Baker is your own result in Wickham.
You know who probably does have that many tabs, though?
But before you go, before you were
Michael Gove.
saying you were sure that Rishi Sunak would do the right thing by the party.
Why?
It's a joke about drugs, John.
By the country.
Okay.
Well, so I think obviously this is an extremely difficult moment for the Conservative Party. Clearly he'll be handing power over to Keir Starmer. But how he behaves as leader of the Conservative Party is something I'm sure he'll weigh extremely carefully. We've just had a torrid time, a dreadful result. There will be undoubtedly recriminations, there'll be shock, there'll be anger, denial. We'll go through a grieving process, then we'll have to, at some point, earn the right to be heard again.
But would it be credible for him to be the man at the helm when it looks like he's just led you to your worst ever
The worst Tory loss ever. Gunsberg's going for him.
But as I say, it's a matter for him.
Oh, we have Wentz. Hello.
Hello.
Biscuit has a broken camera.
No, Biscuit's camera's not set up.
Oh, all right, they're good.
How's
your van?
It's really good. I still got MOT for a month.
Wait, you've got it?
No, John, I don't have it.
No, he nicked it off me.
Ah.
Beat me up and took it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Deserve it.
to allow the state to grow, to allow the tax burden to rise to its highest ever level. What's your view on that?
I think that there's a great deal at stake. One thing is events plus
So who's winning, John?
of WhatsApp and Twitter.
Labour are absolutely destroying everyone. It's only the exit poll though, so we don't really know.
Enormous acceleration in the public debate. COVID
Oh shit! Yeah. I gotta close Discord down.
What's happening in the United States or France? Personally, I think that what has happened for 50 years
That's
is
better.
that Western states have been living far beyond their means and ultimately paying for it with cheap money. And that
So,
has
John?
left a sense of injustice in the world not working.
You coming airsoft next week?
No.
Why?
I didn't even know he was going there, so. And I can't be asked. And I don't have a gun. I don't have bullets.
Yeah, you do. You borrow mine. MP5.
Yeah, but I can't be asked.
Yeah, that's
What day are you even going? On the weekend?
Sunday.
I'm working the weekend. I'm working.
Of course you are.
Working Friday to Monday. I think.
And very practical policies which can make, for example,
Oh no.
I think we can be
Are you going now?
record.
Nah.
It's very interesting that Labour
CBA,
returned
also
to the
one of the
idea
people
of
that
using the private sector to get waiting lists down. I've said it before, I'm sure I'll say it again. I wish the Labour
So Neil, what day are you free?
since 2010 because it
BT has gone super quiet. I'll turn it off a bit.
What
Oh,
day?
for
would be in a better place. So
CNC stuff and that sort of thing, maybe.
Yeah, show me how to set this battery charger up.
Quite a while to work.
Oh, that as well, yeah.
But I suppose what I need to do is make a plea to all
I don't know,
Conservatives
probably
at
not for a bit,
whatever
to be
level,
honest.
whether elected to Parliament or formally, to just think
Oh yeah,
extremely
Al.
carefully about what
Vanessa
they
says
say.
she's going to sell some of our
There is a
glasses.
moment when we start to rebuild the Conservative Party, and it begins by not airing recriminations in public. We've got to learn
Mainly just for the
air our
CNC,
differences
not CNC.
privately
Mainly
and
just
work
for the
through
charger I
in the spirit of
need.
goodwill.
Yeah, but Steve,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you're quoted as
There'll be like YouTube tutorials for it. It's a really common charger. What I recommended
by
to
your
you.
colleagues
Ah,
4
okay.
times
I'll have a look at that in a second then.
Brexit,
Yeah.
COVID lockdown.
Like, it looks kind of complicated, but it sort of isn't that much, really. I mean, sort of main thing is, main thing is you want it in live feed mode rather than lipo mode, and you want to use you want to use balance mode rather than charge mode.
What are you talking about, your van or your guns?
Guns.
What are you live on?
What?
We were live on YouTube, so what are we live
I'm not
on?
live on our YouTube because we've got the strike, and I don't want to. If we're streaming BBC, then we'll get a strike for it probably. So I'm doing it on mine. I'm doing it on. I was going to do it on Facebook. You need 100 followers on Facebook now.
Yeah, not cool.
And I've done it on Twitter
Who thought it was extraordinary to be
and my YouTube,
I mean, I think it
personal
would provoke
YouTube.
massive conspiracy theories.
Okay, so if you
If
see
no
the
one in Parliament had been
wardrobe
willing to
behind
give
me,
voice to that, and I'm proud
this
that I
is
did.
this is what happens when your friends are shit at
The
Fortnite.
coming weeks, the coming months, however big the majority
What the
turns out to be,
fuck?
that's how
Yeah,
well,
kind of
the
like
reality
How would you do that?
I elbowed here,
Oh,
and it may have broken the brackets out of the
a
other
lot of
side.
things that can't be magicked away by a big majority. And I guess there's a challenge for an incoming government.
That wasn't me, was it?
weighted with
No, it wasn't you. No,
Oh, thank God.
that then confronts a reality
it
that
might have
seems
been like
difficult to
England. To be fair, I don't really know.
If I look back over
Screw England.
my
They
whole
They were
cost
shit.
money.
and before, I must say
I'm still fucking reeling at that bet that you sold out of real quick because Al just came up with like a a lie that they'd already scored or something.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fucking dead at
Gonna
that,
do his
man.
face. He looked like he had some cry.
I'd love to have said that.
Oh no, you should have saw me when England scored against Slovakia. I was well upset.
He could have won 70 quid or something like that, and he was like, "Oh, they scored, Martin," and he just rushes to fucking bail out.
No, he'd already cashed out, and I knew he had.
Brought to us, yes, by courtesy of
Vanessa, me and my eldest win Fortnite always. He's telling he carried me in. You need better friends. Hey! I'm brilliant at games.
Hold on, let me make my point.
Definitely better than 10-year-old.
You're just coughing fodder.
I don't think you are.
We have also brought this upon ourselves.
Unfortunately, it's too weird for me to
We've
play.
got two seats.
My KD is 3 now.
Many years of divisions and
Right.
indecision over how we were
I'm
going
bored
to
of
implement
politics. I'm gonna go make some food.
Yeah, I don't think anything's going to happen for a while. Like, they're obviously counting all the votes, so it'll be like an hour or two until something actually happens.
Oh, way
no
more than
results.
that. It'd be like 2-3 hours at least before.
What?
something.
John, we're
Yeah.
still
Take to count some fucking papers. There's loads of them there. They've got holes.
They're all Tories.
I want to shock you, but there's millions of these papers. I was there until like 5 a.m. during the referendum watching these get counted. By the end of it, I almost got into a fight with the Conservative guy because he just kept winding me up all night.
Another one for the Tories.
And I would expect
What could he have done?
Another one for the Tories.
Trying to leap out of the seat.
I said to him in the car park that, you know, this is going to gut support workers. And he was like, get a better job. And I was like, when your nan falls over. And he was like, she's already dead. And I was like, I'm going to take him. And then my friend Richard Sims was like, baby, you need to calm down. And I was like, but he's full of shit.
You don't understand, man.
I have zero idea what's going on. I have not been up to date with this in the slightest. I can't stand politics. Politicians.
Did you not vote?
Fucking lucky you.
It's literally our most important democratic right. How could you not vote?
I've never voted in my life, and I'm not going to.
Guys,
You've never voted?
Nope.
Chat, the Labour
Not even in the Brexit vote?
Nope.
John,
Wow.
there is so much to take away from this exit poll so far.
Politics is fantastic.
What should we be focusing on? What do you believe is
Yeah, I wouldn't have to break my wardrobe.
figure or the element that is perhaps
Save your wardrobe, get better friends.
relevant, important,
Right.
but also potentially
Guys, if you see
That's what I've got Ethan for.
manifesto, it's probably the most shockingly, stupidly dumbed down manifesto you've ever seen. I put it in the political comedy show chat.
Yeah.
It's 19 pages, and each page is like 3 points on it. And
All right, let's have a gander.
I already hate it. That's
do
disgusting.
you get what I meant by the supply teacher vibe?
Oh,
Yeah.
He's
It
like,
literally
I've
does.
never actually looked at it before. I'm on page 3 and I already feel patronised.
This is
Look at all the pictures.
Oh, fuck. I mean, hang on, go back up. If people nattering with grey, empty speech boxes isn't a fucking metaphor for Labour right now, then fuck me.
We got nothing.
We
Got nothing.
Pure fucking beige all round.
We'll create new jobs.
What the absolute fuck?
You know what this calls for? It calls for D-Ream, things can only get better.
Things can
only get dumber.
But isn't that what you want, Neil, for your peak comedy? Isn't
Yeah,
that
but I
what
don't
you-
want to be insulted by it.
we can't all be doctors.
I'm a doctor.
Your PhD.
This is the one I like. Money. Why is it fucking him?
What, Winston Churchill? Well, you see, John, once upon a time, there was these people called the Nazis, and they were really bad. And Churchill, he personally beat the shit out of all of them.
You should totally do it.
No.
Example. Actually, maybe you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Vanessa, it's like some middle school test paper layout.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Because here's Jeremy
Legit
Corbyn's manifesto,
though.
and if you see, it's filled with words, and we don't have time to read this. No one actually cared.
It's the same as porn. I mean, let's be honest, we all look at the pictures.
This is not like porn.
This is porn.
I want video, goddammit.
Here I am having a sad moment, hugging my manifesto, and you're like, it's like porn.
This is so fucking painful.
Retarded. What have we got? Mixed. Ooh, interesting. Mixed fruit tropical. We're not sponsored. We should be.
Right, no, I'm out. You've ruined it. I think I'm on it. What for a sec, John?
Hey,
yeah, I know. I haven't got any, so I'm gonna go and cry.
You're
gonna regret.
There is a 142-page version of it if you really want to see
I
that.
am not reading that.
Oh fuck that!
What, like this, like special pictures and shit?
No, it's got bigger font. It's got bigger font.
Tell me. Oh shit! I pressed the wrong button. Oh, I've turned off my. No, fuck you! I didn't mean to turn my screen up.
What are you doing, John?
I pressed the wrong buttons.
Really?
One of the big things in their manifesto is economic growth across the country.
Might be very different.
Do you really need to write that down?
Very significant
Yeah.
suggestion that reform might be on 13 seats.
We want the number to
And
go
that's a
up.
really significant suggestion in the other way that the SNP might crash to 10.
Press the number up.
It's very clear that those numbers might change. However, are you telling us tonight that the exit polls suggest
Was that made to be for like special people? That version.
massively up for reform and
You mean, was it made to be accessible? Yes,
that
that made it
special people.
But it was
Special people like me.
I mean, it sort of was made for special people, but probably not exactly in the way that its authors intended.
It's a question of how that translates into seats, and that's much more difficult to estimate. In the case of the SNP, because we have fewer sampling points,
I feel like Bailey's quickly realising how much of a retard I am.
Don't say party is going to end up with most seats in Scotland is just exactly what is the gap between the two parties is going to prove to be. I thought it was interesting that Angus Robertson.
Yeah, that's right. Vanessa, yeah, it's super fucking condescending. It's insulting.
I wouldn't say it was an accessible manifesto. I think it was like I've supported all sorts of people with all sorts of needs, and I would never talk to them in the way that was talking to me. That was just, it was offensive. The images as well. Just felt.
Significant point there. If the SNP does look like a nationalist party, that suggests if they don't have a majority in Scotland anymore, that their push for another independence referendum will be significant.
I heard somebody say the other day, people over 65 shouldn't be allowed to vote.
No question about that.
Yeah.
But the front pages, they're telling
I heard somebody say the other day that people over 65 shouldn't be allowed to have opinions. Is how I read that. Ban them of opinions.
Yeah.
To be fair, that would drastically reduce the amount of votes today. Because I imagine mostly the old people vote.
Yeah.
I don't know what the ratio, what the numbers actually are, but everything I hear is like.
I can show you what it looked like from 2019 and the effect that it would probably have.
So the front pages clearly reflecting the views of that exit poll.
And we'll show you them when we can.
I just scanned the Labour manifesto, and there's no sign of the word Jeremy or Corbyn anywhere in this.
Ethan makes a strong argument for the accessibility. Society is full of retards. This is how it needs to be now. This is the TikTok-friendly version of our manifesto.
Do you reckon they just use like ChatGPT? We're like, just dumb this down for me, would you?
No. Got to be dumber than that.
So
more pictures, more colour.
great speed down hills in Wales.
All right, I got it. Hang on.
Swimming in sewage. That all makes sense. It worked.
Swimming in sewage makes sense, I suppose. Why not?
What the hell?
Why not at this point? Anyway, yeah.
Neil doesn't know how to click tab.
This is what
Look how
old
many
people
tabs
do.
got open.
Yeah, we were saying about this earlier. It's ridiculous. Scroll along, Neil. Just scroll along a little bit.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Look at it.
Oh my god.
Fucking ridiculous.
No, that's horrifying.
You haven't seen any of the other windows yet either.
This is just one of my 8 PCs. He's crying about the tabs are back.
The entire energy reserves of a small Welsh town go into managing Neil's tabs.
I am climate change.
Into every single school. You know, we have talked about the NHS and social care week after week after week, and many of those stunts have helped us to do that.
Except that if you actually look at what we're forecasting, the change in your share, viewers can see in the north we're suggesting that your share hasn't gone up at all. In the south it's gone up by 1%. In London it looks like it's fallen by 1%. So actually it looks like what's happened is you've been better at concentrating where you campaign, and you've benefited greatly from the Tories crashing down to earth. But actually our numbers so far don't suggest that all those...
You're literally making people cry, Neil. How do you feel? Just shame yourself.
I feel amazing.
We've got a third-party voting system in this country. It's a broken system. It's a system that we have, and we've been very clear that
See this man. Attack him if you ever see him.
We learned how to play it now. That's what's happened this time.
Oh, point some fucking tabs at you.
Don't try and take his Pringles too.
We've been clear for years now that our goal was always to try and unseat as many Conservative MPs as possible.
Is anyone feeling hopeful from this result?
We were in second place,
No.
Conservatives in around 80 seats around the country, and later this evening...
I wasn't feeling hopeful at the start of any, like, when they called the election, I was just like, well, it doesn't really fucking matter. They're all controlled by someone.
Every single one.
Yeah, this isn't an election for being hopeful, but it is an election where something funny is going to happen no matter what happens.
Tactical voting is critical.
No, because I think Starmer is more boring than Rishi.
There's no doubt, as I say,
it's going to be more boring now.
It's funny.
We need to get Trump in. Trump is everything right now. Politics will be screwed.
Do you want to
need our content.
Do you want to see some polls for Trump?
Yes, I want to see some polls.
All right, hang on.
This is boring as shit.
I might have some in the.
Why isn't it digital already?
Because we're worried that.
Because people will fucking hack it if it's digital, John.
So? People fucking... See, people fucking cheat the old voting system.
John is the voice of tomorrow.
Yes! Put it on Twitter! I mean X.
According to the exit poll,
I got a Trump poll, John. In fact, I got a Trump map. Even better.
Trump map.
Yeah, you know, a map of what states he's likely to win and how it's gonna, what it's gonna mean for whether he wins or not. Because of American elections.
What? This is what he's going to do if he wins.
No, this is what he's This is. This stands a pretty reasonable chance of happening at the moment.
This is what the death of neoliberalism looks like.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
Delicious.
I know, right?
Why couldn't it have died in a way where socialists get power?
It is. What do you think China's doing?
No, Neil. I meant in our.
That's communists, not socialists.
Yeah.
China is socialist, so they're led by the Communist Party, but communism is the end goal. Socialism is the in-betweeny bit you get.
Yes.
I knew that. What are you on about?
Shout out if you've seen any more polls. Oh, hang on. Joe Biden being old. Here's another one.
Hold up, is this our group chat now?
Yeah.
I would not do that with our group chat, John.
Yeah, we definitely will.
Yeah, yours is way worse.
Yeah. Very PC.
Yeah, I think I helped keep
Shall we do
the
it?
chat.
Fuck it, I'm going to do it.
Do it.
No. Oh God. Do I hide my face?
Oh yeah, this is for Martin's comment.
Ray, what did he say? Oh yeah, that's a good chat. Someone want to read this? I'm too fucking stupid.
I want Neil to read it.
Neil, read it.
All right, hang on.
This is Martin, the expert on politics.
Hang on. They will never remove the monkeys. All people are doing is voting for which cunt can lie the best and fill their pockets. If anything, they might as well keep the Tories in power. At least we know they're going to make us a third world country. You got Nigel Farage, the clown who convinced the country to leave the EU, then ran away and hid after everyone voted to leave. Keir Starmer, the guy who promises he'll do everything differently from the Tories, but will end up doing just what they're doing. And then Rishi, someone bomb, who's driving the country into more debt than it's ever seen, and probably showing it, and proudly showing it.
So that just reads like mad racism.
Yep. Richie, someone bomber.
This is why I said, don't show the chat, you fucking mongo.
Who's that? Who's got a big thumbs up on it there, John?
I am absolutely. I mean, he's mostly right until the Richie bomb.
Yeah.
I'm going to take this.
He didn't vote, I don't think.
Nah, did he?
I think he would have gone reform there.
But I think I've said on the BBC before, I think it was on another election night, that Keir Starmer
He's definitely a reform voter.
way to Buckingham Palace to be made Prime Minister, and pundits would be saying, oh, it's still a disappointing night for Labour. I mean, come on, give me
Right,
a
I'm
break.
out.
I've
I only
had
came
enough
on
of
it to
this
try and
now
convince someone to go to the
4
pub with me, and I
years
failed
ago.
miserably, so
I don't mind
I'm going to
saying,
cry.
I would never have imagined
It's
that
like
Labour
11
could do this
o'clock.
in one term. Never have imagined
This is the
it.
time
I
you
thought
normally
it was
get there, isn't it?
impossible. I thought at best of two
Yeah, but I'm normally there at 11. It's
the
different.
The Conservatives and the SNP has put wind in Labour's sails. But the only reason
If it was a Friday, it'd be fine because we'd sat there at 1.
No, it will be fine. I got work in the weekend. I got an event on.
From the shipwreck in 2019, rebuilt it and made it.
You got responsibilities.
Seaworthy again.
Not really. I literally just stand at a train station and tell the idiots where to go.
Yeah, there's some fighting talk going on here.
Your early message of, oh, this is an exit poll. Are you ready?
Someone's asked a question.
Well, I used to watch the 97.
Can we have it on? John, do the thing. Make the question
Done
clear.
it.
People are on there.
What happened? Do it again.
Kind of crackers, really.
What happens if you have a power cut? Bye-bye tabs and no more first world problems. That's where you're wrong. This is on a laptop. It's got a battery.
Too good to be true. We will judge the results by the results and not the exit poll. Of course, I'm delighted by the exit poll. I have seen many exit polls over the years.
The tabs are never going away.
For just £5, I'll go around this gaff and I'll sledgehammer him and the laptop and the tabs.
It's an opportunity for the country for us to rebuild our economy, rebuild our public services.
And we'll give you some sunglasses for £5.
Thanks for now.
Yeah, and a free pair of sunnies.
In just a few minutes. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
£5. Mate, I'll pay £5 for that. Fucking hell.
A very significant.
No, wait, that's I might inherit that house one day.
Their deputy leader Ben Habib has just tweeted.
No, that was the house.
Just a laptop.
Yeah. Maybe Neil's one of his kneecaps. Maybe.
This is the beginning of the fight back for the nation
Master
state
Tabby.
of the United Kingdom.
The new super
So a very forthright and victorious message from the Reform UK deputy leader Ben Habib.
I wish I could change his name on here.
Like in the Reform camp, that's given us a taste of it.
Master Tabby.
For site is in Clacton, where of
The
course the
pussy.
leader of the party,
Fuck you.
only lately rejoining in that role, Nigel
Right,
Farage,
bye.
is hoping at the 8th
Bye, bye.
of asking to be named Prime Minister himself.
Votes will
Alex,
happen.
what is the
No,
mood
not
there?
vote for fuck all.
Remarkably
It
calm
was
at the
too
moment,
fucking late now
to be
anyway.
really honest with you, but it is very
No,
early
it's
in
not.
the
They're
evening,
just
and I
look.
suspect
They're
the
clearly
Reform
opening them up. I'll
UK
just
more
drive my
widely
car.
The polls are closed.
Drive my
that
car
exit
through the
poll.
building,
One
put it
of
in
my
the middle of
colleagues
the.
tells me that Nigel Farage
How they
is
meant to
having a
know?
meal somewhere in town. We're not
They might
talking
cancel the
about
vote if you do
the
that.
early hours of the
I
morning.
think if you go and argue with them
Around
enough,
time we're
Al,
expecting
then
a
they might,
demonstration here in
you know,
Clacton. But like you
let
say,
you off.
remember Nigel
I
Farage
am good at
has
arguing, to be
attempted
fair.
to
So
get a
that.
seat in Westminster 7 times before and
Show me
failed.
tats and they'll go
And I
like,
suspect
ooh, that's
with
really
all of the
cool. All right,
caveats around the
we'll
exit
let you
poll,
do it.
particularly when it comes to smaller
I don't think that my tab.
Sounds like a challenge video. What? It's
huge
gone.
confidence boost right the way through what was already
Sounds like a
a
challenge video to me.
Reform UK
Can Al get his vote
campaign.
in
So I think
before
a
it's
little
all
bit
over?
later, we're going to go from calm counting to something potentially more chaotic, and I suspect the mood within Reform UK right now is pretty confident.
So there is confidence then, and Nigel Farage is going to take that seat.
For me, I'm so angry with this result
Well, I think this is
because
his best
there was
chance,
no
many people
fight.
think, because of the
Like
wider
Corbyn and Ed
political picture that
Miliband
he's
had
had
the
in the
most
7 times of
vicious
standing.
attacks
But you have to
against them.
remember that in
When
the previous
Paxman
parties
interviewed
that
Ed,
Nigel
he
Farage
literally
has
said,
led,
if you
for
impute and go in a
example,
room and we
back
open
in
the door afterwards, there'll be a
2015,
stain on
had
the
a
ground.
high vote share. They
He said,
pulled 4
basically
million
said
votes, but
Putin
that
will knock the
translated
shite
to
out of
only
you.
one
And,
win
Ed
in
got
terms of seats. And the
destroyed.
seat that they won then, this
Corbyn
one
just
in
like
Clacton, with the
attacked
former MP
viciously twice.
Douglas
Starmer is
Carswell, who
just
had, of course,
given the
defected from the
carpet straight
Conservatives,
in.
triggered
And
a
I'm like,
by-election, won it as
yeah,
UKIP,
we
and then
won,
retained it at the
but they
2015
held
general
every
election.
door
So when you
open.
take all of that into account, and the fact that Clacton has been at the centre
And
of
then the
Nigel
fact that all the
Farage's
Tories were
campaign for the
resigning,
past few
not
weeks, he's been here a
standing,
lot with rallies out in the town,
I
making himself very
100% believe the
visible.
Conservative
It
vote
feels
was
like it's the
split
best
between the
chance for
Reform
Nigel
Party
Farage to get
and the
what has
Tories.
proved elusive for him.
Al says, is a thing froze? And his tab stuck.
The impact that
The tabs will never die.
votes it gets, and what that might mean for the Conservatives, the damage potentially that Reform UK does right across the country, as well as any seats they win themselves.
Alex, thank you so much. It could be much worse than any of the Conservatives had imagined, but we will see how it develops.
Yeah, now, if you're out and about, what are you doing? You should be at home watching us. But if you are out and about, you have to be in central London, around
No,
Oxford
fuck
Circus,
you. You should be
go
watching us.
past the glorious building of the BBC. You will see there
Attention.
the results
Oh,
of
that
the
is
exit
vile.
poll. Now,
I hate
remember,
it.
this is a first indication of
No,
what
you
we
should be
think
watching
will happen tonight. We still
us,
haven't had a
not
single result
them.
yet, but the
You
Conservatives
should be
are
watching
down
us watching them.
131 seats.
That's where you should be.
We are
Where else would you be
suggesting,
finding out
with
about
the exit
tabs?
poll, will be on 170 seats.
What if Starmer gets
The
in right, and now he's got
Democrats
that
on
majority? He
61,
just reinstates Corbyn. Boom,
13
done.
there. So
Yeah, it's all just a ploy to get Corbyn in.
Yeah, and then he'll be like, look, I will step down, sir. You have done it. And then Corbyn comes in like Palpatine and goes, I love democracy.
So they're up 6.
No, it would do his fucking WWE walk in.
We go through the figures there with the Grishis only making 1.
God, is that
These, as I say, still figures that have to be confirmed by a decent result.
Oh shit, John McDonnell with the steel chair.
A landslide for Labour of 170.
As a former Labour chair, I am actually, the amount of joy internally I am feeling, like I hate Starmer, but this is like my team that I campaigned for like 15 years, and I'm finally seeing them get in. I do feel happy.
Who should we look out for? Like, who's actually going to give us any decent change out of this new Labour Party? Like, I don't see much. I kind of like Jess, but Neil obviously hates her.
Yes,
I don't know who to be hopeful for.
Jess isn't the sort of person that'll bring you change. She enjoys breakfast with Jacob Rees-Mogg. Jess is good. She's like one of the WWE announcers. She's good at getting the crowd wild, but you put her in the ring.
And it was potentially unassailable for 2 terms. And I think what this does
I got banned.
She wants, like, she's very much a centrist. Like, she wants everyone to just get the fuck along. But there's too much division in the country to actually make that work.
But we can't get along.
Not just look at the exit poll. And I think as John
Anyway, I got banned for a fucking month on Facebook for directly quoting the words of MP Jess Phillips. I will stab him in the front, Jeremy Corbyn, not the back.
Wow.
She said that,
and I will never forgive her.
Very, very good. They're showing a clear picture tonight.
She said that on the BBC News, and I'm just like, wow, we let that one. Just completely right. Cool.
I don't remember that. Is it on YouTube?
Looks like they have absolutely taken a hammer to your vote in lots of different parts of the country.
Yeah,
Rishi
Phillips.
Sunak handled them in the wrong way.
You know, it's never easy when you are the Prime Minister.
Do you want me to tell you why I'm
decide when
conflicted
to
on
call a
this?
general election. You know, we saw that with Gordon
Right,
Brown.
so I
back
said
in
earlier,
2010, where he
about
was
how
slated for not calling the
if you
general
get a
election,
party
we're
like
looking
Labour or
months
like
and
the
months and
Democrats in
months
America
of
get in,
opposition
you're only waiting
politicians saying,
for
call a
5 more
general
years into a
election.
big
And when
resurgent
Prime
far
Minister
right,
decided to do
like
it,
we're seeing in
of course,
France
yeah.
right now.
So, well,
Yeah.
And then the
reform-
second thing
reform,
is
according to
Labour
the
said it
exit
would
poll,
implement
has
all the
done
CAS
vast
review
damage to the Conservatives,
recommendations.
but we will
The
find
CAS
out
review is
exactly
a
how much so.
woefully
But your
unscientific
question was
document
Rishi Sunak right to call
discussing
the general
trans
election?
healthcare. And one of them
Trying to
is to
answer that,
basically block
it
the
is a
ability
very,
to
very
transition
difficult and very
until you're
personal decision for
25.
any Prime Minister.
So you can
And he
join
will
the
have
army, you
taken
can
into
get a
account
gun,
the
you can vote,
potential
you can
impact
drive.
of reform,
You can
the
kill, you can
the
commit war
consequences
crimes, you
of
can.
the economy
Yeah,
turning
but
a corner, the
you
fact
can't
that
transition
real
until you're
wages are
25.
rising.
So that's the most
there are all
insane
sorts of
part of
factors
it.
that he will have
And,
taken
You
and
can
into
then
chop,
account.
you
So
can
it's very
chop
easy,
someone
I think,
else's
always in
bollocks off,
hindsight to say, well,
but
that was
not
a really
your
bad
own.
decision. But
yeah, and
actually,
all
I
I
think
want is
these
a
are very,
melon
very
baller for
considered
Christmas, Neil.
issues.
That's all I
But
want.
implicit in Laura's
But
question was the way
the other
that
thing is the
Rishi
CAS
Sunak and the
review
Conservative Party
said
handled
that
reform. Hardly went after them.
all of the
The first
scientific
4 or
studies
5
on trans
weeks of
healthcare
the
were
campaign,
not valid
only
because they did not
really
do
getting stuck
double-blind
in after
hormone
those
tests on kids.
dreadful comments
Oh, right,
allegedly
yeah.
from
So our
one of
doctor of science,
one of
why would
the
we not
supposed
do a
workers for
double-blind hormone
Nigel
trial
Farage
on
in
children?
Clacton.
Because that's
The kid gloves.
cartoonish
Because you were hoping,
evil.
obviously, to get some of
Yes,
the
you're right.
voters
An ethics
who
committee would
might
not
be
allow it,
leaning
but
to
Labour has
meaningful
just gone,
reform.
yes, we'll
That
implement
didn't
this
work.
review,
It's
this
completely
insane review.
Well, we'll see.
So
But
I'm a bit like, I
absolutely,
really
I would
didn't want Labour
accept that
getting in
potentially in
because they're
hindsight,
100%
you could have
going
gone
to
after reform
attack,
much more. But the
demonise and
Conservatives
crush
actually
support
have
for any
some
children
very
that are
strong
having,
achievements to their
gender
name.
questions
And I
and
think
stuff.
genuinely the desire was to highlight what the Conservatives in government have done. 4 million more people in work, low unemployment, real wages rising. We turned the corner. We got through the COVID pandemic.
That's my ex-MP, Andrea Leadsom, who,
Oh, yeah.
when the referendum happened, I was asking
I
them,
remember her.
I said to them, what's your plan once you've got no free migration from Europe? And they said, that's okay, we'll open up migration to the Commonwealth. And then I stood in front of them and went, you know there's a billion people in the Commonwealth, right? A billion. And they don't all
They're
speak
Indian,
English.
most of them.
No, that's the thing. So the Tories are driven by a lot of racism. And then when I explained to them, you know the people you hate, yes, those will be the people you're relying on. And they were just like, oh, what do you mean? And they thought I was sounding racist. And I'm like, no, you're going to invite people from India, people from other countries, from other races to fill the jobs of all the Polish that you want to kick out. And they just
I'm going to say something risky now that's probably going to make me look like a bigger idiot. So Bangladesh and Pakistan, they were basically part of India, weren't they?
Yeah.
So does that make them part of the Commonwealth?
No, I'm going to Google it because
Or
I
did they
don't
separate
know
from that?
history on this one.
Not a fucking clue. Let's find out.
I'm Googling Bangladesh.
18,837.
Oh, we got a result.
Sam Woods Grass, 11,668.
Wow.
Yes, they are.
I mean, there's no surprise there for Sunderland, really, is there?
What was it?
Oh,
yeah, that's a bit of a drop in.
Fucking hell. Reform were up there, man. Out to Conservatives.
So we're delighted Bridget Phillipson there, who can now expect not just to stay as the MP at Sunderland.
Fresh out of the cloning tank.
I really think Reform have got a good chance.
That job as a shadow for Keir Starmer.
They're definitely going to do better than the exit poll.
She receives more than 18,000 votes, but
I don't want to surprise anyone, but the history of India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh is remarkably complex, so I don't have a straight answer.
Tonight, the British people have spoken. And if the exit poll this evening is again a guide to results across our country, as it so
The
often
history of India and
that after
Pakistan in
14 years, the
particular
British
is
people have chosen change.
stands a pretty good chance of where nuclear war really kicks off.
Yeah, because Pakistan and India are both nuclear powers.
Yeah, and they fucking hate each other.
I'd say they've got a vibrant history. That's
Today, our country.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. Yeah.
Has
Yeah, no, they
chosen
hate each
a
other.
brighter future. The British people have decided that they believe, as
Is
Labour
Bangladesh
believes,
part
that
of
our best days lie ahead of us. Hope and unity not decline and division.
So Bangladesh used to be
over
part of
chaos.
East Pakistan, and there was a secession in 1971 because an internal crisis in Pakistan resulted in a third war between India and Pakistan. So Bangladesh was part of Pakistan.
For good. A
And
government
Pakistan
determined
and
to
India
build
were
a
part
Britain
of
where
the empire,
background
so they
is
were
no
counted as part
barrier,
of the Commonwealth.
no matter who your parents are or where you are born. Determined to tear down the barriers to opportunity which hold back too many of our children. That is Labour's purpose. And the result
Oh,
today
shut the fuck
speaks
up.
to the
You ain't
trust
gonna do
British
nothing
people
different.
have put in our changed Labour Party. And after 14 years as your Labour MP in opposition, I am so proud to be part of a party which has tonight not just won the trust of people here in Houghton and Sunderland South, but of the people across Britain. Labour will honour the trust that you have placed in us. I will honour the trust that you have placed in me. And I will work every day to deliver the promises that Labour has made. And the
She
better
worked
future
every day, 5 days a week. And apart from summer where they all bugger off for a few months.
Yeah.
From the
For 90
bottom
grand
of
a
my
year.
heart.
90 grand a year.
Also subsidised
And
booze.
lastly, I want to say thank you to all the people who've worked hard to organise and secure today's election.
I really hope they don't. I really hope Labour getting in will scale back their hatred
and we
on
are grateful for your
folks like
contribution.
myself. I hope
My
Harriet
thanks to the fellow
Harman becomes
candidates
the
here in
Equalities
Houghton and
Minister.
Sunderland South for a good-tempered campaign. To my fantastic local Labour Party for your unwavering support, and to my wonderful agent, Les Scott. Thank you.
I haven't the foggiest idea how they do it at this point.
Delighted, beaming
But I
away,
hope Labour fucking
just having won
loses
her
dramatically.
seat, but expecting now to be in the cabinet. And in her speech, she said the British
You're going to go
people
on
have
Betfred right now and be
decided
like 20 quid,
Labour will
catastrophic
return
Labour
government to
loss.
service of the people and
No.
create a country
I'm
where
What the odds are?
I'm not an idiot.
barrier. Phillipson there,
But
very
Neil, it would be
Election.
great
decisively saying
content.
that Labour has won.
It would be great content. Do it.
Me, this is the point.
I'm gonna do it. Hang on.
Yeah, and
You're
I'm
gonna
gonna
do
count
better.
somewhere.
Vote.
Was it? So, what do I bet on?
Line with our exit poll.
I'm just like, guys, when it says live, you know that mad racist shit. That was
I
where
think she did it. The first MP elected into the new parliament. Yeah. Let's talk to Jacob Rees-Mogg, who can join us from North Somerset. Hello to you. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, my favourite part of the night.
How would you sum up the evening, given the exit poll, given what looks like could be a terrible night for the Conservatives?
Oh, well, you've said it, and it's clearly a terrible night for the Conservatives. We're down supposedly at about 130
I'm sure
seats.
my close friend Jeff
Majority
Phillips
of
will be
80.
very
There's
pleased.
no way of describing this as anything other than a bad night for the Conservative Party.
Where did it go wrong?
Last 10 years, 14 years.
Go wrong. I think that there were issues with changing the leader, that I think we do have an increasingly presidential system, and that people vote for a prime minister rather
Okay, surprise he's awake.
member of parliament. I know that strict
Yeah,
constitution.
Nanny
must be very unhappy with him.
Voters expect the prime minister they have chosen to
Oh, that's a
remain
great comment.
the prime minister, and for it to be the voters who decide when that person is changed, rather than it being done by a small cabal. And I'm afraid I think the Conservative Party took its core vote for granted, which is why you see so many people who may have voted Conservative previously going off to reform.
So the original sin was getting rid of Boris Johnson.
Well, original sin is a very interesting theological question, which I'd be happy to discuss on another
And he
occasion.
said
maybe
some
not
big
tonight,
tried to
Jacob.
put that
Maybe not
strongly.
tonight.
Not tonight, no. On another occasion.
We do have 10 hours.
Oh, don't say
yes,
these
I
things,
think
Emily,
that,
for fuck's sake.
People
What'd
do
you say?
vote for a leader.
It's
And
handsome
that
bitty.
new leaders
It's handsome
made
man.
an election pretty quickly. Gordon Brown made that mistake in not seeking his own mandate. The
His
mandate
penis.
is
He's holding
increasingly
his
personal.
Things I didn't need to
Looks
picture in my
like
mind.
a very strong mandate for Sir Keir Starmer. And
The
if
BBC
that's
caught
the
him
case, I
midway
wish him
through
well
a
in that,
cry
because
wank.
we want good government for this country, whoever is in high office at any individual time.
The
He's edging right now.
And a cabal, as you describe it, having got rid of Boris
He saw the exit poll and was like,
You're not
right,
being
I'm
MP
gonna
for much longer. You got to take the chance while you can.
plotting to get rid of Theresa May. And that she managed
The
to
camera
stay in
pans
office
down, you
just
see that
about
he's in like
despite your
suspenders and more lingerie than I would ever own.
And Boris Johnson then had a very quick election after he'd become Prime Minister to get his own mandate. Bingo.
But in terms of that
You
reality...
need your own mandate.
Raise
The
your right
mandate
arm.
is personal.
Jacob, where's your right hand?
An election, isn't it? I mean, do you think it would have been impossible for him to win
The
because
people
of the
need to know,
kind
Jacob.
he was? I'm not entirely clear about whether or not you think he should have called an election sooner in order to have that.
He is a slash.
Or that if you had lost
Well,
the country because you got...
Do you reckon this is going to be like the England game the other night? It looks like we're going to lose and we're out, and then the Conservatives are going to come in and just win somehow.
Even laundry.
God, I hope so.
Okay,
I'd
Emily,
fucking
there's
die
nothing.
laughing.
And that is always a problem. And our base was peeling off to reform. And we have no divine right to vote. We need to win voters at every single election.
I'm going to go
And if you take your base for granted,
Who
if
needed
you
that?
don't manage to stop
Powerful
the boats
mental
coming over,
Oh,
if you
okay,
don't
so he's
manage to control
finished.
migration, when that's what your voters are concerned about, your voters will look to other parties. So I think failing to deliver on conservative core principles did us a lot of harm.
Could there be a return of Boris Johnson in some regard, that if you think that removing him was the problem, might him
Yes!
be part of the solution for
Bring
the
it
party
back!
after this election?
You'll need to interview Boris
You have two
and ask him
different
what
cameras,
his
John.
plans are. I can't act as a
That's
He
spokesperson
does.
for him. He's a very big and powerful figure.
We need Boris back!
From Nigel Farage's success, as far as one can tell from the exit polls, big figures in politics.
Boris and Trump, 2024. Let's go, baby.
In spite of the constitutional
It's going to be amazing.
Let's rerun that shit.
The system of individual MPs has strong residents. We are nonetheless an increasingly presidential system, and the charismatic individual leader.
Our group chat is
very
why I
important,
didn't
and
despair
Nigel
in all
seems
the
to have shown
politics
in
that
this
I was
election.
doing.
Should
Like
Nigel
literally,
Farage
the
find a
humour
place in the Conservative
kept
Party
me
then,
going.
perhaps? It's been a discussion among some of your colleagues in the run-up to this.
It
You
was
might have
quality.
avoided disaster if you'd welcomed him
You
in
should look out the
earlier along.
bloody window. I was knocking on doors, and there'd be like a woman with like £3 left on the gas meter, no carpet in her house, kids running around naked, and I'm like, hey, which way are you voting in the election? And she's
Sorry.
yeah, she did. She trusted Boris. I was like, the man has no idea how many kids.
Yeah, but he's funny. You're forgetting what's important here.
Own seat just before we let you go, Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Mogg is definitely the energy vampire.
I see what you've said about it on your.
It really
programme
was
earlier.
like
I will wait and
like
see
Trump
whether
though,
that's
in
been
that
counted,
Fuck off, Eve.
verified
if we're
rather
being
than
real, he was
and we will know in the early
Boris
hours.
was the
So,
prime minister we
as,
deserve.
the Earl of Oxford Asquith used to say.
Prime
I
minister
thought
this
Liz
country
Truss-
deserved,
You must have an
based not on its
I wonder
stated
if what's on your
values,
mind tonight. I
but
think
on its
behind
actual
you,
values.
there's perhaps a picture of Winston Churchill and Margaret Thatcher looking on. Maybe I'm incorrect, but I think just looking,
Yeah.
spying
does
that,
have
is that
fun
who
back,
they
yeah.
are? And what do you
You're
think?
quite right. So there is. Yes.
I recognise Mrs. Thatcher's hairdo there, even from this distance.
Those people running with the polling
Well, Jacob Rees-Mogg will
Excellent.
let
But
you.
no, I have
ballot
no inkling at
boxes,
this
I just feel
stage
like that's
other
really
than, other than
unsafe.
your exit poll.
Okay. Well, Jacob Rees-Mogg, thanks very much indeed for joining us, and of course we'll bring everybody watching the results from.
I just want Jeremy Corbyn. I just want Jeremy. Give Jeremy some airtime. I want my Jezza back.
I'd love
Get
to see
a
his reaction to
bloody-
this. Well, isn't he going to get some airtime? Because obviously he's going to. He's
agree with what Jacob just
in a
said,
constituency
that we
where
are
he could
becoming
win,
increasingly
where he'll probably win.
presidential. And I do think that that is a challenge for Keir Starmer. He is not a presidential big character.
Should
He's
get
obviously
that
done
on.
incredibly well this evening. Can't take
Please
that away
bear
from
in
him
mind, this
at
is
all.
Andrea
But I
Ledson,
do think that
who
the
tried to
time wears
discredit
off very,
Theresa
very
May
quickly.
because she's
And
not a
actually, as I
mother.
said at the start of the
Like,
interview,
this
we do
is-
see change much more quickly now.
She
It's
is not
fantastic that we have an
nice.
alive and
I mean-
kicking democracy in this
I
country.
mean, let's be fair.
But
Theresa
we
May
do
wouldn't
need to
have
look to
kids.
the very
She would
quick
have spawn.
turnaround. And you know, where Sir Keir's concerned, we had the
Sometimes
issues
wonder
with
where
Sue
Liz Truss
Gray,
is.
who
If
did
she's
for
stuck
Boris,
in a
arguably
revolving
the
door
permanent
somewhere
secretary,
for Everton.
who wrote the Boris Partygate report.
We can only hope, Emily. We can only hope.
Keir Starmer's chief of staff. These are all things that
And yet somehow she'll do more damage to this country than anyone.
in the weeks and years to come.
You know, like the butterfly effect, but it's Liz Truss in a revolving door.
No offence, Andrea, but I think
I
the
want to go and
suitcase
find
full
some some Liz Truss pictures again now.
Do it. We need some Liz Truss light relief right now.
I think the
That's
habitual
what we
did
need.
it for Boris Johnson. And then you guys made the mistake of calling in Liz Truss
the
spectacularly worst Prime Minister in modern British
Did you just do the
markets.
fucking
Then
Pork
crowned
to
the
pork
other
market.
Rishi Sunak, who was meant to clear up the mess. And you didn't, you know, it's the worst thing you can do to a leader. You didn't back him and you didn't sack him. He was too weak to lead the
Okay, Google, give us some good ones.
You know, folks, politics isn't easy. I remember when I printed off 10,000 leaflets, and then once I read it, I saw my spelling error.
Oh no! Hey, hang on, this is a good one.
That was our Prime Minister. She led this country.
Huh?
That woman led our country.
And she's
that melon led our country.
The best goddamn Prime Minister we ever had.
You know, she's set for life for being Prime Minister, right?
Yeah, she was
once
Prime
you get like
Minister
a really
just
good
long enough to claim a pension.
once you get like a really good pension and potential to like other jobs.
Yeah, it's like 100 grand a year or something ridiculous.
Yeah, she's sorted. And she killed the Queen.
Yeah.
Best Prime Minister ever.
Yeah.
Goals.
John, that is not goals. Do not commit treason on your live
If
stream.
oh shit. This is life.
Not only did she commit treason, she got away with it. And she's getting paid the rest of her life to get away with it.
She is the GOAT, Ethan. Definitely not Boris.
Fucking hashtag goals if ever I saw it.
I just want to say I do not condone any.
Who's the shortest running PM ever? It's Liz Truss.
No, the shortest running PM ever was Rishi Sunak when he went around London.
Hey.
We haven't discussed the rumours surrounding Liz Truss yet. Oh, here we are.
Oh,
what rumours?
Are we on about that necklace, the sub-dom thing?
Yes. Yeah,
She is
she wore a
definitely a
BDSM necklace like all the fucking time. And she had another one that she wore fairly often as well. That was very obviously just like in the shape of a splat of jizz across her neck.
It was indeed.
Yeah.
I can't believe you can't see the camera what I'm doing at the moment.
And she got slammed up the arse on a ministerial desk with no lube by Kwasi Kwarteng, whatever his name was.
Wait, what?
Theresa May promised us a strong and stable table.
No, that's
where it was.
That's too much. There's no way.
No lube, John. She specifically said, go in dry.
Someone's got too much time in their hands to be making those rumours like actually spread. That's
it
mental.
was time he had on his hands. Did you get my filthy joke?
Here you go, John. Here's one for you.
Oh no, the number one.
Sad face.
She didn't know what that meant. What did what mean?
Oh, I remember these photos. Someone's done a bit of Photoshop here, obviously, but yeah, there was these photos where she was like looking really tough in this like 80s power suit, ridiculously overdone. Like
see the necklace. You know, I want to see the necklace.
Prime Minister by Balenciaga. Oh yeah, necklace.
See the subby bitch. There's actually the goat. That's just a ring.
Yeah, the necklace.
Yeah, there's a very specific kind of ring. That's it. Yeah. That's the one. Well, one of the two.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
No, fucking doing that.
Where despite this huge
I wouldn't have
movement
known
we're
until it was
seeing
pointed out.
between blue to red, actually there might be some wrinkles in places on the
Tonight
ground.
is
and that
literally
seat might
going to
be somewhere
define
where
the
something
next
interesting
5
is happening.
years because
Yeah,
the fixed
indeed,
parliament
Chris.
there.
I mean, what are your thoughts on how the night
We've
is
changed
I think that was repealed.
A couple of observations from listening to
I'm
Bridget
going to
Phillipson
Google it.
and her speech, her victory speech in Sunderland in the last 10-15 minutes. Firstly, the first MP
Wait, what do you
elected to the
mean?
new parliament, which is
It's repealed. Like they're going to change it so it can
As
be
in they got
sued.
rid of it.
flurry that will come.
They realised it was
in the small
dumb.
hours.
Yeah, no, it was repealed.
49 to go.
So it used to set a default fixed election date for general
Absolutely.
elections.
And with
But
real
then when
jeopardy
Boris
for many
got in,
people
he
in each
wiped
one of
it
them.
out.
That struck me as
Okay.
a national victory speech as well as
good.
a MP.
Chris, we're going to cut you off. We're going to Blythe for a declaration.
I'd now like to invite the returning officer,
Yeah, they're known
the
as
High
colonists.
Sheriff of Northumberland,
You make
But yeah,
that
can confirm.
to
My
the
God.
stage for the declaration.
So this means that we could have an
I'm sure she would know as
Labour
well.
government.
So the candidates go up to the stage there. Sunderland South.
And Reform will
Sunderland
get
South
some
People
seats, they
Service will
think.
be
But Reform getting in will help diminish their case. So once you have a few Reform candidates in, you'll realise they're shit MPs, they don't know what they're doing, they can't serve their constituency. It's like why George Galloway lost an election, because he's actually quite crap when he's got to do the job of an MP.
I heard he got power or something. Something.
George Galloway.
Can't remember what. Yeah. Was he just running again?
The total
No,
number
he
of
did win a
votes
seat.
given to each candidate was as follows. Ian Lavery, Labour Party.
I don't know, I was worried that Reform will actually get in.
Oh, God,
I mean,
Maureen
I don't think they're going to get power, but they'll have some seats for sure.
6,121.
Mine's an actual padlock, but most of them are like permanent. Over.
Steve Leyland, the Green
So
Party.
you actually might be right here. What the fuck? She's a subby bitch.
Never doubt. Never doubt for a second.
Killed the Queen and was a subby bitch.
Took it up the arse for no lube.
857.
In the
Stephen
comments.
Anthony Salidas, Liberal Democrats, 1,433.
Makes me sad the Greens don't get more votes. The planet's
Look at that,
literally
Reform
on fire.
again.
Ian Lavery is duly elected as the Member of Parliament.
Even
for
with
the
it split
Blythe
though, it's heavily Labour.
Constituency.
Was this Wales?
It looks like a Welsh thing.
Huge round of applause for
Actually,
Ian Lavery there,
I don't know.
keeping that seat. And look at that.
Life and
Number of
I'm
votes,
gonna Google it.
20,030. Reform, 10,857. I mean, really quite astonishing there. Andrea Leadsom, that's part of the problem for Labour, for the Conservatives.
It's like on the right.
That really is. I completely agree. I mean, it does look as though it's reform that's caused a huge amount of damage. And I think the interesting thing there, which is something for the Conservative Party to think about, for all of us to think about, is that we've not been conservative enough. You know, that maybe
It's very blurry.
Lost the trust of people. I mean, just this evening before I came here, I was in the pub actually in my local village, and it's Silverstone. It's a Grand Prix this weekend.
Oh,
The pub was
John,
full of people
I
who were
just
there for
found an
Grand Prix.
amazing
And they
photo
were
of
saying
this.
to me, you know, the trouble is the
Put it on.
Conservatives are just not normal. They're not conservative enough, and so you know people have been.
I still don't know where it is, and
looking
I've
to reform
Googled it.
for that, and there's an awful
Well,
lot
Blythe.
of analysis we're going to have to do after this.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. I
All
found
over
it.
that, John.
Oh, it's near Newcastle.
Yeah. I said it's in England.
Speaking to people as a subby. What a Chad.
Up
We were,
for
I like the hope that we'd get deported somewhere nice, but they've just dumped all us poor folks in Slough.
Look at that though. Conservative and Reform exactly the same. So they've literally gone to they haven't. It's just split the vote. All the Reform's done. Because that was what they was worried about last time, wasn't it?
Hey guys, hey, that was my prediction.
It was. It was.
They don't feel that the Conservatives
My degree-
are conservative enough.
But what do you mean by that? All this woke stuff? Can you
Well,
define
you know,
what
that
actually
that
means?
is
I was decided if they get in, maybe we'll be able to support somewhere nicer.
Yeah, well, national
I
service.
will all be deported somewhere nicer. Yeah. I'd love that.
Something worthwhile to
We can go to Australia finally.
service in the sense of going around
Do
shooting.
you remember
Also, what's
how
wrong with
Parliament?
Slough? The company I work for has its headquarters in Slough. That would be very convenient for me.
Normal, but in terms
Do it.
Do you like how Parliament declared Rwanda to be a safe country,
voters are really
even though
concerned about, and I
internationally
think
it's
Jacob
known as not a safe
pointed to some of
country?
those things.
Wasn't
People
it
are
our own
concerned
courts that
levels
said
of
it wasn't as
migration.
well?
People are concerned
Yeah,
about
our own
cost of
court
living.
said it
People
wasn't.
are
And
concerned about
Rwanda has a chapter
some
in
of the
my
issues for
in my big
lack
book of
infrastructure
genocide.
ahead of planning, those sorts of things.
Of course it
And
does.
of course, having been a government for
Yeah,
14
throw it
years,
on the
it's
pile.
very difficult to get away
What's
with being
one more
accountable for
horrifically
all of
evil
those
thing
things.
that this
I think what
country's
it
done?
evidences is government is extremely difficult. And I don't personally
I want to
think
go
Labour
to the
has the
British
answers.
Museum and say I'm
But
there for
what I
click
do
and
think
collect
is
and
that
just
clearly
this.
people are choosing to vote for reform in the
That
hope
guy
that
sold
there's
everything.
another third party out there that can have some of those answers.
Oh, isn't she a bitch? I can't
Just
remember
a
it.
quick question, if I
Andrea
may. You've
Leadsom
got people looking at
is a
exit
good
polls right,
MP in the sense that if
anticipating
you've
this
got a
will be a
problem,
government
she will
with an
fix
awful
it.
lot
Like the police
power, a
once
big
took my mum's
majority,
coat
and
because
we'll
she
be looking
witnessed a
to
crime,
your party,
and then
our
they
leaders, to
sold it
provide
without telling her.
a viable
So Andrea, my mum
opposition.
wrote to
Can
Andrea,
we
who
be
then got
certain, after
my mum
all
a
of the
check written
turbulence of
from
the
the
Conservative
police.
Party in the last 6-7 years, that there isn't going to be a descent into
So she's good at a job,
civil war within the
but
Conservative
she's still a
Party,
Tory.
rendering you
Yeah,
making it
the
even
problem
Was
is
she
that
more
she
Banbury?
works
She
to
was.
be that viable
She was,
opposition.
South Northamptonshire.
I mean,
Okay.
no one has a crystal
Which,
ball,
if you don't
but
know,
I
was the
certainly
county
know
council that went
that a
bankrupt
lot of
twice
my
in
colleagues
6
have been
months.
very concerned. I mean, we've all seen the polls over a
It
long
went from being
period
You sure
of
she's a good
time
MP?
polling. And so
Pardon?
it's very much
You sure she's a good
recognised that
MP?
we're going to have to regroup.
But she's not a good
Printed
MP.
all on
And the
coats, they
Conservative
did.
Party is the natural party of
She's a good
government.
MP in
It
the
has
sense
been
if you've got a
in this
personal
country for
problem,
many long
but she's
years.
still a bad
And so
MP
we will
because
be
she
very
signs up to
ruthless about it. We will
neoliberalism and the
certainly
idea
be
of
very
deregulating
forensic about
everything will
it. And
somehow
I
be
hope and
wonderful.
expect that we
I
will be
genuinely believe Liz
regaining
Truss
the
and
trust
Andrea
of the
Leadsom were
public.
essentially
And
the
as
same woman.
potentially the shine comes off the Labour Party, because
Well, she has
there
got a ring on
hasn't
her
been that
necklace,
enthusiasm
but it's not.
necessarily, I think we will start to see people
It's
coming
not
back
quite
to
the same.
Okay, well, applause of ruthless determinations there, Andrea Leadsom. Thanks for now. We're just
There's
hearing
things
some
I know
evidence
that I
of
can't
preparations may
repeat
perhaps
because
come
Oh,
from
look,
the
she's got one as well.
Cabinet Minister
on
Rishi.
What's her
libel.
name?
Grounded Swindon South has seats a
Reporting.
classic bellwether.
That was
in the
different
state that
kind.
Conservatives
Is
are
it?
conceding defeat
I
to
think it
Harrison,
is.
as we know for sure.
She was a very much a
Professor
simp for Boris,
Quintus.
wasn't she?
John, just
Yeah.
want to
Andrea
check,
was, yeah,
the
she loved
results
it.
that we've
No,
had,
I mean
are
the
they
reporter.
in line with the
Huntsman,
exit poll,
yeah.
particularly what seems to be on the
I
surface?
think Laura Kunis, though,
sounds
just
like
found
reform.
Boris as funny as the rest of them. It's not every day
Yes
your
and
job
no
is
is the
to
answer,
interview a
Clive.
clown.
So far as Labour is
Sorry,
concerned, the 2-point
I'll be
rise
honest
in
that.
Blyth and the 7-point rise in Sunderland South is pretty much in line with what we were expecting. The rise in reform support, although quite substantial, up 13 and 18 points, is actually a little bit less than we were expecting.
If we get 2
and
Green
therefore,
MPs,
conversely,
that
the
will make
declining
me so
Conservative
happy.
support is rather less. Now, the truth is, although these are both Labour seats, and therefore normally
They
we're
are
not
all
expecting
kinky
the
sex
Conservative vote to
fests.
fall that
They
heavily.
are.
Yeah.
In Conservative seats,
You
or
can't
fall
really be an
so
MP
heavily.
without that.
But
I don't
these are
think.
also heavily Leave areas, and we were therefore anticipating that perhaps
I mean,
the
Keir
reform
Starmer
would do a
certainly
strong
isn't.
performance and push the Conservative vote down.
We've all heard the
greater
rumours,
extent than
haven't we?
expecting other Labour seats. So we'll have to wait and see.
From
But
me, mostly.
broad
But we've all heard them.
Conservative votes down very heavily. Reform is up a lot.
Well, I mean,
Labour
there
are
was a
making
Tory
a
MP
modest
called Mark
advance.
Menzies,
So that broad
and he had a
picture
lover
is
who was an
this
illegal
poll. It's just
migrant
the fine detail.
from
We still got to
Brazil.
see where we end up at the end of night.
The Tory MP Mark
And
Menzies had a
pineapple's been
Brazilian
down
male
as
sex
well.
worker,
How much has that been?
and then he
a
resigned
contributing
over
factor?
it.
Well, we don't know whether it's a contributing
So it's like
factor, but
this
I
is the
think
same
there has
party
been
that
a
hates gay
widespread
people with a
expectation
passion,
that turnout
and then you
would
find out
fall.
secretly,
These
actually,
first two results are
they
at least
really want some
consistent with that
dudes.
expectation. And to that extent,
A
at least
leading
we may
Tory
well
lent
discover that we're heading towards
£300 a night to
one
a
of the
sex
lower
worker
turnouts in
Would-be
general
MP
elections
Richard Merrin,
and perhaps more in
43,
electoral
struck up a
history.
friendship
And,
with a 6-foot-tall,
that's what the
6-inch
polls
Matt
were
Thompson,
anticipating is what you would
who
expect
brazenly lists
in an
fees
election in
for
which the polls
acts
were
on the
6 foot tall,
website.
6 inch. So they gave so he's 6 foot tall and he's got a 6-inch dick.
despite their
No,
party's
no, I'm
denials,
reading the headline from the Mirror. They're not going to list
Conservative
his
and Labour in much of what they were
length and
offering in the
girth.
electorate.
All right. Thank you.
I don't know. The Mirror would
Now
probably.
then, let's go to Jeremy.
They definitely
Has
do have
our latest
kinky sex
calculations
fest
as they
things for farm
develop.
animals.
It looks like
Rest
it
in
could be
peace,
tonight,
Peppa Pig
Jeremy, a
said.
really massive redrawing of the map. Oh, look, handy.
Yes.
You've got a big one
Look at
there.
that.
Shit, the map's
So
still
good.
blue, Neil.
Thank you.
You're in.
Oh, yeah.
Here's our map. This is from
Oh, that'll
last
be the
time,
old
though,
one. It's all
crucially.
going
So
to
this is the
change.
2019 map. And you see, don't
When
you,
I
the
was in
wash
high
of
school, so
Conservative
talking
blue
nearly
from
2
Boris
decades
Johnson's
ago
80
now,
seat majority.
our MP was
And I'll
done big
switch it
time for
now to
claiming
what
lots
the
and lots
exit
of porn
poll
on
is
her
showing us. And we
expenses.
stress again and again, just predictions. But look at the way
Was
Labour
Chad
red
move.
was that her
spreads
husband?
out
Because
the
I think
urban areas to
MP
cover so much of England.
claims
Bear in mind, a lot of the
expenses
Conservative
on
seats are
porn.
larger geographically. That one I'm just stepping on there is Rishi Sunak's, for example. So this kind of map can give you a false
It was
impression that there are
Jackie
more Tory
Smith.
seats than there are. I will
The
just
former
say,
Home
though,
Secretary
very
Jackie
interesting to see
Smith
maybe reform
says
this
she
strong
knew
in
about her
Scotland, and the
husband had
Conservatives
been watching
here
pornographic
in the south
films
of
and that
Scotland
they had
and
argued
middle of
about it
Scotland as
before
well.
it emerged she
Scotland
had
and the
made expensive
Conservatives is going to be an
claims
interesting
to two
subtext to
adult
this
movie
story of the
scenes.
night. Now let me do
In a
something that
candid
will help us
interview for
understand what the map
Guardian,
is looking like, and it's this.
Fuck, I
it was
remember
If I
that, actually.
change every single seat
Oh,
and
it
make
was
them
her
Jackie
husband.
Smith.
75,
Vanessa's
put them into
spot on.
exit
It was the
polls,
husband,
it
but
then
the
shows
fact
you
that
Yeah.
he
exactly
claimed
what
it
we're looking
on
at.
her
So we're back in
expenses was the
2019
giant
here,
part of the
back in
expense
and you can
scandal.
see the scale
Yeah.
of the Boris Johnson
Like, and
victory
who
once
Jackie
again
pays
with
for
Smith.
many of
porn?
these blue
Fuck
hexagons.
me.
I'll now change
There's a
this
name
to
I
the
haven't
exit
hated
poll.
in a
So
while.
just have a look at the change.
Still deserves it.
Who?
Okay.
We're on about Jackie
This
Smith.
is 2019
Yeah.
still, and I'm
Why do
showing
we
you
hate her?
majorities.
Pretty
Majorities
much
are
the
shown by the
essence
tighter
of
that
dumb,
hexagon.
pointless new Labour
Smaller the
authoritarianism.
hexagon, the clearer the win. For
Did
the
anything
party
interesting
whose
happen?
colour the hexagon is. So you can
Neil,
see
it
an
No.
looks
awful
like
lot of
he's still quite blue on
2019
that
big
map.
majorities here for the Conservatives, particularly in the south of England. So now let's change to 2024 and let's have a look.
It's true.
And see what the exit poll is showing us. And look at those hexagons.
Cameron, yeah. I'm guessing you were talking
Conservative
about
seat
Cameron.
majority is going down, being replaced
Not
by red
directly,
ones.
actually.
You've got, for example, Portsmouth North, Penny Morton's
True.
seat just over there, leader of the House of Commons.
Just
Gone
spitting
from
facts
quite a
here.
sizable
True.
Conservative hexagon to a red one.
No,
So
no.
that is what we're looking at. It's an
Definitely
amazing map,
true.
that, isn't it? Because when you make the
Do you know what I
constituencies
really
on the
One of the
wish?
same
biggest
side,
Remember on
claims
that,
of
I
you
can't
get a
porn.
remember if it
real
was
sense
ITV or
of
Channel
just
4.
how much
On the
red
breakfast show,
is
they
covering
had
the
the
UK. And of
they
course,
had
the
the
interesting
floating
thing
map
as well
on the river,
is that you're seeing some
and
Oh, yeah.
marginal
I really
Conservative
wish
seats,
right
which have
now
been blue for a
he
long
was on that
time,
map and they just
turning
start
into
flipping it
safe
over and
Labour.
he's trying to
Back
stay
to
on it,
you.
not fall in.
Jeremy, thank you very much indeed. He's got all sorts of new snazzy toys, but it does show you
I
what
wish
might
the
happen
election was
in
done
really,
like Takeshi's
really
Castle.
vivid detail.
Okay, so we've had a few results.
I would love that. You've got to be fit
I
as
can't
well
remember
as.
when the man fell off that.
Reform UK.
If he fell off that today, he'd be
Quite a
dead because of
standout.
all
I
the
know we've
shit in
reflected
our
on it the last
rivers.
couple of minutes. Sorry, I was just typing something away there for the
all
BBC News app. But
It would genuinely be quite cool if,
I
like,
but
you
if,
know, if you wanted to be an
exactly.
MP,
You know, those
you had to
first
fight
things
someone
I'm
else to the
seeing how
death for it.
Reform we're doing is we're reflecting
Proper
on
medieval style again.
parts of the world in the North
It,
East
Yeah.
of England that
it would, but
significantly backs Brexit. But here is a party that
yeah,
I mean, I'm
Viking.
exaggerating madly, but was sort of, you know, came about a week last Wednesday.
replace
It's a
the water
new
with
entity
lava.
in the
Jesus,
political
Emily here coming out of left
standout
field with
moments of the
Yeah.
election
real
today with
savage
Boris's decision to
how
come
I
back in, be the leader
passion.
of the
If you
party,
want power, you got to
turn
want power.
to. And one of the
If you
big
really,
questions
Yeah.
if
is
you
how much
really,
difference would they
you know what
actually
happens if you
make? And the
pop
early
near
evidence,
lava,
both
right?
from the
You'll just pop
exit
because
poll, but with the caveats
I
of
don't
You
know
get
if my
taught this shit at
family's
school.
committed of that crime,
and
but
these
Vanessa,
first
I
two
don't want to
results
Google that in my
is they are
history.
making one
John, can you
hell of an
check
impression,
something
more than
for
a
me,
quarter of the
please?
vote in those first
What's
two
this?
how that maps
I'll
out
check it.
overnight. And then you
What wasn't he done for child
particularly
abuse?
managed
No, I'm not
Labour,
checking that.
akin
Fuck
to what
off.
we're suggesting in 2013, the dynamic in the House of Commons of
I love how you're like, yeah. Let me
Speaking
just read the
managers and
request
MPs
note.
in a rundown Conservative Party thrashing around trying to find out who it is that it
Incognito.
wants to be and what went wrong is a very interesting kind of conversation that we're going to see alongside
Best
a
thing
period, as
about
we
this
see,
night
that a
is,
new Labour
oh,
government is taking office
I-
and getting its head
Hold
around
up.
what it's going to do.
Is that this guy?
much. Thank you for that.
Well,
I wish I didn't say what I was saying when that comment appeared, because now I'm just like...
from the Reform Party. You are
Just
looking
leave it
extremely
here.
chipper, I have to say.
Yes.
Do you think, from your own data, that actually achieving 13 seats
No,
is
the
something
funniest thing about
that
these
looks
election nights is
realistic?
watching all these like well-presented
Yes,
people
the
just
short
slowly
answer.
waste
If you look
away
at this, and
as
if that
dawn
exit poll
approaches.
is right, this is
I
a
remember David
historic
Dimbleby just
moment.
getting
As
more
Chris
and
said,
more
we're 4
agitated as the
years
morning
old.
drew
We're an
nearer.
insurgent party. This has come out of nowhere, literally. I remember talking to Richard Tice 4
How
years
long
ago.
does it take that?
about
I remember
doing
most of
that.
them are
And of
done
course,
by about
I think what
1
you're
o'clock or
seeing
something
is
like that.
actually the shy
No,
reformers
they're
coming
not
out
even
in
getting
droves.
started
You know,
by
we
then.
saw this with Brexit, didn't we? The shy Brexiteers
So the pollsters were caught off
How
guard.
long are we
Once
gonna
again,
last?
they've been caught off guard. Now, if that is true, and we get 13
This whole
seats,
shy
which is extraordinary,
Brexiteer thing is
and
the
Nigel has
biggest
made this
load of
very
bunk
clear, this
ever.
is the beginning
We
of a much
knew
bigger
the country
movement.
was
And it is a
furious
movement. It's from the ground up.
with
Chris
the
mentioned
EU
something
split
else,
down
which
the
is
middle.
actually in the northwest, in the northeast. We're taking votes not just from the Conservatives, we're taking them from Labour as well.
Well, I was
People
gonna
who
ask
say
that.
this country is broken and they want it back.
I mean, where do you feel you have been picking up? Is it a uniform picture, or
Simply
is it
Hopefully Liz Truss.
from areas that were very
Hopefully Liz Truss
strongly
isn't counting that as the stream will be going until the next general
saying it's
election.
come out of nowhere? Because really, you had UKIP, then the Brexit Party, then the Reform Party. This has been
I'm sure they've killed the king by then.
existing movement, right?
Yes. So what's interesting is if
Oh,
you
he'll
vote share,
died
we
by
believe
then,
our vote
all by
share is
himself.
twice that of the Liberal
All sausage
Democrats.
fingers.
We believe that to be true, and if that is the case, and we only get a quarter of the seats,
You
then that
just
says
refer to the
something
king
about the
as
parliamentary
sausage.
system and why first
Yeah.
past the post I think is broken.
You know the photo,
Therefore,
right?
We need to move to
I
something
know the
like,
photo, and it's quite
proportional
worrying that
representation,
he's
which, of
got
course,
that level
we
of
had in
swelling.
the European elections,
I
and
could
that's
be the
how we
king as
became
well.
the biggest party in. I
These
know,
bad
I can see you
boys.
shaking your head next to me, but we became the biggest party in the European Parliament because we had the D'Hondt principle, and that's how we had so many. The Conservatives don't want it, Labour don't want it, but actually I think people in Britain do want it.
It's quite early in the night.
Look
for
at
a
that.
discussion about
Fuck
this
me.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Who's that?
I like
2
to
years
have a
now.
conversation.
But, and I want to get a reaction
Yeah.
from the other parties.
Apparently he's got. It's not really been much announced yet, but apparently he's got quite well progressed cancer
Aside from
of the arse.
people like you and people like Nigel Farage coming out and giving
That's
interviews
brutal.
publicly, what many people will have seen, however, is a revelation almost daily of truly vile and offensive remarks and views that had been shared by a significant number of your candidates. Some of them were condemned very quickly by the party's leadership. Some of those people were still allowed
Look
to
how
run
calm
as
he is.
candidates.
Your candidates have been
despite
accused of
having
extreme
expressed things that
racism.
were
How do you
really
plead
offensive to
yes?
many members of this
So
country.
let-
So
let's-
Guilty.
Well, let's be very clear. It is a minority of those.
They
We
love
had
it.
three
Fucking
separate
ham-faced
procedures
and
in
hogs,
play.
don't
We
they?
It seemed to work very well.
It's a minority
Over
that's
the
the
last
problem,
4 years, we've been vetting
is what he's
candidates
saying.
really thoroughly. We paid a company a lot of money to vet those candidates.
He
They
lives
let
as long
us
as his
down. But
mum and
also, when
reigns
the
that
Prime
bum
Minister
too.
called
By
the
the time when
election,
he takes
it
over,
caught
he'll be
us
super up
on the
too.
hop slightly.
I
It
think,
caught
in
the
my opinion, they
Conservatives
should have
very
just.
much on the
A lot
hop.
of people
But,
believe
and
that
then
they
we had
feel
to
that
expedite
Charles
that
should have been
process. And we
skipped.
have
It should
gone
have just
from
gone
nothing to
straight to
fielding
William.
620
But I'm
candidates.
afraid you're
And we have
using your
said, and we have
brain.
been very clear
And
about
how
this,
dare
we
you?
will
This
not
is
tolerate
Britain,
homophobia,
and
Islamophobia,
we will have
anti-Semitism,
our
or anything like
succession
that.
of
And
mad
if any of
monarchs.
us find out that that is the case,
Facts
they're
and
out.
science be damned.
Do you think that kind
One day
of
we'll get back to
savoury
having a
character
syphilis-ridden monarch on the
is
throne
so
who
attractive
obsesses over the
to
Well, I
buttons of
think
our
it's
troops,
well, I
like
think it's
Mad King
every
George.
party. If you look, there were 20
Good
weren't there,
old
in the
days,
Green Party
where
accused
we
of
all died at the
anti-Semitic
ripe old age of 30.
abuse. So it is in every
He
party.
lives
The
as long as
Conservative
his mum
Party has a
reigns,
similar
yes.
problem to a lesser extent.
But
I
not
think
after
Labour
they were
does.
formally nominated.
But remember,
stop
but
thinking.
also we're 4 years old, so we
Yes.
have to literally
The thing
sprint
is,
to
the
get
monarchy
those
isn't
candidates. And I
determined by
think
such
anyone who looks at the
newfangled
rise of reform will
notions
see that
as
actually what we're doing
science and
is breaking
logic.
political history.
Determined
I said
by
this before.
God.
Everyone said in that Brexit result, you won't do it. We changed history. We're about to change history
Blasphemer.
once again.
Do you know where your 13 seats, if you get that far, will be? I mean, you hinted earlier, you say you're picking up everywhere, but do you have a clear view of where you're likely to take? Was Nigel Farage likely to take?
I don't want to bet on it, but Clapton, I hope with Nigel, I hope Richard Tice, I think Rupert Lowe, Great Yarmouth would be a very good bet. Ben Habib in Wellingborough. Let's see. Look, I'm standing in West Suffolk. It has a majority of 23,000, which should be a safe Conservative seat. I'm against Nick Timothy, who was Theresa May's Chief of Staff.
Is he running?
Hancock had that seat, of course. That was in the height of the COVID pandemic.
Isn't
that
that
hasn't
telling
played
that
very well.
Theresa
I
May's
think it's
Chief
about
of
local
Staff?
candidates with
What
local
are they
issues.
bragging about?
Is there a
Where do you
personal
think
vote
the
there as well?
Tories
I
are
don't know. We'll find out in the middle of the morning.
So I took all the Tory staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Angela,
Okay.
Yeah.
You are going to be leaving us quite soon. But
Bye,
I just
bitch.
wonder, we've talked about reform. They seem to be doing the most damage in some of the seats that you are likely to lose, according to the exit.
A whole massive debate at work the other day.
Was there
with
enough
Brexit.
of an
I get
attempt
super
at
passionate
the
about the
beginning of
more
this
and
campaign
voted that.
to
The customers weren't
try
impressed and
to
ended up
win
finishing
over
at 6?
So
their support?
obviously the exit
Yeah,
polls
I
suggest
imagine Imagine that would
and we will be careful to analyse that at the
not
end
go
of the
down
night.
well. Well,
But at the
tatty
same
part,
time,
These
there's
time
no
matches
doubt
are
that the Labour
Piercing
curtains.
Party
We
them.
has
need to
been a
go
party of
shopping.
protest against
You're
people
getting your
not
revenge
being
by sticking holes in
conservative
them.
enough. I mean, I've had
He's
a lot
talking
of
about
people saying
his
to me,
dad.
join the Reform
That
Party.
session
I'm a
is-
Conservative
hold on.
voter and I want you to join Reform. That
We
makes
had
it
a whole
protest,
massive
and we've just heard
debate
that
the other day at
it's only
work
been around for
because
a
of
short period of
Brexit.
time.
I get super
And
passionate about Morons
can
that vote for
happen,
that. The
and obviously
customers
it's
weren't
been a
impressed and ended
great
up
result
finishing
for
a
Reform,
6-hour
according to
tatty
the exit
session
poll.
in
A terrible
silence.
night for the
Vanessa, you
Conservatives.
did God's
What it
work.
does mean is we need to
Fuck 'em.
regroup,
Like,
rethink,
Should have worked
regain the
some
trust
cocks into it.
of the population in order to come back fighting next time around.
Real subtle, like, you know.
But Brexit has brought us all these benefits, like
Yeah. Well, no, not necessarily. My passion is early years, as you well know, and I want to go and do some of that before I'm too old.
Okay, well, not a bit of it. We thank you for coming in and spending some of the evening with us.
Have you heard of Stuart Lee? I'm
Yes.
just going to crack one of his jokes
He's
if you're
great.
ready for this.
Blythe Ashington,
Stuart Lee
Houghton
said
and,
this. He said, not
Sunderland
everyone
South,
who voted
Naga
Brexit was
Munchetti and
racist.
Sally Nugent
Some of them were
standing
cunts
by.
as well.
Naga,
Dumb,
I'm sorry, it was
stupid,
Jackie.
racist
Jackie
cunts
from the
with
bank
very
who
legitimate
did it for
concerns about ever
Sunderland. They
closer
got in
ties
there
with
first.
Europe. I,
Some
sir,
of them,
voted
not
for
all of
Brexit,
them.
and I am not a
That was their
cunt.
secret weapon.
Signed a
And there
cunt.
were lots of kind of
They do
indications
that all the
here at
time,
Blythe
no
and
lie.
Ashington
One of
that
the
we were
owners
just
works
about to declare
with
a
dicks
few
within
minutes
a...
to go, and then it kind of went quiet. Sally and I were
I don't
messaging each
understand.
other,
Is
actually.
the owner
One of
So
the
who
hiding
do you
owners
think it's
works.
going to
everywhere,
be?
or are
But
they...
yes, we had our declaration for one of the 4 constituencies here that are having results. Ian Lavery from Labour
If
winning,
Labour
as you've
doesn't
been
announce their
discussing.
win and go, this is
And
Britain's
interesting that
Independence Day,
Reform
I'm
came
fucking...
second here too. A little point, there are 4 constituencies, as I said, which are going to be declared. You saw Maureen Levy on the stage there when the declaration happened, who is Conservative. She obviously didn't win, but her husband, Ian Levy, who's also up for the Conservatives, is
I've
also
voted
waiting
for
for
it,
his
but wasn't
declaration.
fully aware
That
of
will be for
anything.
Cramlington and Killingworth.
My vote
which
didn't
will
sway
happen around
anything, and I
12:45.
didn't
So we're still waiting for more results
influence
here. But
anyone,
yes,
so I have no regrets.
Sally won.
Also not
Sunderland
racist.
won. Congratulations.
Also not a cunt.
Yeah. Yes.
Doesn't mean that.
Sally 1-0 over Naga, and it sounds as if it was Jackie. Jackie from the bank who did the damage.
What won it?
What won it?
I tell you what, when I walked in here tonight, Jackie took me to one side and she said, "We are going
Didn't
to
that
win."
equal a
This is what I
week?
told you earlier on in the programme, and I believed her. But
Didn't
I
you
tell
know that you
there's
can
something
go
else
to,
about
like,
this count here that was quite
get
interesting today.
saves
I think
food
they
for,
quite liked being the
I don't know,
underdog tonight.
25p? 20, what is it, 25p Lee Anderson? The guy that was on earlier?
But there was a quiet
What a gimp.
confidence. There was a little bit of
twat.
underestimate us at your peril.
OB
Jackie
fucking
and everybody
loses.
from the bank who had been here as the A-team all those years
Everything
ago
I've seen
and
from him
all
has
those
just
years
been
of experience
absolute
and
trash.
getting the result out quickly, of course, they did the job. And
Well,
you know, everyone
Vanessa
makes
and
some kind of
Ali,
joke
what
about
you're
Sunderland
discussing now
and
is what I
football
witnessed at the
and
count.
getting used to
It's
not winning.
like I
But I
mentioned
can't make it
earlier,
now because they won.
there were people writing on their ballots that they had no idea who to vote for. And the people were
You're
not
smiling
educated.
gamely
Both
there, Naga,
projects were projects
which is
fair.
good to see.
Labour's and the Conservative position is if we leave the
All right,
EU,
Sally, Naga,
you
thank
know,
you.
the economy
Blythe
will
and
implode.
Sunderland South.
And
See,
then
that's friendly
the
rivalry.
Brexiteers
I'm
are
afraid
saying if we
elections
stay in
aren't
the
all about
EU,
friendly
the
rivalry.
country will
Some of the
become
battles are
unmanageable.
absolutely as bruising as they come.
I was going to say, actually,
Which
Peter
do you
That's
fear
the
more,
problem.
immigration or the EU?
Houghton.
It's basically what it was.
He says Houghton.
Houghton. Well, this is going to happen through the
Houghton.
night.
Houghton the Spring.
Exactly, Chris.
I think it's Houghton. You see,
Thank you. Thank you.
The only reason,
Very lovely
the
autistic.
reason I
You
started
can't
my
budget your
career in
money
the
when
North East of
someone's
England,
mugging you
someone
every day.
pointed out on day
That's the
one to
problem with
me how to
budgeting.
pronounce
And we know
that
profit
particular part
counting
of
is
the
what
side.
happens.
These anecdotes should normally come at about 4 in the morning.
I know,
And
but
actually, we've got serious-
We're starting early.
We've got
What time? It's not
serious
midnight yet.
The thing is,
serious business
even people
to get
that claim they're
Rita
educated on this
has got
shit,
some really
they weren't
interesting analysis
really.
because we've mentioned
Like
that
even the
results
big
coming in
commentators
from
online and
areas where they were very strong
all that
EU
shit, that
backing, and you've been looking at
they
what's
didn't
going
know
on
the
in
turned out-
extent of what the EU meant. Like most people didn't even know what customs union was.
Absolutely, Laura. And given
Like,
the conversation you were just having with Dame
it
Anne
wasn't
Lenson as well
something.
about what sort of damage reform
It was just
might
who
have
could
done
influence
to the
who to make a
Conservatives. So
vote and
this
who
is
could
based
rile up
on
the
exit
base
poll
the most.
information that we have.
It was a
We've done
population
some
popullarity contest, and that's all it
what we think
was.
has happened to the vote share of each of the parties?
Yeah, it turned out that the
2019. Now,
sensible, informed commentators were just about as full of shit as anyone else.
Down 15% there, Labour up 4%,
No one
Lib
knows.
Dems flatlining,
It's a
Reform
complicated
up
thing.
9% and Greens up 6% in Remain seats. Compare that to Leave seats. Conservatives down very sharply, 28% compared to 2019. Labour and the
I've
Lib
got many
Dems up a little
joke
bit.
brain cells.
Reform up 18%.
14%, and the Greens also up 5%.
No,
But look
I
at
think
that,
we've
and
all
one
got enough
wonders
brain
whether that
cells.
big
Like
rise
you
in the
don't need
reform
to
vote
have a
in those
degree to
seats that
understand
voted to leave the
politics. You
European
just need to
Union,
pick
whether
something you
that is
care about.
because people feel
Whether that's
Yeah,
that
but I
the
think people didn't
NHS
really
is not
care enough
delivering
about the
what they were
EU. It was only UKIP
expecting
that cared about
from
them.
the Conservatives,
Yeah.
and whether
And they
that
cared
is
about it because of
in those
immigration more
seats.
than
So I
anything. They
suspect
didn't
that is something
actually
that we
care
will
about
be
the EU.
discussing in the hours, days,
And frankly,
months
why
to come.
would anyone
Rita,
really
thanks
care
very much.
about the
Interesting, isn't
EU
it?
in a
Because
positive way?
2019, Brexit was the overt divide,
I
but it's a
mean,
long time
Vanessa,
ago, and
and
that vote in
unfortunately, there
2016,
were
so we'll be
people
looking for all the
predicting how
patterns
bad it
in the
would
woods.
get. One of them was
All
Jacob
right, okay, we're going to
Rees-Mogg's
go to
father,
Welling.
who wrote the
And
book
Regina
on how to
Vaidyanathan
make money by
is there,
crashing your own
standing
economy.
by.
Mogg was
Grant
buying
Yeah,
Shapps,
us land in
French
Ireland,
Secretary, his seat, of
hoping
course, at the
that
beginning of the
all the
night.
stock
Our exit poll
markets would
suggested
pivot
he
from
had a
London to Ireland and
6%
then he'd make
chance
even more
of
money.
hanging on
Like,
to his
like
seat.
they
How
did.
are the
the
Tory
people telling
campaigners
us to
there?
vote for it were literally banking on our economy going to absolute crap.
Love,
Rishi
I just had a
Sunak
message
would have
from
been one
someone
of them
close
as
to Grant
well.
Shapps. It reads, underdog, but
Yeah.
They did
And
care
then what
about
happened?
So
everyone.
I
There
think
was
that's
there was like a
maybe
dozen other things that
optimistic
happened that
but
proved to be
realistic,
way
because
more
it would be a big
have a
hill
way
to
more
climb for
bigger
Grant
effect on the
Shapps
economy
to
than fucking Brexit.
retain his seat,
Oh
one
yeah,
that he's
like,
held since
do you think Ukraine had one of the big
2005,
effects on it?
and a majority of around
Probably.
11,000 last time. Now, the Labour camp here aren't really giving much
Exactly.
away, Clive. They're just saying that they've had a good polling
I don't
day,
think
and
And
they're
they
then
going to
there's
wait
the
put
until
pronoun.
around 3:30
shared
when the
responsibility
result
with
is
Brexit.
called. It is worth as well mentioning
Well,
that the
COVID
exit
happened
poll
after
put
Brexit.
Reform
Yeah,
in
by a
third
few
place
years.
here, and
And it
Reform
was
should
it was a
say you're
much,
feeling
much bigger
positive
impact
here
on both
as
Britain and the
well.
world
Dave
than
Walsh, you may
Oh, she
remember,
means to
was a certain
the
defence
economy,
secretary
like
in 1997 and
Oh,
delivered
yeah,
one
no,
of those
like
election
Neil
night
said, like you're both
moments.
spot
Could
on that
this
one.
current
COVID.
defence secretary deliver another one today?
Okay, Regina, thank you.
And we are going to just have a brief word with Peter Madison.
What do I
Still
want?
with us here in the studio. In terms of what we're seeing tonight, a reminder, the exit polls predicting a Labour majority of 170, and yet David Bull from Reform is telling us very clearly Reform has been
I'm just
taking
trying
votes
to
from
check
Labour as well.
something on my
Yes,
phone.
and I'm not really surprised by that, because although there are views and opinions of a nationalist and populist kind growing on the right of British politics, I don't think anything like the number of voters who have supported that Reform UK could be described as nationalist, populist or right-wing. They're looking for a very handy protest party to support, because they are furious with the Conservatives. And I have lost count of the number of people who have told me, indeed I've knocked on
Lost
doors
Bailey.
myself and found
Yeah.
voters saying, I just cannot decide. I hate the Tories.
I'm reading about
I'm sorry I
Biden
want
again.
to vote for the
I
Conservatives.
just can't stop.
But I can't yet make
stop.
up my mind who to protest with.
No, it's way
Labour
funnier than
or
this.
Reform. So they're not guided
What's the choice
by
of snacks?
some
Well, it was
ideology.
Skittles, but I bet them
They're
all.
not racists. They're not
Maltesers.
anti-Semites. They're people who are
I
looking
want some
for
Maltesers.
a handy protest vote.
By the
And
time he
Labour
finishes his second term, John, Trump will have nominated more than half of the Supreme Court.
Some inevitably have gone to Reform.
But why didn't they go to Labour with all of the things that
Most
you've
of them
said?
did. Most of them have.
But in terms of they're not a party that existed
Impressive.
in that kind
Oh,
of force.
Bailey, yeah, I'm just having a
Why
good
didn't
cackle at
they been able
Biden
to get them
news.
across?
It just
Well,
keeps
hasn't
me funny.
stopped.
Existed for some time in various guises.
Hello?
Is he actually getting replaced? I didn't get an answer earlier.
And of course,
No, I'm
Nigel
here.
What, Biden?
Farage.
We don't know yet.
Is the
Like, there's sort of an ongoing civil war in the Democrats
Right.
between
Look, at the
people whose
core
career
of
depends on
the
Biden staying in
UK,
and people whose
there are
career would
a whole
benefit from him
number
being
of
gone.
extremely
I
unpleasant
heard like Nancy
people
Pelosi said
who
something about him.
rejected by the
Yeah,
know
she
what
said that he's
overwhelming
too fucking old,
mass of the
basically,
British people.
and that
But
it's
their
not. It's going to
views,
cost them the
held by
election,
those
and
people
they
that
need someone
were
different.
part of Reform UK are not known to the
It's too late now.
Which
Isn't
means
it?
it's not looking good,
The general
though.
public are looking for
Is it too late?
parties to back or candidates to support.
If they did it now and they got the fuck on with it,
It's
then
absolute
maybe
nonsense.
not.
With the
But who's going to
greatest
replace him?
respect, that's absolute nonsense.
Who else is?
We've seen your candidate.
Who else is
Very
less of a
small
reptile than he is?
There
We've
are-
seen
I'll
your
be right
candidate.
back. I'm
There
just
are a
checking
very
the
small
email.
number of candidates, and we have removed them and dealt with them. Let me just make one thing very clear.
I'd
which
rather
is
have
that
her than
we
happening.
stood down. We gave Boris Johnson an 80-seat
What,
majority
Hillary?
because he said
No,
he was going to get Brexit done.
Kamala
He
Harris.
did not get Brexit done. We have
Oh, Kamala Harris.
We've annexed
Oh,
the
she's
United States,
vile
we've
and
annexed
hilarious in
Northern
her
Ireland.
own
Now, that
way.
is
Yeah,
unacceptable.
but better than Biden,
Tell me
surely.
another country that
She'd
goes
definitely
around
lose
purposely
to Trump.
annexing
If you think
parts of its
if you think
own
Oh, yeah.
Biden will get owned by Trump,
And actually,
fucking
what people
Kamala
right
Harris
around the country
definitely.
What was
They've
the other
seen
one?
that
It's like
you're going to
a
put taxes up
California one, I
enormously
think.
by 15 billion
Gavin
Yeah,
Newsom.
that's
it seems, and people
Oh,
are
Gavin
saying
Newsom.
they want low tax, low regulation, and high growth, and that's what we offer.
I'm not sure that people voted.
I don't know, he's about all they've
for
got, but he's not
because
really
they
any
want
more
less
popular either.
protection and more
I can't see
exposure
him
to
winning either.
market forces. Quite honestly.
People voted for reform.
and
That
nor-
old fucking rat
Nor do
boy.
I think people voted for reform
rat
Pete
because they
Buttigieg.
objected to some notional border down the Irish Sea. I think you're living in a fantastic.
And that's it, that's all they got.
No, people, of course, people have voted
Oh, in a bad,
for
bad way.
an insurgent
Yeah.
party, but I would
Other than
not
Hillary,
describe this as a popular.
who would definitely
insurgency.
lose
I
to
would
Trump
not go
again.
to Nigel Farage
And it
and
would be the
describe
funniest
reform
thing that ever
as
happened.
an
So I'm sort of hoping for that.
Listen, how do you?
In fact, I'm really
hold on
hoping
to
for that.
them?
That would be amazing.
Yeah. Look at that. For the president. I mean, to call that fucking Trump, though. It's more like both are on the left.
Yeah.
Down in relation to GDP by 2028. You haven't got any money, and you're not going to borrow. You've made that clear. So how are you going to give these people hope who've moved towards you?
Well, Clive, let's not sort of rehearse all the arguments of the election campaign.
Yeah,
and
no,
the
let's not do
physical
that.
studies
Let's not do that.
And all that. Look, you make an important point, however. We not only want to hang on to those who have voted for us in the election, we want to win over people who have voted for for Reform UK. We want to demonstrate that we are a party of all the people. Not just people who live in inner cities, who have college degrees.
Is this a reform guy?
Who are young and have, good, reasonably well-paid positions in good professions. We want to retain and/or win the votes of non-graduates, non-college leavers, people who, frankly, who work in the everyday economy and feel quite disrespected and quite disempowered. Now, that is something that has grown over a number of years.
Come on, get some results.
Has got to understand, come to terms with, and engage with, and make sure.
It's tough keeping up with Biden news. Like I try and read as much as I can of the thread for laughing at Democrats, and like it's getting like 1,000 posts a day at the moment, easily, probably more. And like I read through 50 fucking pages, and by the time I get there, there's 50 fucking more.
A new party. By the way, let me.
And they're all amazing.
We are a new party, completely new party.
You made it sound so torturous. What's my choice in Snap?
Yeah, it hurts from the laughing.
If that poll is right, then we have done extremely well. Also, what are you going to do with regards to the European Union? You're going to take us closer and closer to Europe.
What's
and
this?
that is not
Ooh.
what people want.
We've got a declaration coming in. Let's
The
listen
really
in to
question
what's
should
happening
give me
in
a choice in shoes.
For Sunderland Central.
Oh, we got a result.
I, Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer,
I saw we had Sunderland.
hereby give notice that the total number of votes
Are they doing a replay?
for the Sunderland Central constituency is as follows.
Is it the same people?
Lewis Malcolm Atkinson, 16,852.
Yeah, he's probably got that.
Chris Ainon, 10,779.
What a dickhead haircut.
Rachel Sarah Featherstone, 2,993.
Get right.
Niall Dane Hodson, 3,602. Greg Peacock, 5,731. The number of rejected ballot papers was 99. The turnout is 52.6%.
It's worrying that Reform are getting so many second places.
Has been duly elected to serve as
No, that's how Labour got in.
But I mean,
beaming Lewis Atkinson there.
why are people going for Reform over Conservative? Does that mean we're going even more right wing?
Yes, that's
Of course it means that.
Conservatives into second place there.
Well,
But
we're talking about the Overton window, which has gradually moved more and more and more right wing.
6,073. No surprise whatsoever.
That's
That's a Labour
concerning.
poll, but fascinating.
Not a
and
great
very
way of modelling how politics works, but it's
and a
better
low
than some
turnout
ways.
as well, and that's been a feature of the first two races that we
Right, anyway, memes.
from. Let's look at the
Should I explain the Overton window?
Bump into a Reform candidate in Tesco. All English way.
That is what is happening so far, and it's early days, no question. But Reform are eating into the Conservative share of the vote there. And look at the swing there from Labour to Reform, 7.7%.
And you see that kind of move there. And Peter Mandelson, we're hearing from our numbers that there's a 91% chance that Reform might take your old patch, the constituency of Hartlepool. If Hartlepool is won by the Reform Party, how would that feel for you?
It would be, I'd feel extremely bad and very disappointed, and I'd be surprised if it happened.
You would be surprised.
Right, was that saying the polls were
I think
saying they
you're
would?
about to be surprised. This is where I've been to Hartlepool. I've campaigned in Hartlepool, and when you knock on doors, people say they are sick and tired of the two main parties that don't represent them. That, you know, in terms of the offering you're putting forward, it doesn't represent the people of Hartlepool. It doesn't represent the people of, say, Clacton either. And I think this is very much a people's revolt. And you can call it a protest vote if you want, but actually it's not. It's an uprising. It's saying to the political classes, enough is enough.
I mean, Peter, I was talking to a Labour activist before we came on air. He was saying that on the doorstep, the response was very much, you're all the same. You're all the same. And in that kind of atmosphere, it is going to be the insurgent party, potentially, that gets the nod.
Clive, I think people over the last 10 years in all parts of the country have almost literally had the hope beaten out of them and their trust in the whole political system beaten out of them by one disaster after another. You know, the country feels so broken. It is hardly surprising that people are very, very angry. And now what the Labour Party has to do, if it form the government, as your exit poll would suggest it will, is prove them wrong, that they can see hope restored in the future of the country.
It's pretty accurate, right?
Yeah, basically.
It's in this one. Labour, this is what you voted for. What the fuck? X is a cesspit now.
I just looked right up at my light and blinded myself.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got another
Very
one.
interesting, actually. Most of the candidates are here. Penny Mordaunt is not here, and we're told that she may not turn up until very close to the declaration, which is expected at around 3:30.
Penny Mordaunt going to lose her seat. She's the female equivalent of Alan B. Starr, the great Rick Mail character that personified conservative politics during the Thatcher years.
Yeah. Been saying if the Tories had chose her, then they'd probably be doing a lot better by now.
They would have won.
Yeah.
Just a 25% chance of holding on here.
I suppose she's got that Thatcherite look.
Yeah, and a lot of sort of gammon-friendly bona fides.
Would be 17.2%. But what the sort of chatter is in this room is that actually what we're seeing here is a big increase in the Reform vote, just as you've been talking about all evening.
She loses to a Reform candidate. That's going to be both humiliating and scary.
People have got too much time on their hands, bro.
Explanation for why indeed Portsmouth Guildhall is going to
Was that Farage riding a lion?
Yeah,
that was indeed. Look at it.
Like,
Let's see what happens there.
Yep, 3 seats.
Reform would be so funny if it wasn't based on actual racial hatred. Like, it's like over funny. Wait, is that an internment camp? Wait, whoa.
Going up in those 3 counts so far. That's not going to be an issue, we think, in Northern Ireland. because Andrea Catherwood joins us now from Belfast. Hi there, Andrea. Just paint a picture of the scene where you are.
Yes, very different here in Belfast, of course, because
but I thought the Northern Irish MPs never sit in Parliament. I thought that's like one of the big themes.
Only when it's Sinn Féin.
Years has been the party that's been the biggest Northern Irish party.
The Nutter parties, you know, they'll happily go there. More than happy to swear Lord is the king.
Yeah, we're on about the DUP. I remember it being a big scandal when the DUP were called in to save the Tories from losing a vote.
Yeah.
Recently, just at Easter, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, who was the leader.
You remember the Cash for Act scandal, right? It was hilarious.
Cash for what?
Cash for Ash. No. So there was in Northern Ireland there was like a renewable energy scheme, and the idea was that the government would reward like homeowners for installing, instead of sort of gas or oil heating systems, they'd like give you a subsidy for like installing a heating system that burn like wood pellets, so you know, compacted sawdust basically. And this subsidy was very generous, to the point that it worked out. Basically, you were getting paid to burn wood pellets. So what a lot of farmers did was they bought up all the wood pellet burners and wood pellets and stuff that they could, and they like year round they were heating up their cow sheds and stuff. And it's they did that so much that they left the Northern Ireland government with a bill of something on the order of £3 billion to pay out to them.
What's the mood in the
various
And if you were wondering why Northern Ireland didn't have a government for a few years, it was because the ludicrousness of that scandal caused it to collapse. And for several years, they still weren't able to come to a solution or an agreement between each other that really resolved it. And at the time, then Theresa May obviously lost her majority in 2017, and she needed a few more MPs to get the line. And one of the conditions that the Northern Ireland Nutter Party made as you know, as a part of the agreement in order to support her was that Theresa May's government would pay off this enormous debt, which was why we gave Northern Ireland like £2 or £3 billion at the time.
MP at the last
so we paid them. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Effectively, I don't mean they literally ruled
it's
it,
amazing
but they were in charge. They were the biggest party from 1959 in every general election through to 2010.
Vanessa, is reform basically the new cube? Is Farage a leader of the reform?
Yeah.
Scrambled.
So he is basically UK. What's the difference?
Yeah.
Why has there been such
reform is made of all the people too extreme for the Conservative Party.
Around the country have been saying, one, they want to get the Tories out. They don't think they're doing
is that
a good
Richard
job
someone? Quite posh.
Two,
Richard
they're not
Tice.
delighted with the
Yeah, that's the
performance
one.
of the SNP. Concerned
Was he a
about some
Tory?
of the other things going on with the
I
party.
don't know where he came from. It's just suddenly
Sorry,
everywhere.
Conservative chairman.
Have I heard massive enthusiasm for Labour from voters? Not necessarily, and I think that will pose a challenge for the Labour Party to prove
He
that
was
they
a
can
donor
deliver
and member of the
meaningful
Conservative
change for
Party
the
for
people
most
of
of his
Scotland,
life.
because the key thing to remember here, you know the
Governor.
figure, 45%. At the last general election, the SNP
That's why he's
won
got such a rep.
45% of the vote. In the independence referendum in 2014, people voting
He does
for
speak quite
independence
intelligently.
were 45% of the electorate
He
who
does.
voted. And what we've
Richard
seen
Tice.
this time, we don't know the
No.
share for the SNP in this election, but it seems likely that what we're seeing is evidence at the ballot box of a detachment between support for the
Let me guess,
SNP
Biden.
and support for independence.
Yeah, I'm cackling at Biden
Round
stuff.
about that 45%
Just stop.
mark, according to
No,
polls. So,
no.
of
So,
would not
it's been
the
announced
result is as we
yesterday
expect.
that
The mandate for negotiations for
Biden
the
was
second
receiving
independence
encouragement
referendum
from his
that
son
John
Hunter,
Swinney, the new SNP leader,
and
suggested it might be,
someone's
and we
made a
certainly
crack,
hoped it would be.
made a joke
But
that
it doesn't
the
mean the issue
DNC
is
has sent in a
completely
crack
gone away.
team to
It
help the
does
president.
mean that there is no obvious vehicle for supporters of independence to
Isn't
jump on
Biden
at this
in
moment
Hunter Biden
to
in jail?
deliver what they ultimately want to do for Scotland.
He's. I don't know if he's been sentenced yet, but he's probably going to be.
From the results as they come in, but of course the biggest
Not for
implication
crack though,
at this
even though he
stage
has
is that Keir
had a
Starmer
shitload of crack.
heavily on track to become the next Prime Minister.
Partly because, as James
Julian
was saying,
Assange out
there
yet?
may be Labour gains in Scotland.
Yeah, he
but
is. He
also
went to
potentially
He's out.
Noel Griffith
Australia.
is in Wales.
Ah.
Labour potentially making gains where
Well, he's
you
probably
are
gonna
too,
get arrested
particularly
again.
in the north.
Yeah, absolutely. If you remember,
People are going to
Clive,
learn in
back
this
in
election
2019,
that the
it
Red
was a
Wall
Tory
falling
story,
down
taking
was simply an
14 of the
affirmation
40
that they
seats,
really
their
wanted
best result in
Brexit.
decades.
Hmm.
Tonight, as we speak, we're on
No,
a white
people aren't going to
course.
learn a fucking
Banter
thing from
changes
this,
mean
just like
no
they haven't learned a
finishes to play
fucking thing
for,
from
but
anything else.
essentially,
Hey, but
using that
we're
exit
learning all
poll,
the
it
things,
may
and
be that the
that's what
Tories
matters.
are down to one single seat, and that comes with lots
Yeah.
of caveat, not least the fact that it's not a Tory candidate
screwed.
fighting for it. It's Montgomeryshire and Lyndon, a name that's been in the headlines because of the betting scandal. The candidate there, Craig Williams, suspended by the party, but according to the exit poll at least,
Okay, Howell,
he
I'm
may
going to have
well
to
be
cut
the
into
only
you,
one
mate. Sorry
to
about
survive
that.
Oh, the
this
betting
We've got a
scandal. That was
declaration
hilarious.
coming up.
Did you hear about that? Did I tell you?
Nope.
There's been several Conservative MPs who rumbled for betting on the election.
Hang on.
Like when it was announced.
For the better. After 14 long years of Conservative government, change is coming. This is the moment
Is it?
we press the reset button
Yeah,
for
we're
the
going to get
country
the old pound coin
to
back.
get our economy firing on all cylinders.
Oh shit, John!
To invest
It's the
in our
Great
schools
Reset.
and our NHS. To restore honesty, decency and integrity to politics.
So we're going to reinstate Jeremy Corbyn.
I'm a Swindon girl, born and bred. And I can tell you this, I'm on a mission to restore pride and opportunity to my hometown. A mission to ensure kids growing up here today don't have to move out.
He's got a hard job, is it?
A mission
Good
to
luck,
build a
yeah.
high-wage local economy where hard work is rewarded and the contribution of all is
Because of all
valued.
they've all got vibes up
It's the
their
honour
butts.
of my life to have been elected to represent my hometown. Together, we are going to put
There's a
Swindon
photo online
up
somewhere
and
where
for
a
all
vote
the
was
right
announced and I
reasons.
lost the election. You can just see
I'd
me
like to thank
staring
everyone
with
who
like
has made
1,000
this
yards
election
staring to
run
my
so
point.
smoothly. To the returning
And
officer,
next to me is another
to
candidate
everyone
just crying
counting
into
here
the arms
tonight,
of the former
and to the police.
candidate.
I'd like to thank my incredible campaign team. You know who you all are. There is not a door in Swindon South that we haven't knocked on, and there are plenty we've knocked on many times. I've had to
She's
tell
probably
some
met
people
my dad
I'm
then.
not stalking them.
I haven't, but at least
I
someone
can't
has.
thank you and them enough. To my agent Patrick Herring, to my local party chair Jo Garton, and to the leader of the council
Wait,
Jim
did
Robbins.
she say Joe Biden?
Thank you for your unwavering support and good advice.
Having a bit of a Joe Biden moment himself there.
Robert, you've been a
Well, he's
gentleman
addicted.
in this contest.
Why did you shit
Wait,
yourself?
there's Corbyn on the right,
Hard-working
isn't there?
servant of Swindon, a senior government
Isn't the
minister,
north, yeah.
and an ardent campaigner on the issues closest to your heart. The political winds of change may be blowing tonight, but I hope your contribution to public life continues. And finally, I'd like to thank my family. To my dad, who has been my hero from day one growing up in
How are all the
Colebrook Road.
candidates standing
Thank
there
you for
so
painting
far?
my office, putting up my garden stairs,
Yeah, I'd be crying.
putting out my bins
Is he
when I
fit
forget
going
them.
off?
Thank you to my mum for refilling
Rage
my freezer,
quit.
for providing
I'd
a
have to-
one-woman
I'd be
news
awesome.
monitoring service of the Swindon Advertiser, and for always believing in me. And thank you to my husband Martin. 2 years ago, I said I wanted to come home. We uprooted a life we had built together in South East London, and you didn't blink. I simply wouldn't be the person I am without you. Thank you, Swindon. Thank you to all those who voted for me. And
Thank
to those
you.
who
It's
didn't let me
thank
say
you.
this.
I didn't hear
I am
thank.
here for
I
you.
heard a
will
different
represent
word
our
just
whole
then.
community with dedication and humility. Swindon, thank you for giving me the opportunity
I
to
should say
serve.
this.
I won't let you down.
I think the mic was just terrible.
So she was in London and now she's in Swindon, which is fucked up.
That's the first Labour gain from the night. She's
Swindon's
taken the
alright.
seat from Robert Buckland, the former Tory minister. He's the first
There's a
Conservative
decent
to lose.
Amazon in there.
Listen in.
Swindon's alright.
Incredible counting team that makes Swindon one of the most efficient counting centres in the United
They've got a decent
That's Swindon's big
Amazon.
thing,
for
John.
much of
It's
the
an
day
efficient
and for the
counting
rest of the night.
centre.
There are many friendly faces here who will
I
we
wouldn't
need to
brag
rely
that.
on for democracy to happen, and that's what's happened tonight. I'd
I would.
like to thank
I
the
wouldn't.
people of Swindon South as
Actually,
well, or
this
should
is
I
what you
say
want, John. You want to
South
get counted
Swindon, to
faster.
see
Here
that
we
I
are
had
at
the honour of
20 minutes
representing
past
for
midnight and they
14
counted it all.
years through 4 elections.
Please,
Although it was not
please.
to be for a 5th time.
They can
I
do
owe
it.
a huge debt of gratitude to the tens of thousands of fellow residents who have supported me over the years
swing, isn't it?
and who continue to do so.
Yeah, well, now the residents are supporting you out the door. Get safe, fucked.
I say my good wishes and that my hopes go with you for the future of our town, my home, and our country. And I want to thank Heidi for her heartfelt words, and I genuinely wish her well. She is a person who comes to this with goodwill and the right motives. And I'm glad
I just
that
complimented
on a
his
personal
candidate. She's
level,
got the
she's
right
able to
motives.
serve once again.
Tory says
I
you've got
want to
the
thank
right
my
motives. I'd
family,
be fucking
my
concerned.
wife, Sean, my children,
Like Rolf Harris
who
giving you
have,
the thumbs
through
up.
the 20 years that I have been candidate and MP here, put aside their priorities, not just for mine, but for the people who I served, and for my incredible campaign team,
That's going to be a
The
clip.
one fine thing there is all this is alcohol free because I've got an ultrasound tomorrow.
Get the fuck out of here.
this campaign, and I owe them a huge debt of gratitude. Now, tonight's result
Are you
means that I
drinking
cannot,
Magners?
for the time being,
Patches.
be a direct participant in our parliamentary process.
You've got Thatcher in your house
you
for
know
John.
I value and love dearly.
God.
He loves to guzzle a bit of Thatcher, doesn't he?
Advance the cause of autistic and disabled people in our country, and people who live
Drew
in
King
abusive
Pyro says
and
cheap
controlling
viewers on
domestic
cut.
relationships, and the victims of serious crime
I
in
don't
particular.
understand.
I'm
Oh,
deeply
get me in.
proud of the investment that I've helped to secure for Swindon, from the new A&E
Definitely not
at
bots.
GWH to the vitally important heritage work at the Health Hydro and the Honda site we've developed. But there's much more, of course, to do. I wish Heidi well, and I know that she will carry on the work that I have started. Now, our very political system is
Oh, you put it on the group.
do we value
Yeah.
those who work to bring people together and who come...
What the fuck? I don't get it.
I don't get it now.
Well, this is
Twin
this
Towers.
is a Democrat politician called Al Franken, and that is that's a Photoshop of him. What ended his political career was basically him doing that with a woman's knockers, and that photo got out, and he, it was sort of around the start of Me Too, and he got instantly shunned and totally cancelled by the Democrats. And
How can I make it
with-
more offensive?
yeah,
Twin Towers.
And so with Biden's brain melting out of his ears, Democrats are desperately looking around for fucking anyone who might step up instead, and some of them are starting to think maybe we should give this guy another go, perhaps.
Maybe not.
South, but also a very fierce
still don't
speech
understand
there
it,
from
but
Sir
it's-
Robert Buckland, the former Conservative cabinet minister, who accused some in his party.
Just the sort of
not
combination
directly,
of
very clear what he was
photo
saying.
that ended
He
man's
was
career
asking
with
whether they value people who
making
work
it even
together,
worse.
or whether those who accept that politics is a circus and say things to be untrue. So, a taste there of some of the very fierce fights that may well be ahead for the Conservative Party as the night and the days progress after what appears to be on course to be a shattering defeat for them.
Yeah, and the civility shown, both well, it's something that you don't see that often, frankly, in our modern politics. And I think it's important that we reflect on that, Sadiq Khan, because Heidi Alexander left a very good job in Lewisham as the MP to go and work for you. And you were saying, as she was giving her speech there, that you were taking credit for that. That victory.
Heidi, I wasn't. I was with Heidi 2 days ago in Swindon North and Swindon South, 2 seats we've got to win. And it looks like we're going to win those. I've got to give credit both to Robert and to Heidi for those speeches. I think you won't see 2 classier speeches during the course of this night. But it's, I think, the start of what's going to be a great night for Keir Starmer's Labour Party. I think you're going to see across every region of the country Labour making gains. I think you'll see Labour, the biggest party in England, Scotland and Wales. And it's quite remarkable because Heidi and I sat through 2019 when we were genuinely fearing
I regret voting for Labour now.
the party was on the brink of extinction. Heidi came to work for me as my
Feel like you wasted your time, did you?
Lo and behold, in 4.5 years.
Yeah, I felt like I would have won anyway. I could have written I could have spent my time doing an incredible dick on that thing.
Labour gains.
Yeah.
Labour gains. Labour gains. That's
Fucked
the first
up.
one.
I think I'll be gloating at quite a lot of people who, you know, that seems to have been the main factor really motivating a lot of people to vote Labour. Oh, I don't want, I'm scared of what if the Tories will win.
When he first
I
told
can
me
tell them now,
4.5
you
years ago,
fucking idiot. You could have voted for something you wanted. But no, too much of a fucking chicken, weren't you?
the Prime Minister. I was unclear what his
I feel personally attacked.
how difficult the task was. But he had a sense of
Good.
conviction and confidence that made him think he could do it. He made us believe he could do it, and he's worked so hard. He's built a team around him. The shadow cabinet, MPs, candidates, our staff, our volunteers have followed Keir's confidence and leadership. It's been difficult. There's been some wobbly moments. There have been times where, you know, we've thought it wasn't possible. In my wildest dreams, 4.5 years ago, did I think we'd be here? No. Keir did, though, and he deserves massive credit for getting us here.
Sadiq, Mayor of London, you sound a bit like though you thought he was crackers to take it on.
Well, look, I love Keir, and I said to Keir, you know, one of my best friends took on this job in 2010. We fell short in 2015.
Ed Miliband, you're referring
Yeah,
to.
I've seen great politicians take on the worst job in
Job
politics.
opportunity. The Joe Biden for President campaign seeks a social media platform strategist to write daily content for Vice President Kamala Harris and expand the online the Vice President's online voice online.
For me, without taking a fee, he worked for clients without asking for money. He believes in hard work. I think what you'll see is him being magnanimous tomorrow, him being humble, and him demanding every Labour MP serves with humility.
Just to say that we've
Whoa,
got
hang
another
on.
Labour hold. This
Vote
is
share.
Washington and Gateshead South. Labour have hung on
Why
to
have
that
Reform
seat.
got so much?
Sharon Hodgson is
Well, they've done really well then,
there
clearly.
as the MP. So
forget
that
Is this just for this one place?
Yeah, but our election system is first past the post, so
a lot of those seats, in fact, all those seats are in the north. No, Swindon. We had
Guildford.
So most of those seats in the north. What is it about the north?
Oh, there's one particular dickhead
It's just a
there
special place, and interesting.
who I troll the fuck out of all the time.
Well, Nagad Sally told us about all the lengths that they've
I hope
been
the
to
Tories
with the
win
paper and
there.
all this, but interestingly, that seat in Washington.
I see
Reform, so
that
it
Nico
is in
Armalana.
second place.
It's like a
They will bring you that
YouTuber.
result in detail when
He
we
started
have
running for PM,
Reform
but he's
is
only
one of
like
the headaches
10 different
for the erstwhile
constituencies.
Conservative
I'll see how well he
leader,
does.
Rishi Sunak, but of
I'd
course,
vote for
the
him.
huge move to Labour we're
It's
seeing
hilarious.
is the biggest problem for him of all. Let's check in.
He went to
again
like an
with Victoria
EDL
Derbyshire.
rally
Victoria, you're at
and
the
he was
count now. Have you
pretending
managed
that
to
he was
glean
trolling them
anything
basically.
from Conservative supporters
It's
there?
like, do you join the NDL, the Nico Defence League?
Honestly, Laura, not particularly. I can tell you that the verification of the ballot papers is almost complete, and the actual counting of the real votes will begin, I'm told, in about half an hour. There's a sort of quiet hum here as the verification continues. What I
Why
can
are they
tell
sat
you
around
is,
doing
and I'm
nothing?
sure it's the same for you, Laura,
Get on with it.
the number of WhatsApps
Because
that
they're
we've
all
received
secretly
from
massive
senior
Reform
Conservative
fans,
politicians, which
and they're
range
gutted.
from despair to some scepticism about the exit poll, particularly when it comes to the number of seats Reform are projected to win, and also some Tory MPs trying very, very hard to look for some positives in that exit poll.
Hey,
One
John,
senior MP's reaction to the exit
this
poll
stream isn't
was
going
an
to be saved
expletive, which
online,
obviously
is
I
it?
won't repeat right now in the
Yeah.
early hours of the
We're a
morning.
family show,
Another
election
said
night.
the exit poll is
can delete it.
exactly, which is why I'm not repeating it. Another said it was
the
dire.
9/11
Good, that's a few hours ago, really.
Oh, we've already done 9/11 memes. Don't worry about that. There's a lot of them.
Somebody else who stepping down was a senior cabinet minister on a much more
Like a common
upbeat note
theme.
said, look, if Labour can turn the worst result since the 1930s into their best result, then we, the Conservatives, have it all to play for over the next 5 years. Just been chatting to the Reform candidate here.
Maybe before the stream I was never going to be successful, but now there's footage of me online in some very
Sunak's majority. The first time we are going to see the Prime
There you go, hang on, I'll put you in full res. There you go.
There you go. Put the 9/11 memes right, scrolling past, yeah.
No, don't do that. For fuck's sake, I do not. I am.
Victoria, thanks very much indeed. We'll talk to you later.
Also with us here
Hey John,
in the studio
hey
is
John,
Gus O'Donnell,
hang
former
on,
Cabinet
hang on.
Secretary.
Get
And,
Bailey up like
it
half the
looks as
screen.
if we're going to have a new Prime Minister.
Yes.
Now, how is the civil service preparing for that?
Well, they've been preparing for a long time for all possible options, but this one.
You guys are gonna get me sacked. This is not funny. This is immoral shit.
Oh yeah. Tell it, brother.
That's the thing, you know.
You're a
the
terrible
Cabinet
person,
Secretary is
Bailey.
the ultimate wet blanket, right? They come through that door.
9/11,
and
really.
They are on a high like no other high. They've just been clapped in, and it's amazing. And then I have to say to them, well, actually, now it gets really tough. Yeah.
No. I don't approve of this. People died. I just fell off my. I actually fell off my chair. No. I know I stepped out of politics, but fuck me, I didn't agree to burn the money.
Minor things like actually we've got certain terrorist issues that I need to talk you through, certain intelligence issues.
Hey, Bailey.
And there's a whole nuclear coding.
Jet fuel can't melt real memes.
If we're wiped out, those, you know, there are big issues. And remember, he's a human. His family are coming through that door and they're moving home. And so that's his wife, his children, you know, it's a massive event in their lives. And believe me, it's a very stressful job. And suddenly, whereas when you're in opposition,
I could do
one
worse.
of the worst jobs there is in politics, being leader of the opposition.
Fucking
When you're
fired
Prime
from my
Minister,
job.
it's
I'm gonna
relentless,
live in your
and it
train.
starts tomorrow. And so, Keir, please, if you're listening, go to bed, right? Be ready for tomorrow.
He hasn't had his count yet.
There's no way he's going to do
Holborn
that.
and St.
I
Pancras
know,
hasn't
but
called yet,
it's
so-
going to be a big day.
Oh, look, it's going to be a huge day, whatever happens, and you know it looks very, very clear the direction of travel, but the result and the scale of the result is still kind of. I know. Well, Sadiq Khan, you're sitting there with a twinkle in the eye. You're not going to let me get to the end of the sentence that reminds our viewers that there still is a sprinkling of salt with all of this. But if the exit poll does give Labour a majority of this scale, what kind of government do you think that Keir Starmer is going to run? You know, Gus O'Donnell's just given us a horror story of all of the very serious issues.
Tory in red.
Chris has reflected already the tightness of the budget.
Yeah.
There ain't much cash. What kind of government do you think he'll run?
I think what we're going to get at last is a growing.
They're already getting their excuses in.
Under promise and over deliver. He's going to be magnanimous tomorrow. He's going to reach across to colleagues from all sides of the House to bring the nation together. He's a unifier. He's a unifier. He will bring people together, and he's not sleeping tonight.
Oh man, they really have been learning from the Democrats.
Get ready for tomorrow, big day tomorrow. That sets a tone in relation to managing expectations, but also making clear Team Labour knows what's expected from us. High standards.
This is the most pathetic shit you can possibly imagine.
Buckland said about the consequences
You
of
just
bad
crushed
leadership
these
with the fires in
wankers.
2010.
What are you
Okay,
reaching
very
out to them for?
Interesting though, you say He's a unifier. Actually, not everybody in your party feels that way. Quite a lot of people feel in your party that actually he's booted out people who didn't fancy his agenda. Some of his colleagues also would privately boast
Can't hear a
about how
word,
ruthless he
Bailey.
was to do that, and he had to make those decisions in order to be in a position to win.
We
So
are
I'm not
not-
sure that Keir Starmer unity
So he's
candidate is
just
what
been
everybody in the
asked
Labour Party would say.
Yeah, you speak
what
to
you
those
could
400
be.
Labour MPs
He could have said anything,
tomorrow.
and he says, "What
And
we're
they'll
going
tell
to
you
do is we're going to
Well,
reach out to the other
any
side."
Labour MP is going to say nice things
Yeah.
about the leader on day one if that's what comes to pass.
We are a united party. We've
And
worked
have
incredibly
high
hard under Keir's,
standards.
leadership. We are not
So you're going to
doing
do nothing.
somersaults to
Not
celebrate
what
this
I'm hearing.
victory. We get one night to enjoy
Yeah.
it. Tomorrow, back
Man,
to work.
if only someone had seen
Thanks
this coming, huh?
Great to have you with us here in the studio.
Right, we're going to show you
Fucking
in graphic
poor.
form what has happened so far this evening, and that is that Labour have 5 seats there, 4 holds, 1 gain, and it looks as if Reform are in second place there, but that's actually because of the wonderful way that their share vote has been holding out. They have been coming second in so many of the seats that have taken place so far that we've had declarations on.
The
So
share
that's
vote will
why
be
they
interesting.
are up there with Labour, because of the size of the share of their vote. But all the declarations so far this evening have been for Labour wins.
Now, let's take you back to Swindon South. That result there, which was the first Labour win of the night, the first of them taking a seat from their opponents. We can speak to Sir Robert Buckland, who gave that very strong speech from the stage. Robert Buckland, like many people who will be losing their seats tonight from different parties, commiserations to you. We say that to all of the candidates who may lose out. But in your speech, you gave a very strong
He looks like he's about
warning
to cry.
to your party not to carry on behaving in the way that it has.
Beautiful.
Laura, I'm fed up with performance art politics. I've watched colleagues in the Conservative
Aren't we
Party
all, brother?
strike poses, write inflammatory op-eds and say stupid things they know have no evidence for, instead of concentrating on doing the job that they were elected to do. I've had enough of it. I want the Conservative Party to get back to
Choice we struggle with right now.
I think we have more than a fighting chance at the next election, but we need to do it quickly and we need to wake up now.
Oh, fuck me, this
Are you
one's
thinking
fucking
of
with
has
my
done that? You
brain.
even say people have said things that are untrue.
Well, look, I think that we've seen in this election an astonishing ill discipline within the party. I mean, to see articles being written before vote is cast.
You want a bit of Biden news?
The party heading for defeat and what the prognosis should be is spectacularly unprofessional.
Is it good?
Ill-disciplined. That's not the Conservative
Very
Party.
minor, but
Or have been an active
for the
member
crack
of now
pinged
15
amongst us, it's
years. I expect more from colleagues, and I also expect colleagues
getting you
senior,
cackling.
You'll probably
to
enjoy it.
actually get a
For the
grip
day.
of their brief and portfolio and actually understand that politics is about hard choices. It's
Oh,
about
boy,
doing
they don't-
detail.
Labour don't
And the
know
Prime
right in that one.
Minister understands that, and
We've got another result.
an example of how to do the detail. But what is also missing is a
Not that one.
narrative. What are we saying
Who's that
to,
one?
to young
Oh, that
voters?
one
You
is
know, in
just done.
Swindon, I've got a younger than average demographic. What are we offering to them about
No, sorry, I
owning
wasn't
their own
paying
home
attention.
and having a share in the future of our country? Where's this
Business leaders
aspiration
call on
for
Biden to
our
step
country?
aside,
You know, the
and one of them is
Conservative
the
Party
founder
more
of
than just,
is Jenny
a
Britton,
desiccated
Jenny Britton
management
Bauer,
machine.
founder
Should be
of Jenny's
representing the
Ice Cream,
passion,
i.e.
hopes of the next generation. And whilst we make
ice cream company
admirable
beloved
things
in
on education
Washington
and
DC,
supported older people
and
in
with
our society,
links
we've
to
really now
Epstein.
got to look fundamentally at what we do for younger people. And it's not about left and right.
To be showing this one later.
Yep.
Tell
You'll be getting some mileage out of that, I dare
Political
say.
career is not over, and for the party that I love, I will do everything I can to make sure we are a credible party of the nation once again.
And again, yeah, you'll appreciate how someone described that news, Bailey. An honest to God business plot on top of the rest of the shit Sunday.
And tonight, the conviction in your voice and how strongly you feel about where it's gone wrong for your party. You say it's been spectacularly ill-disciplined and
Yeah.
ill-judged for
Betty,
months to
tell
talk
John
about
about the
losing
business
election
plot.
before it has actually happened. I assume there you're referring to Suella Braverman,
You know,
former
America.
Home
Business
Secretary, who
plot.
did as much in the pages of the Daily Telegraph yesterday.
The mic is fucked.
You know the one?
And I'm afraid that's not an isolated example. You know, I'm
I don't
fed
know
up
if it's the
more
internet or
of
something.
personal
I don't know.
agendas and jockeying for
Yeah, your mic.
position. You know, the truth is now, with the Conservatives facing
Hello?
this
No, I can't hear you.
electoral Armageddon, it's going to be like a group of bald men
Oh, it's-
arguing over a comb. You know, I came into politics to actually do government and to responsibly
Might just restart it or
exercise
something.
power
Refresh it.
in order to make change in
Might
this
do.
country. I did that in
Might work.
office for many years. I'm proud of my legacy. I changed the lives of victims of crime, victims of domestic abuse and autistic people. I wanted the chance to do more for the people I care about. I've been denied that because the party around me just can't get its proverbial together. And I'm not going to use a four-letter word, even though we're well after the watershed.
Robert Buckland, Clive Myrie here. I mean, there is going to be a battle for the soul of the Conservative Party after this. If these early results are borne out more widely and the...
I hope I'm not showing this later.
Zoom in a bit. More.
Labour government for many years. You know what
That's a
happens here
banger.
is a big vote for change. Now, Labour are going to get a big majority, but you know, and congratulations to them, and good luck to the new Prime Minister. But it's not necessarily going to be the deepest of majorities for them, and they're going to need to
Robert,
listen to
Okay,
those
Robert,
who
I'm
are
so
in the minority.
sorry. I'm going to have to
who didn't
interrupt you there. We've got a declaration here.
Oh, we've got
West
something.
Squad is as follows. Ali Afe, Liberal Democrat, 1,946. Francis Lazok, the Conservative Party, 4,228. Ashton Hector Muncaster, Reform UK, 7,815. Chi Onwurah,
Hello?
Labour Party,
Hello?
18,875.
Hello. They fucking got another one.
John Pearson, Green Party
Can you hear
candidate,
me,
What?
Daniel?
3,728.
What?
Habib Rahman, Independent, 1,636.
Is that something you weren't telling us, John?
3,627.
Yeah, I'm actually over there
And that Chi
in
Onwurah
Newcastle.
has been duly elected to serve as a councillor, as a Member of Parliament for the Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West constituency. Thank you. The Reform candidate is unwell and has had to be...
You suck at elections, John. Get better at it.
Chi Onwurah to speak. Thank you.
I like how the Reform candidate is unwell.
We wish the Reform candidate well there. Ill, not able to make the count, and that's Ashton Muncaster. But they've come second.
See,
He's come
he
second
can't take the loss.
in that race.
He's
Labour
doing what
moving
I'd
on to
do.
that seat,
Flip the fuck out.
with
I don't know what Green's
of
there. I would not be there.
11,060.
Yeah, that's why I'm not
The
there.
turnout again.
They meant Green
Fairly
Party.
low, 54%, but Reform have beaten the
Anyway,
Conservatives
yeah.
into
Bailey,
second
tell
place in
John,
that race
tell John
so
about the
far, and
business
it's
plot.
early, but it's the story of the night.
Which business
The
plot?
pattern we might see replicated.
1930s USA.
Take a closer look at the numbers. Labour down 14% in Newcastle
I'm
Central.
trying to
So
remember.
no question whether they were going to hold the seat really, but see a real
There
drop off in their
was-
support as Reform comes up by
I know there were a
11%,
lot of companies that
Conservatives
had been
crashing down by
actually
16%. But let's show you the
investing in
movement
like
from Labour
fascism. I
to
know
Reform.
Nazis
Again,
had like
in the northeast, but
a
not one of the
presence
areas
in
like
New
Sunderland
York.
where there was such
There
a
was even a
pronounced
plan
leave
for
vote.
companies
A
to have the
very
president
interesting
replaced
pattern
with
we're seeing
a
there,
Nazi
Chris. I mean, we should
supervisor.
underline it's a Labour win,
That was
but what's
what
happened between
IBM, for
Reform
example,
underneath the
supplied
surface
the
is fascinating.
computing
And
for
it's
And then we
cataloguing
can
the
piece
Jews in the
together, I think, an
concentration
element of what we
camps.
see there in the
Like,
numbers, not just in that seat, but in some of the early ones as
and
far as
none of
Reform's
this really got
performance, and
examined
then
after World War
unpicking
II because, you know, good guys win, bad guys
language,
lose.
the words that Robert Buckland
But
was
there's a
using to you there,
lot of
Laura, in
stuff
your
that's not actually
conversation. Robert
been
Buckland's a
scratched
mild-mannered
at.
chap, but my goodness, you could hear his
But
fury,
there's a fair
his
few business
anger
plots.
at his own
Like United
colleagues.
Fruit Company,
Not
this is
just
where we
that
get the tea
article
banana
written by
republic
Suella
because they
Braverman,
went through
former Home
South
Secretary in
America
the
and killed
Telegraph just
anyone
the other
that
day.
got in the way of the
But
cheap
sketching out,
bananas.
as he sees it, what the party needs to avoid in the post-mortem that we're now seeing playing out on our programme tonight. Bald men fighting over a comb, talking about the prospect of the row to come in his own parliamentary party, which he won't be a part of.
Really angry, though. Really angry.
And as I say, you know, Robert Buckland, for viewers who perhaps don't follow politics as keenly as others may, is not someone who grabs megaphones and shouts loudly into them.
I thought that was going to be more inappropriate than that.
Mild-mannered, understated chap by normal demeanour. And there you could see just how angry he is, and just how angry he is in particular at his own colleagues, in his view, contributing towards the difficult night for the Conservatives and his own demise.
All right, Chris, thank you for that. It's going to be an interesting night, clearly, and we've got enough results now and the exit poll, and I don't know about you lot, but I think it's about time we saw the swingometer. Oh, indeed, yes. And Jeremy Vine has the swingometer in question in Cardiff. Jeremy.
Funny you should mention that. Yes, right here with it, Clive. So let's just explain. The swingometer measures the movement of votes between parties from one election to another. And if the proportion of votes stays the same, then the swing would be 0. And you can see the needle here. And if that were to be the case, then all the red seats stay red and all the blue seats stay blue. It's not going to be 0 after tonight. We were listening, weren't we, to Robert Buckland. You can see over here, his seat would fall on a 6% swing. There it is, Swindon South, and so it did. But Labour are going beyond that. I could put the half-dozen results that we've had into the swingometer, and we can measure the actual swing. Not the exit poll now, this is the actual swing. So let's just move it and see what's happening. Before we look, 12.7% is the swing required for a majority of one. If you have 12.7%, Labour have it in every single seat, they get a one-seat majority. Where are they now? Just slightly shy of 11%. So that would have them, if it was 11% swing in every single seat, on an extra 98 seats. So you're thinking to yourself, how come this is an extraordinary night for Labour with what seems to be a fairly modest swing so far? Now, OK, as we get more results, the swing may go up. At the moment, if it's
swing to reform, so big.
Paint them in logically, these seats are all Labour and these seats stay Conservative. But here's what's actually happening. In places where they need a bigger swing, Labour are getting it. So have a look at what our exit poll is projecting. And I'm just going to wash the red across the right-hand side of the screen here, and you will see. This is the remarkable thing about Labour's performance, is that where they didn't need a very big swing, for example, in their own already safe seats, they haven't got one. Instead, they've targeted seats they desperately need. Maybe they're in second place to the Conservatives. And it looks like, from our exit poll, predictions only, at 13%, they're taking all the seats. At 14%, they're taking nearly all of them. At 15%, and you know what? We should move it around a bit more. Where does this very targeted Labour swing stop? This is the secret of Labour's victory, if victory it is. This, remember, is our prediction, it's our exit poll, but it shows them possibly in
you've got to remember, in the
Romford,
last
Redditch,
election, UKIP
Herne
stood
Bay,
down all of
getting
its
seats
candidates.
on a swing of
So all of the
20%.
reform
Now,
votes were
part of what's
Conservative
happening is
last
the
time. Now you've
targeting
got
of the
two
Labour vote.
right-wing
The other
parties
thing is that
that
the
have split their own
Conservatives
vote.
seem to be hemorrhaging most in
So
places
the only
where
reason
they're
they won
stronger.
last time.
So
but
for
these
them,
reform
it
votes
really is a perfect storm.
didn't exist last time, and because they exist,
All right, Jeremy, thank you for that.
You're not
It's
seeing a
interesting,
Labour
isn't it?
success, you're seeing a Conservative failure.
Absolute swingometer, for a very, very fancy swingometer indeed, ready for
It's a lot like the American one.
It's not even a real swingometer, it's a virtual
Trump
one.
didn't
Remember
lose.
the real ones that they had in the studio? Cardboard. Bit of cardboard, yeah. Well, it's all high-tech now.
Trump didn't win, rather. Biden didn't win.
Oh, really?
You got hang,
Trump
hang on.
lost.
So, former Cabinet Secretary Gus
Yes.
O'Donnell, this is
Yeah.
a big revelation. We should
The most
welcome Don
senior
Butler from
civil
Labour, who's
servant
sitting
in the
alongside.
country.
You got 170 quid for working on a swingometer.
Working with David Butler, we had a calculator and we turned the handle of the calculator, a piece of paper come up, I hand it to David Butler and say,
Another one.
the
All the
swing is
reform votes are actually
5.4%
concerning.
and the turnout is up, whatever.
Scary.
Well, there you go.
Well, you heard it here
It's just a
first.
swing further right.
Too many things haven't come on that much. Blimey, but we welcome you, Don Butler, from the Labour Party, and we'll check in with you shortly.
Right, we're going to go to Islington. And
I'm not
Eleanor
surprised at
Wilkinson,
all.
who's standing by there. And that is, I'm assuming that's Islington North for the Jeremy Corbyn count. Oh, I got that wrong. I've got that wrong. Oh, no, I've got that right.
Right. You have got that right, Clive. It's also,
Smooth as this.
we're expecting
She
two
could have said the funniest
declarations
thing
here
ever and got it
for
wrong.
Islington North, Jeremy Corbyn, and also Islington South and Finsbury. What I'm going to do is step out of the camera because I'm sure you want to see Jeremy Corbyn on the count floor.
You're
Get a
goddamn
better
right I
view of
do.
him. You can see him having a chat to various people there. I saw him arrive about 40 minutes ago, looking relaxed. He's been chatting away. In the last 10 minutes, he did look at his watch, so keen to probably get a move on and get the declarations out of the way. But this is a unique battle here because Jeremy Corbyn is standing as an independent against the Labour Party, the party which he was once leader of. And as I say, it is a very unique battle. Now, in terms of how his team are feeling, well, I think they are feeling positive, but it's interesting that no one really wants to talk to us yet because I think the result at the moment in terms of predicting it is quite uncertain. But Jeremy Corbyn there standing as an independent candidate against the Labour candidate Praful Nargund. He is yet to arrive, but we've also, as I say, Clive, waiting for Emily Thornberry, who is a candidate in the Islington South and Finsbury seat here as well. The hard work is continuing here. Verification for most of the areas is now complete, and so the counting is well underway. Lots of sweets laid out on tables. The bags have not yet been opened, but I did see one of the counters unwrap a banana. So clearly they need a bit more energy.
Oh, yes. We need some bananas here in the studio. I've only got some bit of
Don't say anything, John. Don't say anything.
Peanuts here, but no bananas. I did suggest actually that. Oh, you've got some.
Yeah,
okay, I'm going to have one of those a little bit later on. Off camera, I hasten to add.
Right. We need to crack on with the serious business of the evening. You two are enjoying it still far too much. I want to take us to our colleague Aleem McDowell, who is in Rochdale. Good evening to you, Aleem. Now, lots of people watching tonight will remember that in February, in that by-election, George Galloway, veteran left-winger politician, came blasting back in and won the by-election there, trying to hang on tonight, but facing competition from a former journalist, actually, Paul Wall, who's standing there for the Labour Party. So what's your sense of the way it's going tonight?
Well, recent polls have shown that it's pretty close. Labour Party members who are looking at a bit of sampling seem a touch more relaxed now than they did at the beginning of the evening, but it is close and extraordinary given the national picture that you've been talking about over the last few hours, that we are talking about Labour nervousness in seats which are long-time Labour strongholds like Rochdale. But about 2 weeks ago, they actually called for more help canvassing in other seats they considered battleground states. Again, a similar profile where in some cases they won in 2019 by more than 20 points. What do all these places have in common? Well, they have high Muslim populations, and the feeling is that there will be, in a lot of those constituencies, a protest vote against the way Keir Starmer and the Labour Party have handled the Gaza crisis, the fact that they abstained from that November ceasefire vote, for example. As well as Rochdale, where you rightly say George Galloway is looking to hold on to the seat that he won in February, there are other seats to look out for later in the day. Some in Birmingham, Ladywood, Perry Barr, Leicester South as well.
Perry Barr is one that was Nico's at.
As well, and other
Lancashire
seats in Blackburn, for example. So, as I say, interesting that given everything that's going on, that potentially the Muslim vote from 2019 could have gone down from around 80%, according to a lot of research, to perhaps 60%. But that has also led to a lot of apathy among Muslim voters, if research is to be believed.
Aleem, thank you so much. It's one of the really interesting patterns we're going to be looking out for, not just as he was saying there in Rochdale, where there was that enormous impact with the Galloway by-election earlier this year, but in lots of other pockets of the country, something that Labour has been nervous about.
Yeah, in those early declarations that we've had, the Reform vote going up, their share of the vote, beating the Conservatives into second place in a number of those seats, all of them so far being held by Labour, or one, as in the case of Swindon, by Labour from the Conservatives. And one of those seats that they're keeping their eye on, Reform, is Ashfield. And Sean Dilley is there for us now. That is where Lee Anderson is standing. Local boy,
30p
a minor, started out as a Labour councillor,
The
then he
guy
went
who
to the
said you could do a
Conservatives, then he
huge
was an
budget on
independent, now he's
politics.
standing for reform, and they clearly are hoping, Sean, that they should be able to win this.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Lee Anderson says that his views and his politics hasn't changed. He says the party's has. Lee Anderson isn't here yet. In fact, none of the candidates are here, but who are here are the election agents and the people who represent the parties. I'm just going to bring the camera over my shoulder a little bit of behind the scenes here at Ashfield, because some of the counting, it has been rather close. We've been chatting to various party officials who are standing over with clipboards. They have the ability to look at the ballot papers. The secrecy of the vote's guaranteed, but they get to have a look who's cast, or at least, you know, that boxes have X's in them. So we've had a chat to Reform Party representatives. They say that it's looking on their number crunching, which they do on their clipboards, to be about a 2 to 3% lead to Reform. That's what they reckon. We've spoken to the same people from the Labour Party representing their candidate, Ria Keane, and they say, well, it's too close to call. Well, for want of an old political expression, for some of our older viewers, Mandy Rice-Davies, they would say that, wouldn't they? The big scandal of the night here, though, Clive, is not the price of the coffee. It's only £1 a cup of coffee, but it turns out that they don't take cards. You have to have cash on you, so it's sort of a bit of an homage to its old-fashioned.
Imagine being American
quite
and
right,
tuned
people
into this.
are
And be
keeping
like,
their eye on Lee Anderson, and if the vote
Man,
share
the UK
that's
is
seen in other
boring.
constituencies or anything
Yeah.
to go by, Lee Anderson, though he's not
Why
here at the
isn't the
moment,
Prime Minister all senile and shit?
Indeed. Thank you for that, Sean.
I suppose it's suitable
at
for
the
Starmer,
Ashfield,
though, isn't it?
count there in Nottinghamshire.
I think the most
Really interesting
exciting
result when it comes
thing
in.
is the
Right, Don
exit
Butler,
poll,
thank
and
you for
then
joining us here.
you'll
London
mean that
Labour
might get me
MP.
fired.
It looks like your party's heading for an
Hopefully,
absolute
yeah.
massive majority. If Keir Starmer has such resounding support from the country in the shape of a majority of 170 or so, you're a prominent figure on the left of the party. You've not always been content with how he's handled things. Do you think the left would have a responsibility, basically, to fall in line?
Well, we are a diverse party of, you know, and the fact is we need to look at these results and celebrate these results, first of all. You know,
No,
this
we
would be a
fucking
stonking
don't. Fuck
majority
you.
that, you know, we should be proud of. I'm in politics to serve, but also to be in
No, I
government. Being in
completely
opposition
agree, Nick.
is not
They
fun.
can
When
get
I
to
entered
fuck.
in 2005, I
Like, I love
entered
Dawn Butler, but
in government and I
you
served
can stand
loyally
your ground and say
under
what's happened to Corbyn is
Blair, under
disgusting.
Brown. And so, you know, I'm a loyal
Tony
Labour
Blair committed the
politician
Iraq
who
war
wants
and
to be
war
in government, to
crimes.
govern for the
He's not
people. And
kicked
I'm
out.
excited about that.
Jeremy
One of
Corbyn
the
said,
things,
you
though,
know,
recently, you
maybe
and some of your other colleagues on
Very
the
valid point,
Conservative
actually.
have been
Maybe
very
war
unhappy
crimes
about
are
how
bad.
the leadership had
Yeah.
treated a very long-serving MP, Diana Abbott, who's a trailblazer for so many people. And yet sometimes Keir Starmer's people, they might use this result tonight as a sort of vindication to say, yeah, we were right to be ruthless. We were right to hold the line. We were right to boot out people like your former London Labour MP colleague, Jeremy Corbyn.
She looks so amused.
I don't think it's about being ruthless. I think it's being in politics and doing the right things. How Diane was treated was wrong. And in the end, obviously, she had the whip returned, and hopefully she will be returned as a Labour MP. And I think what's really important, actually, and what these results
She's not a Labour MP.
is that the country
Dawn Butler
rejected
is a
the
Labour MP.
Tories.
Well, she was.
No,
and then
Diane
she
Abbott was
stepped
kicked
down.
out.
And they rejected the
She wasn't kicked out.
politics
She
of
was
hate.
suspended.
They
Like,
rejected
Anthony
all of the
Whip.
culture wars. They rejected like all the stuff around the PPE scandals. And so what we need to do is govern very differently from a government that's been roundly rejected by the public. And that's what we have to take from this.
What do you make of what we were just hearing from our colleague Ali Mitbull in Rochdale, where George Galloway won in that by-election back in February, but also suggesting there might be quite a few seats where actually some voters, particularly voters who are concerned about the party's position on Gaza, may have turned away from you because
Oh, now
of
the
that. And you're
BBC
worried that
gives
Labour
a
might
shit
actually
about
lose out in some
Gaza.
places where otherwise you might
Interesting,
have
that.
walked it because of the party's position.
Well, I think that that's something that really has to be considered. If we're lucky enough to serve in the Labour government, if these exit polls are to be believed, and they are the most reliable polls of all the polls. You know, how we do business and how we do international business and how we approach that needs to be truly considered. And I think the party's current position is the right position. It took a while to get there.
We just see Rachel Reeves there at her account in Leeds. You can just see the side of her head. She's well on track to become the first female chancellor. We'll see by the morning if that comes to pass.
Please, can Rachel Reeves eat
That would
shit?
be interesting.
What's
Dear Satan, I never ask
we'll
you
see
for
if that
much.
comes to pass. What is
I've been very
about
bad this year.
the share of Labour's vote so far, and according to the exit poll, is that it could well be that Keir Starmer has a whopping majority of 170, but actually on a lower share of the vote than Jeremy Corbyn. What are your thoughts on that?
I think really you need to compare it to the Tory share of the vote, right? I mean, at the last election, what did the Tories get? Was it 37%? Their lowest share of the vote in, I think, 23 years, and they served in government. So what I think we need to talk about is, you know, they had a right to govern with that. So let's look at where we land at the end of this and what Labour's share will be. And at the end of the day, that, you know, we will hopefully be in government.
But given that share for Jeremy Corbyn in 2017, does that potentially mean that even with a majority of 170, people on the left are going to feel that they have a right, they do anyway, but have even more of a right to make their voice heard from the backbenches?
I think what the
They have
discussion will
every
be
right
about
to make
is
their voice heard.
PR,
They're
proportional
elected
representation.
parliament.
I think there'll be lots of people talking about PR. I think if you look at...
But you're not talking about that.
Well, I think the people, public, will be talking about proportional representation and whether we need to have a debate about it. And I've always said that we do need to have a debate about it around the country, because I think we're going to need to look at the share of the Green vote, the share of the Lib Dem vote, the share of the Labour vote, and then we need to do the number crunching when we see that.
Just one quick stat. Conservatives were 43.6% of the vote last time round, a bit higher than you were suggesting. I don't mean to just put that into the conversation. Do you think that's going to come then, a conversation about the voting system after this election?
Oh, I think so. I think I mean, there's already, but if you think about it, there's already a debate around PR, and I think that there's always has been a debate around PR, but I think even stronger now there will be a debate around PR after this.
But not at the high echelons of the Labour Party.
No, I see fucking reformed it though.
If on their first pass of the post, you're getting a majority of 170.
Oh yeah, I mean, we wouldn't argue with the results. I mean,
indeed.
This is delivered for us, but actually, at Labour Party conference, we did pass a motion on PR.
Yeah, well, Keir Starmer, I think, once upon a time believed that PR was a good system, but it's not something that made it into the Labour Party manifesto. But Dawn Butler, thank you very much indeed for now. Let's take a look then.
Was too big to make it into the fucking Labour Party manifesto,
has not been great, and the vote share for Labour, despite what looks like it's going to turn out to be a whopping majority, may actually not be as convincing as the way that the Conservatives were.
Too complicated to explain to particularly special
Lisa,
children.
you've been looking at the turnout. What's it panning out as?
Panning out is quite low at the moment, Laura, and this is based on the results that we have in so far. So we've had 6 seats declared so far, and we're looking at 54% turnout based on those 6 seats, which is, you know, it's not resounding, really, is it? 54% was what we got in Newcastle
Does this mean
Let me
Tories
show
could
you
also
the
lost
whole
by
graph
their
here, because it does
people
make
simply
for
not turning
interesting
up?
reading. We go right back to 1980, when Margaret Thatcher was in power. You can see there the
Number
heady days of
down,
turnout
baby.
were in the high 70s. They went up. Actually, in 1992, you know,
How much they fell, neighbour?
peaking there at a little bit below 80%. Then you see something of a decline after 1997 when Tony Blair came in. We have Blair, Brown, Cameron, May, Johnson. The eagle-eyed amongst you will say, well, where is Liz Truss? There were no elections fought when Liz Truss was Prime Minister, which is why she is not up here on our chart. So at the moment, we are suggesting 54%. Now, that will change over the night, because obviously we've got many, many, many more results to come in. But it looks as if, our number crunchers are suggesting, it looks as if we might be on course in 2024 to have a turnout roughly around what there was in 2005. So that was the election, Tony Blair's 3rd victory, and that was a turnout there of roughly 60% also, a little bit higher than 60%. Anyway, we'll be keeping an eye on that, but that is where we are at the moment, Laura.
Rita, thank you. It's really interesting to see it in that historical context when you see that voters really, really engage, and maybe this time that won't have happened, but plenty of data still to be putting into all of those graphs as the night develops. Well, let's show you again the results of that exit poll. Labour, of course, hopes very much this will make their dreams come true and be something like the real result when we get it in full by the end of the night. Labour there just disappeared. They were
Don't worry, it's not
10
like they're
seats
actually
projected,
going to do anything
with the
with it.
Tories crashing to 131
Got
seats
to.
projected, lower than they were back in 1997 when Tony Blair didn't quite wipe them out. The Liberal Democrats forecast also to have had an extremely successful night up on 61, but you can see their Reform suggested they're on course for 13 seats. Now, remember, we're being very cautious about the smaller parties like Reform and the SNP, who the exit poll puts on 10 seats. That would be an absolute thumping for the party who's been in control of the Scottish Parliament in Holyrood for some time. They are expecting to slide back, but perhaps not to quite
I was
that
just taking
low
pops
level.
at Blair for being a war criminal.
They were targeting 4 seats very reluctantly, but the exit poll suggests that they'll have taken an extra 1. But there you are, the big headline, Keir Starmer on the front of Old Broadcasting House with a projected 410 seats.
Indeed. Chris Mason, our digital editor, is here. You've got a couple of nuggets.
A couple of nuggets. So the Liberal Democrats, just picking up on Laura's reflections there on their numbers, they are wearing broad smiles tonight. They're talking about Davies' dozen, the 12 seats that they are declaring victory in. I won't read them all, but just a couple that catch the eye. Wimbledon in southwest London, Hazel Grove in Greater Manchester, Wokingham, formerly the seat of John
I hope I misheard that.
and they also think
I thought you said
one in
I've put my Guinness in a mug.
in Kent.
Guinness
which
again.
I'm told last went
I heard penis.
1906.
No, I've got them on a shelf.
Confident there, and also Harpenden and Esher in Surrey.
Fill your milk with penis.
Joking.
Prime Minister Dominic Raab, who was standing down at the election, but just a sense there of the geography of where the Lib Dems are feeling confident. Of course, we await actually.
Oh, it's bin face.
Guys.
The Lib Dems
She's about to get exciting.
dozen. So congratulations to them coming up with the first
found
headline
another pun.
of the night. It's classic. Congratulations, Lib
One other
Dems.
thing,
Pedalo power.
Labour sources reckoning that
comes the
according to
penis.
their data, perhaps 13 for Reform, as projected in the exit poll, might be at the upper
I'm going to leave
end
them out for a bit
of
so
where
they can
Reform
actually get
But have you
absorb
had any
some
hint
light.
from Labour HQ of nervousness about some of their seats?
they're,
even perhaps going to Reform, because I've been hearing a little bit of that tonight.
Absolutely, keeping an eye on some seats in South Yorkshire, for instance, and elsewhere. So yeah, and of
Well,
course both
I
of
made
those things
claims
could
of
be true,
them
couldn't they? But
because
let's say
before I
And one
started
other little nugget before we
HRT,
moved on, our BBC
I
colleagues
just
on the
wanted to make
ground in
sure like,
Basildon and
I wasn't
Billericay,
doing
where
it
the
out of like some
Conservative
sort of
Party
self-hatred, so I
chairman,
claimed it, put it on my
Richard
desk, and
Holden,
was like,
did one of the quickest
"Here's
chicken
part
runs
of
you've
my
ever
body."
seen in your life, stampeding to try to find himself a safe seat. But our colleagues there on the ground are suggesting that Richard Holden, who as Conservative chair theoretically should be in charge of this campaign, but he may well end up actually losing his seat. So we'll bring you more news from there as we hear.
That's
but that would
funny.
be another scalp for
Not
the
only
Conservative
were you crap
Party
at
to
your job,
lose to Labour.
It's
you're
all
now
happening, it's all
unemployed
happening.
on
But
two
what's
fronts.
happening with the person, it seems as if, will be coming the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. His seat, of course, Holborn and St Pancras in North London, and Fiona Bruce is there. What are you hearing, Fiona?
Well, no nervousness here about losing a seat, I have to say. I mean, the counting is taking place now. They've got twice the number of counters here that they had last time around. Obviously, this is a very big night for Holborn and St Pancras. Let me just show you. So there you've got the ranks of desks, people counting. There's actually 2 constituencies being counted here. Holborn and St Pancras, which is Keir Starmer's, then Hampstead and Highgate, which is a new constituency because the boundaries have been withdrawn. So they're counting there. They're actually counting on 2 different floors.
You've got to
Keir
admit,
Starmer's
it's
due to
funny that they
arrive here,
redrew the boundaries to try and protect the
about
Tory seats,
2:30,
and
we
they
think
just
that's when
end up
we'll get
creating new
the
seats for
result.
Labour.
We're all waiting for his moment when he comes out. Just thought I'd show
It's
you a
an
little bit behind the
outstanding
scenes what
move.
it's like while you're waiting for the man who we think is likely to be Prime Minister turning up. Here we are with my colleagues. As you can see, it's a very glamorous setup, and there's a lot of crisps and that kind of thing to fuel everyone keeping on going. The one thing I have managed to find out, I have to say Labour are being very disciplined. left, right and centre. What we do know is that there is an event happening in central London after this count. The party activists and staff are going to be there. It's a place in central London. They're not confirming that Keir Starmer will turn up, but to be honest, I'd be very surprised if he doesn't. And then we will be trying to follow him there.
Makes me
and see what
fucking
happens later
sick.
Okay, Fiona,
What
thank
does
you.
Starmer?
Gateshead
Keir
Central
Starmer
and
being
Wickham,
happy.
apparently, is another Labour hold.
Yeah, because he
So,
got
they
there by
have,
thoroughly
gone to that
betraying
seat.
Jeremy
Mark
Corbyn, who
Ferguson
was a
is
decent
the new
politician,
MP there.
and
Yeah.
hopefully will
Bringing that
remain
result in more
one.
detail just as soon as we
He
get
had to do it,
but
though.
let's say hello to Dehenna Davidson,
No, he
former
didn't.
Conservative MP, one of the
He did.
He didn't.
standout
The
victories
country
of
is sick
last
of the
time round. Good
Tories.
to
The
have you with
country
us in the
wasn't sick
studio
of
here.
Starmer.
We joined again
But
by
as
Mark
long as
Mandelson.
Corbyn
Dehenna,
was
when you
president,
look at the kind of
People were
counting
sick of
results that we
the
are
Tories when
expecting,
fucking Corbyn
this
was going for it.
absolute historic crash for
the
the
media
Conservative
would not
Party.
have given
Set
Starmer
a
the
stark
easy
difference
treatment
to
if
when you were
Corbyn still
elected.
remained.
Why has it happened, do you think?
Exactly.
Range of reasons. I think the key one.
Labour want
But
to
he
win.
didn't have to do it.
We've been in power for 14 years.
He
No,
could have
you.
actually
It would be very
fucking
unusual, I think,
principle.
for a government
Yeah,
to
but
win
the
again
problem
after
there,
14 years.
Neil,
You know,
is
over the course of a parliament, you make mistakes.
Keir
Over the course of
Starmer is Keir
what we're looking
Starmer.
at
That's the
5,
problem.
you're bound
Yeah,
to
he
make
doesn't
mistakes. And
do
I think a
that.
lot
I
of
know.
people. So I'm not particularly surprised that
But he
Not
didn't
him.
have
More
to
has
be.
come
important.
back
He
around.
didn't have to be a
But on this
giant dick.
scale, particularly when you do contrast that to 2019, does feel difficult as a Conservative. You know, I'm a Conservative, I believe in Conservative values, and I firmly believe, respectfully, Peter, that we do a better job than the other guys. So to see this kind of result and see a lot of people who I would consider friends, good, hard-working people who've put their all into being members of Parliament, who are set
All
to
their
lose it
dad's
through no fault of
toolmakers
their
and
own,
bush
it's
members.
devastating.
What do you think the mistakes were? So you cited the natural pendulum swing. Some people might think, and maybe that is part of what is going on tonight, but you also mentioned mistakes. So what were the mistakes, do you think?
I think the biggest mistake that our party has made over the past probably 3 to 4 years is getting too used to being in power and forgetting who the true opposition is. You know, we are supposed to be a united force fighting against the other guys, fighting against opposition parties, putting
Not all
forth
the
a
shit that he
united
did.
Conservative front.
It's about
And
the
I think
enemy.
we've lost sight of that
I
over the past few years
our
and have found so many
mistake
factions within
was
our
that we
own
made
that the
mistakes.
infighting
Oh,
has
well
begun.
done.
And I think,
Did you get your
frankly,
big fucking
airing a lot of our
magnifying
dirty
glass
linen
out
in
to figure
public
that one
in a way
out?
that I don't think is dignified for any
It
party.
looked real deep
And I
in
think
that one.
that's what's led to the scale of the defeat that we're seeing tonight.
I
Really
don't
thought
know if
that
you
one.
heard the comments from your former
She didn't even
colleagues
say
around
that,
Parliament.
though.
He was
She
talking
literally
about
said the
political
problem
circus.
was
He
the
talking about
opposition,
people not
not
telling the
them.
truth. And
The
you
people
say
have
it's the last
spoken,
3 or 4
the
years
bastards.
when things have appeared to be divided and voters don't really like it. But actually, maybe it happened a
I
long
love
time
my
before
giant
that.
magnifying
You know,
glass.
3 or 4 years ago,
It's
it's only
cool.
2021. Before
I
that, you'd
bought it
already
for
got
a
rid of
tenner.
2 prime ministers. David Cameron had to quit after the
The man
referendum.
also had a
Theresa
load
May
of
was then
guns, and
had
I
out
thought,
by
no, I don't want to
Eurosceptics
buy
plotting
guns.
against her to install Boris Johnson. So
Why
who
not?
do you hold
Let's have a
responsible?
look at
Because it's not
the
like you suddenly
Because then
started
J.K.
scoring
panel.
Rowling would
a couple of
appear in
years
my
ago.
bedroom
No,
and go,
I think, you know, the European debate has existed in the
Yeah,
Conservative
but
Party
then
for
you've got the
decades.
solution.
And as soon as that one was to some
whoa,
extent
whoa, I'm not,
settled, it felt like we
I'm
just
not
had to find a new
advocating.
squabble, a new thing to fight over. We've been fighting
And
over
demonetized.
the kind of culture war issues, over
Well, the
economic
joke's
policy,
on you because
taxation,
I
whether we
make
should,
no
you know,
money.
cut taxes, whatever. And it's been just
Whoa, my
really
head's massive.
devastating to see because, as I say,
Yeah, but we still
airing all
love
that
it.
dirty linen in public, I don't think there's
Do
a
that.
single individual responsible. I think
That's my
for
headline.
many people in the
getting
morning,
warm.
Hey, look,
once the
and
dust has
Dominic
settled,
Cummings.
we are in the morning, later on in the morning, and once the dust has settled a little bit further, there are a lot of us who have to take a long, hard look in the mirror, and I think all
That's
accept
great.
a level of responsibility for the position that we find ourselves in now, and not just in terms of the fact that, you know, we're facing a crushing loss,
The
but also
funniest joke whenever
responsibility
Dominic
to the
Cummings
country.
was
Because,
doing
as I
some
say,
mad
I
shit,
firmly believe
and
that the
Neil would
Conservative
be like,
approach is better.
some
I
mega
think the
minds
Conservative
on
government would do a better job than a Labour government. So I feel like, in that sense, we're letting the country down.
first
This
few
is really
times I was
interesting
like, what do
because
you mean
you
by
say
mega
that
mind? And then I saw
14
his
years is a
head
long
and I was
time,
like,
and
oh.
you know, no government would
I love
recharge
that
itself
to
after
this
that
day,
length of time, and
I can
and
still
it's
call, I
inevitable
can just say,
that you
oh,
lose
Megaminds
power.
figured something know,
Do
and
you
you'll all
think
know
the
exactly
Roxanne
who I
Gate
mean.
back in 2010, the charge from a lot of those people who are voting reform, who have
John
moved to
making
Labour,
popcorn?
is that the country's going to be so
Getting chocolate.
Trent, sewage in the rivers,
frying bacon.
schools falling apart, you know, a military that cannot defend these islands, a sense of decline.
You know what I'm really loving about HRT?
Is there any
Now I'm getting like big
suggestion
stars.
that perhaps that goes back to that austerity budget of 2010?
Hey, John.
I think there's probably a grain of truth to that, but I think when
If you're still awake in about 5 hours,
around our trains
you
infrastructure,
feel like
goes back generations.
taking me to get a breakfast wrap from
Kind of
McDonald's?
short-sighted
Maybe.
political cycles of
Sweet.
trying to get the
I don't know
next
if I will be
coin
there.
and not taking those long-term investment decisions that are going to be better in the long term.
No, fair
I mean,
enough.
you look at our sewage infrastructure.
But
as
if
one
you're
example,
awake, then that'd be good.
there have been decades of
I'll get you one
underinvestment
on
in
me.
that, so you can't pin that just
4 hours.
government.
But hang on, you had 14 years.
Yes.
Tough it out,
Also
yeah.
yeah, sure. And your big mantra has been, we're going to
Finally, someone at the BPC said you had 14 fucking years in power. What the fuck have you been doing?
Isn't the problem that in the
I'd give
austerity
my
years,
sibling shit
Mr.
if it's
Cameron
been like,
and
you
George
know,
Osborne,
5 minutes
capital
that they've
spending,
struggled with
investment
something.
in our
And it's like
infrastructure
these
was
people have had 14 years and
decades.
all they've done is
I mean,
increase
there's a
child
lot else
poverty
that went on, a lot of spending
and
on
every other
all the
bad thing
normal
in this
sort of
country.
everyday welfare
Bailey,
spending
those
and
pigs'
all the
heads
rest of
aren't going
it.
to fuck
But
themselves,
it
you know.
left the infrastructure, the sort of fabric of the country
Wow.
and our society
That was an
more generally
explanation.
so much more weakened, so that when we did experience
Yeah, one of
COVID,
you lot,
and when we
one of
did
you
have
shout
the
it's Sajid David.
unexpected outbreak of war in
Yeah,
Yeah.
John.
Ukraine, which took
I'll get the clip up.
another sort of cut another sort of sway through our finances.
One of your better performing TikToks, if I
The
remember
core of the
correctly.
country was
Yeah,
just
only 'cause
not
we paid for
strong
it.
enough to
yeah.
withstand this endless battering. And I think, I think Clive may
Fucking
have a point
Simon
here
and
that
Barrett.
it does go back to those early decisions, those
I could
cuts
do with
in
one.
capital spending, in infrastructure, in railways, and just buildings, and all the rest of it. That's what weakened us so early on, isn't it?
But the point I would push back on is we cannot simply keep borrowing to exist. We can't keep borrowing at every
But
opportunity.
that's what you fucking
And
did
the
for
big vision of
14
that early
years. You
Conservative government from
borrowed.
sort of 2010 to 15 was to try and cut the deficit.
Oh,
and
none
start
of
to
that
get
shit
our debt
matters
down.
and
Because
nobody
as we know
cares
right now,
about
our
it.
debt repayments monthly
But what
is
about
currently
the growth?
larger than, I know, but our debt repayments monthly is currently larger than our entire education budget. At some point, we have to take responsibility for that.
That's interesting. That's really interesting because John Curtis made the point a few days ago that the polls suggest that the public aren't interested in tax cuts if the NHS is falling apart. So it feels as if the argument from some
It's
is
almost like
completely
all
upside
money
down.
is just
But I'd go back to the point I was
made
just
up.
making there about that point around we cannot just keep spending on the nation's credit cards long term, because ultimately
Made
we
up.
are setting ourselves up
The
for a
nation doesn't have a
catastrophe.
credit card.
So I think it's
No
rightly
country
difficult
has a
decisions
credit
were
card.
made.
Sympathy for that point.
And the
Yes.
debt ceiling only
But
exists
even
because
the
they fucking
Conservatives
created it.
that
Yeah.
during the austerity years, the cuts
Basically,
were
everything,
unjustified and excessive.
every
And
detail of
yes,
everything
we do
we're
have to
told
grow our
about
economy in
is
order to pay
all
for our public
lies.
services. But the difference is that during the last sort of
But
14
number
years,
can't
we've
go up
had
too
growth
much,
at between
otherwise
1 and
people won't believe in
2%.
it.
That contrasts, I
And
have to
everything will
say,
be more
with
expensive.
the new Labour
The
record,
number
which
blah,
was
blah,
a
blah.
growth between 2
Like,
and
oh
3%.
wait.
Speaking of which,
Now
did you
we've
sell your own
gone to
video
this.
yet, John?
We have like 0 and
No,
0.5%.
kept
You
it.
said 0.7, which was the fastest in
And
the
it's gone up really low
G7.
to
Sell that
start.
shit,
In a
dumbass.
quarter. In a
Nope.
quarter.
We need more
I'm
than
telling you, the thing
0.7.
with doing
That's
comics is
0.8%
just make their
a year
own.
if you
For goodness
extrapolate it, which
sake.
is a very good level of growth indeed.
Okay, well, it's a
not
debate that's
great,
been
Oh, it's gone down
well, it's a debate that's been running through the
8%
campaign, and
today.
it's a debate that is going to continue to run and
Only
run and
1%
run the
today.
elusive search for growth.
Indeed, and there were plenty of arguments in favour of austerity, it has to be said, back in 2010. So let's get that. Chris?
Yeah, and they
Just a
were all
quick
dumb.
nugget. I'm hearing from Labour sources that they think Islington North, where their former leader Jeremy Corbyn is standing as an independent against Labour, Labour are saying that that seat looks challenging for them, which
Challenging
suggests
for Labour.
for Labour,
Right.
which
Is it
suggests
then?
at the very least it's
Fuck 'em up,
challenging.
does it?
We shall see.
I don't know.
But that's a fascinating kind of subplot in the grand evening of many, many stories, but something to keep an eye on.
And that would be if Labour was to lose that seat, as Jeremy Corbyn standing as an independent, that would not be just bad
Who
news.
the
It
fuck's
would
that,
really
the
take
town
the
crier?
shine off some of this enormous victory that Labour is now expecting, according to the exit poll. We're just watching the pictures
Neil,
there
is that a
of
lightsaber
Northumberland, and the
katana?
returning officer with an incredible
Fucking
hat is
fucking
back
ass
at
it
the
is.
lectern, and she's just putting her glasses on. Let's listen in, because we're going to get the declaration
I'm
for
going
the
to say
seat
that's
of
really cool, but I don't
and
want to encourage you to do something stupid.
Killingworth parliamentary constituency.
Neil, do
But
it.
then I've realise you don't need encouragement.
Neil, do it.
No, I really don't.
Neil, do it.
Does that thing cut?
Tom Campion,
Not at
Liberal
all.
Democrats.
No.
1,898.
England.
Gordon Fletcher,
Well,
Reform
Northumberland.
UK.
Who cares?
9,454.
Isn't Northumberland
Emma
like near the
Foodie,
people?
Labour and Cooperative Party. 22,274. Dawn Furness, Independent. 322. Ian Jones, the Green Party. 2,144. Scott Lee, Independent. 573. Ian Levy, the Conservative Party candidate. 8,592. Matthew Wilkinson, Social Democratic Party. 137.
Is that still a thing?
And that Emma Foodie
According
is
to
duly
100
elected
and something
as
odd
the Member
people,
of Parliament
yes.
for the Cramlington and Killingworth constituency.
Well, Labour wins
I
that
guess
constituency.
what I meant to ask is,
Killingworth,
how is
of course,
that
is
still a
cheering there,
thing?
beaming smile from the Labour candidate. Like lots of parts of the country, most seats, in fact, they're affected by changes to the boundaries, which means some seats have got new names. People with good memories might think, oh, where is that? But this is one of these new seats, Cramlington and Killingworth. Labour takes that.
Oh, yeah.
It is because you're all assholes.
How am I going to fix it?
Yeah.
Well, what do you want to talk about?
First of all, getting rid of all MPs because you're all assholes. It's the nicest way of putting it.
Alright, let's get it up.
Nice to meet you. You fuck the country up. I don't think he's going to fix it.
So you did this, John. You gave us summer. You
So sorry.
This is all your fault.
I made this happen, bro.
You bastard, John.
It's my
You
fault.
red Tory bastard.
We were talking about the Liberal Democrats a little bit earlier. We're going to go to Jeremy Vine, who's going to paint more of a picture, given the results that we've got and the exit polls, of how the Liberal Democrats could fare this evening. Jeremy.
Well, it looks like being an absolutely brilliant night for the Liberal Democrats, doesn't it? And let me just, you mentioned just a moment ago boundary changes, and I guess we need to start from that point, because I just got to explain this key issue of the boundary changes and how we actually set the starting point for these comparisons. A lot of this map has changed since last time. In order to make comparisons with last time, we've fed the 2019 vote through the new boundaries, and on that basis the Lib Dems are defending just 8 seats basically from the last election, just 8. But this was their target list. So let's have a look at the Lib Dem target list, with the most juicy target, Carshalton, the narrowest Conservative win on the list, North East 5, Wimbledon, Sheffield, Hallam, Nick Clegg's old seat, South Cambridgeshire, Cheltenham, etc. So there's 50 seats on this board here, all won by other parties. Carshalton the easiest for the Lib Dems to take. And we'll look now at what we think under the exit poll will happen. And once again, underline, this is just a projection. So have a look at that. That's why I say a great night for the Lib Dems, great day for all those water sports Ed Davey was doing in the campaign. Carshalton goes, North East 5, Wendy Chamberlain back there, Wimbledon, Sheffield, Hallam, back with Nick Clegg and his party, or Nick Clegg, the former MP. Finchley, Mrs Thatcher's old seat, would be Lib Dem under our exit poll. And the Rot only stops from the Conservatives' point of view at Tunbridge Wells.
He's talking about the Lib Dems doing a little water sport.
But we'll see as the night goes on what actually
Oh
happens.
yeah, it's great. It's fucking great. The memes are great. I wish TikTok would work on my PC. I don't know why it won't.
The orange column, North,
His meal. But I just love you came in with the hat like a fisherman at the wedding.
Tonight. That's gone Lib Dem. Surrey Heath.
You gotta, on a day like this, you gotta keep politics handy.
Torbay. Let's have a look. Just down
It
here
sounds like
on
rain.
the southwest. Torbay is that point on the map there in orange. So what you're seeing with the Lib Dems is this onrush of advances across the southeast and southwest, taking back seats that they would have had in years past, but they haven't had this many for a very, very, very long time. As somebody said
Yeah,
earlier, it's a
probably since Charles
once-in-a-century
Kennedy.
result for them. It's really extraordinary, and it's caused by one
Shower's
thing
worthless
and one
bastards
particular
ever since
thing,
he died.
which is the crash in the Conservative vote.
I think it was what Nick Clegg did that killed him, because Kennedy lost his seat and then he passed away shortly afterwards.
Are you ready to watch Lib Dems do water
that
spots?
was booze.
Are you ready for this?
I know Churchill drank a lot of booze and lived forever.
Part of my physio, so getting my knees back in the tell them.
I don't know if that's fake or not.
No, I think it's real.
Is it's a mix of the old and it's the new. It's old seats like Yeovil and East.
Is it funnier if it's real or if it's fake?
Coalition and new seats
There's
like
your answer.
Wimbledon and Woking that have not been Liberal Democrat in recent memory. And what
I
the
just
Liberal
heard a
Democrats
crash.
overall are saying is they think this is their best result since 1923, because their view was that all they need is to make 29 gains, extra seats, and then they're doing better than they've done since 1923 in terms of gains. And obviously they're saying that it's 47 they've won. Well, the exit poll is talking about, I think, 61.
All right, Nick, thank you for that. Just pictures of Ed Davey there, looking pretty chipper.
It's cock a hoop.
It has to be said. Let's talk to Chris, who's with us. That strategy, Chris, of trying to get headlines, of trying to get at least the public seeing what the Liberal Democrats had to offer, it does look as if...
But the Liberal Democrats don't have fucking anything to offer.
It actually worked, and we were hearing that from Daisy Cooper.
Yeah, so I think that there's two elements to the Lib Dem strategy that are interesting. There's the very visual one. I was stood on a windy hill in a field in Hazel Grove about 10 days ago as Ed Davey was painting a bit of pottery with a bee on it, which was one of his more sedate activities of the last 6 weeks. Didn't quite match the bungee jump that was to follow a little later. So yeah, firstly there was that kind of visual strategy. Here is a party that gets squeezed the whole time by the big beasts at Westminster of the Conservatives and Labour. How do you capture attention? Ed Davey does this kind of midlife crisis for 6 weeks on camera. But there's a more interesting element, I think, to the Lib Dem strategy of the last couple of years than that. And it is this. They have, in the past, been punished by the electoral system. In other words, they've had lots of supporters in lots of places, but not enough in enough places to win many seats. They don't like the electoral system. We heard Daisy Cooper saying as much a couple of hours ago. But they thought, if we're going to win at Westminster, we've got to work with the system we've got.
They don't like the electoral system. Never really bothered opposing it that hard,
on
though.
places where they can assemble enough voters in a particular place to win the seat, and to put it bluntly, to heck with a lot of other places. Yes, you put up a candidate, but you don't really make a massive amount of effort. And it would look like that is bearing fruit with them. They're also conscious that in an election where perhaps the overriding sentiment has been one of anger at the Conservatives, that they could be the vessel for that anger, the recipients of that anger, if you like, in parts of the country which are rarely enamoured by Labour, even on a good night for Labour, particularly southeast of England, southwest of England.
The other thing that's changed, though, over time, hasn't it, is that the Lib Dems used to try to face both ways, really. They were trying to take Labour votes in some parts of the country and take Tory votes in others. They've recently, ruthlessly put their money and their resources and their political efforts into going after the Tories. I mean, Ed Davey was even sort of trying to say during the campaign they were the real left-wing alternative compared to the Labour Party. And indeed, some of their policies, like spending loads more on social care, raising taxes to spend more on health.
Yes. Oh, they have been, under Ed Davey, a proudly anti-Conservative party. And of course, you know, it's not a million years ago that Ed Davey was a minister in a coalition government where the Conservatives were the primary party, but he has absolutely shifted its attention to being just that, and tried to, in so doing, cleanse them as they might see it and others might see it, given the hammering that they took in 2015 following their time in coalition. It's nearly a decade on from that, and and they were in the doldrums for years and years and years until it would appear tonight.
And stepping aside in some of those seats that
what
they're
an
not
absolute
really...
fucking snake.
Well, I mean, what's interesting here, because you often have a conversation, there's been a bit of a conversation the last couple of years around all of this about, talk of deals and all that kind of stuff. The nature of the political geography of the UK, and in particular England, has tended to be that where the Liberal Democrats...
So there was a giant crash downstairs because my mum put the biggest flowers in the world in the smallest china pot. It fell over, had to put in a bowl across the kitchen, and there's just a rabbit stood on the shelf wondering what the fuck's exploded.
But the parties haven't really necessarily had to coordinate that in any sense. They can allow an electorate to come to its own conclusion based on the psephology, if you like, of each individual area. I can't believe I've used that big word at 1:30 in the morning, but why not?
We're just trying to say voters are smart, right?
Yeah, totally.
They can work
exactly.
it out.
Can work it out and work out where their vote can be used most efficiently.
Exactly. All right, Chris, thanks for that.
Well, let's go to Leeds West and Pudsey and speak to Rachel Reeves, who is the Shadow Chancellor as things stand, who for some time has had high hopes of becoming the first female Chancellor. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Do you think you're going to be Chancellor tomorrow afternoon?
Well, that would be Keir's decision, but if the results unfold in the way that the exit polls suggest, this will be an historic victory for the Labour Party, and Keir Starmer's leadership, turning around the Labour Party, putting it back in the service of working people, has put us in this position now where we are in touching distance of forming the next government. I very much hope to play my full part in that.
Why do you think the results are panning out the way they have? We've heard a lot in the studio already tonight about voters' unhappiness with the Tories over the last few years. Perhaps less optimism about the message that you put out there. Which was it, do you think?
People are crying out for change. That's the message that I heard loud and clear during the course of this election. You know, after 14 years of chaos, division and decline, 5 prime ministers, 7 chancellors, people wanted change, and people have voted for that in huge numbers. And I think the overarching theme of this election is the seats that Labour are winning and the seats that Labour look to win, including some seats potentially that Labour has never won before, that we are on course to pick up this evening because of the change that Keir Starmer has brought to the Labour Party.
It does seem, though, that more Conservative voters may be switching to Reform rather than moving their votes across to you. I mean, if that comes to pass, and actually Nigel Farage's party was more attractive to voters willing to move than Keir Starmer's Labour Party was, what kind of verdict do you think that would be?
Well, look, let's see how the night unfolds. We haven't had that many results yet, and so far it's been Labour that's been picking up seats, including directly from the Conservatives, for example, in Swindon. That is good news for Labour, and we are on course of being able to provide the strong leadership that this country needs, with a strong mandate to deliver the change that we set out in our manifesto, to bring stability back to the economy, to create those 40,000 additional appointments every single week in our National Health Service, the recruitment of 6,500 new teachers in our state schools. So that's what we sought a mandate for, and we very much hope tomorrow to be able to start getting to work on that job.
But in terms of the enthusiasm for the Labour Party, as you point out, it's just an exit poll. It is still early in the night. We haven't had that many real results. But the exit poll does point to an absolutely thumping majority for Keir Starmer, and yet it also suggests that Labour's share of the vote is up around 1%. The Reform share of the vote will be up around 14%.
It's like really thumping.
Are you confident that Labour will not lose seats to the Reform Party tonight?
God, she looks fucking old.
Well, let's see what happens on that seat-by-seat basis.
Rachel.
If the results unfold
It's
in the
the
way
evil
it
is
looks
what
likely,
it does.
The presenter.
this is going to be an almost unprecedented landslide majority for the Labour Party.
That's why that's what I meant.
Mandate to make the changes that our country needs. People are crying out for change, and it looks like people are putting their trust
She's very
in
tired.
the Change Labour Party under Keir's leadership.
I think we're all
it's now
very
up to
tired.
us to repay that
Laura
trust by starting to deliver on the things
I
that we
did
set
not
out
like
during the
her
course
during the
of this
Corbyn years,
election
and then
to
when
bring
the Boris
stability back
years
to
were
our
happening, I
economy,
just thought
wealth
she
creation and
wasn't
jobs and
hard on Boris
opportunities
as
in
she
all
was on
parts
She's
of the
47.
UK to tackle the cost of living
Did you
crisis.
see?
That is the change that our
Did you
country
see
needs.
Rachel
And
Reeves'
that is
photo
the
shoot a
change that I
while
know
ago?
that Keir and the whole
It
team
made her look like a
is
fucking android.
determined to deliver if we have that chance from tomorrow.
Louis is Clive Myrie here, but are you confident that you're going to be able to
Good
deliver
show,
in the way that
Reeves.
you would like
See,
to,
like people are telling
given
me
that
I've
you've
looked good
signed
with a
up
blog,
to the
and then I
fiscal
see
rules
people
of the
with these sort of
previous
haircuts, and I'm
government?
like,
If you do,
no.
Check it out. She had a photographer that fucking hates her.
Oh, God. Why would you do it against that sort of wall? It's like it's like the Saw
She looks like
movie.
she's in a prison cell.
Yeah,
About to fuck you up.
I don't think it's that bad. I just think it's not warm, and if you're trying to persuade the people that you're not a monster like Tony Blair, why not be in a gentle lighting, warm room, fireside chat?
It's not that hard. Not a prison.
Bigger and
She's going to be the next chancellor.
gonna be vile.
I still don't know who to be hopeful for with Labour. Is there anyone?
None of them. They all fucking blow.
Got to be someone.
Today
No, there
because of the
hasn't.
lack of stability, because of a planning system that is stacked against actually getting stuff built
It's
in
going on
Britain.
and on.
We're going to turn that around to make Britain a great place to invest, working in partnership with business so that we can unlock those opportunities for wealth creation, for prosperity, good jobs in all parts of the country. And in the end, it's only through growing our economy that we're going to have the money that we need for our public services and also to start improving living standards for ordinary working people and pensioners as well. So that's the mandate we sought at this election, to grow the economy, and that's the work that I intend to crack on with if I have that chance as Chancellor as part of a Labour government.
yeah, Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, they locked themselves into Kenneth Clarke's fiscal rules back in 1997 within 2 years, and they had a growing economy. Within 2 years, they raised national insurance. You're going to have to put up taxes, aren't you?
Nobody has learned a fucking thing.
Well, that's not true. National
What do you think
insurance
is the key
stayed
lesson, Neil,
at
that
the
no
rate
one's
it
learned?
was for the first term of a Labour government. We've
What's
made a
the key
commitment
lesson they
not to
haven't
increase
learned?
income tax, national insurance
Well,
or
don't
VAT
tie yourselves
for
into
the
Tory
full term
economic policy
of
for no
a
fucking
Labour
reason.
government for a simple reason. People have gone through
Yeah,
a
'cause
massive
you're
cost
Doesn't
of living
seem a
crisis these
particularly
last
hard
4 years.
lesson to
And running
learn,
up
but
taxes
apparently it's
on
beyond
working
them.
people is not the way to address a cost of living crisis. And that's why we are looking to grow the economy. Other countries have managed to grow their economy and as a result had money to invest in their public services whilst also keeping taxes down. The failure to grow the economy in Britain is a real dereliction of duty of the Conservative government that is on its way out.
No
And we're
one's
going to turn
mentioning
that around
Brexit.
with a plan to bring stability to our economy, investment to our economy, and then reform
They're
of
not
things like the
saying
planning
how
system
they're
that
going
has
to
held
grow
back
it.
investment, held back building in Britain
More
for
to the
far
point.
too long, and we're going to do something about that. That's what we sought a mandate for in
What?
this election.
What are you
and the
going to do
mandate
about
to do
it?
is going to
something
start
about
tomorrow.
Okay, Rachel Reeves, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Leeds West. And Pudsey from her constituency there, she started off being quite coy, saying it looked like an exit poll. You couldn't be complacent about anything. But by the end of our conversation, she was saying it's up to us.
She
The
was the
Conservatives
Chancellor.
are on their way out.
Indeed, didn't take that long. Okay, we're going to go to Rita because we're going to look at the result in Harrogate and Knaresborough.
You've
No one gives a
preempted
shit.
my
Show
line,
me
Clive. I'm
something.
not sure I like that because I was going to show you my new toy, which is this. We're calling it
Rishi.
the Big Shout. Harrogate and Knaresborough, a Lib
That
Dem
is.
gain. Of course,
Yes.
Lib Dem
I was
mustard
hoping for like an
yellow, and
action
it's a
match to
Lib Dem
raise out
gain
the ground.
from the Conservatives. Tom Gordon is the new Lib Dem MP for Harrogate and Knaresborough. Harrogate in Yorkshire, of course, and he's got a majority of 8,200 plus. And it's the change in the vote share that's always so interesting, isn't it? Because the Lib Dems have put on 10% since 2019, the Conservatives right down from 22%, and the Reform Party actually coming in on an increase of 11%. And you can see here the swing from Conservative to Liberal
Well, a lot of
Democrat
people out there are
is
fucking mugs,
16%. So
clearly.
that is the Liberal Democrats' first gain of the night, their first seat of the night, Harrogate and Knaresborough for Sir Ed Davies.
Just less of a swing than Labour, isn't it?
Thank you, Rita.
Wow, let's go to another big seat where some people have been predicting, expecting, or speculating about a big headline. We're going to go to our colleague Ross Atkins, who is in Norfolk, southwest Norfolk to be more precise. The seat who has been held by somebody all of us got very familiar with not so long ago, Liz Truss, her ill-fated time in Downing Street. But of course, before that, she'd been a cabinet minister for many years. But Ros Atkins, what is the mood at the count there? There's been suggestions that her seat might be in danger. Does it feel like that on the ground?
You get your filthy fucking dick beaters off our list.
Evening, Laura. Evening, Clive. Well, as you can probably hear, there's a hive of activity behind me here in the Lynn Sport Leisure Centre in King's Lynn. We've actually got two counts going on for Northwest Norfolk and Southwest Norfolk.
Where's this Binfast? Binface.
Liz Truss's constituency. She's one of the several candidates standing for election, and there's no sense that this is something which is a done deal. Talking to a number of people involved in the different parties who are watching the vote count going on, they're all noting that Reform seems to be performing well or above expectations. That doesn't mean they think Reform is going to win, but that could be part of a complex electoral equation for Liz Truss, because she's under pressure from a number of directions, from the Labour candidate, from Reform, but also from an independent candidate who was a supporter of the Conservatives, but according to one of his team, they are now consciously targeting disgruntled Tory voters. So we'll have to see how many supporters of Liz Truss from previous elections come across. And just to put this in context, both of these constituencies would have, until very recently, be considered rock solid for the Conservatives. Both the MPs standing for re-election have majorities of well over 20,000, and yet when we look at the exit poll, Northwest Norfolk is projected as being 66% likely for the Labour Party, and as for Liz Truss, her victory is described as possible. So neither of these two things are settled. In terms of the practicalities, you can probably see the stage just behind me where the results will be announced. We're expecting this constituency at 5:30 in the morning.
Okay, Ross, thank you very much indeed. And we're going to stay
I
out
heard
and
you
about
cheer
around the
for
country
Liz
because
and
there
then you
is so
just
much
vanished,
going
and I
on.
was
But
like,
just
oh
very
wow.
briefly to you, some news.
Respect
expected
of Liz
to be
Truss, just
the headline
amazing.
of the night.
The Liberal Democrats think they're taking a cabinet scalp. They think that they're going to win in Chichester, in Sussex, and beat Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary. Here's a quote from a spokesperson: "Schools out for summer, autumn, winter and spring for Gillian Keegan," which gives you some sense of their confidence, the Liberal Democrats' confidence that they are going to beat a cabinet minister in the coming hours.
And that would be huge. She's got a majority of 19,000. So the Lib Dems very confident if they're actually saying that and giving quotes out. However
Indeed.
much they love giving out quotes, the Liberal Democrats, they only do it when they've actually got something to say. Clive.
Interesting as well, the vote down in Basildon and Billericay, where the Tory party chairman, Richard Holden, is fighting, and he chicken run. He was parachuted in there. Catherine Biorahanga is there for us tonight. Catherine, just bring us up to date.
Yes, Clive and Laura, I was just about to tell you that the count is all over here. But just in the last few seconds, we've seen some ballot papers being brought out. Several of the counting staff are busy recounting some of the ballot papers, it seems, from where I'm standing here. This really is an indication of just how close the vote is here in Basildon and Billericay. And the reason, of course, there is a national
you
focus,
don't get
as you
to
mentioned
be
here, Clive, is the fact
Tory
that you
party
have
chairman without being
Conservative
able
Party
to find
Chairman
few votes.
Richard Holden standing in this seat. There was controversy around it. Some Conservative Party members feeling he was parachuted in. This, of course, was meant to be a safe Conservative seat for the party chairman. We've seen him here walking along the count floor before. And
Yeah,
really you can
I
just
can
get the
see.
sense that it's quite tense. We've heard from the Labour representatives, they're saying it's too close to call. Reform UK, their candidate, Stephen Conley, was actually speaking to the BBC. He says he's quite confident about the results. As we've seen with the exit polls, Reform has been doing well across the country. They're optimistic that that result can be repeated here. But this really is a shock for the Conservatives. They had a
haven't gained a
notional
seat yet,
majority
have
of
they?
over 20,000 votes. This was going to be a safe
No, they haven't.
seat for the party
Still
chairman.
counting.
Right now, it seems that if he does win this seat for his party, it's going to be a really tough call. So we're just going to keep an eye on this recount coming in. I was speaking to a Conservative Party official who told me that if it's only a difference of about 2,000 votes, 1,000 votes, the Conservatives might want a recount. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this vote that's coming in at Basildon and Billericay.
Okay, Catherine Biurahanga will keep an eye on that seat. Very interesting.
Very interesting. Let's go to the other side of the country. We can talk to Katie Razzle, who's in Bristol. And one of the really interesting things in Bristol, Katie, is that real fight between
thought she was being escorted off for a
who's the
second
Shadow
then.
Culture Secretary, who would be very hopeful of being in a Keir Starmer cabinet, and the Greens, who have been pushing very hard. What's the mood?
Well, the mood here, I'm in the Oasis Academy. Hello, Laura. Hello, Clive. You can see Bristol East, which is one of the counts happening here, but way down the end of that corridor, that is the key one for us and for many people watching this count. That is Bristol Central, where, as you say, Thangam Debonair, Shadow Culture Secretary, she has a huge majority last time, 30,000 around that. But I've been in there pretty recently, having a look round as the people are counting, representatives from all the parties are watching as those votes are being counted. And I have to say there is only one set of party representatives in that room looking happy, looking confident, and that is not the party predicted to win a landslide at this election. It is, of course, the Green Party. They are using very sober language still. Carla Denyer, the co-leader, is about to arrive here, and they're talking in very sober terms, just saying they're optimistic and it was great on the doorstep. But someone from one of the smaller parties who's been in that room for a long time told me she thinks the Greens are storming it in Bristol Central, and it certainly looked that way to me when I was in there. Of course, it's early days. We're not going to find out till 3:15, but there have already, it looks to me like been some Labour people who do look pretty devastated. I was talking to somebody who was saying that even as they were trying to get their vote out on the doorsteps, even as late as 8:30, 9 o'clock tonight, people were saying, I'm sorry, we really like Thangam, but we're going to vote Green because, I mean, what this person was saying, in a sense, there's no jeopardy. If you think there's going to be a Labour landslide, it's okay in a seat where you want to support the Greens to do that without any jeopardy. And that seems to have been potentially, if that is what swings it, but that is one of the reasons why this has happened. But there's a lot of faces, sad faces here, but we're going to wait for at least another hour and a half until we know what's happened.
Okay, Katie, thank you very much indeed. And in the context of what looks like a really resounding result for the Labour Party, to lose that seat in Bristol Central, Thangam Debonair, close ally of Keir Starmer, that would be a disappointment amongst it. Just while we've been chatting, two more results have come through. Rayleigh and Wickford is the first Conservative victory of the night. That seat held by Mark Francois, prominent Eurosceptic there, holding that seat in Essex for the Conservatives.
Such
but
a
Labour's
shithead.
taken Stroud in
Yes, he's a
Gloucestershire
thoroughly
from the
repugnant man.
Conservative Party too. So, a couple of results, and when we've got the numbers in full, we'll bring them to you just as soon as we can.
Chris, you want to come in here?
Full recap.
It's incredible that, like, whoever wins tonight, in most places, we're going to be able to say
just
that.
where we were talking to our reporter.
Oh, God. What a fucking asshole.
Now full recap.
Yeah.
Underway, as Catherine was hinting at, might be coming, but now confirmed.
Confirmed. All right. Okay, we'll bring you the results of that and all the others in a few minutes. But the BBC's newscast is hosting an all-night watch party in the Radio Theatre here in central London. Adam Fleming. Yeah, we're left here. Billy
Russia
Lomax.
for hacking our
Adam
election.
is hosting.
Hello from the newscast all-nighter, which is in the BBC Radio Theatre at BBC
It's gonna be
HQ,
funny.
but we've turned it
Trump wins, and Starmer's got to try and work with him.
into a giant by David and Annabelle. Hello.
Hello there.
Hi.
And Adam. Hello.
Hello.
Two Adams are better than one. Right, so how do you feel about things so far?
Yeah, really interesting. Yeah, personally very pleased.
Because?
In particular because of the swing in Eastleigh, which is where we're from, in Hampshire. So really keen to see Lib Dem take that back.
How about you? Family agreement?
Yes, definitely. Very pleased about the Labour majority, probably, but scared too.
Scared about what?
Well, looks like Reform's going to get quite a few new votes, which is...
Why would that be such a bad thing?
I just don't agree.
Oh, the way he
with
said that was
policies. I
so
think they're
ominous.
quite scary as a party.
Well, that's slightly awkward because Adam, you're a supporter of Reform. Oh well.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel then? I mean, the story of the night is, well, the number of seats that Reform end up getting, but I think the thing that's really struck me is just those amazing second places they've been getting in the seats that we've seen so far.
Yeah, long may
Yeah,
they
I
get
mean,
second place.
The big thing is obviously if you get second all night, you're not actually going to get any seats. But
Damn
I think Reform will be very pleased, the leadership will be very pleased with how it's gone. And I mean, they said from the start, even just one seat would be amazing. And so I think that overall they'll be very pleased with seeing 13 come up. And I think it really gives, given how much proportion of the vote they have, maybe it's not reflected in the seat count, but they will be really pleased being government and really have a mandate from the people.
I mean, Reform is often talked about as a kind of one-man band, the one man being Nigel Farage. Do you think there are 12 other good quality Reform people out there to be in Parliament? What are these 12 other people going to be like if there are 13 Reform seats?
I mean, I think everyone is, you follow the party line. And I think the politics of the party, they're addressing the concerns people actually have. I think the issues people see Conservatives, and Conservatives fumbled the bag, really. They were given a massive majority in the last election, completely wasted it, I think. And with Labour, I don't see change. I'm sorry, they say they stand for change. I don't think that is the case at all. Lib Dems,
I'm going to ask David about the Lib Dems because he seems pretty pleased about the Lib Dems. They're not getting a lot of attention tonight on the programme because the bigger stories are going on. But how do you feel about if there's 53 Lib Dems again? That's kind of back to the good old days, as they would see it, kind of pre-coalition.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a good thing. I'm voting tactically, or have voted tactically in my constituency. But yeah, going those numbers, back to before the bad times, as it were, when they lost an awful lot of seats, didn't they? But yeah, I think it was the obvious alternative to the Tory situation in our constituency. And to be honest, people have just had enough. So many lies, so many things going wrong, the economy wrecked.
I can't remember if I voted.
Right, thank you very much, you three. I hope it's not too awkward that sitting next to each other for the next 12 hours.
I think I might have.
Said election is as follows.
Never again after that.
Peter Gibson, Conservative Party candidate, 14,323. Laura McAvoy, Labour Party, 16,621. Matthew Snedker, Green Party, 2,847. Simon Thorley, Liberal Democrats, 1,735. Michael Walker, Reform UK, 6,852. I've got to deal with the rejected ballot papers. 121 ballot papers were rejected. There were no rejections for want of an official mark.
But look at that. If the Tories, if Reform weren't there, Tories would have kept that seat by 20 grand.
And it is Lola McAvoy who has taken it there from the GMB union rep. 16,621. The Conservatives in second place. Michael Walker for Reform UK in third place. The turnout, again, disappointing, 60%, but the majority, 2,298. So Labour taking back Darlington from the Conservatives with that majority of 2,298.
So the headline in Darlington, a seat that turned blue in 2019 has turned red again. But let's look at the numbers in more detail. You can see there what happened to the Conservative share, crashing by 16%. Labour barely going up at all, hardly noticeable, 0.3%.
and the Reform Party up by 13%. Now, Reform didn't do enough to beat the Tories into second place, as we've seen in some other seats tonight. But
it's incredible, isn't it? Labour have basically persuaded nobody who wasn't already fully on board.
Labour, 8.1%. So Darlington is once again in Labour hands. Part of the country they used to, their critics would say, take for granted that they lost in 2019, back in Labour hands tonight.
Yeah,
Notice
Labour
how
are winning
none of the
seats, there's no
Reform people
question
were crying
about
their
that.
heart
And
out
the
because
exit
this
poll
the
projection was
election
for a
results they
majority of
wanted.
170 seats.
Yeah, Labour
A
trying to
majority.
fix this
So
shit. They won't be
they
able
are
to.
doing
Like
well.
this
That
time,
is the
everyone's going to be
story. But
pissed off.
Reform and their percentage share is also part of the mix this evening. And one of those seats that Labour have taken this evening is from the Conservatives is Stroud. And Rita has been drilling down into the numbers a little bit more on that.
I have indeed, Clive. I can show you how this was done. So Stroud in the Cotswolds in Gloucestershire, a Labour gain from the Conservatives. Now, this was a top Labour target. It was number 14 on their list, and it's quite a bellwether seat. It was Labour during the days of Tony Blair, and then Conservative during the Cameron years. But Simon Ofer, who's a local GP, is now the new Labour MP for Stroud with a majority of 11,400 plus. And look, turnout 71%. Now it's high in Stroud. People have really come out to cast their vote here. Take a look at the vote share. Labour up by 5%. The Conservatives right down 20% of their vote lost since 2019. Reform up 10%, so another strong performance there by Reform. And the swing here from the Conservatives to Labour is 12%. Now, Labour only needed 2% to take Stroud, so they've done it with bells on, really. Laura.
All right. Thank you, Rita. We should just bring you the Nuneaton result. Classic bellwether seat here. Tory under the Thatcher and Labour under Blair. Well, Labour have taken it from the Conservatives. That Nuneaton seat there. A nursery manager, Jodie Gosling, 15,216 votes.
Again, another split for
government whip, and on the Tory
Reform.
right, Marcus Jones, 11,737. And the turnout
Reform has literally been the game changer for this.
Majority,
There's going to be the story of the night, isn't it?
Reform coming in with a healthy 9,000.
Prime Minister campaigning there just the other day.
Right.
So even those seats where Rishi Sunak has been out on the stump himself, it didn't save them in that particular seat, not in Nuneaton, which, as Clive said, is one of those absolute classic
Why would Rishi help save them?
seats around the country that tends to vote with the prevailing wind of the nation. So let's look at the numbers in a bit more detail. You can see again, look, Labour up 5%, which is significant, but not overwhelming. The Tories crashing by 32%. That is falling off a cliff. What does it mean for the swing? Tory to Labour, 19%. So a very, very significant swing there in Nuneaton, which is exactly the kind of seat where Labour had to
I
be
thought
making
Nigel
significant
Farage
progress.
sort of
Signs so far
faded
tonight
into
showing
nothingness.
that is absolutely what they're doing.
Quick
Clearly not.
from Basildon and Billericay, we're talking about the recount there involving the Conservative Party chairman, the Labour leader of the local council, saying there are 20 votes in it.
Ooh, a nail biter. A nail biter.
Yep.
Well, we'll see.
All right. Yeah, a quick tally of where we are so far this evening. It is coming up to 2 o'clock. In the morning, Labour are on 13 seats, up 4. The Conservatives have a single seat, and they're down 5.
Well, my prediction was very
The
wrong.
Democrats up 1 with 1 seat. Reform, no
Most of the
seats,
seats
but
will be
we've
done
talked a
by
lot
1.
this evening so far about their vote share, and the Greens
Told
on, no seats yet so far. There's a long time to go.
It is a long, long
Lots
night.
going on, and you've just
I think I've got a mouthful of banana.
mouthful of bananas. Well, we need our energy. We need our energy.
Right. We can welcome a new duet to the table while you two muck about and talk about your snacks. Joining us is Dame Margaret Hodge, long-term Labour politician now, on her way to the House of Lords,
Margaret
we
Hodge
understand.
is nasty.
And Lee Kane, who was
He was
Boris
one of the
Johnson's
people
director
that
of
kept
communications and one
attacking
of the people
Corbyn.
who
By the way, though,
was part of the 2019
when they went to demolish a
campaign
Jewish graveyard
that
in
turned the red to
Barking,
blue, and now tonight
she
it
did
seems
fuck
that
all.
you are seeing the blue being turned back to red again. I mean, what has happened that has smashed to bits that group of voters, that victory that you were part of putting together in 2019?
So,
Oh God, she's going to be fucking insufferable.
He wrote and
Yeah,
delivered
but
the speech.
the reality
where
is
he told
people
that new
haven't rushed to
coalition,
Labour. They
thanking
rushed
them
to
for
Reform.
lending us the vote. You lent us this vote, and he went on to say in that the people here want change, and we cannot, and we must not let them down. And we did. And that is the fundamental reason why we're seeing people deserting the Tory party in droves.
One of the reasons, though, people might say that they've switched to Labour, and we're just watching pictures of Ashton underline, you can see there in the corner of your screen, because that's the seat of the Angela Rayner, the Labour Deputy Leader. So we're watching because she might walk in that door in a matter
I wonder
of
how
moments.
many
Many people watching tonight
just
might
wouldn't
think
vote Tory
it wasn't just that you didn't do the things that you
because
promised you
Rishi
would do in
Sunak
2019.
is Indian.
It's also because of the way that Boris Johnson
I
went
wouldn't be
along to
surprised
govern.
if it's an
And it's also because of
enormous
things
number.
about Partygate, but we'll get to
You
that.
got numbers,
I think that would
Declaration of
explain the
Barnsley,
reform
let's take you straight there.
thing for me.
For each
It,
candidate at
it
the
is
election
racism. The
is as
Conservatives have never
follows.
tackled their racism.
Baker, Penny, Liberal Democrats, 1,336. Devoy, Tony, Yorkshire Party, 603. Fisher, Neil, Independent, 616. Hayes, Tom, Green Party, 1,805. Jarvis, Dan, Labour Party, 18,610. Kovacs Tamas, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,083. Lomas Robert, Reform UK, 10,799. And Palencius Yanis, English Democrats, England's National Party, 42. And there were 114
England's National
spoiled
Party.
ballots.
What the fuck?
So
I therefore
again, we
duly
see there
Maybe
declare
Google it,
Dan
they'll
the
probably
north
Jarvis
of
find
England,
it.
Barnsley North, which has been
Never heard of
held
him.
by the Labour MP and Shadow Minister Dan Jarvis, a former military man. He has beaten Reform into second place. They're on 10,799 votes. That was one of the seats where
See,
Reform had hoped to
Dan
make some
Jarvis has
progress,
got
where
an
there were some.
he's got an actual
We're going to go
majority
straight to the
over
other
the
declaration.
combined
Lee
sum
Anthony
of Tory
Farmer,
and
the
Reform.
Conservative Party candidate, 6,584. Anne Christine Forsyth, Green Party, 3,794. Darren James Longhorn, Yorkshire Party, 404.
Oh.
Rachel Reeves, Labour Party, 18,976.
Disappointed.
Dan Walker, Liberal Democrats, 1,743. Sasha Watson, Social Democratic Party, 79. Andrea Whitehead,
79.
Reform UK, 6,281. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 121.
Oh,
I
wow.
hereby declare that Rachel Reeves is duly elected
It's
as the Member of
121
Parliament
giant
for the Leeds
penises.
West and Huddersfield constituency.
The woman highly likely to become the next Chancellor of the Exchequer, the first woman to hold that job, and she's about to give her victory speech. Let's listen in.
Thank you.
It's like a robot.
It is a huge honour and a privilege to have been returned as the Labour Member of Parliament for Leeds West and Pudsey. Let me begin by thanking the returning officer, the counting agents, the polling clerks and the police who make elections possible. Let me also thank the other candidates in this contest for the campaigns that they have run. I want to thank my team, all our Labour councillors and everyone who has volunteered in Armley, Bramley, Carvley, Farsley and Pudsey.
I just remembered Trump's losers and haters on 9/11 tweet.
Years or more.
Yeah, that
But
was
special thanks must go to my election agent, Joe Fiddis,
out.
and also to my predecessor,
So much
John
worse when you don't want anyone to win.
whose help and generosity have been invaluable for so many years. A word too for somebody who isn't with us today. Jane Hill, who ran my constituency office for the best part of the last decade, was a great friend to so many of us. She was Labour through and through, but she died a few weeks before the election took place. Many of us will miss her this evening, including me. But thanks above all goes to the people of Leeds West and Pudsey. I've been so proud to represent Armley and Bramley for the last 14 years, and I will do everything in my power to repay your support. And to the people of Carvley and Farsley and Pudsey, who have returned a Labour Member of Parliament for the first time in more than 14 years, You have put your trust in me.
How do I
and
paste
will
an
not
image
let you
in?
down. My job now is to
You've got to
speak
put it
for the
on
whole
the Chrome
constituency,
browser
those
and
who
then
voted for me
share it,
and those who didn't. And I promise I will do just
or
that.
do it
I
a
will
different
fight
way.
for you every day
Just share your
to
screen.
deliver the change that people in Leeds West and Pudsey need and deserve. I do not want to preempt the results.
I love that. I don't want to preempt her. And she's gone.
People have voted for change.
What's showing?
Shut it, Rachel Reeves.
I would like to extend my best wishes.
I would like to extend my best wishes to all, even the haters and losers, on this special date, September the 11th.
Oh my God.
God, I can't wait
Change
for
Labour
this
Party
back.
in the service of ordinary working people. We have promised to end the chaos, to turn the page and to get to work on rebuilding our country. And we will do so. We have sought the opportunity to govern not for self-interest, but to serve in the national interest. To tackle the cost of living crisis and make work pay. To rebuild our health service and our schools. To drive growth in every part of our great country and to restore the stability that Britain has sorely lacked for too long. But I know that the road ahead will not be easy. There are no quick fixes, and the hard choices lie ahead.
There is quick fix.
We are
Money
under no
print, they go,
illusions
"Brr."
about the scale of the challenge that we face,
I got the
or
quick
about the
fix.
severity of the challenges that we will inherit from the Conservatives. It will come with a great weight of responsibility. I embrace it. It will demand hard work and harder choices. I am ready for them. And to those of you who have put your trust in us, we will not squander that trust. We have set out the first steps that we will take towards that better Britain.
She sounds like Tony
and the
Blair.
missions to underpin a decade of national renewal. There is
Would
much
you like
to
to
do.
see a short video of
We
Joe
have campaigned
Biden?
as we mean to go on. As a government of unity, not of
Yes.
division. A
Show
government
us the
of wealth
short video of
creation
Joe Biden.
and a government in the national interest.
Could be worse than this.
Oh.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
Again.
All right. All right.
That was still better than this Rachel Reeves shit. Fucking hell.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
The president of the free world, people. Oh, God.
Would you like to see probably my favourite politics video ever?
Okay. Did that really happen?
As everyone comes forward, Modi, I want to join the distinguished chairman in acknowledging legislation of other members of Congress that are contained in the chairman's legislation that they're putting forth, and chairwoman's. And I also want to acknowledge Maxine Waters is doing some very important work on this subject, on this package, preserving our democracy. With that, I'm pleased to yield to the distinguished chairwoman
Yeah, please check. Is that real? Is that
100% real. Hang on, someone said for everyone. Yeah, the guy who uploaded this. For everyone asking, no, I did not add in any sounds. I was there, and it smelled pretty bad. After Nadler walked out of stage, me and the tuba player had to go out to breathe some fresh air.
Do it again, do it again, do it again. I wasn't here.
I'm actually crying. I did do it. Nothing. I just owned it.
Acknowledging legislation of other members of Congress that are contained in the chairman's legislation that they're putting forth, that chairwoman's. And I also want to acknowledge Maxine Waters
Pause.
doing
Debbie Hicks, Independent, 260. Scott Victor Abbas Hunter,
I'll put it back
Trade
on.
Unionist and Socialist Coalition,
I'm going to go back to it.
139.
Well, Swindon. Who
Back
gives a
Will
shit about
Stone,
Swindon?
Labour Party,
Put it back on. I could switch to it again.
17,930.
All right, hang on.
Justin Paul Tomlinson, the Conservative Party candidate.
subject not part of this.
7. Les Willis,
Cheer him off.
Reform UK.
Yeah, Labour one. There you
And the turnout at this election was 60.48%. And I do
124
hereby
ballots
declare
with big
that Will
funky
Stone
dick.
Yeah, but look,
is
that's
duly
20
elected.
right-wing
So
votes.
another Labour MP
So Labour
taken
won
from the Conservatives,
because
another government minister, this
Reform
time
took
Justin
7 grand off
Tomlinson,
the
taken
Tories.
out in the general election of
Yeah.
2024.
Again.
You can see again, though, there was a strong
I
showing
haven't
for
actually
Reform back in
cried from
third
laughter
place,
in a
but
while.
again, having polled many votes. And the majority there, still the kind of majority you'd expect in a kind of bellwether seat like that, 410.
Reminds me
very
of
quick
like
look at the
Trump,
Conservatives
Giuliani
acknowledging
give
what the
delivering
Liberal
speech at the
Democrats were
Four
briefing 15,
Seasons
20 minutes ago about
landscape.
Chester
Oh,
and
yeah.
Sussex that they expect to
No,
lose.
that was some
so
fucking
Gillian Keegan,
content.
the Education Secretary, expecting to lose.
So the first cabinet minister to have gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back to Swindon North. Let's just give you a look at the share in the votes there. Labour up 10 points. The Conservatives down -27. Reform up 17. So that part of the story there in Swindon North. The Greens are on 2, Liberal Democrats down 3. But look at that swing from the Conservatives to Labour. 19%, way above what the exit poll was
If
suggesting a
Reform
little
didn't
bit
exist,
earlier.
Rishi would have won the election.
Labour taking that seat, Swindon North, from the Conservatives. Another gain for Labour.
Okay, let's take a look at how some of these numbers might pan out across the board. Rita, you've got a lot of names on the board. We're getting more data in slowly, but we are starting to be able to make a bit of a jigsaw out of it.
We certainly are, Laura. I'm going to take a look at a couple of regions now, a couple of English regions. You can see here the southeast. These are the battleground seats based on the 2019 results. These are all the seats that were Conservative in 2019. They start in order, they're in order of marginality. So Wickham, Eastbourne, the most marginal, and they go down to safer seats for the Conservatives, including Basingstoke and Dover and Deal right down the bottom there. Now, in terms of results so far, what have we had in? Well, we've had the one in Eastleigh, which is a Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives, their second gain of the night after Harrogate. But let's take a look, using our exit poll, at what we think is going to happen, might well happen given the exit poll. And look, you can see all the blue has gone away from these seats. Now, these are not all the seats in the southeast. These are the top 24 they are that were Conservative in 2019, but there is no more blue left here. Now, we don't know for sure that this is going to happen, but on the basis of probability, this is what we think we're going to be seeing: a lot of red and a lot of Lib Dem orange. Let me take you to another region. Now, this time we're looking at the northwest of England. This is a place where Boris Johnson did very well in 2019, taking those seats off Labour: Burnley, Lee and Atherton, places like Whitehaven and Workington, red wall seats as they were called. In terms of results, I think we're going to see a lot of white here. No results in quite yet. That's all going to change very significantly quite soon. But let's take a look at the 2024 forecast. And again, the blue disappears. Much more red here this time, but some Lib Dem potential gains as well. Cheadle, Hazel Grove, we are forecasting might well go Lib Dem. And Westmoreland, which the Lib Dems got last time round. Actually, Tim Farron won that seat for the Liberal Democrats, but because of boundary
I
changes,
remember Tim.
it is now what we call a
Oh,
notional Conservative
yeah.
seat. But
That
we
was
are
Norman
forecasting
Lamb. Do you remember
that
Norman
could well
Lamb,
go
who was
Lib
like,
Dem
as a
again.
Catholic,
So,
I can't
you know,
condone
that
gay
is another
people.
way of telling the story that
Mm.
we are telling repeatedly, a very bad
I think you're about the only one who remembers Tim Farron.
You absolutely can, Rita. Thanks
I'm
so
a
much.
fucking nerd.
Margaret Hodge,
Rings a bell.
a few details in some of those figures that should be paused for
What
thought.
was the other thing he was famous for? Oh yeah,
The enthusiasm
turning the
perhaps
throttles gay or
isn't
something.
necessarily there on some of the results with a low turnout, but also with the performance of reform.
That woman
in some of these
worked
cases.
so hard
I just
to
wonder
undermine and
if,
fuck up
despite the
Jeremy
fact that the
Corbyn.
exit poll is saying that this is going to be a thumping majority and a magnificent majority, no question about that, going forward, there could be cause for concern.
Well, let's start. It is a thumping majority. It's more than I ever dreamt of. When I came out in 2019, when we had the worst result ever, I thought it would take us a decade to get to a position where we might have regained the trust of the people. We've done it in 4.5 years.
We haven't
so that's
regained the
brilliant.
trust of the
But
people, though.
I agree
People
that there are
swung
other
to
things going
reform.
on. So I think low turnout is a worry. We had that in 2001. I remember when I was embarking, and I was worried then. I had a turnout level below 50% actually embarking. So I did do some work around on a couple of council estates in my constituency. What came out of that was focus groups. It was anger,
Ethan's only
not
staying
apathy, that
to watch
kept
me
people away.
cry
And I think that's a
when
lesson.
the Tories
I'm
lose.
afraid under the Conservatives have lost so much trust from Boris through to Liz Truss, and Sunak couldn't restore it. There's such a loss of trust in politics, and people are really, really angry. So it's a protest vote for reform. Reform for me is like the BNP was embarking in the run-up to 2010. It's where people put their vote if they don't trust. So I do think that things are concerned. And let me just one further thing, which is why it's so important when this Labour government comes in that it sticks to what it said, that it holds true to what the commitments that we've made, and those that I've been into a couple of studios already tonight where people are saying, oh, we've got to be braver, we've got to be bolder. We've got to do what we said. We are going to stick to those clear fiscal limits. We're going to do what we can within them. We've got a clear sense of direction. We've got to build the economy. But let me just one final thing. I mean, was looking at figures the other night. There is 40 billion gap in what people should be paying in tax and what they do. If we can just close that gap by a little bit, that would release a few more billion, which we could put in investing in the public services, which have been so destroyed.
Oh, sorry, Margaret. That's radical leftism, and we can't be doing with that.
I was down there with you.
2010.
Sorry, 2010. And what's interesting is that, yes, you managed to vanquish the BNP, but Reform are not the BNP.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we've seen some comments by some of their candidates and members, and which reminds me a lot of what the BNP was like on that. And the task I had, I mean, this is going back a little bit in history, but the task I had in 2006, the BNP won a lot of council seats. I had a 4-year task of rebuilding trust with my white working class voters so that they would come back to the Labour fold. And I did that. I mean, I changed, I worked very hard at it. I changed the way I did my politics. And I think we've got to take the lessons from that. We've got to take some of the lessons from what's happened tonight and rebuild trust. But what is really, with the British people, what is really important is actually you come in and do what you say you're going to do. And to those who say, there's not vision for Labour, it's lacking, it's not bold enough. I mean, I just think about a family.
Yeah, we need more
You've
memes.
got a little baby. We're saying, okay, we're going to have 100,000 more childcare places. That's the start. That child then goes to primary school. What we're saying, breakfast clubs. Goes to secondary schools, 6,500 more teachers. Goes into apprenticeship and training, more there. Wants to buy a home when they grow up, 1.5 million more homes. That is a story about starting to rebuild that infrastructure that has been so destroyed and appallingly managed, I'm afraid, over the last 14 years.
And in terms of that appalling management, as Dame Margaret called it, Lee Kay, I mean, what responsibility do you take for this? You were part of Boris Johnson's team that almost as soon as you won the election started fighting amongst themselves. You then were there during COVID, when everybody knows now what happened behind closed doors in Downing Street when you were there, as detailed in gory detail in the Sue Grave report about Partygate. Do you take responsibility for the mistakes that you made while you were there?
So, I mean, on Sue Gray's report, you'll know that during the Partygate things, I was one of the people who said at the time some of the things should be looked at and acted differently. But I think we all have to take responsibility as to what went
How
wrong
would
during
you
the
like?
period. And I think
How would you
there are two
like to
different sort
revisit a few of the
current
greatest
tracks. There is
hits
one which
from,
is just
from
generally
Trump? Yes.
poor sort of governance and
I'd
standards, which the
prefer
people
that
of
to
the Republic
this.
are
This is boring as shit.
understandably upset by. I think
All right,
the
let's do that
second
then.
element, again, I come back to this
Oh,
sort
we're
of
going to get a
delivery
result.
point. There was a plan and a structure
If you
post.
just keep them going, Neil, then I can switch back.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Person who was Conservative and defected to
All right.
Reform will be
What
holding
did we
seat.
start with?
Let's listen in.
Pause a sec, Neil.
The number of votes
Hmm?
recorded for each
Got a result.
at this election
Oh, all right.
is as follows. Lee Anderson, Reform UK,
Ethan's only here for bin face as well.
17,062.
Let's count all this.
I mean, it's who we're all here for, really, isn't it?
Oh my god.
Who really gives a toss about anything else?
1,100. Daniel Holmes, Liberal Democrats, 619. Ria Keane, Labour Party, 11,553. Debbie Solomon, Conservative Party
It's 30 pence P. 30 pence P.
Oh, fuck
30 pence Lee.
Jason Zadrowski, the Ashfield Independents, putting people before politics, 6,276.
So Lee Anderson becomes the first Reform MP of the night.
Absolute
He, of course, defected to
bellend.
Reform from the Conservatives. His majority there, 5,509, and again, a relatively low turnout. But the Conservatives and an ex-Brexit Party representative there beaten
Right,
into
Neil. Memes.
4th place, and
All right.
Labour into 2nd
Put us back
place.
on
So
then.
that Reform's first
And you got one up.
MP and first victory tonight. We're
And
going to
you've got
hear
a
Lee
meme up.
Anderson now.
Thank you.
I'll switch to.
Yeah, all right.
First of all, just a massive thank you to all the staff that's been here tonight.
Carry on.
Oh yeah, the Pope really didn't really the time. Is that a real photo?
Yeah.
Looks like a fucking
Fake
Pokemon.
town.
Oh yeah, yeah. This was when his press secretary dressed up for Easter. Oh yeah, quality photo.
That another real photo?
All of these real photos.
The little
table.
table one. The little table is that always gets me.
Fucking I remember this one. God, I can hardly wait.
Did you hear about that Supreme Court ruling about basically how the president can't do any wrong?
Yes, it was amazing.
And you know, with that, Trump is literally just going to start murdering everyone.
Oh, he won't do anything of the sort. He'll be a petty bitch, and
I know
it'll be
what
hilarious.
he'll make the Gorilla Channel real.
It'll be amazing. What was it I said? I found someone. talking about that ruling. What was it?
I bought cute hermit crab earrings.
Anyone else waking up to this power would be having Delta Force pick off their enemies in business, media, and politics, while snorting rails off hookers during a presidential address. You know, so it's official capacity and legal. Biden's gonna idly slurp ice cream all the way to a jail cell.
I like that one about how Biden, once realizing that he could do anything and get away with it, took a deep breath and then just
immediately died. Yeah.
There's no question from some of the actual results we've seen so far, they are making a big dent in things.
Yes, and so they will be able to make, irrespective of their number of seats in the House of Commons by breakfast time, a moral case that they are making an imprint in British politics and therefore should be part of the conversation that follows. How noisy that conversation will be will depend on the number of seats that they manage to win. But given the number of second places with...
Which one would you vote for?
We're looking at overpriced avocado pie, legally a different pie, the People's Pie, Club Card Members Pie, attempted price match pie, just here for a good time pie. Although Wiggles sounds a bit sketchy.
Peter.
Fuck's
history.
Do you think this looks like me?
No, it's got too much hair. I mean,
we have ever been able to find. We might have to be stood corrected, but at the moment we think that that is the most spectacular collapse in the party support ever. The new MP for Cannock Chase is Labour's Josh Newbury, and he's defeated Amanda
There we
Millen, who
go,
used to
Tory
be
reform
party chair for a
splitting
while under
themselves
Boris
so Labour
Johnson.
can get
And
in.
she had a majority of over 20,000, so that really is a very eye-catching result. Reform also doing very well here, an increase of 27% in their vote share. And this was a very Levy area, Cannock Chase sort of, just short of 70%.
oh, I'm liking the music.
Liz Truss.
People shake hands with it.
Is quite extraordinary. And
oh God, I hate to see it.
He'd be the first to say, no, it's my colleagues and the discipline shown in the Labour Party and the desire to win, and all that were factors. But this guy decided 4.5 years ago that he was going to transform the Labour Party, and he did. And he did it for the first 2 years without being able to meet the public even, which is really the bread and butter for any opposition leader. They know very well.
Absolutely.
And so if anybody deserves the tribute of Victor, then it's
He
clear
hasn't
who's put
transformed the
together
party. It was already
a
a
program
backstabbing
and
machine.
a group of people who deserve this victory.
But you look at that swing, for instance, in Cannock Chase, 26%.
Oh, I hate that.
That's extraordinary. I mean, Cannock Chase, going back a long way, right up until
I thought I
1970
hated them
was
before.
solid
I
Labour
fucking
mining
didn't.
territory. The member
Not
of
like
Parliament
this.
was Jenny Lee, who was an Erin Bevan's wife. And then in the years since it swung around, it became very conservative. Of course, in 2019, part of the so-called Red Wall. And today, what we've seen there, as we've seen in the south of England and many other places, is such a revulsion against the incompetence and the multiple crises in the public services, all of them, but also a mood of expulsion at the sheer decadence of the Conservative government, especially in the last 6-7 years.
Are you confident that he can deliver for those people who moved away from Labour 5 years ago and have now decided, you know what, plague on all your houses, but I might as well go back to Labour. I might as well try them again. These people cannot be let down again, surely.
Well, what Keir had to do was not just rely upon the implosion of the Conservatives and their divisions and ridiculous pantomime in the Parliamentary Conservative Party and all the scandals. He couldn't and didn't rely on that. He had to make Labour a credible alternative that people were willing to vote for. That's the first stage. Now, getting to the stage where more people want to vote Labour, that depends upon the words and, most important of all, the actions of government. Because he's under-promised, he can overachieve. And he'll be talking the language that people
He's
comprehend.
not going to do shit.
He won't be
He's already
patronising
walking
anybody.
it back.
He will be explaining perpetually and trying cumulatively to make the changes that are necessary. He said very publicly, we can't do it quickly, given our inheritance, but we will do it cumulatively and very positively. And he'll live up to that.
Okay, thank you.
Let's talk to Fiona Bruce, who's there somewhere in that scrum. It is quite a scrum around Sir Keir Starmer there. You can see him with his wife, Lady Starmer Victoria. Also there he was just kissing Baroness Louise Casey, crossbencher member of the House of Lords there. But Fiona is somewhere in that scrum. Fiona, the atmosphere there looks like somebody who's quite content to believe that he's going to make his own dream come true and walk into Downing Street tomorrow. No more pussyfooting around for Team Starmer by the looks of those pictures, that this is all just a forecast.
It certainly looks that way, I have to say. I mean, when he arrived in the building, he took us all by surprise. He came in a different entrance. This huge cheer went up as he entered the building. I mean, all around me, all the counters, they've all finished counting now. They're all looking down, waiting to see the man as he arrived. And as you saw, he was also not only saying hello to Baroness Louise Casey, but also to Tulip Siddiq, who is another local MP here. Her count is also happening here, Hampstead and Highgate. But yes, so many people, of course, want to see their man tonight here in Holborn and St Pancras. I mean, interestingly, the share, the turnout here, with that information we have had, is lower than it was at previous election. In fact, it's the last time it was this low was 2005. I know John Curtis was talking about that. So huge enthusiasm here for the man, but the turnout has been relatively low. It's something like 50,
I fucking hate his guts.
And we're waiting now just for the
usually when they do this, they have like a bar showing you how many seats that you've got, and they need to cross the threshold to have the majority in the House.
All the people who've come here and volunteered till the small hours to count the votes, all the party activists, all the staff who've dedicated so much of their time. He wants to show that he is here for them.
Absolute
as well as
cunts.
for us, and of course, all of you watching at home.
And we're just going to keep showing everybody at home all of those pictures as Keir Starmer makes his way through a very, very busy scrum there at King's Cross in central London. And Neil Kinnock, I can't imagine what must be going through your mind and going through your heart as you watch these pictures. But I just want to put to you a slightly trickier point. So our number crunchers under Sir John Curtis have discovered on this point, looking at the first 3 declarations in your beloved Wales, Labour support has gone down by 5 points. So what's gone on there?
I'm not surprised in many ways because there has been an organised and very deliberate and completely understandable, even though I don't agree with it, campaign against some of the policies of the Welsh Labour government in the Senedd.
I destroyed the economy by following the time. Blue list.
It's a lot of words.
It's a risky one, John.
What a woman is. They are sexualized. And kids. The same, only faster, but with more women in cocks.
Or women with cocks.
I'd have gone with more into the original spirit of the meme. Slaps the roof of the party. You can fit so much bullshit in this baby.
I mean, I'm a woman
From
with
the
a cock,
Tories,
and
some
I
of
was
it
in
will come
Labour,
from the
so
Labour
it's
Party
like,
because
I
reform
resemble that
in
remark.
South Wales,
How
as in the
dare you?
North East, as in parts of the former Yorkshire coalfield, as in parts of Lancashire, is offering very simple answers to desperately complicated questions, and that always has a magnetic effect on a certain proportion of the electorate. And that phenomenon will be seen in South Wales.
And just as we've been talking, there are some pictures there of Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg we spoke to a short while ago on the programme, who was blaming the results on partly on the removal of Boris Johnson. We can see him there at his count in Bath with his wife there, and I think one of the mini-Moggs, as they're known, one of his many children, but Jacob Rees-Mogg. Very.
That's it. I've been made redundant. Yeah. That's it. I've been made redundant.
Coming up,
Rochdale. They're wandering around.
Majority of 170 seats is fucking huge.
A few problems with the feed there. Oh, here it is.
Conservative Party, 4,273.
This is not the party of
George
Corbyn.
Galloway,
This is the
Workers'
party that savaged Corbyn.
11,587.
Pissed.
Oh, is he one?
Who's won?
Michael David Howard, Reform UK.
Fucking Michael Howard.
Right, okay, we're having enormous problems there getting a line from Rochdale.
And we'll go there as soon as we have that result. Remember why it's an important constituency. George Galloway won that seat for the Workers' Party of Great Britain in February. Labour's Paul Wall was hoping to take that back. In Rochdale, the kind of place where Labour really would hope to be winning tonight, as they are in all parts of the country, as we've seen so far. Lots of results still to come in. But that's why that result in Rochdale is one we have been looking at very, very closely. We've had some problems with the sound. Yeah. Let's just give another try. Let's listen in.
Oh, right, lost it again.
Still having troubles with the sound. We'll give you that result properly as soon as we can. We can see the face of the Labour candidate there, Paul Wall, on the stage. We don't want to guess and speculate and give you the wrong result. We'll get straight back there when we can.
30% of the voters there are Muslim voters as well, so one wonders how that is going to play into the final result with, of course, George Galloway there, the MP.
We do now have the result. George Galloway, I'm told, is no longer the MP. He has lost that seat to Labour's Paul Wall. And if we can just show you Neil Kinnock
here
punching the air.
He is repulsive.
Fuck you, you piece of shit.
He always has been, and I've known him since.
He was a thorn in your side.
Well, he was never a thorn in my side, but because he didn't count. But and I couldn't find a good reason to chuck him out, which used to infuriate me. But I've known him since 1983, and he is repellent.
Why'd you
I'm
say
so...
Oh,
Well,
fuck you.
He's such a chancer. He's so superficial.
Neil, we're going to come in here because we've got a declaration in Kilmarnock.
Being the returning officer for the UK parliamentary election for the Kilmarnock and Loudon constituency, hereby declare the total number of votes cast for each candidate in the said election was as follows. Alan Brown, Scottish National Party, 13,936. Jordan Cowie, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,527. Bex Glen, Scottish Greens, 1,237. Lillian Jones, Scottish Labour Party, 19,055. Stephen McNamara, Independent, 401. William Thompson, Reform UK, 3,472. Edward Thornley, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 850. And that the said Lillian Jones has been duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the Kilmarnock and Loudon constituency.
So Labour taking that seat, Kilmarnock and Loudon, our first seat and declaration in Scotland there, with a majority of over 5,000 from the Scottish National Party. Is that, Chris Mason, something obviously Labour will cheer, but
the Scottish National Party even going?
It's one of many seats, particularly
think
in
the Scottish
Scotland's
National
central
Party
belt,
took a
those
kicking
towns and
with
cities in
the
and around Glasgow and
gender
Edinburgh that Labour have been eyeing for at least the last
self-identity
couple
and
of years, seen as absolutely
self-identity and
crucial
getting
to them,
kicked to
not
fuck
just
by
in assembling
Westminster,
a
then
majority,
splurging and
perhaps less
resigning
crucial given
over
their
it.
performance
But then the
in
fact that a
England,
few
but being
weeks
able to
later
make an argument
they
that
were
says that
investigating
they
her for
can
sketchy
govern
money.
for the whole of the UK because they can point to representation in England, Scotland and Wales in sizable number if results like that are replicated.
I think also the psychological impact, of Labour taking its first seat in Scotland, going from third to first place in that constituency, so leapfrogging. I mean, they've done that. Imagine what the scene will be like in Labour HQ. Paint a picture for us when they see that seat.
A dram or two will be taken. I should imagine. But the wonderful thing is, this has been a gradual process of rebuilding of the Labour Party in Scotland under a terrific young leader. He's young, but he's very experienced. And the quality of the candidates that we've got, the absolute eradication of complacency and condescension, and the fact that there's a freshness that appeals to people in Scotland. And that's why we're making gains of this kind.
I'm just going to show our viewers, explain, we're seeing Richard Holden, because he's not necessarily the most recognisable politician in the country. Right. He is the Conservative Party chairman, staring down at his phone. We know there is a recount in his seat, which should be solid, true blue, rock solid Conservative voter. He is in trouble there, and it is written all over his face. I don't know if that's a hug of consolation. Maybe that's a hug of consolation, and he might have lost his seat. That would be a huge humiliation for the Conservative Party chairman.
We're all here to watch it.
Somebody who attends cabinets. There's another declaration coming in. Let's go straight there. Ed Davies' seat.
There's the monster
Councillor Liz Green,
behind
being
him.
the returning officer for the Kingston and Surbiton constituency election held on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Ali Abdizai Abdullah, Workers' Party, 395. Jason Chinnery, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 230.
Go on, let them have an MP.
Deberji Das, the Green Party, 3,009. Edward Jonathan Davey, Liberal Democrats, 25,870. Helen Margaret Edward, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,635. Mark David Fox, Reform UK, 4,787. Eugene O'Dane, Labour Party, 6,561. Eunice. Yvonne Tracy, Kingston Independent Residents Justice for Sub-Postmasters, 1,177. Therefore, I give notice that Edward Jonathan Davey is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Kingston and Surbiton constituency.
David, leader of
Who is he again?
Liberal Democrats there.
Lib Dem leader.
More than doubling
Davies.
his majority.
Is he?
On
His
previous
Ed Davey there. I always forget who the Lib Dem leader is, even though I've looked him up
the
loads of
Conservative
times.
Helen Edward in second place.
We literally
Turnout
watched the
not bad,
TikTok of him like 10 minutes ago.
17,000.
Yeah, he's just that forgettable.
The majority reform coming in.
It's not even a footnote in the history books.
And in a second, we'll hear from the jubilant Lib Dem leader, who's probably happy about their national performance, but let's just show you the change, see what happened here. It was the Conservatives crashing down that has put that big smile on Ed Davey's face.
It's going to keep happening, isn't it?
Thank you. It has been a great privilege to serve Kingston and Surbiton and this great community over many years. And I'm humbled that you've given me the chance to serve you again. So let me start by saying a big thank you. And thank you to Sarah and all the returning officer team and to all the staff and police who've worked so hard through the night. You are the unsung heroes of our democracy. It simply wouldn't work without you. And thank you to my fellow candidates for making this a campaign we can all be proud of. I wish you all well in the future.
Did you just aggressively?
Now, I don't know if you could tell, but I've rather enjoyed this campaign.
No.
But what I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face.
I do like that the Lib Dems just spent this election fucking around.
People who are working hard, raising families, caring for loved ones, playing by the rules, but finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. People who've had to wait hours for an ambulance, weeks to see a GP, or months for urgent cancer treatment. People who are angry at the filthy sewage being pumped into their rivers, lakes, and onto their beaches. People who feel let down and taken for granted and are desperate for change.
Honestly, this whole talk of people feeling let down and
Many of
taken
them
for
have turned
granted
to the Liberal Democrats,
bitches.
in some cases for the first time at this election. And we want to be your
Let
champions.
down and taken for granted.
We've listened to you, and we've heard you loud and clear. We put your concerns at the heart of our campaign. One amongst them, fixing the health and care crisis. So that you can see a doctor or find an NHS dentist when you need them. And so your loved ones get the high quality care when you need it, where you need it. And that's what Liberal Democrat MPs will fight for every day in the next Parliament. I've shared my own caring story during this campaign. And I've been overwhelmed by the response, especially from fellow carers.
Labour leader is a bigger
People
deal
looking
than
after their
Lib
loved
Dem.
ones
Yeah.
who've got in touch to say,
How the
that's
fuck?
my story too.
I better reply it.
And I'm grateful that we've been able to bring caring out of the shadows in this campaign.
Smog in Bath.
And we will continue to stand up for a
And
society
fucking
where
Emily
we
Thornberry.
value care and properly support carers. Because we
Steve
cannot
Thornberry, I give a shit. That's the wild Thornberries.
Let me finish by thanking my wonderful family, even though I hope they're sound asleep.
Shut up, Ed Davey. There's news.
Emily,
New Wall
I
Street
love
Journal
you,
poll.
and I could not have done
Trump,
this without you.
48%. Biden,
Ellie and John,
42%.
I love you so much.
That's way too close.
Terrifyingly close.
And to our fantastic
I think
team,
Trump will,
No, it
will
isn't. That's
just
fucking
destroy
miles
it.
would not have happened without you.
He should be way ahead.
My election agent,
He is
Simon
way
Drake,
ahead.
organizer,
That's
Cosmo
not way
Lupton,
ahead. He
So
should way
anyway,
more than that.
thanking all those who
Should way more
supported
than
him.
that.
We
That's
want to
him
be your
winning
champion.
one of the biggest victories in decades.
Victory speech, holding his seat there, Kingston and Surbiton, with a
Is
vastly
it a campaign
increased
majority there?
So
Yeah,
from
but
the
that
outskirts
doesn't
of
matter.
southwest London,
Well,
we've seen a
American elections
nervous-looking
work.
Jacob Rees-Mogg in Bath, and underneath that, Emily Thornberry, another member of Keir Starmer's shadow cabinet, likely to be heading for cabinet, speaking at her account in Islington. But while Davey was making his speech, the deputy leader of the Labour Party, Angela Rayner, held her seat in Ashton-under-Lyne, and she's been speaking too. Let's hear what she had to say.
I like that.
Can I give my sincere thanks to the returning officer and the team who worked so hard to give this result. And I give the same thanks to the police who have kept us safe and all the other public servants who make our democracy work. I would also like to thank the other candidates, because democracy only works when people put themselves forward for office. I want to also say a few words of thanks to my family, my friends, the whole Labour team, and all those that have supported me, especially my agent, Jed Cooney. You have been such a source of strength to me, not just over the last weeks, but throughout my political life. You've stood by me, you've had my back, and now I hope to do you proud in a Labour government. Finally, most of all, I'd like to thank the people of Ashton-under-Lyne who have elected and re-elected me as your Member of Parliament these past 9 years. From the first day you placed your trust in me, it's been a great privilege to represent you in Parliament. I'm proud to have support right across our community, but I'll never take it for granted. So let me say to all those parents doing the most important job there is, raising the next generation, to the small businesses who tirelessly toil every day in the engine room of our economy, to the working people who are the bedrock of our country, there is no greater honour than to serve you. Throughout my life, I have faced challenges, but I've also seen the power that comes from our community. The people on Bridgehall Estate who have always known me as our Ange, the teachers who have had faith in me, the carers who I worked alongside, and the trade unionists I stood alongside. From all of them, I learned that by working together and never taking no for an answer, we can make change and make a difference. As they helped me when I needed it, I am now humbled to have the opportunity to make the difference for others. Because to represent this constituency is a privilege, but it is also a duty, one that I intend to
from
fulfil.
behind with a dodgy ear.
Underline Greater Manchester. Let's go to Clacton. These are live pictures.
Is he trying there? Yeah, is that what he's trying for?
Oh, that's going to piss her off. They've cut Angela Rayner off. The fucking Nigel Farage.
Good. Let her fucking screw.
That's fine.
David joined on and Tyrone fell asleep. Angela Rayner gets like 3
A
minutes.
real huddle there around Nigel Farage, who's just left the local restaurant to go to his count. He has seen Lee Anderson become the first Reform MP of the night in Ashfield, Nottinghamshire, and he's certainly hoping to be at least the second Reform MP this evening. It's looking fairly good in terms of the proportion of the votes that Reform have managed to get across the board.
No, he's
We
tried.
only have the one MP. This is
I'll tell
Labour's
you one
night so
story.
far.
I can't remember where it was, but when he did run, Labour and the Tories did an unholy alliance, but they agreed to campaign
That is not a
to
face
stop
that many
him.
people would have seen until fairly
And
recently
the
of Keir
Labour
Starmer in
people
public. Labour has just
essentially
taken
stood
Stevenage
themselves
in
down
Hertfordshire
and
from the
backed
Conservatives.
the
They've
Tories
also
in
just
stopping
taken
him.
Bishop
And the
Auckland from the
Tories
Conservatives
booked
up
an
in the
entire
north east, one
fucking
of those
travel
seats.
lodge and
The
filled it
Town
with
Blue
their
last time
activists.
round, but has gone back. Labour has also just in the last couple of minutes
They may have
fast
broken
now taken
expenses
Barrow and Furness
in the
from
election
the
to win that.
Conservative Party up in Cumbria. They'll be delighted to take that back. So the pattern so far tonight is that Labour seems to be winning pretty much everywhere, but Reform taking chunks out of the Conservative vote, but also putting pressure in kind of every kind of seat that we've seen so far
Keir Starmer there. Oh, and
yeah, look at Basildon.
Cutting a lonely figure, the Tory party chair.
Yeah.
More despondent than he did the last time.
Remember, yeah, indeed, yes. He looks as if he was sitting on the floor.
Fucking miserable Ron
but he
Paul
wasn't, he was
energy
on
there.
the chair. They had a recount there, and it was very, very close indeed. And we're just wondering what the result is.
You cast
His
double
aide and
parked,
colleague
mate.
shrugging. We don't know if they're shrugging to say, we don't know what's going on, or if they're shrugging to say, you're sorry. What a contrast there. Richard Holden looking despondent, Keir Starmer tucked on the side
Fucking
of the stage.
huge energy of this back in the day.
The Conservative Party chairman, who traditionally in that role should be leading
Oh,
the
look at his
campaign,
little
should be out
face.
on the airwaves, defending and
Got
making
it.
the argument. We've seen
Worried.
almost nothing of him until tonight.
And and remember that there was a lot of controversy about him being the prospective parliamentary candidate there, because the local party were unhappy. He was parachuted in.
Pacing up and down.
He's actually making a moral judgment because he abandoned a seat up in County Durham.
Well, it was scrapped, wasn't it? It was scrapped as the boundaries were redrawn.
But I know that the neighbouring Conservative, who was retiring, asked if he wanted to appear in that seat. He was invited, I was told, 8 times by the constituency party. And don't forget, he was chairman of the Conservative Party to be their candidate. And he went south to this seat, and he might squeak it, he might lose it. But I think the electorate
How many
made a
wins
moral
do
judgment about
you
it.
need to have a majority?
Neil, because you can see the Labour candidate there also looking anxious, looking at those bundles of paper.
Yeah.
What's it like at a recount?
Well, the only recount I ever experienced, and it gave my mother-in-law chickens, because she was up there in Anglesey, and there was a recount announced in my constituency. It was actually about the Tory deposit.
326.
Which they lost. And she was very relieved, because in those days, without mobile phones, she had no means of communicating.
Right.
So she did the intelligent thing and called the police station. and the police were very kind. We had lovely coppers. And they phoned her back and told her what was going on.
Well, just while we are watching these pictures, another few results coming in for the Labour Party. They've taken Thurrock from the Conservatives. That's something they'll be delighted about. Thurrock in Essex, the Labour Party has taken
that's
that
where
in the last
Tilbury
couple
is.
of minutes. I also think that they have just taken Scunthorpe as well.
Thurrock
New
was the
MP
council
Nick
that
Dakin,
lost
who
all
used
its
to be in
money
Parliament
because they
some time
did
ago.
a
They've taken that from the
backroom deal
Tories
to
with
invest
another
in
whopper of a swing of 15%.
solar panel farms.
So we are
But that never
getting into the
happened because
part of
the
the
guy
night.
blew
We
it
see
all
Richard
on
Tice,
yachts
senior
and
member of Reform
champagne.
there, but we are starting to get into the night where things start to come in thick and
But
fast.
you're going to say something much funnier than, like, they blew it all on safe moon or
It
something.
kicks into gear, doesn't it?
No,
At
no,
nearly 3 o'clock in the
he
morning. I'm
spent
hearing
it
the Lib
sensibly
Dems
on
have one in Bicester and Woodstock in
high-end yachts
Oxfordshire.
and
A little
alcohol.
detail there is that the Conservative candidate is Rupert Harrison, who used to be a senior advisor
And
to
so now the council
George
has no
Osborne
money.
when Mr Osborne was Chancellor.
Did you say the Lib Dems think they've won it?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
They do.
Very interesting.
Let's go back to Clacton. Alex Forsyth is there. It looks as if, with Mr Farage having left the local restaurant and turned up at the count, we may be getting a result soon, Alex?
Yeah, Clive, I think it's pretty imminent now. You might be able to see the distance behind me, Mr Farage, with a group of supporters. He's just talking to his election agent as we speak. As you say, he's been at a local restaurant this evening. He says to thank the people of Clacton. I think we're about 10-15 minutes away from the declaration, but in all honesty, everybody here that I've spoken to so far thinks it is highly likely that on his 8th attempt, Nigel Farage will eventually become an MP in Westminster. The MP for Clacton will have to wait for the official result, but I've spoken to several people that seem to think now that that is the most likely outcome. And of course, that would be, so far this evening, the party's second MP to be elected, because of course we saw that result with Lee Anderson in Ashfield. So at the moment, I mean, the excitement, the temperatures just stepped up a few notches in this room. I have to tell you, the press have all flooded down to this pen at the end of the count hall, and you can see Mr Farage in the distance
Labour
consulting with
because
some
of
of the
Matt
Reform
Trans
UK
is just wandering
supporters
around
and
in
his
their
election
self.
agent. The counting sort of wrapping
they're not
up
all
now in the
rapists.
hall behind me, and I think, I'm told, we'll get the declaration within the next 10 minutes or so, so that could be a really significant moment for Nigel Farage. Tried several times to become an MP. This could be it.
We're also looking at pictures on the screen there of Richard Tice, Chairman of Reform UK. Stepped back from leading the party so that Nigel Farage could enter the race. Reform, the way that they've been nibbling away at the Conservatives and indeed at Labour as well over the course of the evening. Very interesting indeed.
Change the name
But we're
between
now
Farage and
going
Farage.
to a declaration here, and this is Holborn and St Pancras. This is Sir Keir Starmer's seat.
Smiling away there as just as we wait for the results of his count. But I think everybody can see from his face what has happened, not just in his own constituency, where there was never any chance that he would have had a problem, but of course the pattern that he is seeing right across the country. Labour turning seat after seat.
Whereas it says,
Let's
who the fuck's that
being
guy?
the acting returning officer at the election held in the Holborn and St Pancras constituency on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick, the official monster raving loony party, 162.
Oh, this party's brilliant.
Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236. Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam Independent, 636. Senthil Kumar Independent,
Quite a lot for an independent.
40. Marine Malik, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,776. John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75. David Roberts, Reform UK,
Hold on.
2,000.
The Looney Party got more votes than UKIP.
Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19.
That's beautiful.
David Robert Stansel, Green Party, 4,030. Keir Starmer, Labour Party, 18,884.
Fuck you. Fucking eyebrow. Cunt.
People.
The total number of votes cast across Holborn and St Pancras constituency at the UK parliamentary election on the 4th of July 2024 was 38,602. The total number of ballot papers rejected
So,
was
Keir Starmer
223.
keeping his seat there and quite possibly
following
becoming the next Prime Minister. 18,884. The majority is 11,572.
Yeah, no, he's majority the way you split it.
Who's that independent guy there? He got loads of votes.
Oh, he ran to Starmer's left on all the good things.
So what's fascinating about this result, you can see Labour's vote, Keir Starmer's vote dropped significantly by 17%, up 19% for an independent candidate. So Andrew Feinstein is a pro-Gaza activist who made a big play of that in the campaign. And he didn't come close to beating Keir Starmer, but he got a big result. Here he is.
Whose actual amount of share the votes went down.
To be re-elected to serve
That's all.
I hate his voice. Nails down the
incredible
blackboard.
community of Holborn and St Pancras. My home, where my kids have grown up, where my wife was born. And I have to thank Vic and my family more than anyone for their love and support and for keeping me totally grounded. Thank you, Vic.
Yeah, but not sober, hey Pete.
And thank you so much to the police and the returning officer for making sure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. And thank you to Andy White, a fantastic agent, the campaign team, the local party, and all the volunteers who've worked so hard over the last 6 weeks and beyond. Every door knocked, every leaflet delivered, every conversation had, it makes a massive difference. And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves forward for public service. Because in this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy. Not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here.
It's about to what?
And it starts with you.
Someone's going to
Change
assassinate her.
begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better.
Just imagine
like
splat.
the fantastic councillors who work so hard
Elmo.
for our area.
Tickle me Elmo's back in here.
Service starts in this neighbourhood. The groups,
Fuck
the
you.
faith communities, the local organisations who serve week in, week out. And hope starts with that one kid from
You
Somerset
wish they gave better
who
speeches.
dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this,
He's got no
whether you
personality, has
voted
he?
for me or not, I will
The
serve
beigest
every
man
person
to
in
ever
this
step out of the cloning tanks
the mothers I sat
in
with
Labour
who've lost
HQ's
children
science
to
sub
knife
basement.
crime, the pensioners
Or
who
rather,
can't get
the
doctor's
beigest man to
appointments
step out
they
of the tanks
desperately need,
so
the local
far.
businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day.
Oh,
fuck.
Conservatives have taken over the vote, shame.
He's only just won and he's already supporting business.
Because tonight people here and around the country have spoken and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance, a return to politics as public service. The change begins right here because this is your democracy, your community and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
So Sir Keir Starmer there at his own count, his majority eaten into by a conflict many miles away, an independent candidate pushing the cause of Gaza. But he talked there, Sir Keir Starmer, about public service, about change, some of the watchwords of what has been an incredibly disciplined campaign by the Labour Party. He said, we want to see an end of the politics of performance and more of the politics of public service. And I should say that Labour have also gained Folkestone and Hythe and Bolsover, while the Liberal Democrats have gained Chelmsford and Cheltenham. So Labour, according to our exit poll, heading for a landslide, a majority of 170 seats, and some of the swings that we've been seeing is pointing to that.
The first speech there from our Prime Minister in waiting, Sir Keir Starmer, who within 24 hours can expect on the basis of the results and our exit poll to be in Downing Street. We're going to keep showing you these pictures of Billericay, where the Tory chairman looks like he's in deep trouble, and Nigel Farage in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen is waiting for his declaration, hoping to take a seat for the first time in Essex. But while we do that, I want to bring in our guest. Henna Davidson, former Conservative MP, has joined us again. Lord Kennett's still here, and Lord Peter Mandelson is here. I mean, this is like Labour history, round the table, in the studio. Labour history.
Back a long way, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and you haven't always agreed on everything, have you, you
No,
two?
you have not.
But we've just
But we
seen...
do know.
Oh, you do now?
We do know.
OK, so we'll write that down. Write it down at 3:10 in the morning.
I worked for and served him. What are you talking about?
Well, so it's interesting. So we've just seen Labour history there, haven't we, tonight? The first speech from Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister in waiting. And he returned to his theme we've heard so many times in the campaign. He wants to return politics
They fucked up 14 years, and all they've done is made people more angry, more right-wing.
Not masters of the people.
I
Peter, what
can't
goes
believe
through
it's
your
not
mind when you
fascism.
see him on a platform looking kind of like a different man, looking smiling, relaxed, looking like all this work has got him where he believed he could, when many people said he couldn't?
I'm sorry that he's become such a lightning conductor for the conflict in Gaza. That was absolutely inevitable, I'm afraid. In a seat that he holds in Camden, where there was a massive and orchestrated campaign undertaken mainly through social media in order to target him personally over Gaza. So that's inevitable. But the more important point is that he's not a performative
It sounds like they're trying to find it. They're going to try and target social media. That's what Labour's going to do.
Politicians who goes in for
Since they're in
sound
power,
bites
they're going
and
to try and fuck
photo
up social media.
opportunities. He's not a sort of circus performer.
Well,
He is a
quite
doer.
a lot of photo opportunities and sound bites in the last 6 weeks.
Well, he certainly
Already
has to do
fucked
that,
up social
but he
media.
much prefers doing
I
than
mean,
talking.
they're
He's
going
a
to try and limit
diligent,
it and control it.
professional, focused.
Oh right, yeah, the old
grasps all
pointless,
the issues. And that's why,
idiotic,
in my
knee-jerk
view,
New
he's
Labour
going to make a very good
authoritarianism.
Prime Minister.
Yeah,
I
I'm sure we're in
wonder,
for plenty of that.
Peter, what your influence has been on him.
Can't wait for
Because
him to
you
try
have
and
been
ban
advising
chemistry
behind
again.
the scenes.
That's going to be fun.
And actually, we'll hold that thought. We're going to go to Welling and Grant Shapps' declaration there. Let's listen in.
Impressive.
Results of poll. Election of a Member of Parliament for Welling Hatfield on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024. I, Annie Brewster, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Aaron Jack Oliver, Reform UK, 6,397. Butcher Sarah, the Green Party, 2,986.
The irony.
Lewin Andrew Allen,
Only
Labour
of
Party,
tofu.
19,877.
Right, is that? I think he's winning.
It's really.
Munro John Peter, Liberal Democrats, 3,117. Shapps Grant, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,078.
Get to fuck,
The
Grant.
number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 46. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified.
So Grant Shapps, who has been the Defence Minister and has done lots of different jobs in Cabinet, has been knocked out by the Labour Party in his constituency of Welling Hatfield, affluent commuter belt area, not too far from London in Hertfordshire, but he is beaten by the Labour Party, with a majority
it's beautiful.
cut to 3,700.
Wasn't he one of the
Hey,
cabinet
So Grant
ministers?
Shapps is
It's another thing that got split.
Yeah, we certainly want to hear what he's got to
Yep.
say. The Labour share of
Reform's
the vote,
huge.
41%, the Conservatives 33%, Reform on 13, and just look at the share change there. Labour up 9, the Conservatives down 19%, and Reform up 13.
And Reform getting twice the vote of the gap between Conservatives and Labour.
Exactly, precisely, and that swing from the Conservatives to Labour in the seat held by the Defence Secretary, 14%. 14%.
So there'll be the speech from the winning candidate there, of course, the Labour candidate, the new MP, Andrew Lewin, but we'll come back to Grant Shapps when we hear from him. But let's take you to another declaration in Chingford. Will Ian Duncan Smith be the latest senior Conservative to lose out? Let's listen in.
Party, 1,334. Ian Duncan Smith, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,281.
That was safe again.
Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275.
He's got 17,000.
Paul Ludgery, Reform UK, 3,653. Pfizer, Shaheen,
One
Independent,
miserable
12,445. Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,524.
Please.
How much?
12,000. She looks pissed.
Therefore, I give public notice that Ian Duncan Smith is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for Chingford and Woodford Green constituency.
Ian Duncan Smith.
55 votes.
One, yeah.
The man that was like the butcher at the BWP.
Yeah.
Robert
Right.
Davis, Reform UK, 3,039 votes. Duncan Dunlop, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,649 votes. Scott Alexander Hamilton, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 5,335 votes. Lynn Ann Jardine, Scottish National Party, 10,290 votes. George Caravan, Alba Party, 557 votes. Shona McIntosh, Scottish Greens, 2,477 votes. Therefore, I give public notice that Douglas Alexander is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Lothian East constituency. The total number of votes cast across Lothian East at the UK
So,
parliamentary
Douglas Alexander
election on the 4th of
is
July
back,
was 48.
winning that seat there, Lothian East, east of Edinburgh.
Never heard of him.
Labour needed a
Yeah, he's in
3.7%
Scotland.
swing, and he's done it. The ex-MP and Cabinet Minister is now back in the Commons. And Peter
Come out its face.
No ballot papers were rejected.
Away from.
I'm very glad he's back. He was a very good cabinet minister. He'll be a very good member of the Parliamentary Labour Party. He'll make a great contribution.
Straight into the cabinet, do you think?
That would surprise me, but you know, as his appointments aren't up to anyone other than Keir Starmer, I suggest you call him.
Well,
What would you
at any point, Keir Starmer wants to come on the programme.
advise?
Oh, I'll call him,
I
all right.
would advise
Call him a
that,
cunt.
I mean, unless there's some gap in the cabinet, if some member of the shadow cabinet, for whatever reason, loses their seat. I mean, they're a very, very good team. They know their portfolios. They know their files extremely well. I'd be surprised if they're not translated into office as members of the cabinet.
Let's listen to Grant Shapps, who's just lost his seat.
On your victory this evening, tonight. You will take over the mantle of representing Welland Hatfield, a privilege that I've had for the past 19 years, after I won my seat on my second attempt and 5 times in total. I know that you will represent the people to the very best of your ability, and I wish you well as you take up the battle. In addition to representing Welland Hatfield, I have also had the honour to have served in more cabinet posts than most. From party chairman to transport secretary, home secretary, briefly.
Apparently Worcester's gone Labour.
Energy secretary, and of course,
What?
currently defence secretary.
Worcester.
I want to pay
Worcester.
tribute on that last one to the selfless courage of the men and women of this country who served in our armed forces. I've had the privilege to work with them. And there's no more important task for any government than to
From the
defend
Biden
the
thread,
realm.
this is a tweet by
And my
someone.
proudest achievement
Each
in
new
government
day is a
has
chance
been
to
secure
encounter a tweet
very
so
large
bad,
multi-billion
you just
pound
kind of
additional funding
mutely blink
to
at it.
increase our armed forces.
And the
spending.
tweet in question is as follows.
It's clear tonight
I am choosing to
that
believe
Britain
the
will
First
have a
Lady
new government
sucked Joe
tomorrow.
Biden's dick so
And I am
hard on
extremely
Thursday
concerned
afternoon
unless
that
it
his mouth
quickly
stayed
commits
open
to
until
spend
Sunday.
2.5% of GDP on defence, our armed forces may suffer.
No.
So will our friends in Ukraine. If there's something that I'm incredibly proud about in Britain today, it's our staunch and unwavering support for Ukraine and its democracy. And that must never waver, even through a change of government here at home. What is crystal clear to me tonight,
Of all the things you could be
it's not
proud
so
of,
much that Labour won,
why would you be
this
proud of
election,
that?
but rather that the Conservatives have lost it. On door after door,
It's like
voters have been
it's
dismayed
like
by
the
our
turning point of
inability to iron
probably the
out
next
our
few
differences in
decades.
private
The war in Ukraine,
and do that and then be
the one where the
united
West started
in public.
losing,
Instead, we've tried the patience of
and it
traditional
was a totally
Conservative voters
unforced
with a
error.
propensity to create an endless political soap opera out of internal rivalries and divisions.
Why, like,
increasingly indulgent
being proud of that as an MP is bad enough, but
Today,
being proud of it as a
voters
fucking
have
defense
simply
secretary?
said, if you can't agree with each other, then we can't
What a
agree
fucking
to
dickhead.
vote for you. We forgot a fundamental rule of politics, that people do not vote for divided parties. Now, for the sake of the United Kingdom, I very much wish this new government well, but for the sake of a strong democracy, the Conservative Party needs to play its part too, by recognising what has gone wrong and using its time in opposition to refresh and rebuild. The Conservative Party should have a natural advantage, that of being at our best a party that mirrors the aspirations and hopes of the hard-working British people. But there's a danger that we now go off on some tangent, condemning ourselves and the public to years of lacklustre opposition that fails to hold the government to account effectively. We must
Raj is
not
getting so
let
much
this
coverage.
happen. We should be clear about what went wrong, put it right, and create a plan to present to the public.
Now that's a beard on
And
that
then we
fella.
must
Look at that.
ensure that we present it to them in a way which means we can return within 5 years, not 15 years or longer. And finally, I just want to say that politics is not a solo affair. So I want to thank all of the staff and advisors who've worked for me over the years in my constituency, in Parliament, and in my many different ministerial offices. To my agent, Matt Chapman, and all of those who've filled his role before him, to the thousands of voluntary party workers who've helped me over the years, and of course to my family, my wife, Belinda.
A visibly shaken Grant Shapps there, sometimes seen as one of the very reliable, strong communicators in the Conservative Party, looking really quite shaken by what has happened to him tonight. He's lost his seat of Welland Hatfield, one of those kinds of seats that was Conservative for a long time under him and has now been captured by the Labour Party. They'll be delighted with that scalp there, but a strong message from him, the first losing cabinet minister to publicly say, we have lost it. There will be a new government in the morning. Grant Shapps, of course, not helped by Nigel Farage. You can see waiting for his result in Clacton there, but also pointing the finger at colleagues who failed to agree in public, whose indulgent, to use his words, squabbling, put people off. Now, while we wait for Nigel Farage's declaration, let's take a look with Jeremy at where those Conservative losses are stacking up. In what corners of the country? Jeremy.
Well, Laura, we've actually put all these Conservative seats as they went into the election into a kind of wedge shape. So smallest majorities at this end near the door of Downing Street. And come on down with me and you'll see the wedge get bigger as the seats get safer. So down the far end, some of the safer Conservative seats, the high hexagon means there's a big majority. Okay, so what we shall do now is combine a bit of exit poll and all these real results that are coming in, and let us now have a look at what this wedge of seats has become. So, if you start at this end, you've got the smaller Conservative majorities, very vulnerable seats here, like Lee and Atherton there, just at the end, old majority 293. That went Labour, pushover for Labour in these circumstances. Stroud just here, old majority 2,400, now a Labour majority of more than 11,000. We head on down here, we've got Vale of Glamorgan just here, and Bridgend, which have gone to Labour. So those were relatively vulnerable. As we head down, let's just have a look. Right at the end here, where you had safe seats, Cannock Chase, you can see here Old majority, 19,800. Now a Labour majority of 3,500, a 25% swing. So right down the bottom here, where the seats were safest, they still aren't completely safe. And you're seeing here the damage to the Conservatives going all the way down this wedge of seats from the top to the bottom. And it hasn't stopped yet.
For that. We're going to get a sense of what's going on, I think, in Basildon, where the Conservative Party chairman is in the race of his life. There's a recount there. He doesn't look as if he's sure what's going on. We're not sure what's going on. But that would be another big scalp if he loses there in Basildon. They've been on a recount for the last, what, 45 minutes? At least that there. And so, yeah, very, very unsure of the situation there. This is the count in Clacton, where, of course, Nigel Farage is looking to try on his 8th attempt to become an MP. We were expecting the declaration there from our correspondent Alex Forsyth probably about 15-20 minutes ago, so one wonders what's going on there as well. But a little bit of a pause in the flow of results that we've been getting, although I can tell you that Labour have held Cambridge, they've held Liverpool, Riverside. This is Bath, so this is North Somerset, this is Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat. The suggestion that he was in a tight race there as well. So lots of people standing around at counts at the moment.
That's what happens at counts. They stand around and they're frantically busy. The people who are doing the counting do all the work. The politicians and their staff stand around looking nervous. Yeah. And then suddenly it all happens. Let's show you what's going on in Glasgow. You can see there Anna Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, who was being praised to the heavens by Neil Kinnock not so long ago. Straightening his tie, ready for an important night where probably there will be lots of pictures taken of him, but he has been, with the help of Keir Starmer, trying to turn around the fortunes of Scottish Labour after a terrible time where not so long ago they were smashed to bits by the dominant SNP. Our exit poll suggests tonight, as he walks into the counting centre in Glasgow, that that could be reversed.
If only Rishi lost
However,
his seat to
we've only
Boniface.
had one result from Scotland so far, which was a stunning result for the Labour Party. They
True.
took
Could you imagine? Could you imagine?
Not on their target list. However, we just don't know at this stage whether that pattern will be replicated. And remember, on the exit poll, which down at 10, it's trickier to do that in Scotland because they've got fewer data points. I think Sir John would call them.
He would call them data points. Liberal Democrats, they've taken Newton Abbott from the Conservatives. Martin Wrigley has been elected there. And
Wrigley
we're
after
going
the
to
gum.
Islington North for
All that
their
gum money.
On Thursday, the
declaration.
4th of July, 2024, to hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Vikas Agarwal, Liberal Democrats, 1,661. That's 1,661.
That's our boy.
Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, Independent, 24,000.
You fucking
There
ain't no
I don't know if it's going to be enough yet, but that was looking pretty fucking good.
No, that's enough. That's enough. That's by far enough.
I don't know, it's a big Labour seat.
That's 24,120. That's 24120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950. Paul Dominic Jostling, 32.
Absolutely ruined.
32.
Fucking ruined.
Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660.
I think
That's
I'm happy with this.
Praffle Nagan, Labour Party, 16,800.
Good. He can
get him, John Grandad!
Absolutely ruined.
The King of Islington North. The King of the North.
Martin John Nelson, Reform UK, 1,710.
No sneaky
That's
reform sliding in there.
1,710. Total number of ballot papers rejected is as follows. Want of an official mark.
So, Jeremy Corbyn hanging on to that seat there, but not as a Labour MP. He's been the
Not
MP
hanging
there
on. He
for
fucking
over
dominated. 24
for Labour, but now
he
he's
said
standing
that
as an
as a
MP.
cunt to
The Labour
curb.
candidate coming in second, Peter Mandelson.
See Prof. Nagel, the Labour candidate, be elected because he would have been an
Fucking hell,
excellent
that's beautiful.
MP for Islington North. Like
Shit,
many
yeah.
other people, I canvassed for him, I worked for him, and he really is first rate. My only consolation in this result is that Jeremy Corbyn is not a Labour MP and never will be.
What went wrong here for Labour then?
Fuck you.
What
Only
went wrong was very
consolation.
clear to anyone who knocked on any door. You kept on knocking on the door saying to people, can I ask you how you're going to vote? And they said, yes, we're going to be voting Labour. We've always been Labour. We're backing Labour. Therefore, and we're going to be voting for Jeremy Corbyn.
We've now got a declaration, indeed, at Clacton.
Eat shit.
He can fuck off.
Fucking bag of wine.
You're not going to
Oh,
let
and
us see Corbyn. You're going to
I'm
fucking
now
send
going
us to
to
this
declare
guy.
the result of the Clacton constituency Member of Parliament. I,
Corbyn.
Ian Davidson, being the acting returning officer at the election for a Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency on Thursday, the 4th of July, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bensilem Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016. Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,225.
I think you got it.
Jameson
Look at
Craig,
his fucking
Climate
frog
Party,
face.
48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha,
Yeah, it's
Green
because
Party,
Labour were too busy investing all their energy in fighting Jeremy Corbyn.
1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448. Pat Anastu Tassos, Heritage Party, 33. Pemberton Andrew, UKIP No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling
name is
Giles
Note.
Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820. The number of
UKIP,
ballot papers rejected was 111.
Well, in a matter of moments, two big headlines there for you tonight. Nigel Farage, at the 8th time of asking, becomes
You have a highlight like that, and then you have a low light like that.
Essex as a leader of the Reform UK party, just moments after Jeremy Corbyn beat Keir Starmer's Labour in Islington. But Nigel Farage, whose party, Reform UK, of course, following in the footsteps of UKIP, then the Brexit Party, now Reform, and now in Parliament.
And I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that.
But they show his whole speech.
He only says it's clean because he fucking won. Every time he lost, he always said it was some dirty witchcraft.
Parliament. I had 20 years as an
Not getting
MEP.
any
It's not
of
quite
Jeremy
the same
Corbyn's
link
speech.
or same responsibility with constituents.
Of course we're not.
I will do my absolute best.
He's fucking wrong. So many layers of wrong. Why are we so focused on
I'll do my
the
best
reform
to try and
speech?
bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election, and I fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European
I need to do
elections,
something. Hang
and
on.
perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring.
I think you just
what
delivered
Mr.
the more.
Farage, don't worry.
in those just few short weeks
You
is truly
delivered a more compelling speech from your
Given that we
ass
had
than
no money,
everything coming out of his
no
mouth.
branch structure, virtually nothing across the country. We are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
You're not the centre
But
right.
it's
You're
not just
the
what we do
far
in
fucking
Parliament
right.
as a national party that matters. It's what we do out round the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years, and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever.
I mean, he
In
ain't
fact,
wrong.
about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly.
Oh boy, I can hardly wait.
Now
He's going to eat him alive.
Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me,
I don't know what
folks,
Corbyn's
this
speech
is
was.
just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
The first steps of something that's going to stun all of you. Nigel Farage with a thumping win there in Clacton. He's been trying for a long time to become an MP. He's finally done it.
Every time they say
He plans
thumping,
to
you've
build a
got to
mass
take a
national
shot.
movement.
He's been saying that for a while, but he's made it
I don't
clear
want to die.
he's targeting Labour. He's coming after Labour. And it is an achievement for him. But at the same time, the story of the night is Labour and the suggestion that they will have a 170-seat majority. But Nigel Farage making it clear that he's got Labour in his sights.
And just on your screen there, you can see bottom right-hand corner, there is Kemi Badenoch, who's been the business secretary in Saffron Walden. It looks like she is accepting her result there. And at the top is Hazel Mere, that's the back of Jeremy Hunt's head. He's battling to hang on, but Kemi Badenoch, who we understand has aspirations to lead the Conservative Party after this election, is accepting her victory in her speech.
He hates,
Nigel
really
Farage,
fucking
jubilant.
hates trans people.
Jeremy Corbyn, also jubilant. Interesting, two of these well-known
Maybe she
politicians,
really
both
is bad
household
enough.
names who've been around for decades. Both will be in the House of Commons. One of them a thorn in the side of Keir Starmer. One of them a thorn in the side, most definitely, of the Conservative opposition. Chris, just a brief thought from you on these two big headlines.
It might be the middle of the night, but in this sort of night of 1,000 stories, we've just had two really big ones, haven't we, in the last couple of minutes. Two huge characters, as you were saying, in Nigel Farage. After all of those attempts to get to Westminster ended in failure, he'll now be there. And however many other Reform MPs there are, my goodness, we'll hear plenty from him. I suspect the kind of pulpit of the House of Commons will be one that will work well for him in terms of
Never knowingly walks past the microphone, even outside the House of
Well,
Commons.
indeed. So having that stage, if you like, of the House of Commons, I think will be very significant. And then, yes, Jeremy Corbyn, the man who led Labour into the last general election, managing to defeat them and defeat them comfortably.
Chris, we're just going to cut in there because we've got Jeremy Corbyn's speech. Him, of course, an independent and Victor in North London.
Was a positive one. Our campaign did not get into the gutter of politics. As
maybe you fucking should have.
In this country.
You just want Corbyn to street fight every other MP.
I want blood.
In housing stress, who are homeless, who are going through mental health difficulties, who are worried about their future. And the political system has to produce answers to those concerns and those worries. Demonising refugees, demonising people from other countries won't solve those problems. The only way we solve the problems of our community is by uniting our communities. And our campaign was utterly determined to bring that degree of unity to it. And so this result is, to me, a resounding message from the people of Islington North that they want something different, they want something better, and in the new government that's coming in, they're looking for an end to things like the two-child benefit policy cap. They're looking for regulation of the private rented sector. And if I may say so, they're also looking for a government
apologising for them. They stabbed you
will
in the
search
back
for
every
peace,
fucking chance
not
they
war,
got.
and not allow the terrible conditions to go on that are happening in Gaza at the present time. So this was a grassroots campaign that isn't going to disappear, isn't going to go away. It's brought together people from all walks of life, from all ethnic communities, from all languages and all ages, in a determination to get something better in our society. My job in Parliament will be, as it's always been, to deal with the individual problems that many of our people face, but to speak up where necessary in criticism in order to bring about the social changes that this country needs and my constituency needs. And I'm humbled and proud and very grateful to the people of Islington North, who I've represented for so long and have taught me so much. I owe my life and my learning and my abilities entirely to the people of Islington North. This victory is a dedication to them, and steadfastness in the face
Girl behind you having a stroke.
Steadfastness in the
Yeah,
face
she's a Green
of
Party
abuse.
member and she
We
can't
have
believe she
shown
ran against Jeremy
what
Corbyn when
kinder,
he's
gentler,
everything.
more sensible, more inclusive politics can bring about. I couldn't be more proud of my constituency than I am tonight, and proud of our team that brought
Who's
this
that angry
result.
bearded man
Thank you
behind
very
him?
much, Islington North, for the result that we've achieved tonight. Thank you.
Jeremy Corbyn, his voice cracking there towards the end, seen by many as a very good local constituency MP, and that probably
Voice
helped carry
cracking
the
through
day
they always
against
just
the
want to dig
official
at him.
Labour candidate there, and Jeremy Corbyn winning that seat with a thumping majority.
Well, who'd have
Fucking
thought in
hell, that's
2019
double
was a
shots.
crash to defeat that in actual fact he would have fought his seat as an independent
I'll
and
take
managed
one
to
for
take it
Jam
off the
Grandad.
Labour Party. But look, it is about 3:30 in the morning now. We're getting to the point of the night. We are really being able to update our initial numbers. Let's go to Jeremy, the other Jeremy Vine, not Jeremy Corbyn.
The bad
Jeremy, we
Jeremy.
are making some new calculations. Can you take us through them, please?
Yeah, so we had our exit poll. We now have some real results. We put the two together. These aren't quite the numbers we started with, but they're close. Let's just see, first of all, of course, Labour moving to the government benches from the opposition benches. We're forecasting now 405 Labour MPs, so they will have gone up from the last election when Mr Corbyn was their leader by 204 seats. So 405. They'll be a bit squeezed in there on those benches, those MPs. It's quite close to Tony Blair's total in 1997 as well. Let's have a look at the Conservatives now on the opposition benches with room to spread out. 154. Again, they got 165 in 97, so we're looking at something like this the Blair landslide all those years ago. 154 Conservative, a crushing defeat for them. Other parties now, Liberal Democrats, we're forecasting 56. Then we have SNP, actually 6 MPs, so that's a terrible night if that's the case. This is our forecast, remember. Plaid Cymru, a very good night, gaining 2 seats if you take boundary changes into account. So they started with 2 and they gained 2, go to 4 in Wales. Reform Party we have now on 4. Then we give Greens 2 seats under our forecast. And then finally we have others, and one of those would be the independent Jeremy Corbyn and the Northern Ireland parties as well. So because we don't have the forecasting in detail from Northern Ireland, we put them in with others. Over time, we'll see all the parties there take shape. But that's it, there we go, Labour 405, and I'll show you the majority here is a majority for Keir Starmer's party of 160.
Thank you, Jeremy. So an important update to our forecast there. It's still showing an extremely healthy, big majority from Labour of 160, but it has been revised down slightly. Through some of the numbers there, just in all of the hubbub of the last 10 minutes or so. Another big story, Labour's Jonathan Ashworth, who's a very prominent member of Keir Starmer's shadow cabinet team, has lost his seat to an independent in Leicester South. He's lost that with a majority only of 979 to the independent candidate. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes, as we will touch on Ian Duncan-Smith holding on because a Labour independent who was shoved out as a candidate managed to split the vote between them and the official Labour candidate, and Ian Duncan-Smith is a senior Conservative who's bucked the trend and held on tonight.
The Labour gave a seat to the Tories by kicking one of their people out.
John Curtis, we're updating the figures now as we get more real results in. What is it you can tell us now?
Well, basically, most of what we told you at the beginning of the night at 10 o'clock has indeed proven to be the case. So we are finding not only that the Conservative vote is going down so heavily across the country as a whole, but where's it going down most? In seats that they are trying to defend. We've seen some pretty spectacular swings in some of those seats. Where are Labour advancing most? Yep, it's where they started second to the Conservatives. Where are the Democrats advancing most? Yes, it's where they were starting second to the Conservatives. Now, the truth is, our forecast for the Conservatives is not quite so bad as it was at the beginning of the night. Then we were saying 131, now it's 154. Well, that's essentially because we're saying the Democrats might not take quite so many seats off them. And you will have noticed that our number for reform has now come down quite markedly. That was one of the things that we said at the beginning of the night we were very uncertain about. That said, north of the border, where we were also nervous about suggesting the SNP might only win 8, well, actually, we've now dropped it down yet further, with more results to come, but so far, if anything, the swing from the SNP to Labour in Scotland has been rather greater than even we expected in the exit polls. So broadly speaking, the story we told you at 10 o'clock looks as though, unless the later results are spectacularly different, to be roughly where we're going to end up at the end of the night. Though, of course, the numbers won't be exactly there.
So you're saying, John, that at the moment, a Labour majority is about 160?
Correct. But just bear in mind, as we've been saying throughout the night, the party that's advancing in terms of votes, the party that's going up most in Conservative-held seats, and thereby ensuring that the Conservative vote falls most heavily in the seats they're trying to defend, are Reform and not Labour. Labour's advance in this election is relatively modest. I think we have to say that on the evidence of these results so far, this is an election that the Conservatives lost much more than Labour won.
Interesting. Okay, we'll see what happens throughout the night. Thank you, John.
Well, it was interesting. We were already hearing that narrative from Grant Shapps saying this is something the Conservatives lost rather than Labour winning, which is what John Curtis says the numbers do suggest. However, I think Labour will probably try to robustly try to reject that if they're saying they've got a majority of 160, which is a majority that any party trying to run the country.
Especially coming from where they were at the start of the night.
Absolutely. But there have been, however, some disappointments along the way for Labour. As we told you just before we started speaking to John, quite a surprise result. Jonathan Ashworth, Shadow Paymaster General, I think was his official title, but he used to say, well, you can call me either attack dog or pussycat, he once said in this studio, but I think he's somebody who's
because he was
very
often
much
put out there, wasn't he, as the spokesman?
Very much at the forefront of this campaign, somebody who's been heavily involved in the back room of the campaign and also involved very much in preparing for government. But he, Rita, now is not going to be part of that because he's lost his seat in Leicester tonight. Just talk us through what happened.
It's a surprise, isn't it? It's a big surprise. He's just been pipped to the post by this independent Shaukat Adam by 979 votes, and this is what has happened to the vote share. I mean, just it's just a straight swap, isn't it? Independent up 35%, Labour down 35%. And you wonder what is going on in Leicester South. It has a population that is a third Muslim. Is this evidence of the party's stance on Gaza acting against them? An enormous swing from Labour to an independent. So that is Leicester South. Jonathan Ashworth now out of Parliament, out of the Commons. I want to bring you also Leicester East. Now,
Ellie
this is not
wanted
something
them
we're
to
seeing
lose
very often
because she
tonight,
lives
is
in
it? In
Leicester
fact,
and was like, I
as far as
really
I know,
want
I think this is
this
the
guy out, so
Conservatives'
she's going to
only
be
gain of the
fucking
night. Their
delighted.
gain from Labour in Leicester East. Now, this is a seat that has been Labour since 1983, so for over 40 years. Shivani Raja for the Conservatives is the new Leicester East MP. Again, another very interesting seat. It's 2/3 Asian, about a third a Hindu. Has that meant that that has beefed up the Conservative vote here? Perhaps. There's also a sizable Muslim population. Has that depressed the Labour vote? Possibly. And there are a couple of names here.
There's 5,000 independent
on
right
Leicester
there.
East who will be familiar to you. Keith Vaz, Claudia Webb, both former Labour MPs here, both standing as independents. Anyway, that is a Conservative gain from Labour. I mentioned the Muslim vote, if we can characterise it like that. I just want to show you
this, which
Yeah,
is
let's
a
just
chart
tar all the
showing what is
Muslims, but that
happening to
can't
the
at all
Labour vote
backfire
in areas
horrifically.
which have a high Muslim
How about we
population. By
don't?
high, we mean over 20% Muslim.
Oh
Overall, in
fuck,
Great
let's put it on
Britain,
the
Labour
board and
vote up
everything.
by
Oh,
1
Jesus
percentage point,
Christ.
but in significantly
Reform are
Muslim
going to have a field
areas,
day
Muslim
seeing this.
constituencies, it's down by 19%. So that does make it feel as if their Gaza stance is having an effect on
The
their
Gaza
vote.
stance.
Just one other result to bring you, which is Alex Chalk, the Justice Secretary, another cabinet minister, losing his seat in Cheltenham, this time to the Liberal Democrats. And I'm just actually, while we're focusing on this, Alex Chalk being replaced by Max Wilkinson in the House of Commons. And I'm wondering if I can bring you one more result here on the screen. There we go, Great Yarmouth. This is a reform gain from the Conservatives. So another reform candidate now in Parliament. Rupert
Labour
Lowe
came close.
is now the MP for Great Yarmouth with a majority of a little bit under 1,500. And the vote share for the Conservatives, you can see plummeting there.
Oh, amazing.
Down by
Labour got that much in
41%.
Great Yarmouth.
We're seeing these huge swings away from the Conservatives. And one more seat, Lichfield in the Midlands. This is a Labour gain from the Conservatives. And Michael Fabricant is now no longer
Lichfield.
a Conservative MP. He has been beaten
Thank
in
God
Lichfield.
Fabricant's out, because he's
Just
a
pipped to the post
loathsome
again.
man.
Dave Robertson, the
I
new
mean,
MP
yeah.
for Lichfield, with a majority
Funny, though.
of
Hand shot Boris.
810 and a big drop.
Doesn't he look
in
like
the
he's wearing a
Conservative
wig all
share
the
of
time?
vote again. So,
Yeah,
lots
hand
of
shot
results
Boris.
for you there, Laura, Clive.
All right, thanks, Rita. 10 ministerial losses so far. Rita just mentioned Alex Chalk, 2 of them in the cabinet. This is proving to be a bloody night
It
for the
certainly is.
Conservatives.
The Chief Whip, Simon Hart, in fact, has just lost his seat to Plaid Cymru in Wales, Caerphilly. He was trying to hang on there, but there was a boundary change.
Who
But
lost
Simon
their
Hart
seat?
becomes the latest.
The Tories Chief Whip.
His seat tonight. But just as we were talking to Rita in that short couple of minutes, she was going through her graphics. Labour has taken another 6 seats just in that short window. They've taken Clwyd North, Bassett Law, Lichfield, as Rita mentioned, Burnley, Thanet East, Milton Keynes. And so far tonight, they've taken another 10 seats in Scotland, which they will be delighted about. One of those victors is Douglas Alexander, who's heading back to Westminster. And he's heading to our screens right now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. And congratulations on your victory as we commiserate people who are losing tonight. Do you think the suggestions that the SNP might get to 10 seats or below in Westminster could pan out?
I genuinely don't know. Naturally, my focus has been here in Lothian East, but it's undoubtedly a rejection, not just of 14 years of Conservative government, but also 17 years of failing SNP government here. The SNP have been in power longer than the iPhone's been invented, and on doorstep after doorstep, I was meeting voters who were as determined to reject the SNP as they were to reject the Conservatives.
And we'll be talking to the former Conservative leader Ian Duncan-Smith in a second, who's managed to hang on. But in terms of your own campaign, what was being raised to you? Because were people really talking about the SNP and their arguments about the Constitution? Or were they more saying this is time for the pendulum to swing across the UK?
No, truthfully, there wasn't much focus on independence in this campaign. People were tired of that constitutional obsession. I was hearing a lot more about the fact that 1 in 6 of us in Scotland are on NHS waiting lists. And finally, the SNP's failure in policy was actually catching up with them. My sense is here in Scotland, just like right across the rest of the country, people were actually keen not just for change, but for the kind of programme that Keir Starmer and the team were setting out.
But yet, for you as a former Cabinet Minister, also former Department First Secretary, we're going to stop there, Douglas. We're going to listen to Suella Braverman, who is victorious in her seat in Hampshire. She's on the podium there. She's somebody who has aspirations to lead the Conservative Party, who's been a very strong critic of Rishi Sunak. Let's listen.
Firstly, thank you to Fareham Borough Council, Chief Executive, Returning Officer team, the hundreds of local people who have manned polling stations all day, who have counted votes tonight, and of course to the police. I want to also thank each and every one of my parliamentary opponents for your dedication and for making this a really enjoyable campaign. With these very new and significant boundary changes, this has been challenging for all of us, but you've all enabled our democracy to function safely and effectively. Secondly, I want to thank my wonderful team of Fareham and Waterlooville Conservatives. Agent Tom Davis, Councillor Tina Ellis, Donna Jones, Tom Fife, Will, Freya, Neil, Gwen, Patricia. There are too many to name right now this evening, but I am profoundly blessed to be part of your team. You have thrown everything at this campaign, in rain, in sun, in wind. We didn't get any snow, but there was a variable British climate that we had to deal with. The leaflets, the canvassing, the support. You even got me to join TikTok, which was quite an achievement. So thank you for going the extra mile.
Okay,
and
boomer.
for always remaining cheerful and professional. I
And
hope you enjoyed the
PDF.
campaign. Thirdly, I must thank my family, my husband, my children, for your steadfast love, support and friendship. My mum, my dad, my wider family, for your constant advice and
The Greens
encouragement.
just win.
I couldn't do
We've
this
got a
job
Green MP in Bristol.
without you.
Oh, good. Good.
And next,
Eat shit, sang and debonair.
thank you to the good people of Fareham and Waterlooville. You've placed your trust in me
Yes,
as your voice in Parliament
Indeed.
for the 4th time
I think
now.
the Green
people of Fareham and
candidate is also going up
Waterlooville
against someone called Posey
are the
Parker, who's
best
like a real
of
big
Britain.
transphobic hate speaker.
Patriotic, common sense, kindly,
Oh, Grafman's out.
enterprising. And I'm humbled to continue as your servant in Parliament. I will endeavour to work for you, to speak for you, and to deliver for you, time and time again. Now, finally, I want to briefly address the result in the rest of the country. And there is only one thing that I can say. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my party didn't listen to you. The Conservative Party has let you down.
Fuck off, you can't pretend to be caring now, Suella,
British
after you
people
want to send
voted for us
gunboats out to
over
shoot people in the
14
sea.
years, and we
I'm
did not
sorry.
keep
We're
our
sorry.
promises.
The only lesson they'll learn is that they
As
didn't
if
do
we're
it hard
entitled
enough.
to your vote,
Mm.
regardless of what we did, regardless of what we didn't do, despite promising time after time that we would do those things. And we need to learn our lesson, because if we don't, bad as tonight has been for my party, we'll have many worse nights to come. The country deserves better, and we've got to do better. And I will do everything in my power to rebuild trust. We need to listen to you. You have spoken to us very clearly.
Yeah, a massive fuck off, bitch.
Suella Braverman, former Home Secretary there, making it clear that she believes the Conservatives have let people down. Let's hear the Basildon result.
Or let's not hear it.
Okay, dreadful sound there, Basildon. It's only up the road. I should just say that the Green Party have taken Bristol Central. They took the council in the local elections. They've taken Bristol Central, and we're now going to go to Ian Duncan Smith. I think I think we're just lining him up, but while he's being lined up, Thangam Debonair, the Shadow Culture Secretary for Labour, loses her seat there. So let's now go to Ian Duncan Smith. Chingford, hello to you. Thanks for being with us, and sorry to keep you waiting. You were successful, no question about that, but you needed the help of an independent candidate splitting the vote in order to get through.
No, I don't think I needed anybody. As far as I was concerned, I fought a very good campaign, and we did enough to win. Had we been fighting one single Labour candidate, as I have done 3 times on the trot now in a marginal seat, which everybody said I would not hold. And by the way, your own exit poll said they had 99% likelihood of victory. Well, they didn't win. So all I would say to you is the election is the one in front of you. I fight that, and I make a habit of winning them.
Okay. What about the overall
God, he's
performance
smug
of
prick.
the Conservative Party tonight? How do you address that?
Well, it's dreadful. There's no way of dressing that up at all. At 25%, I got 40% of the electorate, which is both more than Labour getting, and the Tories are at 25%, which is terrible. The fact that we are taking a battering, we're going to have to get together again and figure out what it is that we've done wrong. And we're going to have to earn the right to actually comment on what the Labour government will do. And I'm sure a Labour government with this large majority will very quickly start to begin to show elements of arrogance and of determination to have their way. And these are moments when you need opposition to be able to point that out and to be on the side of the public and those who they damage. So at the moment, it's all about the Labour Party. But there will be a moment, there will be a time when people will want to know what the critique of that government is and who's going to stand up to it, rather than it becoming a kind of a very powerful unit that just doesn't have any criticism.
We just heard Suella Braverman's critique of what went wrong. She apologised, she said sorry, our party didn't listen to voters, made promises that they didn't keep. Where do you think it went wrong for the Conservatives?
Well, I think one of the major things that we got wrong is we took constituents for granted. I've done nothing but relentlessly campaign and act on behalf of people in my constituency, and I think that's what got them out, because at the end of the day, they want to know that they can trust their MP. And I think the problem when you get too bogged down over a long period of time in government, in Westminster, is if you're not careful, government becomes the sole purpose of your life, and it shouldn't be. At the end of the day, the constituency is a vital issue, and you need to learn from that exactly what the problems are. And from there, you take those up to central government, not the other way around. And my worry is in too many seats that we have been defending, we have rather lost touch with the public that we are meant to be defending on everyday issues. And here we have real issues, because I've got a Labour council, I've got a Labour mayor, and now looks like a Labour government. So they need somebody to fight for them, and that's the point. First of all, be a good constituency MP. Second, be a good Westminster MP, not the other way around.
Okay. Ian Duncan Smith, thank you.
Ian Duncan Smith, the man who knows a few things about being the leader of...
that have put their trust in us, many of them for the first time, and Boris will have my full support as he does that.
Well, I don't know why he's talking to a tree.
That's the most important thing of all, winning the trust of people that have put their trust in us, many of them for the first time, and Boris will have my full support as he does that.
Rishi Sunak's leadership in the last 20 months that he's been in office, he has completely found it impossible to turn things around after the significant drops under Liz Truss and drops under Boris Johnson's leadership. Rishi Sunak has not been able to turn that round, and after nearly 2 years in office and his decision to call an election this summer rather than wait for the autumn, he has found that it may turn out to be one of the worst political mistakes of all time. We're just staying on those pictures because that is Rishi Sunak's count. We may well see a glimpse of him coming into the hall for the count any moment
he
now.
loses.
Just as we stay on those pictures, because we don't want to cut away. Chris,
I just realised that I was muted.
do you think the
Oops.
Well, you got a bit quiet.
assumption, acceptance, decision...
I like that Ian Duncan Smith is so boring. He's so smug, man. I can't stand it.
Yeah.
It pains me.
I mean, he's sort of earned it, but nonetheless.
Yeah, I
What
do.
do?
Oh.
announce his resignation and sort of disappear rather rapidly, which on a human level might be tempting after a big defeat, or does he say that he will, but then set a time frame on it some distance down the track, maybe a couple of months, to give the party a chance to reflect prior
Guys.
to a leadership
Guys.
race? That was the model adopted by Michael Howard after
You know,
2005.
Ethan's just reminded me.
The election of David
Yeah.
Cameron as Conservative leader. Is he
There's
tempted
someone that
by
could
that
lose.
same approach? I asked him this very question just the other
Jerry
day. There was
cunt.
just the mildest hint in his answer.
Oh, that'd be good, wouldn't
that
it?
might be the case, but we shall see.
Okay, well, if we have a glimpse of him, we'll get you those pictures.
Where?
as soon as
What's
possible.
constituency
While
is
we
it?
wait, one of the problems that he's been up against is the appeal to many people of the Reform Party. Nigel Farage is on his way to Westminster. Let's see what's happened in Boston and Sayers Skegness on the East Coast, where his colleague Richard Tice is standing.
For Boston and Skegness parliamentary constituency,
Southwest Surrey.
do hereby declare that the votes recorded for each candidate as follows. Dickerson David, English Democrats, deport all illegal immigrants, 518. Forbert Alexandra, Labour Party, 7,629. Gilbert Michael William, Blue Revolution for People Not Parties, 397. Lloyd Richard Gordon, Liberal Democrats, 1,375.
Love to see the Lib
Christopher
Dems eat shit.
Michael, the Green Party,
Labour are very close to getting a majority
1,506.
already.
Tice, Richard, Reform UK,
No, it's still halfway to go.
15,520.
No, I haven't.
Richard Tice got 19,000.
Not halfway, but
Matthew Roberts, the
a long way to
Conservative
go,
Party
yeah.
candidate, 13,510. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Unmarked or void for uncertainty,
Okay, so Richard Tice,
121.
chairman of Reform UK, takes that seat. Boston in Lincolnshire,
The
heavy
Reform,
Leave
great.
voting area. In fact, the most Leave voting area in terms of votes during the referendum. A thumping majority there, 15,520, the fourth Reform MP return this evening.
Yeah, for fuck's sake.
And we're going to hear.
This is without question the proudest day of my life. And I want to pay tribute to all of these constituents of Boston and Skegness that I'm now delighted to serve and represent. And I will do this to the very best of my ability. I want to thank
They
the
all sound like
returning officer,
Nigel Farage.
all of his brilliant staff, everybody for ensuring this democratic process happened successfully, safely, and also to thank the police. This really is quite extraordinary. What we've achieved from just 3 years ago as
Can they
Reform
have
UK.
women or
No one had heard
black
of us.
people?
We were
Or
0%
any ethnic
in the polls. We had no money in the bank account. And I
Look at
was
this fella in the back, man. He's half fish. What more do you
so
want?
many. Just 3 years later, across the
And the
whole
bloke on the other side, he's half egg.
England, Scotland and
What do you
Wales,
want?
millions and millions and millions of people have today voted for Reform UK. We're winning seats, we're coming second all over
He's doing
the
Ed
country.
Mum's
It
face.
is truly remarkable.
That's a
And I want
resting
to pay
face, isn't
tribute
it?
to the brilliant
Right.
team at Reform UK, nationally, who stuck with me through all that hard work and those challenges. But also here on this campaign, I want to pay a massive, massive tribute to my team, led by the brilliant Ryan, Natalie, and so many others. They know who they are. A massive thanks to all of them. I must also, of course, thank
That's
my
gratitude
wonderful
for you,
partner,
isn't it?
Isabel, for her support,
Thank you, everyone.
encouragement.
You know who
We're
you
going to
are.
move away
All of
from
these
Richard Tice in Boston. We're going to go to Portsmouth. Penny Morden.
Because he's too busy snorting cocaine to actually pay attention.
Smiling.
Penny Martin.
What does that suggest?
Penny Martin.
A tight seat there.
She doesn't look.
And,
Future leader if she wants it.
the Leader of the Commons hoping to hang on to her seat. We should be getting the results any second now. All the candidates are on the stage there. We're waiting for the returning officer. to decide. I
Oh,
mean, we've
go
had
for piss.
so many ministers.
Let me know if she
10
loses.
so far.
Gone up to 15.
Go. It's 15.
15
It's
ministers.
now 15. So a real bloodbath for the Conservatives tonight. The BBC forecast officially is that we're on course for a Labour landslide with a majority of something like 160 seats as we wait for Penny Mordaunt's count there to be declared.
Seeing a Liberal Democrat and Conservative candidate in conversation, I'm hearing from the Liberal Democrats that the situation in Jeremy Hunt's seat in Surrey is too close to call. That is a fine battle between the Conservatives and the Lib Dems, a suggestion there might just be 100 votes in it.
One of the things that emerging from the night so far is that this is not just about the Conservatives taking a hammering, but it points also to a real changing of the guard. So faces that have been familiar to our viewers over the years, whether it's Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary,
She won or
who've
not?
been around, who've been in prominent jobs, are
It's like the
on their
football
way
pundits.
out.
They're
Will
just
Penny Mordaunt become the
chatting
latest of
shit.
them? Suggestions from Labour about
Yeah.
half an hour or so was that it was very, very tight and they were feeling pretty hopeful. So is that a brave face or a guarded smile? We should know just in the next couple of minutes.
The body
As we wait
language
for the
is different.
declaration there.
It's a face of,
Portsmouth
am
North,
I about to
Portsmouth
lose
North,
the
type of
easiest gravy
seat
train of my life?
that goes with the winning party, knows a bellwether, follows the straws in the wind, and hopefully the declaring officer, resplendent in that, I was going to say fancy dress, but that would be terribly official dress, will be giving us the declaration anytime soon. But it looks like they're still waiting for one of the candidates to turn up on the stage. Just as we wait, we can tell
There's
you
a Labour candidate we're waiting for, apparently.
Oh, lip reading, excellent. That's a handy skill on a night like this. Clive, it comes in very, very useful.
Well, there we go. So we might get the result any second now that everyone is now on the stage.
Results for Portsmouth North constituency, and I would
What I
like to
miss?
invite the Lord Mayor of Portsmouth to declare
Nothing.
the
They were just waiting.
Yeah. Boring.
I, Councillor Jason Fazakerley, returning officer for the Portsmouth North constituency, hereby declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows.
From when she's gonna cry.
Simon James Dodd, Liberal Democrat, 3,031. Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495.
That's tight.
It's
tight.
Give her a run here.
Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,750.
That's very. I don't want them to win, but that's very funny.
That is so close.
Duncan Stewart Robinson, the Green Party, 1,851.
That's amazing. Cry, bitch.
Melvin
Cry.
Stewart Todd, Reform UK, 8,501.
Thank you, Reform.
I therefore give public notice that Amanda Louise Martin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament.
Penny Mordaunt, Leader of the House, wannabe Prime Minister who ran to be the Conservative leader the last time round and still had aspirations of doing it, becomes the 16th Minister to lose her seat at 8 minutes past 4 on the morning of July the 5th. With a majority to the Labour candidate of only 780.
That's what Penny Mordaunt looks like right
so
now.
a tough and tight fight. Penny Mordaunt is out.
Yep, Labour did it on a turnout of 59% again.
Boy,
a
I think
little bit
shit.
low. Look at the share. Labour 35%. The Conservatives way down. Minus 28, and look at Reform up 20.
Fucking
Now
hell.
the swing from the Conservatives to Labour, a whopping 18%. Peter Mandelson, Penny Mordaunt losing her seat there. That is indicative of what we've been seeing throughout the evening so far, reflected in the exit poll, and now coming to pass.
Well, it is a bloodbath, and it's a bloodbath brought about by the failure of the Conservative government in so many policy areas, and the anger felt by the electors, voters about that, but also as a result of the intervention of Reform UK. So there has been a sort of pincer action, policy failure, intervention by reform, and a very, very strong Labour Party, transformed, changed by Keir Starmer, who have come through. I just say this about Penny Mordaunt.
I'm going to
I
have a lie
feel
down for a
that
bit.
she's the sort of conservative who would want to fight reform, and I'm sorry that in that sense she's gone, whereas there are many other conservatives like Suella Braverman who want to become Reform UK, and that is the fault line now which is emerging in the Conservative Party as a result of what's happening tonight.
To Hannah Davidson, when the result came in,
I love how everything becomes very real once something's won. Like, these are the fault lines, these are the barriers. We need to win back. Fuck off, no one knew a goddamn thing, we still don't.
The best of the Conservative Party. And I'm devastated for her, but devastated more so that a lot of Reform voters
I'm so
are
happy for her.
patriotic. They want someone who is a Brexiteer. Penny Mordaunt exemplified that. She exemplified the kind of leadership that I think
eat shit, bitch.
And it's such a shame that it was such a narrow margin, but incredibly great for her to put on such a brave face on stage.
And we'll listen to her in a few minutes when she gives her speech after the candidate for the Labour Party. But I wanted
I can't wait for the speech.
Anderson was sketching out what he was claiming is already a dividing line. We can see we heard it from Robert Buckland's on stage. Heard in his party.
Can you still see me?
One Direction. We heard then Suella Braverman, and we know that
It's
she
kind
comes
of.
from the right-wing tradition of the Conservative
Close
Party.
enough.
She said that Nigel Farage should be part of the Conservative Party. I mean, where do
You
you
look nice
want
and
to see your
comfy.
party go next?
Oh, I feel even
That
more
I
comfy than
fundamentally
that.
agree with what Robert Buckland said earlier on this evening.
I got my
I
ultrasound at
never thought that I'd be sitting on a
8:45.
panel on election night saying I agree with Peter Mandelson, but he said earlier that absolutely that the Conservative Party will only win on the centre ground.
I'm going to stop you there because we're going to listen to Penny Mordaunt. We'll come back to you in a second.
Let me cheer
Grab
you
your
up.
loins, for true
Democracy
patriotism
is
is about to
never
wash over
wrong.
us.
I want to add my thanks to all those who have facilitated this election, the count, the police, those who man polling stations, the electoral team at Portsmouth City Council, and also to all candidates who've run in North and South, and in particular my running mate in the South, Sina Biddle. Congratulations, Amanda. You have my assurance that I and my team will do everything we can to assist you in setting up your office and having a smooth transfer of our casework so that the people of Portsmouth have a good service throughout that period.
Bye.
Amanda, you will know
Bye,
that you are now working for the best employer ever. The people of Portsmouth are wonderful, hard-working,
28% loss.
and anything that I ever achieve is made possible by them. And I
20%
thank
to
them
reform.
for the
My God.
opportunities they have given me. I will never stop caring for these people or this place. And in all things, I've been guided
She
by
says
them.
that, but as soon as she's
Their
in the
common
taxi
sense,
home, she'll
their
be like, I don't care for
determination,
this place.
their ambitions and hopes, their pride in our city
It's almost
and our nation.
like she's chatting shit.
Tonight, the Conservative Party has taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it. You can speak all you like.
I don't think people had any trust in the Tories. I think it was simply they knew they'd get Brexit done, end of.
You are afraid.
Yeah.
Afraid about the
Pretty
cost of
much.
living,
Was a
or
vote for Brexit.
accessing healthcare, or whether the
That's why
responsibility
Reform
you
backed out
shoulder
last time.
will be recognised.
Seems
and
like a
rewarded.
fucking age ago now,
That
doesn't
fear
it?
steals the future, and it only makes the present matter.
5 years, wasn't it?
And that
4 years.
is why we lost.
Oh.
Our renewal as a party and a
Left in
country
2020, it
will
was
not be
2019 and
achieved
winter that
by
election
us
was.
talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country. And if we want again to be the natural party of government, then our values must be the people's. I've lost many good colleagues tonight, but I hope that, like me, they intend to carry on
Penny, calm
serving
the
their
fuck down.
communities with even stronger heart. Our country
Why,
needs
goddammit?
all of us.
This is shit.
And finally,
Why do you want
I
to
want
cry?
to thank my
Because I hate the
campaigners,
bitch.
my team here in Portsmouth, led by Rob
What's
New,
happening? John,
My
this is really
parliamentary team,
mean-spirited and
those who
nah,
supported
fucking
me,
hate it.
including other
The
political
big speech at
parties,
Tory conference was
particularly
the
the independent
maddest,
group
most
under George
satirical sounding
Madgwick,
thing ever about
but also
fighting,
the
fighting,
thousands of
fighting.
activists across the country who, in the darkest of times, not of their making,
And now she
fought
lost.
like hell for what they believed in
Smack.
and a better future. I've never been prouder of you all. And now each of us has even more reason to fight on. So we must.
Doing a big fight speech.
Good luck to all of you, in particular Amanda, and thank you, Portsmouth.
Oops.
Penny Mordaunt there.
See, this is why I can't do politics, because my victory speech would be fucking quick.
Looking very upset, having
Be
fought
like,
very hard to keep her seat.
thanks a lot.
Warning to her party very
If I
clearly, we
lost,
must not,
it'd
she
be
said,
like,
talk to an
all
ever
right.
smaller circle of ourselves. We must have the British people in mind. So
See
clear
how it is.
frustration, one of the many Conservatives to have lost out, and lost out big. One of those big names, Therese Coffey, Simon Clarke, Johnny Mercer, other former
Theresa
ministers
Coffey's
who have
gone.
gone in the last few minutes, all three of them
Fucking
important
good.
results in their own. But Richard Holden,
There that is.
the party chair, and this may seem ironic to some
Bit
Conservatives
of a
watching
nasty
tonight,
one.
has managed to
It
hold
was
on,
just,
in
she
essence,
just
embezzling Billericay
came across as
by
spiteful and mean and
votes.
selfish.
Incredible. Some of the faces on the opposition benches when Parliament resumes in a couple of weeks after the King's speech, they're going to be unrecognisable. And some of the most familiar faces that we've been seeing, certainly over the last Parliament, are gone. Are gone. What a, as
Wait,
Peter Mandelson
what happened
was
to
suggesting a little bit
Jacob
earlier, what a
Rees-Mogg?
bloodbath it's been for the Conservatives tonight, and what a
They haven't
success
announced that.
it has
Yeah, I
been,
don't think they've
it
announced that.
seems, for Labour. Thank you very much indeed for being with us.
Can I just say before I go, I'm very, very sorry that Jonathan Ashworth has lost in Leicester and that Thangam Debonair has lost in Bristol. They are two outstanding members of the Shadow Cabinet. They're not
There
going to
go,
be
crying on Mansion Mandelson.
Thank you very much indeed for being with us. Let's refresh you on where the numbers have got to, because at this time
I
of
think
night,
Neil
things
just
do
enjoys
come up
hating
very
everyone.
quickly. So on our Tower
Apart
tally, the
from
numbers
Jeremy.
have gone up
Neil
quite
just
significantly since we
enjoys
showed
hating
you last.
everyone
Labour
apart from
has
Jeremy
gained an extra
Corbyn.
108 seats. They've hit
I
234.
only hate
The
cunts who
Tories
have
are
it coming.
still under 50 seats. They've lost 119, but they are on
Which
42.
it turns out in this
Very interesting, though, to
particular
look at the
case to
smaller
be almost
parties.
everyone.
Reform there in the turquoise with 4 seats. The SNP also only on 4, having lost 20, although it's early in the night for the counts in Scotland. We should remember that. The Lib Dems have gained 22 seats so far. They're on 26. Plaid Cymru have gained 2. Oh, and look, see, it happens in real time. Labour gaining 2 seats right in front of your
Before
eyes.
your very eyes.
The Tories getting another one and another one. Well, we could just stay on that, but we've got plenty to do and to go around the country and hear from people on the ground.
We do, and we didn't actually see on that rather moving graphic the Green tally, and they were successful. As Peter was talking about a little bit earlier, actually, Thangam Debonair, the shadow culture minister, no longer the MP, Bristol Central, and the Greens, Carla Denyer. Rita has more details.
That's it, yes, absolutely. I've got this up here for you, Clive. This is how Carla Denyer did it. She overturned a 16,000 Labour majority, and it means that Thangam Debonair, to Peter Mandelson's sorrow, is no longer in Parliament, and Bristol Central is a gain from Labour. This was their top target, and they've done it on a swing from Labour to Green of 28%. I'm going to whip through a few other results for you because they're coming thick and fast, as Clive and Laura have been saying. Suffolk Coastal, this is a Labour gain from the Conservatives, and the Conservative MP was Therese Coffey, who you'll remember was briefly Deputy Prime Minister in the days of Liz Truss. So Therese Coffey is out, and there is a new Labour MP now for Suffolk Coastal.
Liz
I want
Truss
to bring you
must be gutted
another
to lose
result.
a good friend.
Plymouth Moorview, this is a Labour gain from Conservative, and Johnny Mercer, the Veterans Minister, I think Laura mentioned
Liz
that
Truss
he was
was
out, another of the many names, the many senior Conservative names who are now out of Parliament, replaced by Fred Thomas as Labour MP for Plymouth
20
Moorview.
a.m.
I want to show you some of the people, the big names who have lost their seats that we've brought you through during the course of the evening. Grant Shapps in Welwyn Hatfield has lost his seat, Defence Minister, of course. Alex Chalk, Justice Secretary, has lost his seat to the Lib Dems in Cheltenham, and Gillian Keegan, this came through just a short while ago, has lost her seat in Chichester. Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, and this is a Labour gain from the Conservatives. So how the political map is being redrawn tonight. And I just want to show you one more thing, which is what we're calling our horse race to number 10. And the closer that each of these gentlemen get to the door, show you how likely they are to be walking through. And you can see that Sir Keir Starmer is considerably closer than Rishi Sunak. We'll keep updating that for you. Laura, live.
Rita, thank you. The winning post, 326 seats, of course. Labour are heading there pretty quickly. And we've got, what, more than half of the seats declared so far, so there's still quite a way to go.
Yeah, 328 gone, 304 to go. So we're more than 50% there, and at this point of the night, things happen quite fast. Let's check in on one part of the country where there's been very important things happening. We've talked about Scotland. Let's look at the state of the parties there. Now, Labour is well on their way. They've gained 20 seats in Scotland so far. They'll be delighted at that. The SNP has lost 21 seats. They're down on 4. So at the beginning of the night, the exit poll that put the SNP way, way down seems like it might be well out of line with reality. However, as the results come in, looks like that might be where they end up. So let's talk to that about that with Alex Salmond, of course, former SNP leader, former First Minister, now leader of the Alpha Party, an alternative independent group.
That makes my vote even worse.
With the SNP?
Yeah.
Well, it's
I'm quite satisfied with it.
It took myself and others like Jim Sullivan, Alec Neil,
I think Sajid Javid stood down, so I don't know who it is.
25
yes,
years.
it's the new Tory candidate there who's,
politics.
he's about the most stereotypical Tory as possible to imagine.
So I find that both agonising, deeply frustrating and incredibly disappointing.
I'm just going to stop you there. We've got Jacob Rees-Mogg declaration coming soon. Another prominent Conservative who's been at risk. Let's listen in to what's happening in Bath.
The Member of Parliament for the Bath constituency do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate in this constituency is as follows. A-N-O-N.
Forgive us, it's not Jacob Rees-Mogg's declaration. These things happen on election night.
That is actually the Bath declaration, yes.
We'll get back to it when we see Jacob Rees-Mogg on stage there. So, Alex Salmond.
I want to see Rees-Mogg.
Well, you will.
You will.
Don't
Just,
worry.
you stay there, my man. You stay there. He'll come.
We will. We will. We'll bring it to you live when we can. But that wasn't his turn. I think he might have been. I thought he was maybe hiding behind a giant teddy bear or whatever that person was dressed up on the stage. However, you said it's agonising to see what's happened with the SNP falling back. Haven't you actually been part of the problem? Because since you were out of the fold, you've been making as much trouble for them as you possibly can.
No, we're trying to present an alternative strategy. To win elections, the SNP has to do two things. One, it has to demonstrate competence in government, which we did for a long time. And secondly, it has to have a strategy for getting to independence. Now, the problem with the current SNP, it has neither. And if it has neither, then you get absolutely gubbed, would be the colloquial expression in Scotland, as they have been tonight with the Labour Party. And those of us in Alapa have been trying to say, look, refine the way forward to independence. And that, of course, is now going to be the debate. Because Alapa's election was never tonight. Alapa's election is going to be 2 years' time in a proportional system. So that argument about using elections as the mandate for independence is going to be a very convincing one for many people who believe in independence. Remember, independence support's not the problem. It's at 50%. The SNP's the problem. It's at 30%.
Well, as you suggest, independence support has, it stayed basically two big blocks between unionist opinion and independence opinion in Scotland for a long, long time. However, when it comes to the SNP falling back like this, they went to the electorate and said, if we get a majority of seats in Scotland, sending MPs to Westminster, we believe we'll keep pressing the case for independence and we'll be able to do that. Do you think tonight, if they are, as they appear they're going to be, not the biggest party in Scotland, that has gone? That argument has gone, their mandate will have disappeared?
Well, yes, of course it is, but they didn't fight this election in independence.
Well, it was page one, line one of the manifesto.
They fought this election on opposing austerity, which of course is a noble aim, but it's not something that people in Scotland thought they could deliver or could do, and therefore they weren't going to vote for it. But why vote to oppose austerity when you can vote Labour to get rid of the Conservatives? It was a daft strategic thing to do. So that mandate's gone. The 2021 mandate's gone. Therefore, you have to seek a new mandate. No point in asking Sir Keir Starmer for
a referendum. He's not going to give you it. He wasn't going to give you even if you'd won all the seats in Scotland. Therefore, you have to use elections as giving a mandate for independence. Luckily, the second vote, the regional vote, in a Scottish election, the proportional vote, is actually the ideal ballot box opportunity to do that.
But you've said then crystal clear, the mandate for the SNP to push for independence has gone based on tonight's results.
No, the mandate to say we should have independence is gone, but you've got an election coming in 2 years. What you have to do in these 2 years is get the strategy right.
But we're talking about tonight. I just want to be clear on this point, because the SNP went into this election saying if we still have a majority of seats at Westminster, the signs tonight are they're really not going to. You've said that mandate will have gone.
Because people would laugh at them if they tried to maintain that position. But luckily, there's an election for us in 2 years' time. Now, you have to come to terms with the huge number of frustrated people in the national movement who are so frustrated that in 10 years there's hardly been a move forward towards independence. Again, luckily, that election, a proportional election, gives the opportunity to do it. So instead of fighting each other in the first past the post election, you actually in a proportional election have the ability to build a majority between the independence parties.
Except even in a proportional system, your party tonight is picking up 0.5% share of the vote.
Well, we only contested a third of the seats. So I think we're saving
0.5%.
Well, okay, 2 deposits I think Alapa candidates will save tonight. Remember, in the Scottish election, you get seats on 5% of the vote. So don't dismiss the possibility of an Alapa breakthrough in 2 years' time. Otherwise, we might be back here in 2 years' time, and I may have to remind you about it.
Scotland's voice at Westminster is going to be a little bit diminished now, isn't it? If these results pan out.
Well, the easy stuff is gone. I mean, you know, obviously I was at Westminster when the SNP had 6 members of Parliament, and that's likely to be roughly the case again. You don't get, you know, handed 2 Prime Minister's questions every week. Therefore, you have to be inventive. You have to be determined. Right. You have to make the weather, as opposed to sitting back and just accepting your place in the system. Whether the 6 or 7 MPs who will survive have the capacity to do that, we'll see. Incidentally, whether Nigel Farage has the capacity to do that, we'll also see, because he'll be in the same position. The House of Commons is a big place. Small groups can be very lonely in that cavern of the House of Commons.
Who do you blame? So you said the SNP's not made the case for independence, and they've lost out for that, and they've also lost out because they haven't displayed competence. You were very close to Nicola Sturgeon once upon a time. She, of course, went. Then Hamza Yousaf had to go before that too long, the second First Minister in a matter of months. Who do you blame?
Well, I mean, both Hamza and John Swinney have been handed a poisoned legacy, and the real descent into total chaos. Well, chaos and incompetence dates back 3 or 4 years. The obsession with issues which are both divisive and not central to Scottish opinion, like self-identification. I mean, that took 2 years, consuming the Parliament's time, dividing the country. Now, Hamza Yousaf and John Swinney, the difficulty there, excuse me, is that instead of, you know, sweeping the boards, saying let's have a fresh start on the people's priorities, let's reformulate our strategy for independence, they tried a sort of continuity, slightly moving things to one side. And as somebody said in an SNP leadership campaign quite recently, continuity doesn't cut it.
Okay, Alex Salmond, leader of the Alba Party, former First Minister and former leader of the SNP. Thank you very much indeed.
We're going to show you what we think is going to be happening with the BBC forecast, which is a Labour landslide. And that's what we're suggesting. Labour on 410 seats. And Keir Starmer would, of course, be Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak would be, and the Conservatives would be on 144. That's the BBC forecast now. The Liberal Democrats, it would be a good night for them if this is borne out, 58 seats. And the SNP, just talking to Alex Salmond there, 8 seats at the moment. And what time is it? It is just before 4:30 and the sun is beginning to rise. There it is, just beginning to rise on what is going to be a new dawn for British politics, and what is very, very likely to be a whopping Labour majority and a new Prime Minister in Sir Keir Starmer. What will this country look like in 2-3 years' time?
I think it's time for Swingometer.
Jeremy.
When in
Perfect,
doubt,
let me
have
do
the
that.
swingometer.
All right, well, so here we have the needle down the centre, and we said before, if the proportions of the votes stay the same, the percentage swing would be 0, and all the blue seats would stay blue, and the red seats would stay red. These were the results last time, 2019. Now, the fascinating thing here is how Labour has built up, what, an extra 200 seats, with a swing that's not much more than 10%. Have a look. So if they were to get a 12.7% swing in every single seat, they'd have a majority of 1. Based on the actual results, their swing is 10.5, and that gives them 96 seats, but they've got double that number. How have they done it? That's the question. We're in the beautiful position now where we've had enough results where we can put the exit poll to one side, and I will just populate the swingometer with actual results now. So remember, the needle now showing the actual swing from actual results, 10.5%. But you immediately see what Labour's done. It's reached beyond 10.5 to 12%, taking Colchester, to 13, taking Buckingham and Telford, to 14%, taking Thurrock and Bassetlaw. It's got a swing of 15% in Nuneaton, classic bellwether constituency, Folkestone and Hythe. So it's gone beyond its average swing in the places where it needs to, and it doesn't even stop there. Let's roll it round a bit further. Let's have a look here. So 16. Broke. We didn't think we were going to have to go beyond 20%, but somewhere around the back we've got Lichfield and Tamworth.
Guys, I'm going to need to
Let's
actually
think,
go and have a little nap
Chase,
for a bit
Cannock
because my
Chase,
watch is on.
somewhere, maybe it's even round the corner here, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you did.
25% swing in Cannock Chase. So, this is what they've done. Let's show you a couple of graphs here, which will make it clear. On this side, these are Labour seats here. So Labour seats where they've held their own seats, look at that. Their performance is actually relatively modest. They're down 6% on last time. Conservatives down, but they didn't have a chance. Have a look now at the seats they're taking. Conservative seats. Look at what's happened to the Conservative vote here. And this is the story here. Down 26% in Conservative-held seats, seats that were held by them going into this election. Labour up 4, Lib Dems up 1 on average, and Reform shooting up 17%. But the Conservatives here getting minced. And that's why you've got this extraordinary situation of a swing for Labour in those seats going 19, 20, 21%. It's extraordinary. But this here, this column is the story. And that's what's happened.
Jeremy, thank you for that. Jeremy Vine there. We are going to go straight to Carla Denyer, co-leader of the Green Party, and Bristol,
Hey
the
guys,
seat that
I've got to
you
go and
have
nap,
just
but
taken,
it's been a
Bristol
pleasure.
Central.
Yeah, no worries.
I got to get some
Yeah,
rest.
that's right,
otherwise
and
I'll be
I am feeling
fucked.
over the moon
Don't
and
blame me.
so grateful for
I think
all
we
the
know who's going to win, to be honest.
voters in Bristol
GG's.
Central and
GG's.
across the country. There's obviously a lot of results still to come in from elsewhere, but I've just been told that we've already surpassed
I think Neil will say bye
votes,
later.
and we've got a number of very healthy second place results in some of the constituencies that have already come out too.
Yeah, you've got 1 million votes. You're over 1 million votes, in fact. Your vote share is up 4%. You did take the local council there in Bristol during the local election, so you had a good platform upon which to build to unseat Fancam Debonair.
The voters of Bristol Central wanted to see more Green
Yeah.
politicians elected, and although local and general elections are very different, so we didn't necessarily take
Absolute,
that for granted,
yeah.
it was a good sign, and that's turned into reality. So hugely grateful to everyone who's voted.
Is it interesting,
and I think
Alfred?
it's because, well, to
No.
be honest, we know that voters
Oh.
like our policies. There's been some independent polling that has
Bailey's
shown
gone.
large public support for policies like an increased minimum wage, better investment in public services, and even support for increasing taxes if you're doing it in a way that invests in public services in the way that it's so obvious to everyone needs to happen.
And so we know that people agree with Green Party policies. For some people, their hesitation was whether the Greens could get in, but we're demonstrating comprehensively over the last 5 local elections and now in the general election that if you want Greens, you can vote Green and you'll get Green MPs.
The problem is, however, for you, that you're only likely to get 2, 3 seats maximum, potentially. And getting your voice out there, being heard in the Commons. We're still waiting for Brighton Pavilion, of course, which is the seat that you've had for quite a long time. Is still going to be tricky, isn't it? Despite your increased vote share.
Yeah, the UK does have a very unfair voting system. The first past the post, the only other European country that uses it for general elections is Belarus, hardly a club that we should want to be part of. However, the Greens have been succeeding even under this unfair voting system in local elections, as I said, increasing our number of councillors nearly 5-fold over the last 5 local elections. And so we went into this election with an ambitious but realistic target to quadruple our number of MPs. Now, we stood parliamentary candidates right across the country, 574 across England and Wales, which is more than the Conservative Party even. But being realistic that we are a small, albeit rapidly growing party, we targeted our campaigning resources in the 4 constituencies where we had a good chance of winning. So I am going to be eagerly watching the results come in from those other targets to see how we do. We have had at least a couple of polls predicting a Green win in each of those, but of course the poll that matters is the one that happened yesterday. The voters have spoken. We now just have to wait a few minutes or hours longer to find out exactly.
Come on, I just want to see Jeremy Hunt, man.
But we've certainly seen a huge upswell of support. We've got record-breaking numbers of candidates, record-breaking vote share, and I think this is a direction of travel for the Greens now.
All right, well, we know what the voters said in Bristol Central. Congratulations, Caledonia.
Let's go straight to a declaration of the Chancellor's seat. Jeremy Hunt, Godalming and Ash. He's been the MP for that part of Surrey for many years. He's fought incredibly hard to stay on, including spending huge amounts of his own money, campaigning very hard locally, almost being absent from the national campaign. He's a 10,000 majority. There have been some changes in the boundaries in that seat, but he went into it with a 10,000 majority. But the Conservatives, for a long time, have been very, very nervous about Jeremy Hunt losing his seat. It's in Hazelmere where the count is, but the constituency is Godalming and Ash, and you can just see the returning officer there potentially making history, being the first Chancellor to lose his seat. But let's listen in. Oh, his microphone isn't on, so Chris Mason's microphone's on. Chris, looking at all these big Tory names going tonight, you can see Jeremy Hunt looking pretty ashen-faced, and remind viewers that the candidates know the results by this point. They get told quietly in a corner before they go on stage, which is why we watch their body language so closely.
They do, which is, why we find ourselves staring at a screen, trying to read the respective body language.
And here it comes.
Oh, we're interrupting Jeremy Hunt because it's the Prime Minister's declaration. So we'll keep an eye on Jeremy Hunt. We'll bring you that result as soon as we have it.
Could you imagine?
There's Rishi Sunak on stage.
Could you fucking imagine?
It would be extraordinary, and the first time in history, if he were to lose his seat. It's an incredibly safe seat.
Hang on, I'm going to wake up Neil.
North Yorkshire. It doesn't seem likely that will happen, and yet he must have on his mind
It's Rishi Sunak.
parts of the country well beyond
Rishi Sunak and Jeremy Hunt and Nico. All lined up.
All at once.
Worst defeat
I,
for
Barry
many
Carr,
decades.
being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the election of a Member of Parliament for the Richmond and Northallerton constituency held yesterday, Thursday the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of valid ballot papers for each candidate was as follows. Jason Barnett, Independent, 27. Daniel George Callaghan, Liberal Democrats, 4,322. Angela Eileen Campion, commonly known as Angie Campion, Independent, 33. Louise Ann Dickens, Workers' Party of Britain, 90. Kevin Foster, the Green Party, 2,058.
Make my day.
Rio
Make my
Sebastian
day.
Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official monster raving loony party, 99. Nicholas Omilana, commonly known as Nico Omilana, 160.
That was your guy, right?
Brian Neil
That was my
Richmond,
guy.
Independent, 222.
Didn't even beat Binfang.
Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059.
Yeah, you get that
Lee
for
Martin
sure.
Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142.
Was there even a Labour?
Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874.
Close.
I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations, and we address
So, the Prime Minister for now, Rishi Sunak, holds his seat in North Yorkshire quite clearly. What's happened at the same time is Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, has held his seat too in Surrey, but we're going to give you Rishi Sunak on the stage.
Oh, lame. That would have been funny.
Here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible.
That's bullshit.
I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot
Nico's got an hour behind him.
but also across the country in safety. On this
Zooming
difficult
in
night,
to get
I'd
him
like
out.
to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and
Oh,
I
it's an
congratulate my
NDL.
friends here on the
It's
energetic
NDL.
and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides.
I love that guy.
That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future.
Big
The
up the
British people
NDL.
have delivered a sobering verdict tonight.
Stop chatting
There is
shizzle.
much to learn and reflect
Tory
on,
bastard.
and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
Well, an extraordinary admission on the stage from Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister. He has just told the country, rather than wait for the results to come in, that Labour will form the next government. He says he's called Sir Keir Starmer to concede, to congratulate Labour on winning this general election. So, from the words of the losing Prime Minister leaving his count there, Labour has won this general election, and with Rishi Sunak giving the verdict that it will be Sir Keir
that is
Starmer
content.
who will walk into Downing Street tomorrow as only the 7th Labour Prime Minister
Worth stopping
in
up for,
history,
huh?
only the 5th Labour leader
Yeah,
to
that's
win
worth it.
a general election. So, the son of a toolmaker, as he's told us so often in the campaign, MP since 2015, Labour lawyer, now will become the next Prime Minister, according to the man who technically is the Prime Minister. I've never seen anything like it before, a concession and a congratulation.
He will be heading straight to the King at some point tomorrow to tender his resignation.
But yeah, there we have it at
And that's
5
it.
in the morning. Rishi Sunak saying it
It's over.
explicitly. Yeah, that it is over, that he will only be Prime Minister for a matter of a handful of hours as he flies down to London to go and see the King. He's had that conversation with Keir Starmer, and he anticipates, he knows that a Labour government is coming.
But he made the point that he's going to stay on as MP. He's just won his seat.
Indeed, he'd said that a couple of times on the campaign
Yeah.
trail, but has said it again, that yeah, he will remain the MP. The big question will be, for how long does he remain as Conservative leader? And he hinted, well, he said it explicitly, didn't he, that he will have more to say when he speaks in London. We will hear him speak in Downing Street in, what, 6 or 7 hours? I'm losing track of time. Yeah, 5 or 6 hours' time, mid-morning, I suspect. Does he say anything then, or does he say anything once he's spoken to Conservative colleagues in London about the timescale of his longevity as Conservative leader? as the party begins this
It
process.
needs
that we've heard
23
the last few
seats.
hours.
But it is an extraordinary thing. We just should underline
That's
to people,
35
to
seats.
everybody watching, it is an extraordinary thing to see the Prime Minister having just won his seat. The results aren't even in. We have only had 413 results declared. But you can see Rishi Sunak there perhaps trying to take back some control of what has been going on tonight by saying that Labour has won, they will form the next government, and that he has already called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him. So, Rishi Sunak, ironic, isn't it, on the losing side, calling the result to the country.
The winning post isn't that far away, though, frankly. I mean, we've got the tally there. Labour, 301 seats.
Yeah.
They only need 326.
But it's an extraordinary thing. Remember the same moment with Theresa May, who looked so broken.
Yeah.
She only lost her majority. She didn't lose the election overall in 2017. But still, an extraordinary sight to see Rishi Sunak calling it to the country.
Yeah.
That Keir Starmer, and not him, will be in Downing Street tomorrow.
And his Chancellor is still an MP, Jeremy Hunt. He survived in Godalming and Ash. It was close, though. It was close. This is his victory speech.
I'm deeply honoured to have been chosen once again to represent the area I grew up in and love. And after a gruelling campaign, I want to thank the people of Godalming and Ash for putting their trust in me. I won't let you down. I also want to thank my extraordinary supporters. I have been truly humbled by the amazing work we have done together under Adam's leadership. Thank you for keeping the faith when nearly every national opinion poll said we'd lost. But across the country tonight is a bitter pill to swallow for the Conservative Party.
Sweet.
We have achieved much in government and the economy is transformed from where it was post-pandemic. Some Conservatives will wonder whether the scale of our crushing defeat is really justified. But when you lose the trust of the electorate, all that matters is having the courage and humility to ask yourself why, so that you can earn it back again. I was incredibly proud to serve under Rishi Sunak, but I wish the incoming Labour government well. Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves are decent people and committed public servants who have changed the Labour Party for the better. Whatever our policy differences, we all now need them to succeed. I hope in particular they use their majority to make much-needed reforms to the NHS in a way that is sometimes difficult for Conservative governments to do. To Paul Follows, I offer my congratulations on being a tenacious and determined adversary, and I wish him well as I do all the other candidates. Finally, a message to my family. I'm so proud of my wife. Despite not being born in this country, she's turned out to be the most formidable canvasser I know, alongside Sue and Andrew and John, of course.
Mr. Hat.
And a message to my children, who I sincerely hope are asleep now.
I'm sad that he didn't get as many
This may seem like
votes and
a
shit
tough
again.
day for our family as we move out of Downing Street,
Fucking
but it
amazing.
isn't. We are incredibly lucky to live in a country where decisions like this are
Today is a
made
glorious
not by
day.
bombs or bullets, but by thousands of ordinary citizens
Cheers.
peacefully placing crosses in boxes on bits of paper. Brave Ukrainians are dying every day to defend their right to do what we did yesterday, and we must never take that for
Why is it
granted.
EPM?
Don't be sad. This is
bullshit.
the magic of democracy. Thank you.
The
Jeremy
lunatic
Hunt, the Chancellor, has held
party,
his seat
they were
there,
fucking great as well.
but only by the narrowest of margins. Interesting, though, not the only speech tonight to strike a very gracious tone. So, Conservative Chancellor has managed to hang on to his seat, but he will not be Chancellor tomorrow.
No. State of
leave this
the
up here, fuck
parties. Labour on 305 seats. They only need a few more to be officially the winners of the
downfall of the
2024
Tories.
general election. The Conservatives on 64, down 152. Labour up 137. The Liberal Democrats are on 40, up 35. Reform have 4 seats, the SNP.
It was worth staying up, right?
And Sinn Féin there, they don't take up their seats at Westminster, but they have 5 as well. So that's the state of play. Not long now.
It would have been so much better if Jeremy Hunt was gone out as well.
Absolutely right, nearly at the
Penny Bourne.
326 magic finishing line. Victoria Derbyshire has been with the Sunak camp. He looked pretty dejected on stage, Victoria. Not surprisingly, perhaps, but what does it feel like there where you are?
Well, you could hear a pin drop, actually, Laura. It was so quiet. He is obviously despondent. He was speaking seriously, soberly. He was pretty dignified. But, I mean, he looked broken. He knows that he has led his party to an historic defeat. And actually, in this leisure centre in North Allerton in North Yorkshire, we witnessed power transferring, didn't we? Because he called it. He said Labour have won
You
this
love to see
election. He
it.
said he'd already called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him. And he said it was a difficult night for the Tories. That's probably an understatement. But he took responsibility for the loss. He walked in with his wife 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes or so before you saw him address the room here. And they looked downcast, it has to be said. It was muted in this room. He's left now. He's, as you heard, he's going to London shortly, and as he said, he will have more to say about his future later. But he made it clear here that he would be staying as the MP for this area for the coming weeks, months and years, he said. And we've spoken to a couple of the other candidates tonight who said, oh no, we think there'll be a by-election, you know, before the next 5-year parliament is out. Not so, said Rishi Sunak to his supporters and to his activists here tonight. So, a huge story. He has retained his seat, which he was always pretty hopeful of doing, let's be honest. But he has overseen this comprehensive battering by Labour and others.
Victoria, thank you very much indeed.
We've got some new guests. Well, Diana, you're still with us. Diana Davison and Aisha Hazarika joins us as well, from our advisor to Ed Miliband. First of all, how would you sum up how this evening has gone?
I think if you're a long-term Labour supporter, I cannot convey to you just the maelstrom of emotions that are going through us
So
right
close.
now. You know, Labour has had a long, tough, brutal period in opposition. We operate as a political party not just to make speeches and be in virtuous opposition. You're in politics to win power. So it's been a really,
I've got one beer
really
left.
tough 14 years
One
for us.
beer.
And tonight, particularly
When
as I'm
they
speaking
win.
to you now, just hearing that
Come on.
moment from Rishi Sunak, to be on the precipice of being in power again is so overwhelming. And I just pay tribute to the incredible job that Keir Starmer has done, because this party was smashed to pieces back in 2019. I mean, people like me thought we wouldn't be back in the game for another 8 to 10 years. So for me, the big story, and I understand there's lots of excitement about reform and other things, but for me, the absolute big story for tonight is a historic win.
Jeremy
for
Corbyn
Labour,
winning.
a historic win for Keir Starmer, and change is coming to this country after 14 years, in my view, of economic, political and moral vandalism.
Diana Davison, for you as a Conservative, what did it feel like to see Rishi Sunak basically conceding there? I mean, for people watching at home, both of you, actually, your jaws dropped when he did that on the stage, but what went through your mind?
I think it was a surprise, because often there can be a tendency to kind of soldier on until things become clearer, but I think it's pretty clear. I mean, Labour only need a couple more seats, basically, to have crossed the threshold. So I think Rishi Sunak was right to concede at the point that he did. It felt more honest to do it that way than to wait. And I think his speech was incredibly gracious, you know, wishing Keir Starmer well, the fact he's already called him to congratulate him. And I agree with him. I mean, ultimately, we want a government that's going to serve the people well. Keir Starmer has won, and I sincerely hope that they're up to the task and really hope that they do well, until we can sweep back in next time around anyway.
Well, I'll see how long that takes. I mean, well, a big part of that, to be fair, is, and look, I know this myself, you know, having been part of the Labour Party for a long time, we've lost many elections. What's really interesting is the lessons that a party learns when it loses an election. And just looking, I thought Jeremy Hunt's speech was very, very gracious. By the way, maybe a potential leader that we're looking at, given that he's one of the few people that's kept his seat.
He's tried it a few times before.
But hey, third time's a charm. But I just think that the big mistake that the Conservatives could make is what the Labour Party did when we lost elections. We retreated into our comfort zone, which was going further and further to the left. And I think the big mistake that the Conservatives will make is to think, right,
just because Reform have done well, to sort of chase the Reform dragon, if you like. They have lost seats to the Labour Party. They've lost seats to the Liberal Democrats. The Greens have taken votes from them. If they just focus everything on Reform, they will not be learning the lessons of what's happened to them.
Okay, we'll be back with you two in just a few minutes.
We're going to talk to Stephen Flynn of the SNP, leader of the party at Westminster. Hello to you. Can you hear me? Stephen Flynn, hi there. Can you hear me?
How are you?
I'm fine. Yeah, more to the point, how are you?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Oh, jolly good, jolly good. More to the point, how are you? Because it's not looking good for the SNP.
Not looking good, Brett.
No, it's a very bittersweet night for me. I'm obviously delighted on a personal level to have received another victory from the people for that. But of course, as I turn away from the stage, I'm looking at TV screens which show my colleagues losing seats right across Scotland. It's not a reflection of their work, it's not a reflection of them. We've been swept aside by the Starmer tsunami, and the effect of that is there for everyone to see. The party is now going to have to reflect, to listen and to rebuild, and we're going to have to do it very, very quickly. There's a challenge that's in front of us, probably a challenge that we've not faced in a significant period of time. But we're going to have to get on with the job and get that rebuilding work started.
You sound shell-shocked, and you look shell-shocked. Was there any suggestion with you and the other SNP candidates out there on the ground that this would come?
I'm probably looking a little bit shell-shocked. I've been awake for 24 hours, so forgive me for that. But yeah, no, nobody was expecting this scale of defeat, and it's fairly seismic and dramatic, and it's a very, very bleak night. We thought we were very much in the mix. We knew we were going to face a huge challenge in the central belt, but of course that's been less of a challenge and in many respects more of a thumping. And we have to accept that and respect that, and that's got to be the starting point. We know that we can't compete with who's going to be Prime Minister, but we should be able to compete on who's best placed to stand up for Scotland's interests in Westminster, and the public have decided that's not us on this occasion. That's going to require the party as a collective. It's going to require individuals, it's going to require politicians, and indeed probably some of those who've been defeated as well, to all come together to look in to open the curtains and look at some of the stuff that we've perhaps shied away from, seen where the damage has been caused, see what we can do better, listen to the public, regain their trust, rebuild, and I'm no doubt that under John Swinney's leadership we'll be able to do that. But for now, it's tough. Yeah, it's absolutely tough.
Yeah, interesting. You say look at the issues that you think you may have shied away from. What do you mean by that? Is that perhaps focusing too much on the cause of independence and not dealing with the bread and butter issues that a lot of people in Scotland are having to deal with? Do you think that's part of the problem here?
Well, you'll forgive me, and I'm sure your viewers will forgive me for not wanting to have that frank a conversation with yourself at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to keep my views on that internal within the party. I'm going to obviously speak with the party leader, with other senior members, with everyone I possibly can, and listen to their views as well about what's went wrong, because we have to have the ability within the party to have that open discussion. I know under John's leadership we're going to be able to do that, and we're going to have to do it very quickly because time is against us. The Scottish Parliament elections are 18 months to 2 years away, and we need to be in a position
Okay, we're going to cut in there. We've got a declaration in North Somerset. Sorry about that.
Jacob William Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,420.
Come on.
Dina Romero, Liberal Democrats, 3,878. So the total number of valid ballot papers was 51,125. There were 142 rejected ballot papers. And I hereby declare that Dan Norris is duly elected to serve as a Member of Parliament for the North East Somerset and Hanham constituency.
Neil.
Okay, Jacob Rees-Mogg losing his seat.
It's Rees-Mogg.
In the morning on this.
He just lost his seat.
Of July. And we can now say with certainty that Labour have won the 2024 general election. As I speak, they have gained 326 seats. It's now 327. The size of the majority is still to be determined as the results continue to come in. But what a moment this is for Labour.
He's 10 away from
There
winning.
is Sir Keir Starmer, who will become Britain's 58th Prime Minister. He's speaking in central London. He's the only fifth Labour Prime Minister ever to win a general election. A man who often presents a serious
I
demeanour
think I'm
in
going to crack
public.
it to Rees-Mogg, to be
But
honest.
look at that grin from ear
Beautiful.
to ear. The supporters behind him cheer. The Union flag and the saltire, look, they are being flown behind him as Labour has racked up seats in Scotland. Let's listen in to the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Oh, need to wash that down.
You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived.
Which going to say this?
Change begins now.
Does it though? Why are you chatting shizzle?
And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people.
Ethan's just like, bring it in, stand it,
And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle of the new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it.
I hate him so much.
It is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must.
Oh, it's a good speech.
This party has changed.
No, fuck him.
That we will serve them faithfully.
It's just it's coming from him.
Govern for
Just-
every single
It's
person
empty
in this
words,
country.
just like everything else.
But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this
Shut the
one
fuck
could
up.
only be won by a changed Labour
You
Party.
didn't do fucking anything.
We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society because we changed the party.
Fuck you.
Imagine if he did deliver it there.
Oh, no.
Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party.
Fuck you. Every day I think I can't possibly hate him more.
I don't promise you
And
it will
every
be
day
easy.
he proves me
Changing
wrong.
a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work, and we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice.
And what a tool he
But
made.
the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you.
A rapturous reception for Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, and tomorrow, our new Prime Minister. Celebrating his victory with a crowd of activists at a location in central London, telling them it feels good, enjoy it, but also making a promise to everybody watching, making a promise to the country to, as he said in this campaign, as he said again in the early hours of the 5th of July, return government to the service of the people. And that brings a close to 14 years of Conservative successive governments. And Sir Keir Starmer, smiling there with his wife, Victoria, hopes it will bring an end to an era of genuine political turmoil, whether it's the independence referendum, the Brexit referendum, successive general elections, the pandemic, the coalition. He's promising not just change at the top, but change for the country. But huge challenges ahead, which he's well aware of despite tonight's smiles. But Chris, huge change.
And I was struck as well by his words. There was nothing inevitable. Election victories don't fall from the sky. It's pretty important to reflect on where Labour was 5 years ago to where are we now? 343 seats at 5:10 in the morning, the night after an election, where Labour was in 2019.
It's an extraordinary moment, isn't it, that we've witnessed in just the last few minutes, looking as we are now at the man who will be the UK's Prime Minister by lunchtime, inheriting as he did the Labour leadership after its worst defeat in parliamentary seat terms since 1935 at the last general election, and where we've gone in 2 successive general elections in the UK from a landslide for the Conservatives to a landslide for the Labour Party. A volatile, fickle electorate willing to change its mind much more quickly in many more places than it's ever been willing to do so before, meaning that any incoming government, whatever the size of its majority, as the Conservatives have learned, can't be certain as to where that will lead if they are not seen by the electorate to deliver. It's been very striking following Keir Starmer in the last few weeks that he has never wanted to appear exuberant, never wanted to appear complacent. He's allowed himself a smile, as well as he might, really, given
relaxed there,
the size of the majority he is heading towards, those numbers ticking up frequently as we speak. But he knows 2 things, doesn't he? One is that the Labour share of the vote, given the size of the majority that they're going to have, isn't that large. And then secondly, to state the obvious, but it's worth stating, the challenges that the Labour government will inherit, whether it's the tax burden or the state of public services, many other things as well, not least the picture internationally, is huge and is difficult. And a lot of those issues aren't magicked away by a giant majority. And so those questions will come thick and fast, as he acknowledged, Sir Keir Starmer there, for an incoming Labour government, not least from a chunk of the electorate who might expect things to change rather quickly given the size of the mandate he's going to have.
Okay, we're going to stay on those pictures. I think it's the Turbine Hall, I think, at Tate Modern, but correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure
no, you're
it won't
right.
take long. Am I right? Yeah?
Yeah. I like a bit of art.
Let's go, though, to one of Sir Keir Starmer's colleagues, somebody who's highly likely to be in the cabinet before tomorrow is out, Ed Miliband, at his count in Doncaster. Congratulations to you, Ed Miliband. What's going through your mind?
Huge joy, relief that the 14 years of Conservative government are over. And I just want to start by paying tribute to my friend Keir for the extraordinary job he has done in getting Labour to this point and becoming our next Prime Minister. I first met Keir in 2008. If you had told either of us then that this is the course that events would have taken, I think we would have doubted you. But it is a sign of his steeliness, his determination, fundamentally his decency and integrity. He will be a great Prime Minister of our country because of those qualities, and I think people will see those qualities in him as the Prime Minister.
For those people watching at home, though, Ed Miliband, they will want to know, as well as noticing the most resplendent fresh red rose on your lapel standing proudly there, what can people expect to change in their lives? Because as Keir Starmer acknowledged, it's not going to be easy. Money is tight, trust is hard earned. What change can our viewers actually expect from the new Labour government?
Look, I think, Laura, the truth about this campaign, and I've knocked on thousands of doors, is that people think the country's in a deep hole, and they would be right. And I think there is a sense of realism. I've had countless conversations with people on the doorstep where they say, well, look, we know you can't turn it around straight away. What can they expect? That we will start to turn the health service round, that we will start to put more police on our streets, more teachers in our classrooms, we'll set up a new publicly owned energy company, and we will hit the ground running doing that. I think there is huge realism actually among people about how quickly change can happen. Of course they want to see change, and this is a mandate for change, a seismic mandate for change, and an instruction to deliver that change, and we will take that mandate with the utmost seriousness that it deserves.
And the overwhelming story for you tonight is this incredible achievement for your party, especially given where you were in 2019. I wonder, though, what you think of places where you have actually seen Labour lose out, often to independents or to the smaller parties, whether it's your colleague Sam Debonair losing in Bristol to the Greens, or your other colleague Jonathan Ashworth, a very prominent member of the Shadow Cabinet who's been intrinsically involved in this campaign, losing in Leicester. There are some cracks below the surface of this large victory. What would you say to that?
Well, first of all, I feel deep sadness and sorrow for both Jonathan and Thangham, who are great people and incredibly decent colleagues.
Bitches.
I think, look, the truth, Laura, is that you can take nothing for granted today in politics. There is a deep sense that politics isn't working, that politics has not worked for 14 years under the Conservatives, and there is a looking around for how we can address the problems of the country. Now, Gaza poses its own challenges. The tragic situation in Gaza, which I think explains why Jonathan lost. I'm very sad to lose Thangham, who is a very dear colleague to me. But I think, look, we are in volatile politics. That is definitely true. That should not take away, though, from the overall truth of this night, which is, after 14 years, the country has put its faith and trust back in the Labour Party again in a way that nobody thought possible barely 4.5 years ago. And look, part of our job is not just to be a government for the people, as Keir said, who voted for us, but for those who didn't vote for us, for those who didn't vote at all, who say, nobody can really fix this. I heard that a lot of times on the doorstep. Nobody can really fix this. And we intend to show that actually government can deliver for people. That's our challenge, and that's the challenge we will get stuck into right away.
Ed Miliband, Clive Myrie here. Are you going to be able, do you think, with this whopping majority, to restore some faith in government? So many people on the doorsteps have been saying that their faith in government is gone. And it's a responsibility that you have now, and it's a heavy one, to try to restore that faith in politics and in government and in public service that you've talked so much about on this campaign.
You're totally right, Clive. And you are right to say that this doesn't just stretch back 14 years, it goes well beyond that. And if you look at all of the evidence there is on this, you know, that is part of our job. I mean, of course, our job, as I say, is to deliver on what we promised. But in delivering what we promised, we have to try and restore people's faith that government can be a force for good in our society and politics can make a difference. And you know, that is in the interest not just of the Labour Party, but all political parties and our country as a whole. You know, as always, the most frightening conversations you have on the doorstep are not necessarily when people saying they're voting for someone else, they're bad, but it's when people say, I'm not going to vote for any of you, I've never voted for any of you. And, you know, look, I think his seriousness, his decency, his non-flashiness is actually a massive advantage in that respect. This is a serious guy for serious times. He's not running, as he said, to be the circus entertainer. He's a man of deep integrity. I know him very well, and he is the right man for this moment, as the British people have decided.
Okay.
Ed Miliband, thank you.
Let's talk to Aisha Hazarika, now Labour peer, one-time aide to Ed Miliband. When Keir Starmer was speaking, when the result came in, you were, I hope you don't mind me saying, you had tears in your eyes and you looked still now.
I am kind of quite emotional, to be honest, because I think for so many of us who have just had this really long, difficult time in opposition, long-term Labour Party supporters, what Keir Starmer has done tonight is nothing short of performing a miracle. If you go back to what happened in 2019 at that general election campaign, if you had said to us that in such a short period of time we would not just be on the brink of power in a hung, we would have taken a hung parliament, but to actually have this majority, it's so overwhelming. And I think the question that you asked, Clive, picking up on what Keir Starmer said, that there was nothing inevitable about this. Yes, of course, you can argue that there was some luck involved in terms of Boris Johnson, Partygate, Liz Truss, all of that stuff. But let me tell you something in politics. Luck, you make your own luck in politics, and luck comes from years of hard work and preparation, meeting a moment of opportunity and converting that into political advantage. And that is what Keir Starmer has done with his team. And I know people feel very disillusioned about politics, the absolute state of how broken this country is. But if you look what Keir Starmer has done in 4 years, I just think he will do really good things for this country, because he is decent, he is hardworking, he is sober, he is committed, he's got something noble about him. We are sick of the out of control car crash circus that has been in politics, which we as Westminster watchers, it's quite fun for us to follow. Out there in the country, it's affected people's everyday lives. They can't pay their mortgages, they can't get food on the table, they're worried sick about their kids, they can't see a doctor, they can't get a policeman round to their house. This country needs fixing, and I genuinely say with such hope that I do think Keir Starmer is the man to do it.
Okay, Aisha, well, thank you very much indeed. I can see it really is genuinely a moment that means a huge amount to you, but my goodness, what a weight there is now on Keir Starmer's
Absolutely, he has to
shoulders.
deliver, and he has to win with humility and concentrate on deliver. No frat boy hubristic punching the air. He's got to work hard and deliver.
I can't quite imagine him ever punching the air.
No, that's true.
Maybe in the football stance, but
Maybe that's probably true.
That's pushing it a little bit. Pushing it a little bit.
Who knows?
We go from the future Prime Minister to a past Prime Minister. Liz Truss and her seat in southwest Norfolk. Apparently, Ros Atkins is reporting for us down there. It's on a knife edge.
Hi, Clive. It really is. We've been speaking to people from all of the parties who've been overseeing the count in the last few hours. And, well, the message from Labour has now been consistent for several hours. They believe they're in a tussle with reform for this seat. Some Labour sources are saying they believe Liz Truss may be in third. They've told us in the last few minutes they're confident. The Tories are telling us it is very close. They're not saying any more than that. Some other parties have also said they believe this is either a three-way race or a two-way race that doesn't involve Liz Truss. Now, none of that means that's going to be the result, but it is an illustration of the fact that we are well into the evening. The counting is still going on, but it's almost finished, and yet no one here is really sure of which way this is going to go. In the next few minutes, though, we expect we will find out. All the candidates will be on the stage just behind me, and of course the results will be read out. One piece of context which is worth mentioning, just a few minutes ago, the results of Northwest Norfolk were also announced here in King Lynn, and despite the initial exit poll from the BBC saying there was a 66% chance of Labour taking that, actually the Tories have held that seat with a majority of around 5,000. Now, that's a long way down from the previous majority of well over 20,000, but nonetheless, it's a hold. I was just chatting to one member of the Conservatives a moment ago, and he said, we're relieved. I said, what about Liz Truss's seat? He said, we're not sure which way that's going. So all attention now is on southwest Norfolk here in Kings Lynn, and it's worth reiterating again and again, Liz Truss was Prime Minister less than 2 years ago, and yet here we are with the sun coming up in Norfolk, and we're not sure yet if she's going to hold on to her seat.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. Ros, thank you for that.
That would be an incredible moment for former Prime Minister.
It's been an incredible night.
It has been an incredible night for the Labour Party. Now, Rita, we can update our numbers, our forecast. Remember where we started with the exit poll? Where are we now? Has Sir John been getting it right?
Do you know, I think he has. Thank God for that.
Yeah, I didn't want to set you up to have to say no. That would have been a bad moment.
That would have been a bad thing. Sir John has delivered yet again. All right, we've still got 125 seats to declare. Our forecast now says Labour on 408 seats. And we started the night with the forecast saying Labour on 410 seats. So it's pretty good going. Conservatives, we're suggesting, will be on 136 seats once all this is over. And we started off saying they would get 131. So, you know, full marks to Sir John for that. Let me just take you to a little bit more analysis of the exit poll with the results so far. And you can see for yourselves the Conservatives down sharply in the exit poll at 23%. And actually, based on the results so far, they've lost 20% of the vote that they got in 2019.
Labour only gained 2%.
We thought on the exit poll up by 4%. Results so far up by 2%.
And on fucking low turnout as well.
We're saying Labour landslide, and on the other hand, we're saying their share of the vote
That's
compared to
hilarious.
5 years ago is just up 2%. We'll be chewing over that for quite some time, I suspect. Reform, we said 14% at the start of the night. They've got 12%, and that's based on what the Brexit Party got in 2019. The Lib Dems, no change in the share of the vote, but a great big haul of seats for them.
SNP got
Greens
wrecked.
roughly the same, and the SNP going down quite substantially. So, I mean, I
Down
think
16%.
that's a gold star and A+ for Sir John.
I think it might well be, Rita, and I think we're going to talk to him now. Sir John, your job is safe here at the BBC. You will not be fired in the morning. You have been working so diligently with your team on this, and it would seem that the results, we're getting towards the end of it now, are marrying up with your prediction and that of your team from what, 8-9 hours ago?
Sure. I mean, I think when I say first straight away, it was very hard work yesterday, and absolutely every single member of the team made an absolutely invaluable contribution to what was a very difficult election to forecast. That said, we still
John, I'm gonna cut across you because your microphone's not on.
It was all going so well.
It was the excitement of getting those figures so right at the beginning of the night. But we'll get back to John shortly. In fact, actually, he's going to be here in a couple of seconds. Okay, John, can you hear me now?
I can hear you fine.
You can hear me, and we can hear you too, which is the point.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
So you can do an exit poll of massive complexity and not stick a
put the mic on.
So the first thing I was going to say to you is we still have about 100 results to go. So, you know, we're not absolutely finally there. But what I was then going on to say is, look, you know, this is not just me. This has been a very substantial multi-person operation. It was quite a hard election to model. It required a lot of work, much more difficult than most other elections that we've previously been involved with. And, you know, fingers crossed with, as we said at the beginning of the night, we weren't quite sure about reform, and indeed we did somewhat overestimate them. In the end, we did say that some people were going to do really badly, and I suspect most people didn't believe us. We weren't quite sure ourselves. That looks to be roughly right. But broadly speaking, yes, it does look as though it's panned out as we expected. That said, I mean, first of all, a couple of historical records, if our current forecast is right, and one really important caveat about Labour's success. So the historical records, if this forecast now is right, this will be the Conservatives' worst ever performance in the whole of their parliamentary history, so far as seats are concerned. And for the Liberal Democrats, it will be their best result since 1923, and better than anything that Charles Kennedy or Paddy Ashdown or Nick Clegg managed to achieve. The second thing I think what one should say is that actually, but for the rise of the Labour Party in Scotland, which has been truly spectacular, we will be reporting that basically Labour's vote has not changed from what it was in 2019. In Wales, it's actually down. In England, it is barely changed.
Wales is down. Oh my God.
This does look like an election that the Conservatives have lost, and have lost.
It really is a pathetic performance all round.
Reform, which has cost the party
Somehow,
seat
everyone
after seat.
has
Around 2/3
underperformed.
of the seats that the
Reform
Conservatives have lost.
has won.
Seats where if Reform
Reform has won Labour that
they would
victory.
still have hung on to. So Labour have, in these early hours, acknowledged the difficult task that faces them. I think they also need to realise that while they have won the right to govern the country, they are not necessarily backed by a very high proportion of the country, and they've still got an awful lot of people to win over during the course of their term of office.
Sage words. Thank you, John, and to your team for all the work that you've
Formerly had 4 MPs.
Absolutely, and one place where their predictions look pretty in line with what's been going on is in Scotland. So just to remind you, the state of the parties, Labour have gained 36 seats there. They're now on 37, and actually I've got to say, a few months ago, that would have been the stuff of Labour's dreams. For a long time, things looked like they would be really even Stevens between them and the SNP. That is not what has happened at all. Alex Salmond, the former SNP leader, suggested to us about an hour ago that it meant the SNP's claim of a mandate for independence from this election would be laughed at. Let's see what James Cook, our Scotland editor, has to make of what's been going on. James, this is a disaster for the SNP, isn't it?
It's a total disaster for the
PF
Scottish
6
National
seats,
Party, Laura. There's no
6
question
seats,
about that whatsoever. A complete reverse of the stunning electoral win that they had in 2015 when they took 56 out of 59, as it was then, of Scotland's constituencies. The tide has shifted, it's changed, and it's swept away many, many, many members of Parliament for the SNP. Now, interestingly, I was just chatting to one of them who lost his seat here in Glasgow, Labour winning everything here in Glasgow, David Linden, and he said he didn't really think this election was about independence, which is odd, because this is the manifesto, and that's the first page of it, and it says, vote SNP for Scotland to become an independent country. So the SNP understand that they have to regroup. The Deputy First Minister, Kate Forbes, was saying that very early in the night. They need to reassess, they need to regroup, they need to rethink, but they're doing so from a much, much lower base. They're no longer the third largest party at Westminster. That means the loss of money that you get that's associated with that, so that's one issue for them. And Labour, on the other hand, absolutely cock-a-hoop here in Glasgow and across Scotland. Are they back for good? That is the big question. Labour were the dominant force in Scottish politics for decades, from 1959 all the way through to the general election of 2010, until they were swept away in 2015 as Scottish politics was convulsed by the independence referendum the year before that. So the question is, what will Labour do now? Will they build on the success? They very much hope they will. They're looking forward to the 2026 Scottish parliamentary elections to see whether or not they can get control of the Scottish government, and that, they think, would be yet another indication, if they manage to do so, that they have pushed the idea of independence right off the table. But the big question is, and lots of voters I've talked to around the country have been asking this, what does meaningful change from the Labour Party look like when the party has promised to stick to Conservative spending constraints, and also to some Tory welfare policies? And there's many other questions, but you know, it's clearly an amazing night for the Scottish Labour Party. Now the hard work will begin.
Absolutely. James, thank you very much indeed. Scottish Labour really winning every corner of the country. Nahila and Yar up in the Western Isles, and then all the way over, more than they might have dared dream not so long ago. Interesting note also, the Conservatives have won no seats in Wales. It's the first time that's happened since 2001.
Yeah, we're going to go to Northern Ireland now. Andrea Catherwood. Few results coming in there. The big one, I suspect, Andrea, Belfast East, the battle of the party leaders. Naomi Long of the Alliance Party and Gavin Robinson of the DUP. Who won out?
Yeah, I'm sadly did.
Indeed. Well, actually, Gavin Robinson won this seat fairly narrowly, but he did win it, which is very good news for the DUP in otherwise
That's not
very
unusual,
difficult
though, is
night
it?
for them. That means that the new leader of the DUP is
Yeah,
returning to
it says
Westminster, but possibly
fuck
the
yes,
bigger
what
story of
result?
the night is actually going to be
The
in
Tories have won
Northampton.
fuck all in Wales.
Northampton was the
Get in.
safest seat on paper for the DUP. It has been in Paisley hands.
Who's
The
this?
last time it wasn't in
I don't
Paisley
know.
hands, Richard Nixon was president. It
I lives in
belonged
Wales,
to
okay.
Ian Paisley Senior,
Who
then
are
Ian
you,
Paisley
person?
Junior,
Comments.
and we are hearing tonight that it's actually gone to
He
the
lives in Wales.
TUV. Now, this is a party
Was she?
that you probably haven't heard of, and many people won't have heard of. It's the traditional unionist voice.
The bro
They
went
are
to
affiliated, sorry, we're just getting a declaration
Union
here from West Belfast.
Wales in
They
Aberystwyth.
are affiliated to Reform
Mhm.
UK, so it plays into the story of
name's
the night.
Mary.
This is a complete surprise. Ian Paisley had a 12,000 majority there, and it looks very much like that's been
I
overturned.
still can't
I'm looking
believe
at some
Labour
monitors in front of
only
me. I
gained
can see a
2%.
smiling Jim Allister. I can tell you Jim Allister doesn't
That is
smile very often.
abysmal.
I think he's 100.
How can you only gain that much?
I mean, was there much
It's
evidence,
because they don't
Andrea,
actually
of
appeal to
the
anyone.
suggestion at the beginning
done the
of
same
And I mean,
shit.
like,
that
look
Sinn
at
Féin would
their
step back in
fucking
certain
manifesto.
areas,
It was.
allow alliance a free
I
run?
don't think I've ever been patronised
Yeah, well,
quite so
Sinn Féin
hard
did
by a political
step back,
manifesto before.
I feel like
particularly
that was
in
made
Lagan Valley.
for
That
to be
was the seat
accessible though.
that
There was
for
probably a different
27
version that
years
wasn't.
Yeah,
was
to a bunch
held
of
by
fucking
Sir Jeremy
tards.
Donaldson. He
Yeah, but they had
stepped
two
back,
versions.
and Sinn Féin didn't
One
run.
for the
So
tards,
Did they have
like
a?
me.
Did they have a less?
won that seat.
Did they
No,
have
they
one
had
that
one
was
that was
less
really long.
insulting to the
for
readers in
Alliance.
some
It
In
was
way?
like
fact,
really
they
long
will only
and
be
stupid.
returning one MP, and that
Oh,
will be
it was.
Saoirse Eastwood,
no
because they
details.
lost their MP in North Down,
I
which
just
was
don't
Stephen
really
Farry.
fucking bother.
So Saoirse
I mean,
Eastwood is a
you know,
young,
you heard them
very
say they
vibrant
still
MP.
committed to
She's
Tory
totally
spending
committed. In
limits, which are
2017,
based
she
on
voted
complete
in her
bollocks
wedding dress
anyway.
because
So
she
it's
was
not like
getting
they're
married
actually
that
going to
day.
achieve anything.
She's been working very hard, and yes, Sinn Féin stepped back, and that helped her and helped Alliance to win that seat.
All right, Andrea, thank you
Anyway,
for that update.
you want to go
On
for a
that,
breakfast
we'll-
wrap soon?
Let's go
On
down
me?
to Wales. Our colleague
You
Harold
drive?
Griffiths is in
Yeah.
Cardiff for us, and all of the seats in Wales have now declared. We understand. How does it look?
There's 100 left to declare. I ain't going to stay for all that, I don't think.
Wales looks once
No,
again
fuck
like a Tory-free zone. The first
Simon
time in
already
almost
had it.
2
I've
decades
seen
that the Welsh
Jacob
Conservatives have
Rees-Mogg.
failed to win any
Penny Morton.
seats whatsoever.
Yeah.
And the Welsh map is once again largely red. So we're
Corbyn.
down to 32 constituencies,
I don't know how
27
else
of
would
them
care
going
about.
Boy,
to Labour,
re-fuck
4 to
have done
Plaid
well.
and 1 to the Lib Dems. But really, it's the Tory losses that are the story. The safest seat of all, at least you'd have thought so just a couple of weeks ago.
They've done a Gareth Southgate and just
That was
kept it
held
safe.
previously by Craig
what we've
Williams,
done.
the MP caught up in the betting scandal. He was suspended as a candidate. He was relegated to 3rd place behind Labour and then Reform. In fact, Reform doing
cheers
well,
for joining
coming
us,
second in
Nerdy.
several seats. The Tories also losing to Labour in Monmouthshire, where the Welsh Secretary David T.C. Davis was
I'd be
quite
so happy
quick
if I was Welsh.
to declare himself
Evict
no
all
longer
the
an
Tories.
MP. He said that at the start of the evening.
Good on
And
him.
of
Fucking
course, the
hellhole
evening,
in
some of
England,
his
right?
predecessors as Welsh Secretary, Alan Cairns losing in the Vale of Glamorgan, Stephen Crabb losing
feel sorry
in
for us.
Pembrokeshire,
I feel
Simon
sorry for me.
Hart, also the chief whip.
Bit of a
for
sideways
Labour
move
in
for
the
Stephen
Sunak
Crabb.
Our
government,
constituency
what was the Sunak
stayed
government. He's
Tory.
also gone, losing Caerfyrddin. That seat going to
Thanks
Plaid
to you,
Cymru.
Neil.
But a pretty good night.
prick.
Their expectations
You're
were
fucking
low,
welcome,
about 2 seats.
motherfucker.
Actually, they got
Tory
4,
cunt.
and their
Don't you
vote
wish
share
you'd
of
voted for
6
something
seats went up.
worthwhile
Vote
now?
shares are pretty important in Wales, not so much for this election, but for next time. There's a Senedd election 2026, and that's where Reform may be very, very confident now. Coming second in several seats, doesn't get them anything tonight, but may well augur very well for them in 2026.
Well, thank you. Let's go straight to another declaration coming in Brighton. The sound isn't great, but we're going to try to listen in and see what's happening there.
Constituency are as follows.
It's going on about how every loves bin face earlier as well.
Valerie Gray,
Yeah.
Social Democratic Party,
I'm still gutted he got so
784
few votes.
votes.
I don't know.
Yeah, I bet it same.
Elaine Hills, Green Party, 7,000.
Maybe I should put a bid on and spend it. And that's all that can.
I need to move house. Get a better constituency.
Stuart Malcolm Stone, Liberal Democrats, 3,949.
Definitely lived in. Definitely lived in somewhere.
Kobe Ann Vallis, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,230.
Loud reaction.
Emma Lucy Wall, Independent, 1,833.
Party got 7 votes.
Chris Ward, Labour Party, 17,893.
I'm not surprised though, Brighton. They lost.
It used to be the Greens only seat.
The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows.
Now that's
Reason,
Labour's
want
Chris
of official
Ward
mark,
who's been elected there. Forgive me, that was not the Brighton Pavilion result where the Greens are hoping to hang
Oh,
on.
right,
That's the
not
neighbouring
Brighton
seat,
Pavilion.
Brighton
I'd love to know
Kemptown. Now
how
it was
many
controversial because
votes in
a
total
Labour former
are spoiled.
MP of the left was booted out there. He wasn't allowed to stand. And Chris Ward, the man with the red rosette there, very close aide
How
of
many
Keir
dicks
Starmer for a
were
long
written on
time, has
ballot
now
papers?
taken that seat. So Labour
Well,
have
you know,
held
on
Brighton
mine
Kemptown,
there was
but
one.
with a new face there, Chris Ward, he becomes the latest Labour MP to take their total now to 374. You can see the numbers there changing on your screen. So at 5:40 in the morning, Labour is on course for an extremely handsome majority, having won the general election of 2024. Much of those seats happening in Scotland.
Indeed, which takes us straight to Glasgow. And Anna Sauer, leader of Scottish Labour, joins us. Thank you for being with us. First of all,
I haven't seen any
your
Northern
response
Ireland
to
stuff
the
yet.
night.
Look, it's an
I mean, let's
incredible
be real.
and historic night here in
Who gives a
Scotland
toss
and right
about
across the
Northern
UK.
Ireland?
And I want to say a huge thank you to people in Scotland for putting their faith and trust in the Scottish Labour Party.
I ain't
We
wrong, am I?
recognise their demand for change, and tomorrow that hard work begins in
Welsh,
order to,
mate.
yes, move away from the chaos and division of the
What
Tories.
do they
but to
care
start
about
that
Northern
journey for
Ireland?
change. They have
We care
rejected
about Northern Ireland
the
more than we
Tories
care
after
about the
14
fucking
years.
English.
They've clearly rejected the SNP, who are incompetent in government here after 17 years, and that's why we need change both right across the UK and here in Scotland.
The biggest gains for Labour nationally were actually
The
in
whole
Scotland.
time, you know,
Wales,
John, I've been
they're down in
trying to
England.
catch
It's
up with
about
what's
even.
going on with
In
Biden,
Scotland, that's where part of the
and
real success is.
I'm still almost 20
Well,
pages
it's
behind.
incredible when you look at the national and regional breakdown that I think we have doubled our share of the vote here in Scotland. We had our worst result since 1910 at the last general election. We returned only one MP, coming fourth in the general election here in Scotland, and in 4 years to have turned that round to where we have won a clear majority in Scotland, won the election, is of course phenomenal, but we've still got work to do, and people have put their faith and trust in us. I want to say a genuine thank you to each and every single one of them, particularly those actually who may have voted for other political parties in the past, who may even have supported independence in the past. I recognise your desire for change, I recognise your demand for change, and we get to work straight away to deliver for you and your family.
Anna Sarwar, as we're speaking, Douglas Ross, the Conservative sometime leader in Scotland, has lost his Westminster seat. Viewers might remember he was replacing a former MP in the battle there, which raised eyebrows locally, but he has lost his seat. But he's lost his seat to the SNP.
Did Boris keep his seat?
I mean, could you say to our viewers tonight, hand on heart, that somehow the SNP disaster tonight means their call for independence can disappear? You still have a significant chunk of the electorate in Scotland that hopes for that to happen.
Well, I think what's happened today clearly is people recognising that they want government to work, and they don't feel the UK Tory government has worked, and that's why they've rejected them so decisively. But actually neither do they think this SNP Scottish government is working for them either, and that's why the SNP has been rejected so decisively tonight as well. And I make no bones about it. People know my view. I don't support independence, I don't support a referendum, but I can understand why so many people have been crying out for change and may have looked for an escape route. Well, we have got rid of the Tories. They're done, they're out. The Tory government's come to an end after 14 years. We now have a Labour government that can start delivering for the people of Scotland. And I want to reach out to everyone right across that divide on the constitutional question to say whether you will leave or remain, whether you're a yes or no, the Scottish SNP government's not working for you either. And I want to pull our country together to deliver that two-stage process of change.
But that's interesting. You've said clearly that this election result, whether it's about the Conservatives on a UK picture or the SNP on a Scottish picture, you've said there this is about competence, not the Constitution. So you are not saying that this result shows the independence debate is over in any sense.
Look, I've always said it's for the people of Scotland to decide, and they have decided tonight. They've decided they want the end of a Tory government. They've decided they want a Labour government, and they've decided that this SNP government also needs to change too, and they're not happy with its performance.
Scottish Labour is now the party of change, but we've changed our party over the last 3 years. We've worked with hard work and humility and energy so we can look people in the eye in this election and try and earn their trust, earn their support. That doesn't stop now that we've won the election across the UK, and anything that ramps up. And I'm absolutely determined that our Scottish Labour MPs, that will be the heart of a UK Labour government, start to deliver straight away for people here in Scotland. And we will redouble our efforts as we prepare for the election in 2026. Because I want to serve people in Scotland regardless of their view on the Constitution, because it's far too important. And far too many people are being let down right now by 2 failing governments. That change starts tomorrow.
Okay, Anna Sarwar, thanks for joining us from Glasgow. You see, politics never stops. He's already thinking about the Holyrood election in 2026, and it's only 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
And the general election, 2024.
Number 10, there, that famous black door. We talked about who would be walking through that corridor of power into that building there. And it's clearly now Sir Keir Starmer after a thumping election win. Labour now currently on 378 seats, the Conservatives on 92. Jeremy Vine has more on the changing landscape within Britain now. Jeremy.
Yes, Clive, so we've got our hexagon map because it's so clear this. It shows the impact of the result because it makes every single constituency the same size. You talked about 378 Labour seats. Well, here we are looking at the Labour gains. So before tonight, these were the colours of the Labour gains. Blue in England and Wales and Scotland, SNP yellow. And what I'm going to do then is just show you the seats as they were. Let's just grow these hexagons so they actually go to the height of the majority that they had before. Let's see this. Right, there we go. Now you can see, particularly classically in the south, east, southwest of England, very big Tory majorities. I'll just point out 3 seats as well, if I can, just round here. So we have these 3 very big majorities in Cannock Chase, Lichfield and Tamworth. Those 3 seats right next to each other. Now we'll go back to all of them together. And what I'm going to do now is animate the map so you see the seats change and you see the new hexagons come on, the red hexagons at the height of the new Labour majority. Let's have a look because this is very dramatic here. This effectively is the 2024 election result here. All of those seats, blue in England, yellow in Scotland, replaced by Labour red. And some safe Tory seats becoming safe Labour. That's truly remarkable, isn't it?
It is remarkable, truly remarkable. Thank you, Jeremy. Danny Finkelstein is here, long-time Conservative watcher and columnist for The Times. The Conservative scale of the worst ever in parliamentary history.
Yes, I'm not surprised, though. I can't think that anybody who's watched what's happened should be surprised. If you end up having 5 prime ministers and you have 4 chancellors of the exchequer in a very short period of time, and you have a home secretary and then sack the home secretary and then get the home secretary again and sack her again, at a time when the country's in any case got significant economic problems, it's hardly surprising the party suffered a big defeat. And I think it lost votes to all parties for pretty much the same reason. I know everyone's considering the difference between Labour voters and Reform voters, but common to it all was people feeling the government wasn't mature or realistic, and as a result, a lot of very good friends of mine whom I admire a lot have lost their seats, and I completely get why.
Lord Finkelstein, we can just see Rishi Sunak about to get out of the car at Teesside Airport. He'll be about to get on a plane and make his way back to London. I just want to bring in Kelly Beaver, who's the Chief Executive of Ipsos Mori, part of the huge effort to put the exit poll together. And you spend your life studying all of these things. If people are putting on the telly at 10 to 6 to get up for an early shift and they haven't been following things overnight, Labour's won the general election. Yes. What's the scale of the change we've seen?
Absolutely seismic, the change that we've seen from Labour in this election. But I would point to, as we heard earlier from Sir John Curtis, the Conservative defeat, which is probably a bigger story in this electoral contest today. You can see some of the issues like views on competency in government feeding through, and also they've been flanked by reform. as the Conservatives have also been suffering from this disillusion of politics, concerns amongst certain constituencies about key issues like immigration, where Reform have really been able to make progress and damage their share. So I think it's a sort of tale of two stories, if you will, but there's definitely a big incumbency impact here, both in the UK more broadly, but in particular in Scotland, where we're seeing that issue too.
So essentially, if you're in charge, you're getting hammered.
You are, you really are. And trust, competency, and one of the other big challenges, of course, is the overwhelming desire for change amongst the British populace. 8 in 10 want change in the country. That is what has been promised by a Labour government.
Yeah, Danny Finkelstein, I mean, is that the point we've reached, or where the Conservative Party reached? 14 years is just long enough.
Yeah, look, that is definitely
17 years for the SNP in Scotland.
Yeah, that's because the SNP
and it's Jova.
of what they've done, and they understood what the electoral system they were fighting in, and forced an election. The left designed to maximise that, and the left effectively has found a way of uniting, even though the Liberal Democrats are outside the Labour Party.
What the fuck are you talking about, mate?
You know, targeting their votes. The right has split. So the advantage the Conservatives have had for a century, really, in the electoral system has turned into a disadvantage.
If we can be a bit more brass tacks about it, though, Danny, the promise from Rishi Sunak and the people around him was that he was not going to be chaotic. He was going to be able to bring the Conservative Party up to where he was. When he moved into number 10, the idea was he was more popular than the Tory party, even though he hadn't won the Tory leadership, and he would drag the party up to meet him. And instead, actually, his personal ratings went down and down and down. I mean, one of the essay questions for the Tory party is going to be, did Rishi Sunak make it worse? And was it a mistake to call the election
if you're still
in
watching,
summer rather than wait till autumn
He
to give
ended
him a
up,
better chance?
I mean, he ended up managing the party rather than the country. And
got rid of the Tories.
It was a mistake. The counter to my point is maybe the party, maybe that had to happen. Maybe he simply couldn't otherwise be Prime Minister of the Conservative Party as it was. But I felt the moment he decided to do that, he didn't to lose at the election. But the real reason why the Conservative Party lost the election is because Boris Johnson and Liz Truss had appointed people who were simply not suitable for the office, even though they're both people who were perfectly capable in different ways.